Summer. The night was slightly cool. Hello, Su Ning, this is Suya's mother. On the phone, a woman's voice sounded, not particularly pleasant. Because it was through the phone, it even carried a hint of mechanical coldness. Hello, Su Auntie. Su Ning's tone was calm. I heard you and Suya are having problems again. Su Auntie's tone carried a hint of questioning. This was his prospective mother-in-law, or to be precise, his former prospective mother-in-law. After he and Suya broke up, she no longer counted. It's not that I'm lecturing you, but you're almost 30, with no car, no house, and no savings. If things continue like this, how can I feel at ease and trusting Suya to you? The woman on the other end of the phone became increasingly agitated. Su Ning fell silent after hearing these words. He didn't know how to answer. Most people would fall silent when faced with this question. Money is a very peculiar thing. When you try to grasp it, you often can't, and you might even end up in debt. No matter how hard you try, you'll be cut down like a crop of leeks. Su Ning guaranteed he had tried very hard, but he was still a pauper. A monthly salary of 4,000 or 5,000, food, rent, utilities, transportation, occasional small surprises for holidays. Without knowing why, the money was gone. The money from work seemed to be just enough to survive, no more, no less. This reality was so messed up. It was as if an unseen hand only allowed him to eat and live, never giving him a chance to save a little extra. Tell me you have no money, you have nothing, so what right do you have to marry my daughter? Can my daughter be happy with you? Can you provide any material foundation for my daughter? The woman's voice continued to question. Her words were harsh. It's not that I'm materialistic, just go ask anyone on the street who would give their daughter to someone who has nothing. Or think about it, if you had a daughter in the future, would you give her to someone like yourself? Su Ning remained silent. Because he knew the other person was right and he couldn't refute her. However, Suya has been with you all these years, and you've worked hard, thank you for your tolerance, the woman said. I know you are a good person, someone worth entrusting one's life to. How about this, your uncle and I have saved some retirement money over the years, we'll transfer it to you later. You can buy a house or make a down payment. Once you have a house, we'll be at ease. The woman's words on the other end made Su Ning's heart ache. Su Auntie, Suyi and I have already broken up, so there's no need for this. Su Ning struggled to utter a few words from his mouth. What breakup? Isn't it just a small disagreement? That brat Suyi has been spoiled by you. She throws tantrums at the drop of a hat. When she comes back, I'll break her legs. Su Auntie's voice was very agitated. We don't agree to the breakup. We've decided you're our son-in-law. You're like half a son to us. Su Auntie, I'm sorry. My situation with her is more complicated than you imagine. This time, I'm afraid it really can't continue. It was clear that Su Ning and Suyi were not joking this time. Su Auntie shrewdly noticed it. Su Ning, don't worry. I'll call and scold that girl to death. If she dares to give up such a good son-in-law, I'll beat her to death. Su Auntie, don't. Su Ning hadn't finished speaking when the call was already disconnected. Looking at the phone screen, Su Ning stood dazed for a long time, then let out a helpless sigh. Sigh. He felt very uneasy. His former prospective mother-in-law truly had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Her whole family had treated him very well, so well that Su Ning once thought it was his other home. However, from now on, he and Suyi were no longer possible. Suyi shared the same surname as Su Ning. Their innocent feelings began in high school, university, after starting work. A full 11 years of affection. During this period, they experienced so much. There were beautiful memories, and they also argued. It was hard to describe, but closing his eyes brought back all the past. But that was all in the past. They say that as time passes, a man's emotions accumulate more and more, while a woman's mind matures more and more. A woman's emotions do not accumulate. After maturing, when making certain choices, they tend not to focus on emotions, but rather on weighing gains and losses, choosing what's better. Because of these things, Su Ning and Suya's relationship drifted further apart. Su Ning never blamed anyone. He couldn't control matters of the heart, nor could he control others' growth. Just as Suya said, it could only be described as having fate but no destiny. Of course, this was only one reason why Su Ning was determined not to look back. Another reason. He was going to die. ALS, also known as the immortal cancer, in its late stage. He didn't know how much longer he could live, perhaps a month. Or 3 months. If he was unlucky, even a week was possible. Given this, how could Su Ning dare to delay that girl any longer? Haha, it's truly pouring when it rains. Su Ning laughed self-deprecatingly. Dingo. Transfer from Su Auntie, 78,200. It was an exact amount, with change. Additional message, Su Ning, don't mind what Suyi says, I'll talk to her. You keep the money for now. Honestly, if she doesn't cherish someone like you, who will she cherish? But at least this world isn't all harsh and heartless. Su Ning felt a little better. Su Auntie's family truly treated him like half a son. This was indeed a worthy sentiment. He returned the funds. Refund is successful. Su Ning returned the money, and fearing Su Auntie would transfer it again, he directly blacklisted her. Now that they had broken up, he couldn't accept it even more. That was someone else's hard-earned money, saved with great effort. After learning of his illness, Su Ning immediately resigned from his job and returned home to enjoy his final peace. His parents had died young. Reflecting on it, there wasn't much that he was worried about. Dingo. His phone received another message. He thought it was Su Auntie, but looking at it, it wasn't. Uncle Su Ning, your Su Auntie just called and said you, and so you seem to have some conflict. Dragging that girl along for so many years isn't right. We heard that getting married now is very troublesome, requiring a car, a house, and so on. The money we've saved over the years isn't much, but let's see if we can help you. Following that was a transfer of over 30,000 from his uncle. After his parents passed away, his uncle's family had always raised him as their own child. Su Auntie's family, his uncle's family. It made Su Ning's heart tremble incessantly. I'm sorry, you've been very good to me. If I had the chance, I should have repaid you well, but I'm sorry, Su Ming murmured silently. He returned his uncle's money. He had originally wanted to tell them about his illness, but after much hesitation, Su Ning still dismissed the idea. Forget it, saying it won't change anything, and it will only make them worry, let it be. It's fine to face it alone. Su Ning didn't even tell Su Ye. Since they broke up, he would be resolute. Let her live the life she wanted. As for me, I'll bear all the hardships myself. There's no need to trouble others and add to their sorrow. Su Ning was actually very desperate, hoping someone could help him bear the burden, but he also really didn't want to trouble anyone. Sometimes he often thought about how to find a place where he could die without troubling anyone. This wasn't weakness. He had always been such a person. He didn't want to trouble others. He pondered for a long time. No matter where he died, it would affect others. In that case, it would be better to return to his small country house, quietly await death, and enjoy his last beautiful moments. He could clean the house, clear the weeds around it, plant some things, drink tea, eat what he liked, do what he liked to do. That would be quite good. I wonder if I'll still be able to eat what I've planted myself. Perhaps I'll die before that time comes. But what does it matter? Crag. Su Ning wielded his sickle and hoe, clearing weeds from the fields in front and behind his house. He had worked with his father since he was a child, and even though he hadn't worked in the fields for a long time, he still did it skillfully, showing that he was a capable worker. His house was in a remote location, right in the middle of his family's fields. Generally speaking, houses in the countryside would gather together to form villages, where neighbors could look out for each other. However, Su Ning's father had a reclusive personality and disliked dealing with people, so he built his house in the fields, which was convenient for farming and kept him away from the villages. This amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is really troublesome. I've only been moving for a short while, and I'm already exhausted. Back in the day, with my muscle mass, let alone getting tired from weeding, I wouldn't even get tired from plowing 10 acres of land, Su Ning said jokingly. He continued weeding. The land had been barren for many years, overgrown with weeds. He didn't know how long he had been weeding. Su Ning finally cleared the weeds from the field. Without weeds, the field looked much more pleasant. It was much flatter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He laid the hoe flat, propped himself up with the sickle, and sat on the hoe handle, looking at the fruits of his labor. Su Ning was happy. After resting for a moment, he continued to clear the weeds. What is this? Su Ning was about to rake the weeds together to burn them centrally. A delicate little thing suddenly caught his attention. A skeleton. A human skeleton. But this human skeleton is too small. Su Ning found a human skeleton, only half a thumb in size, mixed in with the weeds. It was also sparkling like a diamond. Whose craft is this? Su Ning played with the skeleton in his hand, immediately suspecting it was a craft. But this craft is too exquisite. It's lifelike. To be able to make such a small thing so realistic, that great master craftsman has some skill. Su Ning held the little skeleton in his palm and examined it. It was a very beautiful craft. Detailed. After looking at it for a while, Su Ning lost interest and put the little skeleton away, continuing to clear the weeds. But very quickly, another similar little skeleton appeared from the pile of weeds. This time it was a red diamond. Out of curiosity, Su Ning searched again. He found many little skeletons in the weed pile. They weren't all human crafts, there were also those of other animals, and even one that looked like a snake bone. Su Ning looked closely and found that it seemed to be dragon-shaped. It should be a dragon bone craft. So many. Who dropped them? There were 18 in the weed pile. After searching around and finding nothing else, Su Ning simply set fire to the piled-up weeds. The blazing fire burned. Su Ning wasn't interested in watching the flames roll. He picked up the little skeletons again and admired them. These little things were too beautiful. Each one was like a colored diamond. Su Ning wasn't a collector, but at first glance he couldn't put them down. Skeletons were rolled up in the weeds. Does that mean there are more in the ground? I harvested the weeds from the ground. There must be more. Su Ning thought. He began to look down and search in the ground. He really did find new skeletons, picking them up and putting them away as he went. Until he came to a little tree, he was surprised. He remembered this little tree was a seed left by his father of an unknown plant species. Su Ning had casually planted it when he was in junior high, and he hadn't expected it to be so big now. He hadn't paid much attention to it before. The little tree was of an unknown species, but it looked very unique. Of course, Su Ning hadn't taken it seriously before. Within a meter radius of the little tree, there were many white bones lying in a circle. Golden and shiny, forming a circle. Of course, what surprised him most wasn't the sparkling little crafts. But under the little tree, there was a bug and a group of little people fighting. That's right, it was a group of little people who weren't even half a finger tall. What the fuck? Su Ning couldn't help but curse, rubbing his eyes hard. It really is a group of little people, and those little people, can they fly? Is that sword control art? It's over, my condition isn't getting worse, am I hallucinating? Su Ning couldn't believe his eyes. No normal person would believe they would see this scene. Except for lunatics. But I've never heard of anyone with cancer having hallucinations, Su Ning shook his head. He didn't have time to think much. Su Ning's attention was completely drawn to the battle under the little tree. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 little people were besieging a thumb-sized spider. 9 little people had different postures. There was a woman in white robes, elegant and flowing, a Taoist wearing a Taoist robe and holding a whisk, a monk holding a staff with a great sun halo shining behind him, and a great devil head shrouded in black light holding an evil soul-summoning banner. The 9 little people and the spider were fighting fiercely. Moreover, the 9 little people seemed to be at a disadvantage. Kunlun Fairy, you go attract the chaotic demon's attention. Zumi Buddha, you go to the rear of the demon and ambush it at any time. Abyss Demon Lord, use your soul-summoning banner to disrupt the chaotic demon's mind. A small figure in green robes, holding a long sword, commanded with a solemn expression. The rest of you, follow me. The green-robed little people held their iron sword horizontally and shouted sternly. Fellow Taoists, although the chaotic demon of the immortal realm is powerful, we must never tarnish the name of the Ascendants. Even if we die and our Tao disappears, we must show our indomitable will. The little people were seriously discussing tactics. It looked so realistic, like a Xianxia drama unfolding in reality. Su Ning was surprised, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. However, because the characters were too small, it looked a bit comical. Where did these little people come from? Su Ning wondered. 1 hour ago. Kainkun world. 9 great saints shattered the void realm and ascended, astonishing countless cultivators. The 9 great saints. Kunlun Fairy of Kunlun Holy Land. Abyss Demon Lord of Abyss Demonic Domain. Zumi Buddha of Immortal Buddhism. Nameless Sword Immortal of Endless Sword Domain. Wen Dao Old Man of Wenda Mountain. Tang Shi Azure Emperor of the Yao race. Great Xia Emperor of Immortal Imperial Dynasty. Naga King of Deep Sea Giant Beasts. Golden Crow Great Emperor of Divine Beast Race. Their extraordinary talent and unparalleled achievements, unique throughout history, had brought their Dao to the pinnacle of this world. To go a step further, they disregarded the warnings of previous cultivators from the Ascension Passage, who had said, "No ascension allowed." They decided to venture into the immortal realm. The 9 great saints decided to ascend on the same day, so they could look out for each other. This day was the most special day in the Kaienkan world. Countless great masters, great sects, and imperial dynasties were all staring at the central state ascension ground, wanting to witness a rare event that happened once in a century. The 9 great saints arrived as scheduled. Each of their auras was so powerful that it inspired awe. Is this the strength of an ascendant? Terrifying. Sigh, if only I could reach this stage someday. The people looked at the 9 figures on the ascension platform as if gazing at suns. The 9 great saints were too powerful. Just their every word and action actually influenced the operation of the Tao rules. Some people, simply by looking an extra time, actually gained enlightenment and achieved a breakthrough. This gave the cultivators of the Kaienkan world a deeper understanding of the power of the 9 great saints. They are probably already at the point where they can slay immortals. This realm cannot contain them anymore. With such cultivation, even in the immortal realm, they will shine brightly and suppress one side. Some old gazers sighed with emotion. When I fought the Azure Emperor to prove our Tao, we fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and the battlefield spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At that time, it wasn't easy for him to defeat me, but now, he probably only needs to snap his fingers, and I won't be able to resist, an old fossil from a holy land said. They firmly believed that the 9 great saints were already invincible. At least in the realm that could be reached in the lower realm, there was no further progress possible. Now, uniting to ascend, when they reached the immortal realm, they would definitely be able to cut through all enemies and create an immortal legend. They are already so powerful, why do they still want to ascend and take risks? You don't know this, but strong people want to pursue even stronger ones. Moreover, even if they raise their cultivation to the pinnacle of this world, there are still some existences that are above them. To become stronger, ascension is the only way. Our fellow Taoist referring to chaos creatures. SHH silence, don't mention it otherwise. Understood. Open. The 9 great saints made a slight move, and space shattered. A spatial passage full of chaos chi, where no rules could be seen, appeared. 9 people nodded slightly, looked back at their homeland where they had once fought, and without further lingering, flew into the passage. Respectfully sending off Lord Azure Emperor. Respectfully sending off Saintess. Respectfully sending off Emperor. Countless cultivators of the Kaienkan world spoke, and some direct descendants cried tears of sorrow, very reluctant. However, they were also very much looking forward to their old ancestor, shining brightly in the immortal realm, forging an invincible path and crushing all enemies in the heavenly realm. Well, in their imagination, with their old ancestors' cultivation, they could definitely do it, and what's more, they weren't acting alone, but had allied with the other 8 great saints. This kind of lineup in any world, wouldn't it be a combination of ruthless people? Wouldn't it be invincible? When they returned to the Kaienkan world in the future, who knew what kind of scene it would be? However, under the little tree, the 9 great saints and the spider were fighting fiercely. It's estimated that no one expected the so-called 9 great saints of the lower realm to become so weak in this world. They struggled even against a single bug. The spider saw the 9 little people as 9 prey, its legs constantly alternating on the ground, moving at an astonishing speed. Zwish, zwish, zwish. To Su Ning, the spider's speed was ordinary, but to the little people, it was terrifyingly fast. Supreme Sword Emperor Art. Majestic little people, clad in golden armor and dragon robes, radiated a golden yellow light, like a tiny light bulb, with faint golden dragon patterns swirling around him. 9 dragons, majestic and roaring, transformed into 9 heavenly swords that shot towards the spider. However, those swords were too small, even smaller than toothpicks. Su Ning found it quite interesting. The special effects were much better than watching a movie. But the sword light struck the spider's body to no effect, like a few light dots hitting it. It teleported in front of a saint, pressed the little people with its claw, spun its tail to spit silk, and rotated its claw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a few seconds, a little people was enveloped in spider silk by the spider, wrapped into a white cocoon like a ball of yarn. No matter how the little people inside struggled or radiated light, he couldn't break free from the spider silk's bondage. Great Zia Emperor. Everyone saw that in just one round, the great Zia Emperor was restrained by the chaotic demon and lost his combat ability, and their hearts tightened. The chaotic demon was indeed terrifying. Spider, however, had no intention of letting go of any of the prey present. Its pure hunting instinct drove it to continue hunting. Zwish, zwish, zwish. Its 8 legs moved on the ground with a pattering sound, as if equipped with electric motors. Thud. Another ascendance was pinned down, then, after a series of actions, a new white cocoon appeared. The special effects on these little people looked good, but their actual combat power was pitifully weak. Oh. This chaotic demon is too powerful. If this continues, we will all be annihilated. Kunlun Fairy's stunning face was filled with anxiety. In fact, it was just as she thought. The remaining saints were captured one after another. They had absolutely no power to resist. Even the strongest nameless sword immortal was like an ant before the chaotic demon. It's over. Kunlun Fairy's face turned pale as she stared at the demon spider in horror. Am I to perish here today? She was extremely unwilling. She had originally intended to make a name for herself in the immortal realm, but who knew she would be killed as soon as she arrived. Kunlun Fairy could feel that this chaotic demon seemed to have exhausted its strength and wanted to devour her to replenish energy. Kunlun Arts. She clasped her hands together, then spread them. A yin and yang energy orb appeared in her palms. This was a yin and yang technique, representing the profound principles of yin and yang. It was a truly exquisite mind cultivation technique. It was also her innate dharma method for becoming a saint. This cultivation technique had a great reputation in the Kainkun world and was incredibly powerful. With this cultivation technique, Kunlun Fairy had slain countless enemies. This was an invincible method, rumored to be capable of slaying immortals and gods. Boom! She pushed her palms forward. The yin and yang technique, carrying faint lightning, descended upon the spider. This was Kunlun Fairy's last trump card. After unleashing this attack, her body fell straight to the ground. Completely weakened. Pop. But in her eyes, what was a trump card capable of slaying immortals and gods, when it struck the demon, was like a tiny water bubble bursting, utterly useless. It couldn't even tickle the other party. This is the terror of the chaotic demon. Is this world so terrifying? No wonder the senior ascendants warned against ascension. No wonder there are so many remains of senior ascendants around. Alas, Kunlun Fairy landed, her strength exhausted. She could only smile bitterly as she watched the spider swiftly pounce on her. I'm going to die. This was her first failing. From beginning to end, the 9 great saints had not noticed that in the sky, a giant was observing their battle. As the battle neared its end, Su Ning had seen enough. Just as Kunlun Fairy was about to be attacked by the spider, he extended a finger and poked it downwards. Splat! The spider was directly crushed by his finger. Its 8 legs and head thrashed on the ground twice, then it died instantly. The spider's bodily fluids splattered everywhere. That was careless, a bit messy. I should have used a tree branch to poke it, Su Ning said with disdain. Fortunately, his hands weren't very clean either, having spent the day doing farm work and getting covered in mud, so he didn't feel it was that dirty. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands. It was like doing an insignificant little thing. And it truly was an insignificant little thing. But on the ground, in Kunlun Fairy's eyes, she was too shocked to speak. Just now, when she thought she was about to die, suddenly, a huge finger descended from the sky and crushed that invincible chaotic demon into dust. This. She knew the power of the chaos demon spider. The 9 great saints had no way to deal with it, yet this finger instantly annihilated the demon spider. Who exactly was the master behind that finger? Is this a person from the immortal realm? She was incredibly shocked. She looked up and finally noticed the giant in the sky. The giant's body filled the firmament. Too tall, too big. The person in the sky was very young, with a handsome face, like a gentle and refined scholar. And quite handsome. Of course, Kunlun Fairy would not believe that this person was truly gentle and harmless. He casually eliminated a chaotic demon. Especially his comment, so dirty, and his disdainful expression, made Kunlun Fairy feel that this person was extraordinary. As for age, in the cultivation world, one does not judge a person's true age by their face. This person is so powerful, he must have lived for countless years. He must be a prominent figure in the immortal realm. Even if he isn't the sole dominator, he is certainly a formidable figure. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. May I ask which dominator from the immortal realm you are? We are cultivators who ascended from the lower realm. If Senior doesn't mind, I am willing to join Senior's sect. Please accept us, Senior. Kunlun Fairy keenly sensed that this might be a huge opportunity, and perhaps the only chance to survive in the immortal realm. The senior ascendants around the world tree were a cautionary tale. Although it's presumptuous, please take us in, Senior. Even serving as a handyman by Senior's side would be acceptable. She had no choice but to be so abrupt. This was a lifeline, and the piles of white bones around served as a lesson. Without a backer, survival in this terrifying world was a problem. Clinging to this powerful figure would definitely be beneficial and harmless. Even a single chaotic demon was something the ascendants couldn't deal with, and such an existence could only be crushed to death by a single finger. One can imagine how dangerous this realm is. Therefore, she must seize this chance to survive. No matter what. Oh, Zect. Dominator. Su Ning felt a bit awkward after hearing that. It was like a storyteller's narrative. I'm just an ordinary person in this world who's about to kick the bucket. I have no sect, nor am I any dominator. Su Ning could hear the little people on the ground. Although their voices were very soft, he could still hear some if he listened carefully. And Su Ning's words in their ears were like thunderous explosions. Whether you are a dominator or not, please take us in, Senior. We are willing to serve by Senior's side, even if it means not becoming disciples. Kunlun Fairy said. Serve by his side. If this were to be spread back to the lower realm, countless cultivators would surely be shocked. She was Kunlun Fairy, usually extremely arrogant. Let alone serving by her side, even looking at her was considered sacrilege, yet now she was proposing to serve by Su Ning's side. Of course, she had no choice. She didn't want to perish like the piles of white bones around her. Now, no matter what, she had to survive first, and this giant was undoubtedly their only chance to survive. Only by gaining the protection of an immortal could they survive here. In Kunlun Fairy's eyes, Su Ning was a heaven-defyingly powerful existence, and being able to follow him would definitely be an honor. Haha, Su Ning gave a self-deprecating laugh. He never thought that one day, he, a person who had achieved nothing and was on the verge of death, could become a big shot in others' mouths. I am not some remarkable big shot, but don't worry, I will try my best to protect you all. As for serving, we'll see. Su Ning knew what Kunlun Fairy was thinking. She was afraid he would abandon them, and they would be attacked by other small animals again. These little people were quite interesting. It would be a pity if they died. Thank you, Immortal Dominator, for taking us in. Kunlun Fairy's eyes lit up. With Su Ning's promise, she felt that they had finally gained a foothold in this world. After speaking, Kunlun Fairy, whose face was already pale, suddenly felt dizzy as if from low blood sugar and collapsed. She had just used her strongest trump card and was already very weak. What's going on? Su Ning saw the little people on the ground fall and didn't know how to react. They're not dead, are they? Su Ning wanted to poke the little fairy on the ground with his finger, but then he thought better of it. His fingers were too big, and the little people were very fragile. If he accidentally squashed them, it would be all over. He didn't know how to treat them. He had no choice but to release the little people from the spider's silk ball. He was very careful when peeling open the cocoon, fearing he might accidentally crush a little people if he wasn't careful. This was a delicate task. It took him more than 10 minutes to release all the little people from the spider's silk ball. Except for a few who were still conscious, the rest had fainted. When the little people saw Su Ning, this giant, they were extremely shocked. Their expressions were the same as Kunlun Fairy's when she first saw Su Ning. Is this the dominator of the immortal realm? Those who hadn't fainted in the spider cocoon earlier had heard the conversation between Su Ning and Kunlun Fairy. But seeing him in person was still incredibly shocking. Su Ning ignored the little people's surprise. Go check on your companions, how are they doing? Understood. The little people checked the physical condition of their unconscious companions. Nameless Sword Immortal checked for a while, reporting to Immortal Elder they are not seriously injured. It's just that they consumed too much during the battle with the chaotic demon just now. Their energy is scarce, that's why they fainted. In simple terms, they fainted from hunger. Su Ning asked. You could say that. Nameless Sword Immortal cupped his hands. All right then, please wait a moment. Su Ning nodded. He turned and went back to his room to look for food. He had only been home for a short time, so his household food resources were not abundant. He was lacking some daily necessities. He also didn't plan to buy too much, as he might not wake up one day, so there was no need to waste money. After searching for a long time, he saw half a piece of bread he had left over from breakfast on the table. Although it's a bit small, those little people aren't big either. It should be enough, right? Su Ning tore off the half he had bitten and placed the fresh half on a plate, then filled a bowl with mountain spring water. In the countryside, people almost exclusively drank well water from their own homes. There was a spring next to Su Ning's house that provided water for daily life and irrigation. He brought the food to the little people. There's nothing else, just half a piece of bread. Make do with this. Su Ning placed the plate on the ground. In his eyes, this was just an ordinary action, an ordinary thing. But in the eyes of the little people, Su Ning's movements were too shocking. His entire hand was like a pillar supporting the sky, holding a vast plate that overshadowed everything. When he set it down, it was like a meteor falling. This power was too terrifying. To be able to control such power was even more terrifying. This plate, it looked very heavy, it looked very extraordinary. In the lower realm, it could definitely be a world the magical treasure. And here, it was just an ordinary serving plate. This giant, his foundation is profound. You still say you're not a big shot. You still say you're not a dominator. The little people felt that Su Ning was hiding his abilities and being modest. Thank you, Immortal Elder, for your generous gift. We are eternally grateful. Kunlun Fairy also slowly woke up at this moment. In the lower realm, they had already reached the realm of Bigu, completely eliminating the need for food. However, after arriving in the upper realm, it seemed they couldn't survive without eating, they couldn't live without food. Perhaps the rules of the world were different. You're welcome, eat. Su Ning said. 9 little people climbed up from the edge of the plate, each starting from a different spot, gnawing at the bread like a group of ants, crunch, crunch. After gnawing off a small piece, they were full. Su Ning observed for a moment. They hadn't eaten much at all. These little people had very small appetites. There's water over there. Su Ning pointed to the bowl nearby. The little people, having recovered their strength, could now fly. They flew to the white bowl and drank heartily. Seeing the little people eat, Su Ning had a sense of having adopted a group of small pets. It was very interesting. Thank you, Immortal Elder, for saving our lives. We will never forget it. We still don't know your esteemed name. How should we address you? Having eaten and drunk their fill, the little people decided to try and get closer. Who knows, if they became more intimate, they might be able to join the Immortal Elder and become his disciples. My name is not worth mentioning, no need to worry about it. Su Ning felt it would be quite embarrassing to say his name. It's better not to say it. By the way, living here is quite dangerous for you. You might often be attacked by snakes, insects, rats, and ants. How about I change your environment? What do you think? Su Ning wanted to move them into his house. If he let the little people live here, he might leave for a while, and they would be wiped out by snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Life is so precious. Within his capabilities, he should help if he can. As you command. The little people had no objections. On the contrary, they were very happy. This was the giant's intention, to bring them back to his sect. He never expected that in the immortal realm, besides chaotic demons, people were actually quite good and kind. Their favorable impression of the people in the immortal realm greatly increased. Of course, it was also possible that they just happened to meet a good person. Su Ning held them in his palm, wanting to take them home, but as soon as he moved 3 meters away from the little tree, the little people's bodies rapidly withered, and their life force drained away. Immortal Elder, the little people's faces were contorted in pain. Frightened, Su Ning quickly returned the little people to their original spot. No way, you are too weak. It seems you cannot leave the range of this ball, he said apologetically. He could only let them live around the little tree. Not being able to join Su Ning's sect made the little people feel regret, but also helplessness, who made them so weak that they couldn't leave the world tree. This tree seemed extraordinary. Back home, Su Ning had been busy all day and had watched the little people for a long time. Unknowingly, it was already dark. He haphazardly made a bowl of noodles and fried 2 eggs to fill his stomach. He went online with his phone. Has our world experienced a spiritual chi resurgence? Have you found any flying little people around your home? Like those from the cultivation world, flying through the sky, escaping into the ground, like sword immortals, devil heads, and even golden crows. Reply 1 didn't expect to be discovered. I'm not hiding it anymore. I'm laying it all out. Actually, the spiritual chi resurgence has been going on for 10 years. This old man has already reached the golden core stage. You mortals quickly come and worship. Reply 2, what's a golden core? This girl is at the nascent soul stage. Natural birth in 3 months. Who can contend with me? Reply 3, the spiritual chi resurgence is real. I once saw a divided soul stage cultivator. His strength was formidable, dominating the world with no one able to provoke him. Unfortunately, he was later taken back to Nanshan Mental Hospital by a psychiatrist. Reply 4, the little people you mentioned, are there any female cultivators? If there are female cultivators, can we examine their physique to see if the female immortal big shots have the same body structure as us? Serious expression. Oh. The 4th floor guy is a pervert. Su Ning cursed speechlessly. It seemed that there was no spiritual chi resurgence in this world, and the little people only appeared here with him. What? There is no spiritual chi recovery. So that means this thing is unique in this world. Su Ning initially thought that something had mutated in the world. After closing the chat forum, he began to search for records related to the Little People country. Sure enough, there were indeed records about the Little People country in ancient history. The Classic of Mountains and Seas recorded a total of 4 Little People countries. The first Little People country appeared in the Classic of Overseas Southern Regions, named Jeoro country. Jeoro country is to its east, its people are short, with hats and belts. One account says Jeoro country is to the east of Sanchu. The second Little People country appeared in the Classic of the Great Wilderness, Eastern Regions, named Jingren country. There is a Little People country called Jingren. The third Little People country appeared in the Classic of the Great Wilderness, Southern Regions, named Jiaojio country. There are little people called the country of Jiaojio, with the Jai surname, who eat good grains. The fourth Little People country was also in the Classic of the Great Wilderness, Southern Regions, named Junren country. There are little people called Junren. Although there are some mythological stories or unofficial historical records in ancient times, the Little People country we see is unique, unprecedented. Su Ning searched through them, and almost all ancient historical records about the Little People country were legends. Of course, there were also official histories, but they were very different from the Little People country he saw. The records of the Grand Historian, account of Daeyuan, chapter 63 states, the Kyodi Jai says, the Little People country is south of Great Chin, its people are 3 feet tall. When they cultivate, they fear being eaten by cranes, so Great Chin assists them. This is the Jiaojio country, and its people live in caves. In Huanenzi, Baoxing, there is such a record. The southwest is called Jiaojio. Gaoyu annotated, Jiaojio is a country of short people, less than 3 feet tall. According to records of the 3 kingdoms, Book of Wei, account of Wuhuan, Xianbei, and Dongyi. 1,000 li east across the sea from the country of women, there is another country, all of the Wa species. There is also a dwarf country to its south, where people are 3 or 4 feet tall. Moreover, many records of the Little People country are not as small as what I see now, some are more like a dwarf country. The Little People are synonymous with weakness, let alone being able to cultivate immortals. The Little People country in his vegetable garden is extraordinary. Unknowingly, it was almost 11 o'clock. For the sake of his own life lasting a little longer, Su Ning did not hesitate to turn off the lights and go to sleep. The next day, he woke up leisurely after 8 o'clock. Sleeping for more than 10 hours like this, without any work pressure, was something Su Ning, who used to be an office worker in the city, couldn't even imagine. Awesome. He glanced at the time. He found several messages on his phone. They were from Su Ye. Su Ning, what did you say to my parents? Why did they scold me as soon as they came up? We've already broken up, why are you still using these harassing tactics? Is it interesting, you? This is between the two of us, why do you have to involve them? You're making me feel more and more disgusted. It was clear that she was very angry. However, this was not Su Ning's doing. I heard you went back home to farm. You're still so unmotivated. If you had just been a little more motivated back then, would we have ended up like this? Forget it. I won't say any more. Let's just leave it at that. I hope you won't bother me again. We are over. He wanted to explain, but found himself blacklisted again. Su Ning shook his head, a bitter feeling in his heart. Sighing, the person who was once the closest ended up on the blacklist. But he didn't care anymore. After thinking about it, he still sent a message to Su Auntie and the others, advising them not to put more pressure on Suye, and that a peaceful breakup like this was good. After doing all this, Su Ning got up and washed. He went out to dig the ground, level it, and make holes. He was preparing to plant something. With nothing to do, he sat quietly in front of the little tree, watching the little people live. It was like a heavenly god looking down on mortals. The little people saw Su Ning and didn't say much, they just went about their business. In their hearts, Su Ning was a heavenly god, omnipotent and incredibly powerful. After all, he was a ruthless person who could crush a chaotic demon with a single finger. But how could they know that in this world, Su Ning was just an ordinary person who was about to be killed by disease? In just one night, the little people have already built their immortal cave, truly amazing. Su Ning couldn't help but nod. Round the little tree, there were 9 tiny buildings that rose from the ground. They formed a small village. There were only 9 houses, but they looked decent. Main materials for the buildings were the roots of weeds, and the roofs were made of leaves that fell from the little tree. It was very rudimentary. The little people settled down, sat cross-legged on the rooftops, and began to cultivate. This was very interesting. Su Ning saw immortals cultivate for the first time, so he watched with great interest. Traces of energy slowly entered their bodies from their surroundings, and their condition seemed much more energetic. The energy absorbed by each person was different. The Kunlun Fairy absorbed white energy. The Abyss Demon Lord absorbed dark energy. The other gods and demons also absorbed different types of energy. These were the attributes of their exclusive Tao. Watching them cultivate is like watching a Xianxia drama. A miniature Xianxia drama. Su Ning corrected. Seeing this scene for the first time, Su Ning clicked his tongue in wonder. It was like seeing something extraordinarily fresh. Wait, they can cultivate, I wonder if I can too. Su Ning thought of this question. If I can also cultivate, then the power of an immortal, is it possible to cure my incurable disease? Thinking of this, Su Ning's heart trembled. Suddenly, he was filled with anticipation. The sudden illness had pushed him into an abyss, but now the appearance of the little people had pulled him out of the abyss, and he could finally see hope. He still had many regrets to make up for, and he still had many, many worlds he hadn't seen. If it weren't for fate's tricks, who would want to die? The more he anticipated, the more nervous Su Ning became. I want to ask, what cultivation technique do you cultivate? Can you teach me? Su Ning asked. I know cultivation techniques are your unique trump cards, not easily revealed, but I really need it. He didn't say anything high-minded, nor did he use any coercion, inducement, trickery, or deception. He just directly stated his need. Hearing Su Ning speak, the little people who were cultivating opened their eyes one after another, waking from their cultivation state. The immortal senior wants our cultivation technique. The 9 people looked at each other. Is it inconvenient? Su Ning asked. No, we don't mean that. It's just that our cultivation techniques are tailor-made for ourselves. Everyone's physique is different, we just fear that the immortal senior won't be able to cultivate it. The great Xia Emperor said, You're silly. How could the immortal senior, being so powerful, need to cultivate our cultivation technique? He probably just wants to see it out of curiosity. As long as senior wants to see it, we have no objections. Could they have objections? Now he's looking at you. Besides, he can crush you with a single finger. Under the circumstances of benefit and threat, what is a mere cultivation technique? You can't expect him to support you for free and even act as your bodyguard, can you? To be honest, without paying a price, the 9 little people would not feel at ease. Only with shared interests will the relationship last. I actually want to cultivate your cultivation technique. Su Ning said honestly. 9 great saints. An immortal is so powerful, does he still need our cultivation methods? Senior immortal, are you joking? You are already so powerful. Do you still need to cultivate our low-grade cultivation technique? This world has no cultivation methods, Su Ning honestly said. Your cultivation methods seem quite interesting, so I want to try if I can succeed, and if it's possible to cultivate your martial arts. So that's how it is. The little people thought for a long time, then nodded. This immortal realm seemed different from what they had imagined. However, even without cultivation methods, they were already so terrifying, they dared not underestimate the beings of this world. Since Senior Immortal wishes to learn, naturally you can. They readily agreed. In fact, the Immortals were not afraid of Su Ning having requests, but rather afraid that Su Ning had no interest in them. No interest meant they could be easily discarded. Having entangled interests made people feel much more at ease. The more Su Ning requested, the happier they were. This was called an exchange of benefits. A relationship without an exchange of benefits was terrifying. It meant that if the immortal was displeased, he could abandon them at any time or obliterate them. Then thank you, Su Ning said. He had thought these little people would try to refuse or demand some conditions. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Senior Immortal, the cultivation techniques we cultivate all have requirements for physique. For example, the Kunlun Immortal arts I cultivate requires a Kunlun Immortal physique to cultivate. The True Dragon arts cultivated by the Great Xia Emperor requires an indestructible Emperor physique to cultivate, and the Abyss Demon Lord and Nameless Sword Immortal also require the same physique, Kunlun Fairy explained. You don't know what kind of physique Senior Immortal has, so why don't we give them all to you and let Senior decide for himself? They were happy to contribute. That works too. Both sides were now in a delicate balance. Su Ning protected the little people and provided them with food, and the little people desperately needed Su Ning so they wouldn't play any tricks. The transmission of cultivation technique began. Su Ning was excited, never expecting to actually obtain an immortal cultivation technique. Following the immortal's instructions, Su Ning lowered his head, and Kunlun Fairy first imparted her Kunlun immortal arts. A small light point shot into Su Ning's eyes. Immediately, that small light point transformed into a stream of immortal cultivation knowledge entering Su Ning's mind. It was as if he had always possessed this knowledge, with no sense of rejection whatsoever. This immortal cultivation knowledge was too profound, making Su Ning feel like he had discovered a new continent. The more he carefully experienced it, the more miraculous it felt. Its main purpose was to teach people how to meditate and absorb spiritual qi, how to comprehend the profound truths of heaven and earth, and how to utilize the power within one's body, along with the unique methods of the Kunlun immortal arts. So detailed. I can't believe that just a single touch can transfer the cultivation technique into my mind. If knowledge during school could also enter my mind like this, wouldn't getting into Tsinghua and Peking University be effortless? Su Ning fantasized. In reality, it wasn't so. Even if you learned everything in the books, you still couldn't get into Tsinghua or Peking University. That requires talent. The other little people followed suit. Soon 9 cultivation techniques entered Su Ning's mind. The cultivation of various Dao was different, but in summary, all Dao lead to the same destination. Su Ning had some understanding, yet it also seemed very vague. It was like he understood, yet didn't quite understand. It was like when he was a child, and the teacher made him memorize ancient poems. He recited them perfectly, but didn't understand their meaning. To truly understand, perhaps one day in middle age, after experiencing many things, he would suddenly think of, I wish to buy osmanthus and carry wine, but it's never like the youthful travels, and would suddenly understand in hardship and sorrow, my temples are frosted down and out, I stop my muddy wine cup. Now Su Ning had only reached the stage of memorization. Senior Immortal, you can try to see which cultivation technique suits you. These cultivation techniques were absolutely supreme in the lower realm. Even releasing one would cause the entire world to go crazy fighting for it. Now Su Ning possessed a full 9 of them, and all were willingly offered by the little people. Su Ning nodded. Without wasting time, he immediately began cultivating them one by one. First was the Kunlun Immortal arts, then the True Dragon arts. Unfortunately, Su Ning felt nothing after trying until the end. He tried all 9 consecutively. Still no feeling. Not a single clue. It was as if these cultivation techniques had nothing to do with him. Just like the made-up cultivation techniques in the novels Su Ning read online. All nonsense. After cultivating for half a day, no progress whatsoever. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but rather that he understood, yet couldn't do it. Su Ning was a little disappointed. Sigh, it really is useless, isn't it? He shook his head. It seemed he simply couldn't cultivate the immortal cultivation techniques of the little people country. He had thought he could rely on the immortal cultivation techniques of the little people country to soar to the sky like in novels and movies. It seemed it was all wishful thinking. Undoubtedly, these cultivation techniques were certainly real. To establish a connection with him and to curry favor with him, the little people immortal cultivators would definitely not give him fake cultivation techniques to cultivate. It was just that he couldn't cultivate them himself. Were these cultivation techniques only suitable for little people? His wish was unfulfilled, but Su Ning's heart didn't fluctuate much. He just felt it was too regrettable. Because many things that had happened recently had disappointed him too much, his expectations for life had almost completely disappeared. No disappointment could cause significant emotional fluctuations in him anymore. Senior, how was it? Kunlun Fairy asked with concern. Little people were actually quite hopeful that Su Ning could succeed, so that both sides would have mutual interests and could further develop their relationship. Su Ning shook his head, still no good. Hearing this, the 9 little people's expressions turned ugly, and they all fell silent. In fact, they hoped for Su Ning's success even more than Su Ning himself. It's all right, we've done our best. Don't blame yourselves for not being able to help me. Su Ning comforted them nonchalantly. Seeing his carefree attitude, the little people felt a moment of trance. Su Ning was indeed a good person. If it were another devil head who found no benefit, he would surely fly into a rage and unleash his anger upon them, wouldn't he? All right, let it be. You all continue cultivating. I'm going to do something else first. Su Ning had already given up. This was fate. Senior, wait, perhaps there's another set of cultivation technique we can try. Kunlun Fairy hesitated for a long time. Many emotions showed on her beautiful face. Kunlun Fairy, that cultivation technique still, Nameless Sword Immortal, stopped mid-sentence. It still had flaws. Actually, we can try it. Perhaps Senior Immortal's physique is special, and the requirements are too high. Kunlun Fairy discussed it with everyone. After much thought, the other little people also nodded. Senior Immortal, we have a more advanced cultivation technique. Would you be willing to try it? Kunlun Fairy said to Su Ning. However, Kunlun Fairy paused. I won't hide it from Senior Immortal. That cultivation technique has never been cultivated by anyone to this day, and we don't know what will happen if it's cultivated. Furthermore, there might be very little guidance we can offer Senior Immortal, because we know very little about that cultivation technique. Su Ning, who had already planned to give up, immediately became interested upon hearing this. What is this cultivation technique? Su Ning was very curious. What kind of cultivation technique made the little people so concerned? This cultivation technique actually doesn't have a name yet. Kunlun Fairy said. It's a cultivation technique we created after our ascension, when we had nothing to do, condensing the insights of all 9 of us into one. The lifelong efforts of 9 saints condensed into one. It's not very complete, but according to our calculations, the rank of this cultivation technique is very high. As for how high, we don't know either, Kunlun Fairy explained. If the Immortal is willing, you can give it a try. She felt a bit embarrassed again. This was equivalent to treating Su Ning as a guinea pig for an experiment. She wondered if Su Ning would be angry because of this. Such a reckless act actually carried great risks, but the little people had no other choice. They had to establish a relationship of mutual benefit with Su Ning. Only a relationship based on mutual interest could last longer. A relationship where one party acts purely out of love is destined not to last. Whether it's love, friendship, or brotherhood, it's all the same. Having lived for so many years, these little people were all old monsters. They understood human nature and social etiquette. It's harmless anyway, I can give it a try. Su Ning nodded. He was already in this state. What else was there that he couldn't do? He was going to die anyway. Trying some interesting things before dying wasn't so bad. The Immortal agreed. Little people hadn't expected Su Ning to agree so readily. They thought he would need to consider it. Then we will transmit the cultivation technique to you. Having had the experience of cultivation technique transmission before, Su Ning easily accepted the legacy. The moment this cultivation technique entered his mind, Su Ning's expression changed. A wonderful feeling was born deep within him. Moving without turbidity, rising to the heavens. The extraordinary meridians flow smoothly, the 8 pulse are like a vast ocean. Unlike the previous lack of sensation. When this cultivation technique entered his mind, Su Ning actually had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. It seemed he had achieved enlightenment. A certain nerve in his body suddenly cleared. He understood. This is. Su Ning's expression was serious, as if lost in thought. He immediately sat cross-legged and just cultivated there. This cultivation technique was very peculiar. It seemed to have come alive, and it perfectly suited Su Ning. It proactively provided its services to him. Following the cultivation technique's operation, he adjusted his breathing. Su Ning felt a warm current in his lower abdomen, which, according to his will, was transported throughout his entire body. First it circled within his belly, then flowed through his limbs and bones. After one major circulation, the warm current returned to his danshan. Whoosh! Su Ning opened his eyes. He stood up. According to normal habits, if he sat cross-legged for a short while, his legs would go numb. But now, after sitting for so long, there was no numbness at all, and his whole body felt clear and full of strength. It was very comfortable. It felt like he had received a full-body massage. Su Ning was pleasantly surprised. This cultivation technique was effective, and he could also cultivate. Immortals, you're awake. Kunlun Fairy and the other little people breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Ning's state, they knew he had succeeded. It was good that he succeeded. This showed their value, and from now on, their relationship would not be Su Ning unilaterally acting out of love. They had established a bond. This was very beneficial for the survival of the little people. Su Ning looked at the sky. I didn't expect it to be dark already. Su Ning was stunned. It was still morning when he started cultivating. He checked his phone, and it was already 22:21 in the evening. He had only completed one major circulation, yet it had taken an entire day. No wonder they say that a day in an immortal's cave is 1,000 years in the mortal world. However, Su Ning was still very satisfied. He could feel his body getting better. His strength, lung capacity, qi and blood, etc. had all increased a little. Even the sequelae of his ALS had surprisingly diminished somewhat. This made Su Ning very happy. A pleasant surprise. He was filled with anticipation for life again. If he continued to cultivate like this, perhaps his cancer would be completely cured. Thinking of this, Su Ning was in a great mood. The speed of the immortal senior's entry is already very good. Great Zia Emperor said. It would take ordinary people even more time. Saying this made the 9 little people a bit awkward. It was forced praise. Actually, Su Ning's speed was neither fast nor slow. Compared to a genius, he couldn't be compared. What realm is my cultivation at now? Have I broken through to the first layer of the qi refinement stage? Su Ning asked curiously. The little people looked embarrassed. This. Judging by their attitude, Su Ning knew he definitely hadn't officially broken through to the qi refinement stage yet. The immortal doesn't need to be discouraged. Cultivable substances in this world are too scarce, or perhaps the world's rules are different from the lower realm, so slow cultivation speed is normal. Kunlun Fairy comforted him. This woman appeared gentle and refined, well-educated and sensible. In the lower realm, she was actually the type of cold and aloof older sister, rarely speaking. As long as Immortal Senior feels yourself getting stronger, that's enough. Other things don't really matter. Cultivation is a long-term process that requires time to incubate. The little people continued to comfort him. Actually, they didn't need to comfort him. Su Ning himself was very open-minded. It was already good enough that his body was getting better. At least he had a way to cure his incurable disease. After the events of these past few days, Su Ning summarized a truth. Compared to matters of life and death, all other things in the world are minor. Whether it's breaking up and losing someone or losing a job. If you break up, you can find someone else. If you lose your job, you can find another. If you lose friends, you can make new ones. Only when life is gone, it's truly gone. Grrr. During their conversation, Su Ning's stomach rumbled. He had cultivated all day without eating, so he was hungry. After all, he hadn't reached the realm of abstaining from grain, so not eating wouldn't do. He had been too joyful from his successful cultivation just now and had forgotten his body's instinct to eat. Now he was starving. Looking at the little people, they had also been hungry for a day, and their bodies were almost at their limit. I'll go get something to eat, you guys wait. After saying that, Su Ning headed straight for the kitchen. He cooked 3 large bowls of noodles and fried 10 eggs. He cooked the entire package of noodles. He gave some to the little people. All of it was eaten by Su Ning. Even then, he was only 80% full. All the food is gone. I'll have to figure out a way tomorrow to go to the street and buy some daily necessities. Today, Su Ning was in a great mood. It was the best he had felt in 2 months since breaking up with his ex-girlfriend. Perhaps it could be said that this is the first time I've been truly happy inside in these past few years. When I was with Suyi before, my spirit was too drained and my body was exhausted from a lot of work. I wasn't really very happy overall, Su Ning thought. Perhaps separating was a good choice for both of us. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Ning was no longer lost. He went straight to sleep. He looked forward to continuing his cultivation tomorrow. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, Suyi was fuming and couldn't sleep. This Su Ning is really relentless. I already said we broke up, yet he still goes to bother my parents. Does he think this will make me come back? HMPH, this will only make me hate him more and more. I will never, ever forgive his actions, and I will not go back. The next day, Su Ning woke up at dawn and went to the town to buy some daily necessities. He returned home and continued to cultivate. He was immersed in this cultivation that improved his physical body. He didn't know if it was an illusion or if his progress after cultivating was truly significant, but he walked over 10 kilometers in one go without feeling very tired, not even breathing heavily. One must know that on the day he first returned home, walking from town to his house was truly agonizing. His physical body felt like it was no longer under his control, especially his heart, which seemed to be saying, "If you don't stop, I might just stop." That day, Su Ning walked and rested, taking a long time to return home exhausted. Now his physical body quality has improved. Not to say it's worse than an ordinary person, but at least it's approaching the level of an ordinary person. This is worth celebrating. The sun set in the west. The red clouds dyed half the sky. Golden light spilled from the west, illuminating the mountains, trees, the endless crops in the fields, and the streams in the gully, making the entire world a beautiful landscape. Su Ning sat cross-legged with his back to the setting sun. The setting sun cast his shadow longer and longer, like a supreme being with his back to all living things. He was calm and peaceful, motionless, as if petrified. Gradually, Su Ning's chest rose and fell, and he let out a heavy sigh. His eyes also opened at the same time. As his eyes opened and closed, a bright light flickered in his pupils. His eyes were even clearer. After only 2 days of cultivation, his whites and pupils became more distinct, the whites as white as a freshly peeled egg and the pupils as black as obsidian. He looked at the sky. Su Ning nodded with satisfaction. Today's cycle took exactly 1 hour less than yesterday. It seems that as my physical body gets stronger and the number of cycles increases, the time it takes for that internal energy within my body to complete each cycle will decrease. He stood up. Crackling. Sounds like frying beans emanated from various joints in his body. Crisp and pleasant to the ear. Click, click. He moved his head. Glab, glab, glab. Then he moved his shoulders. He threw a punch, and it actually produced a whooshing sound. Stronger again. His strength had greatly increased. My physical body quality is even stronger now. After a few more days of cultivation, I estimate it will be similar to an ordinary person. Su Ning was happy in his heart. Ordinary people. Big brother, can you stop comparing everything to us, okay? Nothing is more important than physical health. Nothing is more joyful than the physical body becoming stronger. The changes in his physical body were Su Ning's happiest moments. Immortal Senior, your cultivation speed is truly astonishing. You are truly a 1 in 10,000 cultivation genius in the cultivation world. Abyss Demon Lord exclaimed. Su Ning. His face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Naturally, he didn't take such praise to heart. He knew his own talent. It wasn't garbage, but it was just ordinary. Otherwise, how could he not even cultivate the cultivation technique of the 9 great saints? Su Ning just thought the Abyss Demon Lord was flattering him. It's not that exaggerated. He waved his hand. Actually, I know I still have a long way to go. Immortal Senior is being humble. Abyss Demon Lord said. In fact, the other little people also felt that Su Ning's cultivation talent was too exaggerated. In just 2 days, the pressure emanating from Su Ning's body made them almost suffocate. This kind of progress, they genuinely felt that Su Ning was a genius. It wasn't blind flattery. Oh, by the way, it's dinner time. I bought meat today, so I'll add some extra dishes for everyone later. Su Ning said grandly. He went to the kitchen and cooked white rice, stir-fried eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green peppers with meat, and cabbage and tofu soup. They were all home-cooked dishes. In a good mood, he carried the dishes to the vegetable patch and ate with the little people while watching the sunset. The little people didn't eat much. Almost all of it went into Su Ning's stomach. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, he consumed more food than before. This was a good thing. The energy is still too little. It seems I'll have to add more high-protein, highly nourishing foods in the future, like beef. Su Ning pondered. Quality food could help him become stronger more effectively. These foods have too much energy. I feel like I'm about to burst. Just as Su Ning was complaining that the food in front of him wasn't energetic enough, the little people were all flushed. Their entire bodies were burning red. These foods are even more nourishing than before. Are you all right? Seeing the 9 great saints rolling in their plates after eating, looking uncomfortable, Su Ning was anxious. Just a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a simple plate of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and they were almost bursting. It couldn't be that exaggerated, could it? I'm not a doctor, I don't know how to treat illnesses. Immortal Senior, there's no need to worry. We just ate too much out of grid. We'll be fine once we digest it, and this is an opportunity. If we can digest it, our strength will also increase. Kunlun Fairy said. They were too small, not even as long as a finger. They were about the size of an insect. The little people were shocked. Nothing from the immortal realm was normal. A chaos demon spider almost wiped them out, but an immortal could crush a chaos demon spider with a single finger, and he was someone who hadn't even cultivated, yet he was that powerful. It made them feel even more numb, and the food was also strange. Any random item taken out was a powerful tonic. It could quickly restore one's physical strength and increase one's cultivation. Eating too much could very likely cause one to explode from the nourishment. Immortal Senior usually eats these things. No wonder his physical body quality is so terrifying, capable of crushing everything with pure physical body strength alone. Immortal Realm, there are indeed many things we don't understand yet. What kind of world is this world after all? They really couldn't understand what kind of beings could live in such a world. 9 little people struggled to get up, sat cross-legged on the ground, and circulated their cultivation technique to digest the food they had eaten. One by one, they glowed. Like exquisite little light bulbs, when they were still, they were like works of art. Each one was solemn and majestic, with different expressions. Looking closely, they truly had the immortal aura seen in movies. It's just that they were a bit too small. Su Ning also didn't dare to leave. He stayed by their side to guard them. At this time, the little people were busy cultivating and had no time for anything else. If they were discovered by cats, dogs, or other predators, the little people would undoubtedly die. It was only about 10 minutes. The little people finally digested the power within their bodies. Nameless Sword Immortal was the first to awaken. How is it? Do you feel all right? Su Ning's enormous voice boomed from above his head, echoing through the sky. Su Ning's voice was at a normal pitch, but every time it reached their ears, it seemed to be amplified countless times, very loud. Because their bodies were truly too small. Their receptive abilities were often weaker than ordinary creatures. Nameless Sword Immortal stood up. He bowed to Su Ning. Thank you for your concern, Immortal Senior. I am fine. Not only have I digested the power within my body, but my cultivation realm has also strengthened a bit. It was clear that Nameless Sword Immortal was very excited and grateful. In the lower realm, our cultivation had already stagnated. I never expected that upon arriving in the immortal realm, it would actually loosen. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for your generous gift of immortal objects. He was truly grateful. I am endlessly grateful. Nameless Sword Immortal bowed again. Su Ning rubbed his head and smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Those were just home-cooked dishes, nothing special. Who would have thought they would be treated as spirit pills by these spell cultivators from the little people country? The aspirations of these little people are a bit low, aren't they? The little people gradually awakened. They felt the power surging within their bodies and were overjoyed. They had all become stronger. Su Ning could also feel the aura from these little people. What? He couldn't detect the aura, but the light on the little people had become a little brighter. So they must have become stronger, right? Su Ning stroked his chin, observing the 9 great saints. After pondering for a moment, he mused, how did they get stronger? I don't feel anything. It seems I can still crush them with a single finger. Little people themselves had become stronger, but in front of someone like Su Ning, they would still be crushed by a single finger. 9 great saints felt their cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, but in reality, this progress was like adding a drop of water to a pond for Su Ning. It made no difference. Seeing the little people awaken, Su Ning no longer needed to act as their protector. After a brief chat, the little people were naturally grateful to Su Ning, but Su Ning didn't take it to heart. He went about his own business. Originally, he had wanted to continue to cultivate, but after thinking about it, running a full chi cycle would likely take until deep into the night, and not resting was out of the question. So he dismissed the idea. When he was idle, he felt aimless. Therefore, he simply grabbed a hoe, took off his shirt, and began loosening the soil and digging. Lob peng. Hello. The hoe was raised high and descended with lightning speed, burying itself deep into the earth. With a sharp pull, a large clod of dirt was pulled up. Boom! He then used the back of the hoe to strike it, shattering the huge clod of dirt. A fresh scent of earth permeated the air. It made one feel completely relaxed. Digging. Su Ning had been doing it since he was a child, and his skill hadn't dulled. Being close to the earth always brought a sense of peace and contentment. I've become stronger and my strength has increased a lot, Su Ning murmured with a smile. Before he started to cultivate, he would get tired even from cutting grass. Now he was digging with such vigorous force, yet it felt incredibly easy. He could genuinely feel that his physical qualities in all aspects had improved once again. Making a little progress every day made him happy. It was a kind of anticipation, the anticipation that life would get better and better. He had hope. I wonder if the incurable disease I have has also been resolved accordingly. I must go to the hospital for a checkup when I have time someday, Su Ning said. He felt that he was getting better, but that was just a feeling. Many times feelings often deceive oneself. Many times it's just a psychological effect. To see if there's an improvement, one still needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. Kai. Kai. Su Ning, in one go, actually finished digging all the land around the house. The speed was very fast. The sky had just darkened. It probably only took an hour. After finishing all this, he was drenched in sweat. Faster than when I was healthy. Su Ning was stunned. This is cultivation. Although using cultivation to dig land was a bit of an overkill. Thinking of this, Su Ning felt a wave of embarrassment. Other people's cultivation was about fighting people, fighting demons, fighting heaven, fighting earth, fighting destiny. What they contended for was the Tao. What they crossed was a single-plank bridge. All kinds of brutal killings. And his own cultivation was actually used for digging land. If this got out, he would be laughed to death by his peers. Fortunately, in this world, it seemed no one cultivated, only he alone. However, Su Ning quickly cast these thoughts aside. He was planning his land, imagining what vegetables he wanted to plant. This plot for cabbage. This plot for radish. This plot for chili peppers. This plot for cilantro. Cilantro is the most delicious food in the world. It would be great if the whole world was covered in cilantro. This plot for strawberries. What? Actually, aside from urban infrastructure, education, and medical care, farming in the countryside was quite interesting. The more he got used to a leisurely life, the more Su Ning felt that he had been foolish to desperately try to squeeze into the city before. What kind of development could a social animal like himself have in the city? Of course, he wasn't saying that moving to the city was bad. Everyone's situation was different. He was just talking about himself. He put down the hoe. Su Ning showered, slept. In the following days, he continued to cultivate, clear weeds, and dig. Besides the area around the house, there was a lot of barren land near his home. Every day was fulfilling. During this time, his uncle's family occasionally visited, but didn't stay long. No one else came, and there were no messages on his phone. Suning grew stronger and stronger. But what frustrated him was that he still hadn't had a breakthrough to Chi refining stage layer 1. Forget it, let nature take its course. As he cultivated further, his food consumption increased. Soon the vegetables he bought were all consumed. He needed to replenish his daily necessities again. Seeds, rice, vegetables, meat, maybe some dairy products too. Suning listed his shopping items. There were quite a lot of things to buy, too much for one person to carry. Not that he couldn't carry it, but that he couldn't fit it all. I'll have to borrow a car from my uncle to transport it, he closed the list. Suning walked towards his uncle's house. Su Jianguo was a dark-skinned, lean man in his 50s. Suning's uncle. He bore some resemblance to Suning. The Su family's genes were very strong. Everyone had a certain resemblance, making it clear they were family. In his youth, he had a muscular physique, and even at 50-something, one could still see some sturdy muscles on his lean frame. Don't let his age fool you. His years of farming actually made him appear stronger than many people in their 20s and 30s. A typical 2-story brick and tile house with a courtyard. Su Jianguo was tidying up corn stalks he had just brought back from the fields. The tricycle was loaded with a whole cart full. In the countryside, overloading wasn't a big deal. As long as you weren't buried under the corn stalks, it was like an ant pulling an elephant. Su Jianguo and his wife were unloading corn stalks while chatting with grim faces. Su Jianguo hoisted a bundle of corn stalks, his body covered in corn dust and dry corn leaves, which most people couldn't tolerate. This dust could cause dermatitis, an unbearable itch. But Su Jianguo had long been accustomed to it. Today, the city hospital sent a notice saying that Suning is sick, and it's cancer. He doesn't have much time left. Su Jianguo's face was gloomy. No wonder he wanted to return to the countryside. It wasn't entirely because of his breakup with Suyi. I wonder if Suyi's family knows about this. Aunt Su grumbled, who cares if they know? Suning is our child. He doesn't need anyone else to manage him. After you finish unloading, hurry and go see Suning. He must be very unwell right now. She had actually been bothered by Su Yi and Suning's breakup all along. The child is so pitiful. He's seriously ill and has no one to accompany him, sigh. Both of them were very worried about Suning. We'll go together later. He was too bitter. He lost his parents at a young age, and now he himself was. Suning was unaware of his uncle and aunt's discussion. He was on his way to his uncle's house. He didn't feel bitter at all. And he had been very happy during this time. Free from the shackles of work, he had truly found himself and relaxed his mind. Oh, help me. Come quickly and help. Someone please help. Just as he approached his uncle's courtyard, he heard his aunt crying for help, and faintly he could hear his uncle's painful groans. Suning was greatly alarmed. He quickly ran into the courtyard. He found his uncle tightly pinned by an overturned tricycle loaded with corn stalks. His entire body was buried, with only his head slightly exposed. Uncle, Suning called out. In his haste, he didn't care about anything else and darted forward. Suning, it's you, go quickly and find someone to help, you alone. Before Aunt could finish her sentence, Suning half-squatted down and grabbed the bottom of the overturned tricycle with both hands. Rumble. He exerted force. The tricycle, heavy as a mountain, was directly lifted. He exerted force again, fiercely. Under Ant's astonished gaze, the tricycle actually lifted off the ground and was pushed by Suning to roll a full circle in the other direction. After clearing the tricycle, Suning quickly checked his uncle's body and anxiously asked, "Uncle, are you all right?" Suning, you, the aunt, who had witnessed everything, pointed at Suning, stuttering and unable to form a complete sentence. It was truly too shocking. He's sick. Did this look like someone who was sick? The aunt covered her mouth, looking at Suning in shock, as if she was looking at a small monster. How could his strength be so great? With a strong pull of both hands, he actually flipped the tricycle over. The tricycle plus the corn stalks piled high on it must have weighed at least 400 or 500 caddies, right? Suning just flipped it over. The Kayes. Didn't the critical illness notice from the hospital say that he had a serious illness? His body was extremely weak, and as time went on, he would even have difficulty walking until he died. But the Su Ning in front of her didn't look sick at all. He was as healthy as could be. The situation was urgent just now, and Su Ning didn't care about much, so he revealed his strength. Of course, he never intended to hide it. He flipped the tricycle over and pulled his uncle out of the pile of corn stalks. "Uncle, are you all right?" Su Ning asked worriedly. The uncle patted his imitation military uniform, brushed off the corn leaf debris, and then smiled honestly. His dark skin coupled with his sunny smile was so simple and pure. Hee, I'm fine, I just got pressed for a bit. It didn't press any vital points, no need to worry. The uncle said nonchalantly, "Why don't we still go to the hospital to get it checked out? Registering and seeing a doctor isn't expensive." Su Ning suggested. "I'm really fine, it doesn't hurt or itch, I just got pinned down and couldn't move, that's all. Our old Su family has strong physical quality, what are you worried about?" The uncle moved his whole body, and it was clear that he was indeed fine. This made Su Ning breathe a sigh of relief. When Su Jiangyu was unloading the corn just now, the cart slowly tipped over, pinning him underneath. With the corn stalks cushioning his back, he wasn't crushed, but just pinned down, unable to get out. "Su Ning, your strength is too great, isn't it?" The aunt walked over, asking in confusion. "Just now you just ran over like that, and with a whoosh, you flipped the tricycle over. That tricycle isn't light, where did you get such great strength?" The aunt was very confused. Hearing the aunt say this, Su Jiangyu also reacted. "That's right, Su Ning, why is your strength so great? This tricycle isn't light, it takes at least 3 or 4 people to lift it." "Haha, maybe I'm born with divine power," Su Ning said. He couldn't possibly reveal his cultivation, at least not yet. Otherwise, the uncle and the aunt would think he was crazy. "By the way, uncle, didn't you just say that our old Su family is capable and has strong physical quality? Isn't it normal for me to have a lot of strength?" Su Ning smiled. "You brat, you deserve a beating, you even block my words." Su Jiangyu was happy to see Su Ning and cursed with a smile. "Uncle, don't you dare lay a hand on me. You never beat me when I was little. If you beat me now that I'm grown up, I'll lose a lot of face." The two of them chatted and laughed. The conversation was very relaxed. Perhaps this is the feeling of family. Being with them was very relaxing, no need to worry about anything. He could completely tear off the facade he wore outside. The uncle's family was like family to Su Ning. Su Jiangyu thought for a moment, then said with a serious expression, "Su Ning, seriously, are you sick? And you have cancer. The hospital said you don't have much time left, that's why you chose to come home." When Su Jiangyu brought up this topic, he was no longer joking and was very serious. The smile on the aunt's face also disappeared, replaced by worry. "Child, you've suffered too much, why don't you come and live with us? I know you're strong-willed, but we are your family and family, there's no such thing as trouble. If you come over, we can also look after you." The aunt advised. "Yes, Su Ning, don't try to bear it alone, we'll be there for everything." The uncle patted Su Ning's shoulder, his eyes filled with tears. Su Ning was touched. The uncle's family always gave him unexpected warmth. "Uncle and aunt, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine, how could I be sick? Look, aren't I perfectly fine? Flipping over something 400 or 500 caddies just like that, what kind of sick person can do that?" Su Ning spread his hands, feigning ease. "But the hospital sent us a critical illness notice." The aunt said. "Critical illness notice? Do critical illness notices get sent out? There shouldn't be such a rule, right?" Su Ning was confused. Regardless, the uncle's family did indeed learn about his illness. But now his illness has slowly stabilized, and he's even cultivating what's mere cancer. He was indeed powerless before, but now it should be fine. Then it might be a scam or sent to the wrong address. Su Ning explained. "Am I not perfectly fine?" Looking at the strong Su Ning, he really didn't look sick. "If I, with this much strength, am sick, then there are no healthy people in the world." Su Ning said. "Uncle and aunt, don't worry, I'm very well. Coming home is just because I'm tired of city life and want to live in the countryside, that's all." The uncle and aunt looked at each other and after a long while said, "Are you really not sick? Or are you afraid that we'll worry, afraid of taking our money?" Don't worry, I'm as healthy as can be. Su Ning patted his chest. Besides, if I really were sick, and if I really needed to trouble you, I definitely wouldn't be polite. Oh, that's good, that's good. When we first got the news, we were scared to death. We were even thinking of going to see you after finishing the corn stalks. It's great that you're fine. The uncle and aunt's suspended hearts finally settled. Those unscrupulous doctors who commit fraud are really bad. They actually tricked us. Damn it. The two grumbled, complaining about the hospital. However, they were still very happy to confirm that Su Ning was fine. Uncle and aunt, if there's any work, I'll help you do it all at once. It's rare for me to visit. Su Ning changed the subject. No need, Su Ning, you're still young. You don't need to do heavy work. Just let your uncle do it. The aunt quickly stopped him. Su Ning, sweat. I'm already 27 or 28, and you're telling me I'm still a child. However, in the eyes of elders, juniors never grow up. Su Ning insisted on helping because with his great strength, working was incredibly easy. A cart of corn stalks was quickly cleared. The uncle also truly believed that Su Ning was probably not sick. So he didn't need to be polite. It would be a pity not to make use of this strength. Just then the millstone at home had fallen over, and Su Jiangyu couldn't lift it alone. Just give me any heavy work. Su Ning chuckled. He actually lifted the millstone, which weighed over 500 caddies, by himself. That was over 500 caddies. Was Su Ning really a divine power user? If he was sick, then were there any normal people left in the world? Can your sick person lift a millstone weighing over 500 caddies? Su Jiangyu's strength was also considerable, but he definitely couldn't do what Su Ning did. He had always been known for his great strength, who in the village didn't call him the king of strength when he was mentioned. But now he was convinced. He had wanted to say disdainfully that he was even stronger when he was young, but then he remembered that he probably couldn't lift such a heavy millstone even when he was young, so he obediently shut up. Su Jiangyu could only sigh when he saw the incredibly strong Su Ning. Indeed, our old Su family is capable and powerful. Strong genes. Su Ning was actually very happy to see his own progress. Before cultivating, let alone lifting a millstone, it was hard for him to even get onto the heated brick bed. It seems that during this period, he was truly evolving. His uncle finally believed he was fine. With his current physique and strength, he would have been envious even in his youth. Su Ning saw that they weren't worried. He helped them with some tasks. He borrowed the car to buy daily necessities in town. After purchasing everything on the shopping list, Su Ning returned the car to his uncle's house and went back home to cultivate. Now that I've completed one cycle, it's only a little past 4 in the afternoon. He had spent a lot of time shopping that morning. This meant that Su Ning's cultivation speed had at least doubled. From now on, he could complete more than 2 cycles in a single day. Such progress was quite a pleasant surprise. Su Ning didn't know the speed of others because he had no reference point. It was likely he was the only one cultivating immortals in this world. As for the little people, they had no reference value. Their chi refining cultivation seemed different from his. According to the little people, reaching the chi refining realm in their world was easy, as everyone's physique was different. After completing his cultivation, Su Ning, bored, watched what the little people were doing. He enjoyed watching the little people's way of life every day, finding it very magical. It was much more interesting than scrolling through videos on his phone. The little people were becoming more and more accustomed to life here. The others were cultivating, some were slacking off, probably resting after getting tired from cultivating, while Kunlun Fairy and Nameless Sword Immortal were sparring. Kunlun Fairy, you and I were the first to break through, so let's spar and see what we've gained from our recent cultivation. How about we stop before either of us gets hurt? Nameless Sword Immortal, dressed in green robes, stood with his hands behind his back, flying in the void realm. He looked majestic, like an unparalleled sword immortal. A gentle breeze blew. It rustled his robes and long hair, making him appear even more like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world. Kunlun Fairy, clad in plain white, had a graceful and exquisite figure, like a fairy from the jade pool. She was too beautiful. Her face wasn't that of a demure beauty, but rather had a grand, ethereal quality, as if residing among the clouds. Her features were exceptionally delicate, like a masterpiece meticulously carved by the heavens, and as for her body proportions, they were truly stunning. In any case, Su Ning had never seen such a beautiful woman. neither the overly photoshopped internet celebrities on his phone, nor the flawless celebrities in every angle of photographs were as beautiful as Kunlun Fairy. She was beautiful, exceedingly so, beautiful beyond compare. Her only flaw was that she was too small. All right. Kunlun Fairy readily agreed. I've wanted to experience Nameless Sword Immortals, Tao of the Sword, for a long time. The last time we fought was in the lower realm, when we exchanged one move from thousands of miles away. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to have a proper fight with you. Kunlun Fairy was also very assertive. She had established the immortal Kunlun sect in the lower realm, gaining immense renown, which she couldn't have achieved by beauty alone. The lower realm collectively hailed her as the first female saint of ancient times. Mentioning Kunlun Fairy, both men and women would feel a sense of pressure. This was a female saint who had been invincible and undefeated throughout her life, ascending to godhood. Then forgive my offense. Nameless Sword Immortal moved, swiftly attacking Kunlun Fairy. 10,000 swords. Ding ding ding. Nameless Sword Immortal's one sword transformed into 10,000 swords. Dense white flying swords separated from behind his head. They swept forth, overwhelming everything. Like a tsunami of swords. Nameless Sword Immortal was at the center of the flying swords. Kunlun Immortal Arts. Kunlun Fairy formed a hand seal. A huge multicolored orb of light enveloped her, with various immortal runes flowing over it. Su Ning saw Kunlun Fairy's attack and stroked his chin. It was indeed a bit stronger. It had a slight change from the last time she fought the spider, and that was the runes. But the increase in strength is too small. Su Ning commented. With their current strength, they still couldn't defeat the spider that chased them last time. Clang, clang, clang. Under the little tree. Kunlun Fairy and Nameless Sword Immortal were already locked in intense combat. The tide of swords sought to engulf Kunlun Fairy. But when the flying swords touched Kunlun Fairy's runic light orb, they were repelled or directly collapsed and shattered. Kunlun Immortal Arts. Azure Dragon Bind. Ow! An azure dragon-shaped beast burst out from Kunlun Fairy's runic light orb, crashing towards Nameless Sword Immortal. Nameless Sword Immortal's expression changed. Kunlun Fairy has indeed gained a lot. After speaking, Nameless Sword Immortal formed a sword finger gesture, creating a complex seal. Kingshuan Sword Dao. Open! Nameless Sword Immortal lightly shouted. A great sword of fire the size of a finger condensed before him, first the sword tip, then the sword body, and finally the sword hilt, appearing in sequence. Whoosh! Ow! The great sword and the azure dragon violently collided. Rumble! A slight explosion occurred. The sword and the azure dragon shattered simultaneously. Both Nameless Sword Immortal and Kunlun Fairy were sent flying by the force of the explosion. Kunlun Fairy sneered. I guessed correctly, you are not a person of this era, but an ancient supreme reborn. If there's no mistake, you are the sword saint among the ancient supremes, Li Qingshuan, aren't you? Nameless Sword Immortal's Dao carried the aura of an ancient supreme, which Kunlun Fairy had encountered during a secret realm trial in her youth. She remembered it vividly because she almost perished because of it. Kunlun Fairy indeed possesses great wisdom, I couldn't hide it from you. Li Qingshuan admitted generously. I've long suspected you weren't of this era, and indeed. Even knowing the truth, Kunlun Fairy still felt astonished. There was no choice. Ancient seers had predicted that the immortal path would only open in this era, so I could only lie dormant. Li Qingshuan said helplessly. This seemed to involve a huge secret of the cultivation world. But this seemed to have no meaning for Su Ning. Lying dormant for countless years, just to ascend to this dreadful place, Blue Star. For this goal, you really went all out. PH. Before I attained the Tao, I was once ambushed by an ancient supreme and almost died, my Tao extinguished. From then on, I swore to find the supreme's remnant and exact my revenge. Kunlun Fairy said coldly. Fairy, please don't misunderstand. Li Qingshuan has always been upright and honorable. Someone else ambushed you. Li Qingshuan responded calmly. He wasn't afraid of Kunlun Fairy seeking revenge. He just didn't want internal strife in the dangerous immortal realm. Now, unity for survival was the hard truth. Li has always refrained from participating in the Kainkun world's conflicts, as you know. A saint's word is as good as gold, there's no need to lie. Kunlun Fairy cast her gaze towards the surrounding saints. Among them, could there also be remnants of ancient supremes? Under her chilling gaze, the other saints frowned deeply but didn't say much. As fellow supreme saints, they all possessed extremely strong heart nature. They would not consider themselves weaker than others, even if the opponent was the first female saint of ancient times. Su Ning looked down at the little people. He hadn't expected that there were actually conflicts among the little people. Competitors, hunters, schemers. To ascend, to live until the correct ascension time, to scheme for eons, to trap and kill many powerful individuals. This was too exciting. If written as a novel, each of these little people would be a protagonist of a story, and their experiences would probably take millions of words to write. HMPH, let's put aside the past grievances for now, but that doesn't mean I'm weak. When the time is right, I will definitely seek an explanation from those who ambushed me, said Kunlun Fairy. Although I am a woman, I am not someone anyone can bully. Everyone still had no expression. Calm as an ancient well. You are a weak woman. Then there are no strong women in this world. I've made the immortal senior laugh, Kunlun Fairy said, cupping her hands to Su Ning. Originally, some private matters didn't need to be widely publicized, but conflicts are conflicts. If not resolved, there will always be hidden dangers. Su Ning waved his hand. It's fine, I'm not interested in your grievances, nor will I interfere in your struggles. Immortal Senior is understanding and worldly wise, so naturally, he won't bother with our private matters. Senior, rest assured, our private affairs will only be resolved privately and will not disturb your cultivation, Li Qingshuan said. He was an ancient supreme, barely surviving and lying dormant until the immortal path began. It was not easy. Su Ning could feel that this guy was very stable. When the immortal ascension path opened, he didn't ascend immediately. Instead, he waited. His luck was very good. He happened to encounter Su Ning returning to the village just as he ascended. Otherwise, the fate of these little people would probably be no different from the surrounding little skeletons. Was he simply lucky, or did he have the ability to avoid bad luck and seek good luck? No one knew that point. These little people definitely had conflicts with each other. The path of cultivation, contending with heaven, contending with earth, contending with people. Seizing the creation of heaven and earth, seizing the origin of the child of luck. This was the cruelty of the path to sainthood. Everyone stepped over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, slaying countless prodigies and trampling over countless monsters to achieve Tao and become a saint. There are only so many resources in heaven and earth. One less person to share the pie naturally means more resources for oneself. Therefore, along the way, there were far more enemies than friends. Some supreme saints didn't even have a single friend. They killed their way through, always alone. It wasn't until after achieving Tao that they were no longer alone. Su Ning naturally had no interest in managing these things. Intrigue was already exhausting, and he didn't like it. He was already very averse and resistant to workplace struggles, let alone such complex epical struggles. Decades, even centuries, of deception and trickery at every turn. Su Ning had an even greater headache. His current goal was cultivation, to solve his cancer problem. This was the primary major issue, and he didn't want to participate in the little people's disputes. Su Ning actually had a very laid-back personality. He had always been very laid-back. If it weren't for being with Suya these past few years and wanting to give her a good life, his personality would never have driven him to desperately compete in a big city. Now that he thought about it, he was really impulsive back then, completely losing himself for a woman. Of course, he had no regrets. Because that relationship was indeed very beautiful, without any weighing of pros and cons or any schemes, only sincere treatment. You didn't want anything from me, and I didn't want anything from you. We just simply wanted to be together, eating, chatting, enjoying the scenery. There's nothing wrong with working hard for what you love. It's just that the current Su Ning feels even more relaxed. Senior, I have an impolite request. I wonder if I should speak it. Li Qingshuan hesitated for a long time, then cupped his hands and asked. Oh, what is it? Su Ning asked. Recently, my cultivation has been successful, and I feel my strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. I would like to challenge Senior to see what level of existence I have reached in this world. I wonder if Senior would be willing to give me some guidance. Li Qingshuan asked. Su Ning was stunned. Li Qingshuan actually wants to challenge me. Did I hear that right? You want to challenge me? Su Ning repeated. It's not really a challenge. I just want to test my own strength and have senior guide my cultivation, Li Qingshuan said. He also felt that his words just now were inappropriate. The word challenge cannot be used carelessly. If the immortal truly accepted the challenge, no one would say anything if he slapped him to death. Challenge means life or death is irrelevant. Li Qingshuan's cultivation had indeed improved, but the gap between him and Su Ning was still like heaven and earth. He broke out in a cold sweat. He shouldn't have said challenge. I have nothing else to do, so fine, I accept your challenge, Su Ning said, spreading his hands. Li Qingshuan. It's not a challenge, I said it wrong, I don't want to die. Senior, then please be merciful, Li Qingshuan said. Don't worry, use all your strength. Su Ning also wanted to see what level of power the little people reached after their breakthrough. Yes, Li Qingshuan said, steeling himself. Don't say the word challenge again, my heart is pounding. Senior, please. Li Qingshuan used all his lifelong cultivation. Qingshuan sword Dao. 10,000 swords. Dense flying swords appeared out of thin air, their volume actually larger than a basketball. Countless flying swords flew towards Su Ning. This move shocked the saints present. Clearly, Li Qingshuan had held back during his earlier fight with Kunlun Fairy and hadn't used his full strength. He's actually become this powerful. The first sword saint of ancient times truly lives up to his reputation. Someone exclaimed, Puppy. But when that sphere of 10,000 swords rushed to Su Ning's fingertip, Su Ning flicked his finger and shattered the 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords unite. Li Qingshuan condensed his sword Dao. A luminous sword covered with ancient runes appeared. Qingshuan origin, empowerment. Li Qingshuan even used his origin Dao text for his Dao achievement. Empowering the giant sword. Although it was called a giant sword, it was actually only slightly larger than 2 fingers combined. Senior, be careful. Li Qingshuan became one with his sword. Dense sword patterns appeared on his body. This ancient sword text legend has it that when heaven and earth were born, the purest sword Dao runes were imprinted into the body, capable of transforming into origin sword Qi, a single strike, surpassing the power of a saint. Li Qingshuan actually obtained it. What profound good fortune. The observing saints were shocked. Li Qingshuan's trump card was truly strong. As expected of the first sword saint of ancient times. Crack. But Li Qingshuan, who had become one with his sword, and the runic light sword he had transformed into, was still flicked by Su Ning's middle finger. Crackling. It shattered. Completely disintegrated in an instant. Li Qingshuan fell from his Dao and landed on the ground. The little people were dumbfounded. Immortal Senior is too terrifying, perhaps. Li Qingshuan used so many methods, yet he still couldn't withstand a flick of a finger. A monster among monsters. Have you gotten stronger? Why don't I feel anything? Is your attack power still the same as before? Could it be that the increase in power was too small, so I didn't notice it? Su Ning asked, scratching his head in confusion. Puff, puff. Li Qingshuan, who had fallen to the ground, heard this evaluation and felt his qi and blood surge. He immediately spat out blood. I've undergone a transformation, and you're saying you didn't notice it. What a failure. In fact, Su Ning truly didn't perceive how much difference there was in power between the previous Li Qingshuan and the current Li Qingshuan. Seeing that Su Ning's expression didn't seem to be mocking, but rather stating a fact, it made the little people feel even more scalp-tingling. What kind of existence was this immortal senior? Unbelievably powerful. The little saints once again proved the gap between themselves and Su Ning. He communicated with the little people for a moment. Everyone went about their own business. Su Ning planted the seeds he bought from the market into the ground. According to his plan, he planted the vegetables he liked to eat. Ordinary vegetables can usually be eaten after growing for a month or 2, Su Ning said, full of hope. Before, when Su Ning went home, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to eat the vegetables he planted, but now he was very confident. After planting the vegetables, he ate his meal. Su Ning then went to rest. The next day, dings ding ding. A phone ringtone woke him from his bed. He fumbled on his pillow for a long time. He found his phone, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Hello, who is this? He didn't even open his eyes. He slept soundly and no longer woke up in the middle of the night. Who is this? You actually asked me who I am. Su Ning, can't you tell who I am? Do you not want to work anymore? Get up quickly and complete the work plan I sent you. The client needs this plan urgently. If you mess it up, your bonus for this month will be gone. A series of unpleasant and harsh sounds came from the phone, annoying him. This voice made Su Ning's whole body feel unwell. He hated this voice the most. It was his company boss. Normally for work, Su Ning had always endured this duck-like voice. Yes, leader, I'll do it right away. Hearing this voice, Su Ning subconsciously got up, wanting to get dressed and rush to work. He paused, something felt strange. But then he thought, that's not right. I've already resigned, why should I bother with this jerk? There was nothing he could do. His body had been dominated by work for too long, and his mind had developed an instinct. I'll give you 2 hours. I want to see the plan's results, or your bonus will be deducted. The duck-voiced man on the other end continued to dictate. Go to hell. After enduring for so long, Su Ning finally cursed. Deduct it, who cares about your broken bonus? To hell with your work, all of you get lost. Disturbing someone's sweet dreams early in the morning, you're sick. After cursing, he hung up the phone directly. One word. Refreshing. Exhilarating. This was the most pleasant conversation he had ever had with his company leader since they started communicating. Indeed, that saying was still true. Let go of personal quality, enjoy a morally bankrupt life. Not having quality really was self-satisfying. After not having quality, his mood improved greatly. Dings ding ding. The leader called again. Su Ning answered. Good for you, Su Ning. How dare you talk to me like that? You don't want to work anymore, do you? Do you know how many people out there want this job? You immediately pack your things and get lost. How dare you curse me? The leader on the phone was furious, cursing at Su Ning. It seemed he hadn't expected Su Ning to curse him, and he couldn't stand it. Su Ning continued to curse back. So what if I curse you? Why are you pretending to be a successful person? In front of outsiders, you act like a human, but in the company, you're nothing. With that little salary each month, it's as if you're giving charity to someone. My working for you is an exchange of value, not me relying on your charity to live. What are you acting all high and mighty? With your crooked eyes and nose, no wonder your wife ran off with someone else. The key is you don't even know you're ugly. Don't you know you're like a toad in a gutter, a frog at the bottom of a well dreaming of a white swan? You're just wishful thinking. Su Ning experienced the joy of talking back to his boss, who had exploited him for 2.5 years, and he couldn't stop. Indeed, people with no quality are the happiest. It's very pleasant and prevents depression to confront what you don't like. You, on the other end of the phone, the duck-voiced man was enraged. You're finished, you've offended me, let's see how you'll stay in the company. I'm going to deduct all your bonuses, I'm going to make you do the hardest work. I'm going to retaliate against you severely. You're truly sick in the head, who cares about staying in that idiotic company? I already resigned, you damn idiot. With that, Su Ning directly hung up the phone. Now that he was cultivating, who would still go to work. After confronting his former leader, he felt great. Even the rising sun seemed so lovely. The knots in his heart from these years were completely untied. He felt smooth all over. I strongly suspect that the reason I was unhappy before was due to too much psychological suppression, and even contracting cancer was also due to years of oppression. How many people, for the sake of life, have to suffer grievances, have to endure many hardships they shouldn't? How many people are dissatisfied with their superiors, but can only swallow their anger? Adult life has too many constraints. Su Ning once worked as a docile corporate drone, without any temper, to create a better future for himself and Su Ye. But now he didn't want to anymore. Life is about living happily, about being unrestrained and enjoying a life of freedom. Because you don't know whether accident or tomorrow will arrive first. This was Su Ning's realization after facing life and death. As for the workplace, problems always existed. However, fortunately in the new era, there is a group of young people who never accept oppression and are more free, more uninhibited. They confront when they should and won't indulge you at all. This generation of young people in the new era is called the generation that rectifies the workplace, and everyone is also accustomed to calling them the post-00s. In fact, the post-00s shouldn't just refer to a certain age group, but rather a group of people who dare to face oppression, dare to say no, and dare to say that some things are unreasonable. Su Ning felt that the world was beautiful and sunny all day long. Life was worth it. Brushing his teeth, washing his face, putting on his favorite clothes, eating breakfast, etc., all were meaningful things. All were happy things. He put the battle with his former leader out of his mind. Su Ning habitually walked towards the vegetable garden. Every day he would check on the living conditions of the little people. After all, living here was quite dangerous. The little people might be attacked by wild cats or dogs. Encountering these monsters, the little people might not survive. The first thing he did every day after waking up was to see if the little people had survived. Then he would cultivate with peace of mind. Then do other things. This was Su Ning's routine. It was quite leisurely and carefree. Immortal Senior, you finally arrived. Su Ning had just reached the little tree when he saw the little people looking forward eagerly. Their eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. Something had happened. This was Su Ning's first thought. Attacked by animals. What happened? Su Ning asked. Li Qingshuan and Kunlun Fairy seem to be dying. The great Xia Emperor said anxiously. Immortal Senior, please take a look at them. Attacked by demons. Su Ning wondered. No, it seems it's sickness. Sickness. Su Ning's face darkened. What kind of reason was this? Ascendants still get sick. This was the first time he heard that an ascendant could get sick. But it was also normal, because these ascendants themselves were not normal. Other ascendants destroyed heaven and earth, but his ascendants were so weak that he could crush them with one finger. If they didn't get sick, who would? What kind of serious illness could make two ascendants on the verge of death? So, Kunlun Fairy and Li Qingshuan were carried out by the other saints. Both were sickly, slumped on stretchers woven from weeds. They looked dispirited. The stretchers woven from weeds were very crude, but this was the best tool the ascendants could make at present. Immortal Senior, please take a look. You don't know what kind of serious illness it is, but it made them almost perish overnight. This illness is truly terrifying, Abyss Demon Lord said with a worried expression. The upper realm was truly fraught with danger. Not only did they constantly have to guard against terrifying chaotic demons and strange rules of annihilation, but they also had to worry about diseases that might suddenly break out. This illness, even saints couldn't resist it. In the lower realm, let alone getting sick, no harmful rules could invade their bodies. Their immortal and indestructible golden bodies were envied by countless cultivators. The 9 great saints had even forgotten when they last fell ill. The immortal realm definitely offered opportunities for becoming stronger, but it also came with terrifying great crises. They just hadn't expected that survival in the immortal realm would be so difficult. It was practically as hard as surviving in hell. This time Su Ning, the immortal, was carefully looking after them. If they had to rely on themselves alone, they couldn't imagine how long they would survive. The bones of many seniors around them constantly reminded them. This place was a place of great terror. They absolutely could not let their guard down. They also realized Su Ning's importance to them. If Su Ning stopped feeding them, their lives would also come to an end. Su Ning carefully observed the condition of Kunlun Fairy and Li Qingshuan. The two of them were indeed seriously ill, looking like they were about to die. But he wasn't a doctor. What to do? Should he call a doctor to treat the little people? Forget it, they were so small, even if he called a doctor, they might not be able to cure them. Reporting to Immortal Senior, they fell ill last night. Their bodies were alternately hot and cold, their foreheads felt like they were burning, and their throats were making sounds, coughing incessantly. Abyss Demon Lord told Su Ning their symptoms. Su Ning leaned in for a closer look. The little people lying on the stretcher were simply too small. He looked for a long time, but it was useless. Su Ning was helpless. He could only take out his phone and go to the online monster forum again to ask. Question: if you had a little people country and the little people inside got sick with symptoms like alternating hot and cold, very hot foreheads, sore throats, stuffy noses, and runny noses, what methods would you use to cure these little people? What kind of illness do the little people probably have? They're lying flat now, seems like they can't get out of bed. Waiting for answers online, urgent, urgent, urgent. Su Ning's question quickly received responses. Answer 1, brother, you've read too many novels, haven't you? What if you had a little people country? Why don't you say you're cultivating immortality right now? Answer 2, are there any girls in the little people country? Is the girl sick? If so, you can tell her to take off her clothes first, so you can give her a good physical examination. Don't miss any serious illnesses. Su Ning rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had seen this ID before. It was the same one who mentioned checking bodies last time. Truly an idiot. Answer 3, the one upstairs is really an old pervert. Open his brain. It's all mango colored. Despise, despise. Answer 4, based on my 13 years of experience as a veterinarian, if your little people don't have an accident, then an accident is about to happen, because they're so severe they can't get out of bed. But as a veterinarian, I have a skill that guarantees immediate cure. Su Ning answer 4, what skill? The veterinarian in answer 4 replied, if I'm not mistaken, your little people should just have a cold. A few oral cold medicine pills will cure them immediately. A cold? That's simple. Answer 5 replied, are you sure? 4. As a veterinarian, you can also cure human illnesses. Answer 4 retorted, what's the difference between humans and animals? Besides, he's so Chunabu he says he has a little people country, so why can't I act as an immortal doctor in the name of a veterinarian? Moreover, the symptoms the landlord mentioned, anyone who studies medicine would know it's just a cold, okay? Take a cold medicine pill, sleep it off, and you'll be fine. Is it that complicated? This group of Chunabu were still fiercely bickering. Meanwhile, Su Ning turned off his phone. Just a cold. After the veterinarian's reminder, Su Ning observed Kunlun Ferry and Li Qingxuan's condition carefully again. Indeed, it was just a cold, a severe cold. Did they catch a chill last night? Su Ning asked the saints. Yes, last night there was indeed a cold draft, very chilling, making one's limbs stiff. We all returned to our rooms to avoid the cold, but those two are strong-willed, especially after being constantly flicked away by Immortals Senior, and feeling they couldn't be so weak and degenerate anymore, they continued to cultivate, and then there was no then, Abyss Demon Lord said. Su Ning nodded. He confirmed it. These two little people indeed had a cold. Now the weather was already entering autumn, and nights were often chilly. Let alone these incredibly weak little people, even normal adults would catch a cold, okay. You wait, I'll go prepare some medicine for them. Su Ning returned to his room, boiled a bowl of water, and then took out the remaining cold medicine from a previous pack. Taking the whole pill over, the little people definitely couldn't take it. After thinking for a moment, Su Ning opened the capsule and poured out the powder. Then he mixed it with hot water. The amount was very small. The excess was discarded. After doing all this, Su Ning carried the small amount of medicinal soup back to where the little people lived. He placed the bowl on the ground. You scoop some medicinal soup for them to drink, Su Ning said. Immortal Senior, what kind of medicine is this? Abyss Demon Lord and the saints were curious. Medicine to cure illness. Su Ning didn't explain much. Since Su Ning didn't say, the little people didn't ask further. Since it was something brought by Immortal Senior, it must be a miraculous spirit pill that could bring the dead back to life. They scooped some and gave it to Kunlun Ferry and Li Qingxuan. To the little people's surprise, this unknown medicinal soup, after the two consumed it, actually improved their condition very quickly. The saints' expressions changed dramatically. This medicinal soup is very effective. As expected of something from an immortal, it truly has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Their expressions looking at Su Ning became even more reverent. Things from the immortal realms, people from the immortal realm, unfathomable. Especially this immortal senior, he was even more omnipotent. A god, he was a god. In the lower realm, they were saints, existing like heavenly gods, but here, Su Ning was like a god to them. And Su Ning, seeing that the cold medicine was effective, also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could be cured, it was fine. Then he felt very speechless. Other ascendants were unparalleled, capable of cutting through heaven, earth, and air, instantly dominating heaven, earth, and air, but his ascendants, just because they stayed up late cultivating and the weather got a little cold, actually caught a cold. More crucially, a mere cold almost took the lives of both of them. You tell me, don't these ascendants make people worry? The Kunlun Fairy took the medicine, broke out in a sweat, and slowly woke up after a short while. In her dazed state, she had already learned of Su Ming's life-saving act. When her eyes opened, she was still extremely weak. It was as if her entire being had experienced a great calamity. But she still endured her weakness and helplessness. Many thanks, Senior, for saving my life. The Kunlun Fairy will never forget this kindness. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Don't move around. Just rest and recuperate. Don't cultivate for now. Get your body well first. Don't push yourself with intense cultivation just to improve your realm and end up with myocarditis or something. That could be fatal, Su Ning reminded. Myocarditis? What is that? The Kunlun fairy didn't know what myocarditis was. But she believed Su Ning's words. If he said not to cultivate, then she wouldn't. She had been too hasty before. Cultivation should always be gradual. Too much is as bad as too little, and it can lead to many problems. Su Ning saw that the little people were safe and gave them some flatbread. He also devoured a large piece of beef himself. He prepared to sit in meditation and cultivate. Ding, ding, ding. Unexpectedly, that phone rang again. His phone was always quiet, especially after he left his job. Su Ning didn't have many friends, even fewer with whom he could talk and chat. He picked up his phone, puzzled. Su Ning then rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was actually the same leader he had just angrily confronted. Click. He hung up. He tossed the phone aside, not bothering with it. Silent mode. He continued to cultivate. He didn't want to waste his energy on a small-time former boss. Su Ning completed one cycle of the Tao. He felt refreshed all over. Not bad. My strength has increased again. Speed isn't as fast as it was a few days ago, but it's still progress, and my physical condition has improved further. Su Ning smiled and nodded. Crackling. He stretched his limbs. His muscles and bones were unblocked, and his qi and blood were flowing freely. His physical condition was even better than before he got sick. He checked the time. 13:31:56. It's only a little past 1. Su Ning was surprised. The time it took him to complete one cycle of the Tao, this time, was much faster than the previous times. It was a qualitative breakthrough. This undoubtedly made him happy. It meant that in the future, he could complete 2 cycles of the Tao in one day. His strength would increase at double the speed. At this speed, breakthrough to Qi refining stage layer 1 is just around the corner. Su Ning was in a great mood. Of course, there was also something that annoyed him. That was his former leader, that idiot, who was inexplicably bombarding his phone. In just one morning, he had 23 missed calls. Was he addicted to making calls? He's crazy. Su Ning muttered, just about to block his number. He couldn't be bothered to argue with that former leader. It wasn't worth wasting the time. Ding, ding, ding. He was just about to block the number. The call came again. He hesitated for a moment. Su Ning answered. Hello, what else do you want? Are you upset because you got chewed out? Want to curse back? I advise you not to humiliate yourself because you can't outcurse me. Su Ning said. Su Ning The former leader's tone was angry. However, he had finally managed to get through to Su Ning's phone. He didn't dare to flare up, but instead spoke amiably. Su Ning. Was there some misunderstanding between us before? It's hard to find a job these days, and it will be difficult for you to find work after leaving. How about this, you come back to work, and I'll pretend nothing happened. The time you were absent, I'll still pay you your salary and full attendance. Consider it paid leave, how about it? The leader's words were very gentle. Tusk. Su Ning scoffed. This guy's attitude was too disgusting. Enduring humiliation and working before was out of necessity to strive for the future. And the idea that it's hard to find a job was just a tactic bosses use to create anxiety and constantly manipulate employees. These days, jobs are hard to find, but jobs paying $4,000 or $5,000 a month are still available. Now Su Ning was not the same corporate slave Su Ning as before. Life isn't about working just to work, but about working for a better self and a better life. Now Su Ning felt his life was pretty good. He was cultivating immortality. Who would want that crappy job? This young master didn't want to serve anymore. Also, the leader's change of face was too ugly. It definitely wasn't for his own good. Forget it, you should find someone else. I don't want to go back to that crappy company, Su Ning said easily. Also, for you to speak to me so humbly, begging me to come back to work, is it because the project ran into problems? Did you realize that no one else can handle that job without me? It's true, relying solely on that newbie intern, and that old fox who knows nothing but pretends to know everything, and that guy who only knows how to flatter and gets promoted and raises. What capabilities could they possibly have? Su Ning thought of his two colleagues. One was a newbie who just joined the company and needed to be taught everything, and the other was an old fox who only knew how to flatter and couldn't figure anything out. He did almost all the work himself normally. At that time, he had no choice but to do it for the meager salary. He took the lead on many things. As for the credit, it was shared by 3 people, and he hardly got any credit himself. That old fox got along well with the leader, so he always got the top credit. Now that he was gone, it would be strange if those 2 could figure things out. Hearing Su Ning's words, the leader was speechless, not speaking for a long time. It seemed he had guessed correctly. After a long pause, Su Ning, you know the company is in a difficult situation, so please help us out. Can you come back, finish the project, and then leave? They originally thought that the old fox and the newbie intern were amazing and could completely replace Su Ning, but who knew they were all just boasting? Once Su Ning left, their department was completely useless. If you don't come back, this project will fall through, and our company probably won't be able to last. Su Ming laughed, haha. No, did you misunderstand something? What kind of relationship do I have with you? And what does it matter to me if your company can't operate anymore? When this young master was here, you didn't appreciate him and mistakenly thought anyone could replace him. Now that there's a problem, you remember this young master. Go to hell. Who cares about you? This young master is busy cultivating immortality. Su Ning, don't be angry. In the past, I was indeed blinded and overlooked your talent. How about this? As long as you come back, I'll give you double salary. Oh no, triple. Triple. You're really willing to spend. It seems the trouble you've encountered this time is not small. But I still say the same thing. What does it matter to me? Go back, and then be discarded after being used. Su Ning had already seen this leader's true colors. He wasn't that foolish. Su Ning, you can't be so heartless. Think about it. When you didn't have a job, who gave you the opportunity to work? Who gave you the opportunity to learn? Who trained you? The company gave you so many benefits, and in the end, this is how you repay the company. Why are you so selfish? Su Ning laughed in anger. This guy's brain was indeed sick. Work is just a process of value exchange, and as for learning and training. Besides, his contributions to this company were completely disproportionate to what he received. He couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with this person. He hung up the phone. Anyway, he had handed over all the work he needed to, and his salary was settled. He had absolutely no connection with this company anymore. The leader immediately sent a message, Su Ning. I was impulsive just now. What do you need for you to help us solve this problem? Su Ming didn't even look at it, throwing his phone aside. He made some lunch and ate, devouring another large piece of beef. He continued to cultivate. He didn't want to be a corporate slave anymore. He found that beef was indeed the most suitable high-protein food for the human body. It was also very helpful for his cultivation progress. If he could eat enough beef every day, his cultivation progress would surely be surprisingly fast. He cast aside all external matters. Su Ning calmed his mind and sat in meditation. He sat cross-legged. He was like an old monk who had entered a deep state of meditation. Motionless as if petrified. Such a level of meditation skill would be impossible to achieve without decades of practice. But perhaps due to the miraculous nature of the immortal cultivation technique, Su Ning could sit in meditation immediately and felt no fatigue. It was even more comfortable than lying down. The breeze was gentle. It brushed against Su Ning's resolute face. After cultivating, the bloated feeling and listlessness on his body had disappeared. He looked full of vigor, having lost a circle of weight. It was a healthy thinness, not a weak one. In fact, Su Ning had noticed his physique in the mirror when showering these past few days. He was so well proportioned, like a male lead straight out of a manga. Tall and lean and with a good physique, pectorals, arm muscles, etc., all very well defined and firm. His face looked even more chiseled, as if he had undergone cosmetic surgery. His skin was no longer the sickly pale of an office worker, but had a healthy wheat color, making him look more masculine. His body was very upright. Even when meditating, his upper body was as straight as a javelin. Immortal cultivation can change a person's temperament. Su Ning entered meditation, calm and composed, like a tall and straight pine. He possessed an indescribable sense of detachment. It was as if he had merged with the surrounding nature. He was a part of nature, and nature was a part of him. You are in me, and I am in you. Between each inhale and exhale, there was a certain rhythm. Very harmonious. After one complete circulation of the qi, Su Ning made a circle with his hands in front of his chest. This was the final action to return the true qi in his body to his danshan. True qi flowed into the sea. Su Ning opened his eyes and let out a long breath of turbid qi, hu. This circulation was incredibly smooth. Usually I'd feel some blockages, but today it was as slick as if oiled. Su Ning's face broke into a radiant smile. He looked like a big boy. He was almost 30, but now he looked only 21 or 22, had he actually grown younger. His skin pores had shrunk, and all his bodily functions were continuously improving. Especially his eyes, which were clear and bright. Very bright. Like a child's eyes, with hardly any impurities. If he continued to cultivate, even that trace of impurities would disappear. In fact, these days of cultivation had made Su Ning noticeably realize that his eyesight had improved. Previously, he was slightly nearsighted and would wear glasses when he needed to see large screen information on high-speed trains or planes. Now Su Ning could see very far without glasses. Cultivation had improved him as a whole person. A comprehensive improvement, not just in strength. It also included various bodily functions, and even observation skills, reaction speed, etc., all had improved. This was good news. Regarding this good news, Su Ning could only exclaim, "Immortal cultivation is truly amazing." Don't think these improvements seem insignificant. In fact, they are very important. Hey guys, for example, if you could cure someone's myopia without side effects, a pair of eyes would surely fetch tens of thousands. Thinking bigger, curing a rich person's eyes would probably not be as simple as tens of thousands. It could even be millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, no problem. Don't think the price is too high. Some wealthy people's glasses are so expensive that an ordinary person might not be able to afford them even if they worked for 10 lifetimes, let alone directly curing their eyes. As for agility, it's actually about how fast your brain reacts, which is a bonus for IQ. If you spread the word that you can make people smarter, at least keep their minds exceptionally clear, who knows how many people would rush to throw money at you. This is not an exaggeration. Otherwise, why would N Platinum, which is clearly an IQ tax, sell so well? Boom! Boom! Su Ning stood up, feeling completely refreshed. He casually threw a few punches, each one producing a whooshing sound in the air. He had grown stronger again. Not only has my strength increased, but my body also seems to have become tougher. Su Ning noticed his body had become tougher. Not tough in the way ordinary people understand it, but rather an increase in skin durability. Minor scratches and scrapes simply couldn't leave marks on his skin. If I cultivate to the end, will I be impervious to blades and guns, like in immortal cultivation novels? Let alone impervious to blades and guns, truly powerful cultivators probably wouldn't be harmed even by the world's most terrifying bombs. The strong individuals described in immortal cultivation novels are those who can grasp the sun and moon, pluck stars, and are unrivaled in the world. These are all low-end descriptions. Will Su ever have such a day? Su Ning excitedly fantasized. But he quickly sobered up. Forget it, it's better not to be overly ambitious. The path of cultivation is very difficult. There are many cultivators in the immortal realm, but few can reach that level and become such strong individuals. The probability of becoming such a strong person is probably even lower than getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Su Ning wouldn't set goals for himself. He was very laid back, taking one step at a time, going as far as he could, and not forcing himself to achieve immortal ascension or become a Buddha. No contention, no demands. He just wanted to do what he liked. After walking through the gates of hell, Su Ning became much more open-minded and saw things more clearly. Many of the world's troubles are actually due to the excessive pressure one puts on oneself. Pressure doesn't necessarily make one stronger. Instead, it can make people feel very uncomfortable and depressed. Anyone who praises pressure is an idiot. Pressure is not worth praising, nor will strong pressure bring success. This time, a single cycle of qi circulation only took 3 hours. Su Ning checked his watch. Only 3 hours had passed. He knew that his first cycle of qi circulation had taken a full day. Su Ning was progressing very quickly. Is this manager Wang sick? While looking at his phone, he saw another barrage of messages from his former leader. His expression turned ugly. Because Su Ning had been cultivating and ignored him, he even cried. "Ancestor, I'll call you Ancestor, all right. Please help me this one time. As long as you fix the program bug for me, you can make me do anything." His former leader had broken down. Su Ning originally wanted to block him directly, but then he thought about it and typed a line. "It's fine if you want my help, but you'll have to pay me 100 times the industry rate for outsourced work. Otherwise, I won't help you." "Ancestor, you finally spoke, Ancestor." Manager Wang was overjoyed. This project was crucial for the company's survival. But 100 times, that's too much. 100 times, no bargaining. Say one more word and I'll block you directly. Su Ning couldn't be bothered to waste words with this scumbag and gave him an ultimatum. Actually, he didn't expect the other party to agree. Su Ning didn't want to work for this company at all. But unexpectedly, Manager Wang didn't even hesitate and quickly said, "No, no, no, 100 times it is." This Su Ning, he's too ruthless. The honest man who used to be so timid, how did I not realize his heart was so dark? Manager Wang was furious, but for the sake of the company's future, he still compromised. Su Ning was stunned. He agreed just like that. This guy used to be so arrogant. Asking him for 100 yuan raise was like digging up his ancestral grave, but now he's so easy to talk to. It seemed this project was very important. Indeed, only by grasping the other party's lifeline, no matter who they are or what their personality, will they become submissive. "Transfer the money first, then I'll do the work. If you can accept it, pay. If not," Su Ning said. "I can accept it, I can accept it. As the saying goes, employ people without doubt, doubt people without employing them. And besides, I trust your character, Su Ning." Manager Wang flattered him, making Su Ning feel disgusted. Anyway, in today's law-abiding society, if you want to cheat money and run, unless you don't want to live in this country anymore, you basically can't escape. It must be said that Su Ning had been disgusted by this company for the sake of a few silver coins. It was simply oppression among oppressions, exploitation among exploitations. If it weren't for the salary, he really wouldn't have tolerated it. If only their attitude had been better, not so repulsive, even for a tiny favor, Su Ning would have helped, even without compensation. Su Ning was just that kind of person. If you're good, I'll be good. If you're not good, I won't give you a good face. This is called holding a grudge. I said 100 times the price after tax. Su Ning pushed his luck, showing no mercy. There was a pause on the other end. 100 times the price. And after tax. This is truly a dark heart. Why didn't I notice he was so ruthless before? Didn't everyone say Su Ning was a pushover? Have you ever seen such a ruthless pushover? Manager Wang felt bitter. Was he pretending to be a lamb before? Or did he suddenly cultivate recently? What exactly did he go through? Why is it so hard to take advantage of him now? Is there a problem? Su Ning pressed. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I was going to say it was 100 times the price after tax anyway. Hell he, Manager Wang laughed awkwardly. Even across the screen, Su Ning could tell that Manager Wang was probably more uncomfortable than if he had eaten a dead fly. Thinking of Manager Wang's current mood, Su Ning felt refreshed. Knowing you're uncomfortable makes me comfortable. Others might not know how ruthless this company is, or how annoying Manager Wang is, but Su Ning had personally experienced it. Things like daily overtime, working more than 12 hours a day, and no overtime pay. Oh right, they know the law very well. They don't call it overtime pay. Overtime pay is included in the salary. As for the money for actual overtime, that's called a bonus, and as for bonuses, they'll deduct it for all sorts of reasons. There were many other grievances, but Su Ning didn't want to bring them up now. In short, when Su Ning worked at this company, it felt like he was being worked like a dog. If the leaders were unhappy, they would come over and scold him. They simply didn't treat people as human beings. Su Ning didn't know if he was sick in the head before or what, to have endured it. His illness might also be related to the excessive work intensity and pressure. Recalling those times now, he truly was a foolish donkey. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind, and a woman's figure reappeared. Perhaps he wanted to give her a home and a future too much back then. That's all for now, Su Ning said, then ignored Manager Wang. Ding, you have received a transfer of 210,000 yuan from Manager Wang. In just a few breaths, 210,000 yuan was in his account. HMPH, has manager Wang become so straightforward? One named Wang used to be so slow with everything, like reimbursements and salary settlements, always dragging his feet. It seems this project is indeed very important to him, Su Ning thought. After calming down, Su Ning felt a stir inside. Before, he didn't know how long it would take to earn 200,000 yuan, but now 210,000 yuan just came into his account so easily. Sighing, life is just like that. Always very strange. Sometimes the more you care about something, the more you want something, the further away it gets from you. But when you no longer care, no longer need it, it will automatically find you. Money is the same. Women are the same. Many things are the same. Especially work. When you work diligently, you always have no money, but when you stop looking for work, work comes looking for you, and the pay is so high. Money only flows to those who don't lack money. And feelings only go to those who don't lack love, perhaps. Regardless, with this money, I can comfortably live in the countryside and cultivate. Actually, after Su Ning came to the countryside, he didn't care about money as much, nor did he need it as much. He could grow his own vegetables and raise his own chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. He could be completely self-sufficient. And it was green and pollution-free. But if he could earn a little more money, he wouldn't refuse. 210,000. Market price for hiring someone to fix a program bug is usually around 2,100 yuan, so 100 times that is 210,000 yuan. Su Ning returned to his room and started his computer. He clicked on the program manager Wang sent. He opened the long unseen, familiar coding numbers. Line after line dense code, all his past hard work, the result of countless days and nights. He had to admit he admired his past self. To have accomplished such a massive project. Fixing bugs and organizing faults was actually very simple because this was code Su Ning had written himself. He knew exactly where the problem was at a glance. His fingers tapped on the keyboard a few times. It took no more than 2 minutes in total. It wasn't a big problem. It's just that ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it at all. Done. 2 minutes. He earned 210,000 yuan in 2 minutes. This was something he couldn't even imagine before. Also, it turns out the ruthless company he used to work for wasn't poor at all. They could casually offer 210,000 yuan as remuneration. How could they be poor? Indeed, you don't make money by looking for work. Only when work looks for you, that's when you can make money, Su Ning shrugged. If he were still working at that ruthless company now, his fixing of such bugs would be taken for granted by them. There would be no reward for doing it well, and he would be criticized for not doing it well. Su Ning had handled such problems countless times before. He couldn't even remember how many. Hundreds. Thousands. But there was almost no reward. After finishing the work, Su Ning thought for a moment. He didn't immediately send the processed file to manager Wang. Instead, he sent a message. Your problem is a bit serious. I don't think it can be resolved in less than a week. The other side quickly sent a message. That long? Ningji, can you hurry up? We're in a big rush here. How about this? I'll push myself and get it done for you in 5 days. This is truly the fastest I can go, Su Ning replied. Ding received a red packet of 8,888 from Manager Wang. Manager Wang didn't beat around the bush. He directly sent a red packet as incentive. Ningji, please try to find a way to speed it up. It was clear that Manager Wang was indeed in a hurry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered 100 times the pay without batting an eye. Now he didn't even blink and directly transferred 8,888. Su Ning's heart stirred. So Manager Wang wasn't stingy after all, just stingy with his own employees. Rich people indeed don't treat money like money. Of course, it also depends on the target. Some rich second-generation or first-generation individuals can casually tip millions when watching live streams or reading novels, but in reality, when facing some people, they find it annoying to give even 1 or 200. Manager Wang is straightforward. Since you're so generous, I'll go all out too. 2 days I'll work day and night, 2 days to get it done for you. Su Ning's tone was righteous and heroic. On the other end of the phone, Manager Wang finally felt a bit of relief. Brother Su Ning, how loyal. Why didn't I notice he was so loyal before? Thank you, then I'll trouble Ningji. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely thank you properly. Manager Wang felt a slight touch of emotion. No problem. Taking people's money to resolve their troubles. Su Neng said indifferently. Taking people's money to resolve their troubles is right, but the result can come out in 2 days, or it can come out in a week. When it comes out completely shows whether Ningji is loyal. I have to say, bro, you are truly loyal. Manager Wang felt Su Ning was really good. As long as you know, all right, that's it then. I'm going to rush to work now. Talk later. Su Ning said. Okay, then I won't disturb you. Manager Wang was grateful. Later, Su Ning went to make dinner leisurely. His movements were slow and unhurried. On the other side, Manager Wang still thought Su Ning was fighting hard. If he knew that Su Ning actually finished in just 2 minutes and spent the rest of the time slacking off, what would he think? As for whether Su Ning himself would feel guilty about this, he felt completely at ease. He didn't know if it was because his mind became clearer after cultivating, but many of his actions became smarter. Like this time, if he had sent it to Manager Wang in 2 minutes, the other party would definitely think that he just clicked a few times and it was done, and 200,000 yuan was not worth it. But if you tell him it's very difficult and will take a long time, he will feel that the money was well spent, and it should be like that. Cultivating indeed made Su Ning evolve. If it were before, Su Ning would have directly sent the file to Manager Wang after finishing. Now, it's different. For the past 2 days, Su Ning had been cultivating. Manager Wang was exhausted, waiting for news. He was more concerned about Su Ning than ever, constantly asking if he had encountered any difficulties. Was he thirsty? Was he hungry? Was he tired? He even asked for Su Ning's address and bought him many things as a reward. The price wasn't very high, totaling less than 1,000 yuan. However, one could truly feel Manager Wang's concern. As for Su Ning, when he had time, he would casually reply with a message to appease him. He would say he encountered some huge problem and needed to face certain challenges. Manager Wang naturally believed him. He had seen Su Ning work before. He truly worked as if his life depended on it. He thought Su Ning was still writing diligently and working as before. However, Manager Wang probably never expected that Su Ning didn't take work to heart at all. He ate when he should, drank when he should, and cultivated when he should. When not cultivating, he watered the vegetable garden. After a few days of sprouting, the seeds he had sown had already shown a hint of green, scattered like stars, filling the entire vegetable patch. They looked tender and full of life. Su Ning's life was simply too leisurely. 2 days had passed. Manager Wang could accept this, which meant his expectation for work results was 3 days. The reason he was so concerned was that he was afraid Su Ning would make a mistake, delay time, and ruin important matters. But Su Ning had already finished. Naturally, he wouldn't care. This approach wasn't exactly misleading Manager Wang. He had indeed finished the work. On the other side of the city, a woman with long black hair, wearing glasses and dressed like a teacher, had just seen off several men in suits from a restaurant. Those men looked arrogant, as if they were emperors enjoying life. The woman, however, smiled throughout. She personally opened the car doors for those people. Be careful, President Lin. Take care, President Lin. With a face full of smiles, she watched as those people drove away. Only then did the woman drop her fake smile, but the joy on her face was still evident. Yay, another deal closed. This commission, all told, will be around 2,500. This month, I'm definitely going to earn over 10,000 yuan. She clenched her fist, indicating satisfaction. I wonder what Su Ning is doing now. For some reason, Suya suddenly thought of Su Ning. Then with a look of disdain, she said, he must be farming. I don't know what future there is in going back to the village. My commission from one deal is more than your income from 3 months of farming. Sigh, he's hopeless. He really has no ambition. She felt fortunate to have broken up with him. She increasingly felt that breaking up with Su Ning was the most correct choice in her life. She firmly believed that she and Su Ning were no longer people from the same world. The next time they met, perhaps their statuses would be vastly different. Of course, Su Ning didn't know any of this. Even if he did, he wouldn't comment on it. He had already comprehended it now. Life is his own, how he wants to live it is his own choice. Everyone's desires are different, and their choices are also different. After experiencing a great tribulation of life and death, He felt that being happy, at ease, and joyful was the most important. How he wanted to live was the most important, rather than living like an animal in society, following a certain pattern. If others have cars and houses, do you have to have cars and houses? If others have wives, do you have to have wives? Others are even rich or heads of state. Perhaps you will work hard your whole life and not earn much money, or perhaps you won't even live long enough to truly achieve what you want through your struggles. Su Ning was very satisfied with his current life. He felt more relaxed than ever before. As for Su Ye, he could only wish her all the best and that she would achieve what she wanted. And Su Ye also didn't know that after Su Ning returned to his hometown, he wasn't impoverished, and he casually took on a single job and earned over 200,000 yuan. What surprised Su Ning most, of course, wasn't the over 200,000 yuan. It was cultivating immortals. The feeling of becoming stronger also brought joy. Unknowingly, 2 days passed. Every day Su Ning's life was very ordinary, very simple, but also very meaningful. In the morning, he would first check on the living conditions of the little people, whether they were sick or if anything was wrong. Besides caring about whether the little people were living well, he would also discuss and exchange ideas with them about cultivation. The 9 great saints indeed had a very deep understanding of cultivation. Anyway, Su Ning felt that he couldn't compare, not even a drop in the ocean. Their cultivation insights seemed unable to directly apply to himself, but the Tao leads to the same destination by different paths, and by communicating with them, Su Ning himself could gain many insights by analogy. When everything was in order with the little people, Su Ning would have breakfast with them. Then he would water the vegetable garden and observe the growth of the young vegetables. When everything was fine, he would begin to cultivate. Currently, Su Ning's single circulation of qi refining took exactly 3 hours. It couldn't be reduced further. Had he reached his limit? However, 3 hours was already very short. It meant that with a little effort, he could perform about 4 circulations of qi refining every day. His power continuously increased. His physical strength continuously increased. Boom! That day he was closing his eyes and circulating his cultivation technique. Suddenly there was a boom. His body seemed to explode. Or rather, some part of him boomed. It was like a dam breaking through some kind of shackles. His entire being, his qi and blood flowed smoothly. His meridians seemed to widen all at once, and his body entered a profound and mysterious state. His entire being was incomparably clear. He could feel that his body had become stronger than ever before. Boom! Finally, after about half an hour, this feeling disappeared. Su Ning had the illusion of entering another world. It was as if his entire being was floating, light as a swallow. Boom! He stood up and punched out. He actually created a sonic boom in the air. What is this? I've had a breakthrough. Without anyone needing to explain, he knew that he had a breakthrough. Qi refining stage layer 1. He now felt that he had boundless strength. Punching a cow was not a problem, and he even had a feeling inside of being able to pull up mountains and dominate the world. Naturally, this feeling was just an emotion. Su Ning didn't think he had reached such a terrifying level. The appearance of this emotion was entirely because he had become stronger, merely an illusion of increased confidence. Immortals Senior. You had a breakthrough. You broke through to Qi refining stage layer 1. After Su Ning's breakthrough, the little people felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. It was a pressure that came from the bloodline. Like a high-level exotic beast facing a weak, low-level wild beast. Su Ning officially stepped into the sequence of cultivators. Before, he was also getting stronger, but without entering the Qi refinement stage, he was not considered a cultivator after all. Starting today, Su Ning was a true cultivator. And he had officially taken the first step on the path of cultivating immortals. As for how far he could go in the future, Su Ning didn't know, nor had he thought about it. It seems I really did break through to Qi refining stage layer 1. Su Ning nodded. Such a powerful Qi refining stage layer 1. Li Qingshuan was dumbfounded. Not just him, the other ascendants were also in shock. Su Ning's Qi refining stage layer 1 was different from their understanding of Qi refining stage layer 1. Is this the immortal realm's Qi refining stage layer 1? I wondered why Immortals Senior hadn't had a breakthrough for so long. It turns out his cultivation effects are different from ours. His cultivation effects far exceed our cognition. Kunlun Fairy frowned. Su Ning was puzzled, different from your understanding of Qi refining stage layer 1. Then what exactly did I refine? Unprecedented, never seen before. Li Qingxuan shook his head. Then what will happen? Su Ning immediately asked. There won't be any problems, right? We don't know what will happen. However, it will be unimaginably strong. The Ascendants also couldn't figure out what kind of existence Su Ning was now. They simply couldn't comprehend it. Even if Su Ning was only at Qi refining stage layer 1. Even if their first step in cultivation was also Qi refining stage layer 1. But they couldn't understand it. Su Ning was momentarily speechless. These little people who taught him to cultivate didn't even know his current state. So what would his future path be like? He was completely clueless about this. Fortunately, Su Ning was easygoing. He shook his head and cast aside many unnecessary worries. If he didn't think too much, he wouldn't have worries, and without worries, there would be no mental exhaustion and thus no pain. Who cared what it would become in the future? The future hadn't arrived, the past was history. Living well today was the truly important thing to do. Anyway, now that he was stronger, he felt quite refreshed. The effects of ALS were also long gone. If it weren't a bit far from the city. Su Ning even wanted to go for a checkup to see if he still had what they called cancer. Maybe I can take some time to go see. Now that my strength has reached Qi refining stage layer 1, I can relax a bit. As for money, I've earned over 200,000, which is enough for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Su Ning stroked his chin in thought. Immortal Senior, it might be because you cultivate immortal techniques. Cultivating immortal techniques with an immortal physique would have different effects. Li Qingxuan pondered for a long time before offering this possibility. Cultivation technique they gave Su Ning was created by the combined efforts of 9 people, and they themselves had never cultivated it. However, it was likely that the cultivation techniques level wouldn't be low. It should be so, Su Ning said. Cultivating immortals in this world must be different from the Zio Ren Gyu world. If the power increase was the same, 9 saints who ascended would have long since flattened this world. Why would they be so weak? Qi refining stage layer 1. Su Ning felt his body had evolved. Yes, it had evolved. Sight, taste, smell, hearing, touch. And perception, agility. And so on, all further improved. His skin, bones, meridians, qi, and blood, all sublimated. Su Ning even had a feeling that he had somehow detached from his original species and was evolving towards becoming a superhuman. He could hear crickets chirping 100 meters away, accurately pinpointing their location, and could also spot the tiny body of a cricket in messy grass at a glance. Just Qi refining stage layer 1 gave him this feeling. What if he went further up? Su Ning became more and more expectant. He moved his body. He felt refreshed and invigorated. He was incredibly strong. My current agility and explosive power should be comparable to the world's top boxers, right? Su Ning was referring to the point of instantaneous burst. The ability to dodge and judge quickly. If he were to actually box, he had no practical combat experience and might not win. But if he landed just one punch on his opponent, even a max-level Tyson would probably struggle. Before Su Ning reached Qi refining stage layer 1, he could easily overturn a fully loaded tricycle weighing over 500 pounds. Now at Qi refining stage layer 1, Su Ning felt that any casual punch he threw would be at least 1,500 pounds, and with a full power attack, 2,000 pounds was not impossible. This striking power was beyond normal human imagination. He could accidentally kill someone. Of course, Su Ning believed that cultivating immortals was about cultivating the heart and nurturing one's nature. Constantly fighting and killing, what was the difference from a gang? Combat power was merely a metric to measure his strength. He never thought about going out on a killing spree. The breakthrough was complete. Su Ning was in a great mood. Ding. File sent to Manager Wang. Ding. File sent successfully. Back in his room, Su Ning, having nothing to do, directly sent the file to Manager Wang. On the other side of WeChat, Manager Wang was eagerly awaiting. Finally, he received Su Ning's message. Oh my, Ningji is truly punctual. 2 days means 2 days, he even finished early. Manager Wang was extremely excited. Thank you very much. You must have been exhausted these past 2 days, right? You worked hard, you worked hard. Manager Wang was full of gratitude. I did not fail, Su Ning sent a few words. He was afraid that one extra word would consume one more bit of energy. Brother, you are righteous. I'll treat you to drink sometime. I must thank you properly. Manager Wang was in a good mood. The anxiety of the past 2 days finally disappeared today. The task was complete. This project was secured. A quasi-listed company. Limitless prospects. We're even now. Money for goods. Manager Wang, you go get busy. I'm a bit tired these past 2 days. I'm going to rest, Su Ning said. Good. Brother, you go rest quickly. Don't get too tired. Contact me if anything comes up. Manager Wang said good 3 times in a row. Su Ning wasn't really going to rest. He simply didn't want to deal with him anymore. He closed WeChat. He looked at the sky. It was still early, only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. It was a bit early for dinner now. Normally, he would be meditating and cultivating at this time. But today, after the breakthrough, he would give himself a holiday and relax. He went out to the little tree to watch the ascendants live their lives. Some were cultivating, some were chatting, some were studying the bones of previous people around them, seemingly comprehending some Tao. Each doing their own thing. The 9 people gradually adapted to life here. They were also getting stronger, but the extent of that increase was truly unbearable to look at. Perhaps in the eyes of the little people ascendants, they were progressing quickly, but in Su Ning's eyes, there was truly almost no change. Seeing them living in peace and contentment, Su Ning felt relieved. He looked at the sky. The sky was clear and bright, with no clouds for thousands of miles. He looked at the mountains. The green mountains gradually turned yellow. He looked at the water. Water flowed from beneath the mountain, flowing through the mountain fields. A very beautiful landscape painting. I've been back in my hometown for so long, and I haven't had a good stroll around. I have nothing to do, and it's still early. I can go take a look. The mountains and trees, the small paths and fields before him, all held Su Ning's beautiful childhood memories. He was in a joyful mood. He was very much looking forward to it. Perhaps it was because life was full of hope, but all along the way. Su Ning was in a good mood. Only sometimes when he saw certain scenery, he thought of his childhood friends and couldn't help but lament. I wish to buy osmanthus and drink wine with them, but it's no longer like the youthful days. His village companions had all gone out to work and rarely returned. Usually they would come back for a few days during Chinese New Year, or not at all. Originally, he was one of them. For various reasons, he had returned. The dreams of my youth no longer exist. Su Ning sighed. In the distance, he saw a large rock. The memory was fresh. It surfaced in his mind. That rock. I remember climbing up and down it with my friends back then. I remember that kid Chen Kai. He even fell off it and just lay straight down below the rock. We all thought he was dead, just like the person lying there now. Su Ning's eyes flickered, as if he had returned to his childhood, to that interesting past. But he quickly realized something was wrong. No. What do you mean, just like the person lying there now? Su Ning looked closely, and indeed there was someone lying there, half dead. Uncle Chen. Lying there. Motionless. At this time, this weather, it definitely wasn't for an afternoon nap. Su Ning ran over. His speed was extremely fast, like a leopard moving through the mountains. He looked closely when he got near. Wells, he thought he had fainted, but he really had fainted. Nonsense literature +1. Su Ning was still lamenting the aspirations of youth, recalling his unaging youth. At that time, Uncle Chen's way and position of lying were exactly the same as this. Unexpectedly, there really was a person lying there. It wasn't Uncle Chen in front of him. It was Uncle Chen's second uncle. There were 2 main surnames with the largest populations in the village, Chen and Su. Uncle Chen's appearance was somewhat similar to Uncle Chen. So much so that Su thought it was a flashback to his younger days. He looked closely. Only then did he realize it wasn't a flashback to his youth, but that there really was someone lying there. Up close, Su Ning found that Uncle Chen had already fainted, his face pale, and it seemed he had been lying there for quite some time. Luckily, he's not dead yet. Su Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how, but Uncle Chen was pinned under a rock. One could only say that Uncle Chen was a talent. He was actually able to squeeze himself under the rock. A normal person truly couldn't do this. Uncle Chen, are you all right? Su Ning gently shook Uncle Chen's shoulder. After a few calls, Uncle Chen slowly opened his eyes with difficulty. The moment he saw Su Ning, his deadpan, bewildered eyes suddenly lit up, like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Then he became extremely excited. Help, help. Su Ning, quickly save me. I'm pinned by the rock, I can't get out. Call the villagers to get me out. Thump. Just as Su Ning was about to say something, Uncle Chen, due to being too excited, fainted again, losing consciousness. Su Ning, call the villagers. By the time the villagers arrive, you'll probably already be a corpse. Su Ning thought for a moment, but still didn't make the call first. He looked at the huge rock, which was like a grasshopper press, pinning half of Uncle Chen's body so he couldn't move. Su Ning shook his head. Should I say you're lucky or unlucky? It's unlucky that you were pinned by a rock, but lucky that you met me. It's unlucky that recently, it seems like as my strength grows, I always encounter all sorts of strange things, as if I'm enveloped by a protagonist halo. Getting stronger leads to trouble, and then I use my power to solve the trouble. Is this the law? The law of getting stronger. After Su Ning became stronger, he always encountered various bizarre events. He found it hard to imagine if, as he became stronger and stronger in the future, he would be like those urban brain-dead novels, encountering face-slapping scenarios wherever he went. For example, going to the mall to buy a radish and encountering a sales clerk who provokes him, saying he can't afford it, and then a barrage of mockery. For example, when he goes out, there will always be one or two small punks who come up to get beaten, to show his protagonist value. Or for example, when he goes shopping with a girl, he will encounter a rich second generation coming over to fight for her affection. Actually, Su Ning was purely overthinking it. It wasn't that he became stronger so he could encounter these things, but that he could solve these things when he encountered them, which then created karma. Many things happen every day. But the reason Su Ning didn't feel so involved before was entirely because he was very weak and couldn't solve many problems, so he could only ignore them. Therefore, he didn't feel that those problems were related to him. Now he was stronger and capable of handling them. He came over and handled it himself, so he felt that it wasn't because he became stronger that the people around him encountered bad luck. If Su Ning had encountered such a situation before, his first thought would have been to make a call, and then it would be none of his business, nor would he take it to heart. Naturally, he wouldn't have the thought of a protagonist halo finding him. Rumble. Su Ning saw Uncle Chen faint. He clapped his hands, walked to the rock, and squatted down. He plunged his fingers into the underside of the rock. He took a lifting posture. Boom! He exerted force suddenly. His arms, which were originally in short sleeves, had veins bulging, like earthworms covering his arms. They looked full of power. Su Ning's face was distorted. He lifted with all his might. Cracks. The rock actually slowly lifted off the ground. If anyone had seen this scene, they would have been utterly astonished. Su Ning's performance was no longer that of a human, but a monster. What human could lift such a large rock? He was simply a humanoid lifting machine. Puff. To Su Ning's surprise, his feet actually slowly sank into the ground. The ground was not soft, on the contrary, it was hard. But his feet, like stepping into soft mud, gradually sank in. This was because the rock was too heavy. Su Ning's face was flushed. The veins on his forehead were still bulging. He was using all his strength. This rock is heavier than I thought. Su Ning commented. Su Ning's strength was actually stronger than he had imagined. The strength of his arms was not just 1,000 or 2,000 caddies. He himself had underestimated his own abilities. However, this was also normal. In this world, he was the only cultivator, so it was not strange for him to misjudge his own energy. Perhaps it was because the pressure on his body lessened, allowing his numb nerves to recover somewhat. Uncle Chen slowly woke up again. His face was pale. He looked around. His mind was still unclear. He was thinking, didn't I just see Su Ning? and asked him to call the villagers to come and save him. Why don't I see him anymore, and the rock on my body is gone? Could it be this is the final flicker before death? Thinking that I am saved, but actually I am going to die. He turned his head to look at the situation of the rock. He suddenly found Su Ning, like an ant, lifting a rock several times larger than himself and slowly pushing it away. Uncle Chen's jaw dropped in surprise. Damn. I really am having a final flicker. I'm really going to die. What did I see? I actually saw Su Ning pushing that rock walking. He felt like his nerves were in chaos. Whoosh. His vision blurred, unable to accept this reality. He fainted again. Only 2 words could describe him: unlucky. Su Ning ignored Uncle Chen's neurotic behavior. Go. He lifted the rock step by step, then suddenly rolled it once. The rock finally moved away from Uncle Chen and Su Ning. The footprints embedded in the ground bore witness to Su Ning's terrifying display. Huff, huff, huff. After doing all this, Su Ning was also exhausted and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. A moment later, he erased the footprints on the ground. Only then did he pick up his phone and call his uncle Su Jianguo. Su Ning only knew his uncle's phone number. The Chen and Su families had a very good relationship and were from the same village, so they were definitely related by marriage. It was very normal for your daughter to marry my son and my daughter to marry your son. Hearing that Uncle Chen was injured. What? Uncle Chen is injured. Where? Okay, you wait, we'll bring people over immediately. Upon hearing that Uncle Chen was injured, Su Jianguo anxiously put down what he was doing, and while rushing towards Uncle Chen to inform his wife, he also called out to the strong men in the village to rescue Uncle Chen. Human life was at stake. When the villagers learned that Uncle Chen was in danger, they didn't care if they had work to do or not, and went up the mountain with Su Jianguo. By the time everyone arrived at the destination in a hurry, Su Ning had already positioned Uncle Chen properly, waiting for everyone to arrive. Hello, uncles and elders. Uncle Chen has a very serious injury and should not be moved carelessly. He needs to be carried on a stretcher to the hospital for treatment. I don't have any tools here, so I could only wait for you all. Su Ning greeted everyone. They looked bewildered. Didn't they say Uncle Chen? Wasn't Uncle Chen crushed by a boulder? How did he get out? Where is he? The rock didn't crush him. Su Jianguo asked, looking confused. It was crushing him just now. Maybe the rock's center of gravity was unstable and leaned to the other side. I pried it open with a hoe. I thought Uncle Chen was a goner, but he's lucky, Su Ning explained with a nonchalant shrug. Really? His uncle was clearly a bit skeptical, as he had witnessed Su Ning's strength, which was truly comparable to Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Chu. Of course it's real. Do you think I could lift a several-ton rock? Su Ning chuckled. Su Jianguo nodded. That's true. It's impossible for a person to be that heaven-defying. Everyone quickly send old Chen to the hospital, don't delay. Saving lives was the priority. The villagers who came to help didn't care who pushed the rock away, and no one paid attention to that. Now everyone's focus was on Uncle Chen. Perhaps he had recovered, or perhaps the commotion had disturbed Uncle Chen. His eyelids fluttered and he opened his eyes. He looked at everyone blankly. He was saved. He finally survived. Uncle Chen saw everyone carrying him to the hospital and couldn't help but feel lucky and touched. He scanned the surrounding crowd. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Ning's familiar face. A memory suddenly surged into his mind. He pointed at Su Ning and shouted excitedly, Su Ning. Su Ning, monster, he's not human. He lifted the rock, he lifted it. Holy moly, he's a real monster. Everyone saw Uncle Chen like this and didn't take him seriously. Uncle Chen is so pitiful, he's starting to talk nonsense. Sigh, he might have been too traumatized. Hurry and send him to the hospital. What if his mind gets messed up if we're late? Exactly. No one believed him. Only Uncle Chen was still exaggerating Su Ning's actions. Under his embellished and subjective description, well, everyone believed him even less. They all thought he was severely injured and had a nervous breakdown. You said he could lift a several-ton boulder. Why don't you say he can fly to the sky? Anyways, no one believed him. Su Ning didn't admit it either. Well, he wasn't lying. After all, everyone said lifted the rock, and Sue was thinking, I just pushed it, I didn't lift it. So what I said is fine. Uncle Chen, however, firmly insisted that he really saw Su Ning lift the rock, and his feet even sank into the mud because of the immense weight. As soon as he said this, everyone found it even more absurd. Such hard mud and his feet sank into the ground. And you still say you're not having a nervous breakdown. Everyone believed him even less. Uncle, since you're here, I won't go to the hospital with you. I have something else to do. Su Ning waved goodbye. Okay, if you have something to do, go ahead and be busy, Su Jiangyu didn't insist. Su Ning finished his sightseeing and went home. He didn't care if Uncle Chen had discovered his strength. In fact, it didn't matter whether he discovered it or not. He just wouldn't admit it, that's all. Although it wouldn't be a big deal if he admitted it, would it attract public attention? As long as he didn't use divine power, almost no one would believe it. Someone online said Su Ning could lift a several-ton rock. Saying that completely insulted the intelligence of the vast number of wise netizens. Let alone others not believing it, even the old Su Ning wouldn't have believed it. Back home, Su Ning did nothing else but continue to water and fertilize his vegetables. Then he observed the daily lives and cultivation routines of the little people. It was quite interesting, like watching the daily life of a small sect. He really liked watching the daily lives of the little people. It was like someone who enjoys fishing. It was a kind of hobby. The next day, Su Ning woke up and ate breakfast. He continued to cultivate. He found that the time it took him to complete a cycle of qi had shortened again. Before, it had been 3 hours and hadn't changed since. After breaking through to qi refining stage layer 1, he didn't expect it to change again. Su Ning was pleasantly surprised. Not only did the time shorten, the power he gained from each cycle of qi was richer than before. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, in a few more years, a rock like yesterday's would probably not just be pushed, but truly lifted. Now this is more like it. This is more like immortal cultivation. Su Ning didn't think the progress was too fast. Immortal cultivation must transcend human cognition. Before this, his strength was astonishing, but no matter what, it was still within the human realm. He hadn't truly achieved a complete transformation of his physical body. Immortal cultivation is about transcending the ordinary and achieving the Tao of immortality. The reduction in time wasn't significant, but it had already given Su Ning hope. As he went further and further down the path of cultivation, everything would get better. Hoo-ho! Su Ning practiced a set of punches. It was a set of military boxing he had randomly learned online. His execution was indeed not very good. It was crooked and clumsy, clearly amateurish. But if those punches and kicks landed on another object or a person, then Su Ning's strength could compensate for his lack of boxing skills. With his defense, he could be hit 100 times, but if someone were hit by him once, that would be interesting. They probably wouldn't even be able to make a sound. My body is getting better and better. My muscles are becoming more and more perfect, hee. I even like my current body. After finishing his workout, he went back to wash up and looked at himself in the mirror. Su Ning actually became infatuated with his own physical body. Such a perfect physical body, who knows how many people would envy it. These pectorals, these abs, these biceps, this form, these lines. These were all things that Su had longed for in the past. Previously, Su Ning was definitely not fat, but he certainly didn't have such perfect muscles, and he even had a bit of a potbelly. I guess my amyotrophic lateral sclerosis has mostly disappeared. I'll find a time to get it checked, Su Ning said. After washing up, Uncle Chen's family sent gifts to express their gratitude. Su Ning originally didn't want to accept them, but the other party was too enthusiastic. They weren't expensive gifts. Being from the same village, they didn't have much spare money, so they just sent some local eggs, 2 big roosters, and some homegrown fruits and vegetables. Honestly, Su Ning actually preferred these heartfelt gifts. Rather than just buying hundreds of dollars worth of useless cigarettes and alcohol from the supermarket. In giving gifts, the thought behind the gift matters more than its value. The sentiment is the most important. Of course, this is for people with good relationships. If you're giving gifts to leaders or clients, it's definitely different. Sometimes giving gifts also needs to save face. Su Ning accepted the gifts and politely inquired about Uncle Chen's injuries. Fortunately, there was no serious harm. As for his constant shouting about Su Ning lifting the boulder, everyone didn't take it seriously. Even Uncle Chen himself, after calming down and thinking carefully, also believed that he might have experienced an illusion. His mind was in chaos, thinking wildly. Normal person, absolutely no one could lift such a large rock. What? In other words, Uncle Chen himself felt that he might have been too traumatized at the time. It seemed perhaps at that time he had a nervous breakdown. Gone crazy. Uncle Chen also began to doubt his life. Red City First People's Hospital. It is the best hospital in Red City. Oncology Department. Doctor, how is my examination report? Is there still something wrong with my body? Inside the oncology department. A filing cabinet and office desk, an old doctor sat at the desk, holding several routine examination reports and looking at them repeatedly. The old doctor was about 50 years old. He wore thick, black-rimmed glasses. He was the most authoritative expert in the oncology department, and it happened to be his shift today. In the past, he only needed to read reports once to understand what was going on. He would either regretfully tell you that you didn't have much time left and to eat whatever you wanted, or he would say that you were fine. But today, facing this pile of examination reports, he remained silent for a long time. His face was solemn and perplexed. Many wrinkles appeared on his face and between his eyebrows. Strange, too strange. The old doctor muttered to himself. I have never seen such a strange examination report. Su Ning was puzzled and asked again, Doctor, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my body? There's absolutely nothing wrong with your body, the old doctor replied, studying the report while responding. However, there's also a big problem. Su Ning, what are you talking about? Nonsense. Logically speaking, your immortal cancer has worsened countless times. This is an astonishing value. Normal person with such a value would already be a corpse. Even if not a corpse, they would certainly be unable to move on their last breath, the old doctor said. But not only are you not dead, you're still full of life. Even looking at your body's various physical test data, they completely exceed the normal health standards, which means you should be a completely healthy person. The old doctor paused, then added, your health and unhealthiness are completely mixed together. It's like two people's physical conditions. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen such a case. Extremely healthy and also extremely unhealthy. Hearing the old doctor say this, Su Ning finally understood why the old doctor had frowned for so long. He also vaguely understood that his current physical condition was very strange. Unbelievably healthy and unbelievably unhealthy. So am I healthy or unhealthy? Su Ning asked. The old doctor thought for a long time. Do you feel healthy? Of course I feel very healthy. Su Ning said. Then you are healthy, the old doctor replied. Su Ning. He really didn't know what to say. The old doctor also didn't know what to say. Having worked for so many years and knowing so much professional knowledge, he truly couldn't explain it. Will it affect my normal life? Su Ning asked again. Do you feel it has affected your normal life? The old doctor asked. Su Ning. Am I the doctor or are you the doctor? I ask you and you ask me back. If this wasn't a legitimate city hospital, and he hadn't confirmed he was in the right place, and also confirmed that the person in front of him was the city's best oncology expert, Su Ning would definitely suspect that he had stumbled into some shady clinic. No. Then that's it, the old doctor replied. As long as it doesn't affect your normal life, then you are normal. He said a lot, but it seemed like he said nothing. So I can be my own doctor, huh? Su Ning felt that this was as good as it got. The old doctor couldn't provide any useful information. He took the report, said thank you, and prepared to leave. Oh right, remember to come back for a follow-up examination every once in a while. Although this doesn't affect your life, you still need to constantly monitor its dynamics, although, the old doctor paused. Although the values for your illness are so terrifying, even if it worsens, we can do nothing. It seems there's no need for frequent follow-ups either. But the old doctor couldn't resist his curiosity. Su Ning's case was the kind that could be written into textbooks. He also wanted to see how long Su Ning could live. All right, Su Ning responded. Leaving the hospital. After several transfers, Su Ning returned home. My body is fine, but my cancer problem is very serious. So am I problematic or not? Su Ning shrugged. Judging by his body's reactions, he definitely wouldn't die. But this cancer thing had worsened. He felt inexplicably bewildered. Forget it, I'm not going to die anyway, who cares? Su Ning shook his head, pushing the matter of cancer out of his mind. Upon returning home, his first priority was to check if the little people were in any danger. Under the little tree, the little people lived in peace and contentment. They were becoming more and more accustomed to life in this world. Their chi and complexions were getting better and better. They seemed to be living happier lives. And they weren't cultivating day and night as much. They understood the balance between work and rest. Some played chess, some danced with swords, some drank tea and recited poetry. They had wanted to drink alcohol, but the alcohol in this world was too potent, they couldn't handle it. They were afraid of being killed. Some were also meticulously building their houses. Some planted vegetables, others planted flowers, arranging the surrounding scenery. Gradually, with their efforts, the area around the little tree truly began to resemble a paradise. It was becoming more and more like the immortal realm. These ascendants finally understood that cultivation and life are long-term endeavors. They want to live here for a long time and have begun to focus on building their homeland, Su Ning thought. Rumble. Suddenly, just as Su Ning was quietly observing the lives of the little people, a faint explosion disturbed the peace of this world. Around the little tree, 3 small black holes appeared. Each black hole was the size of a fist. Inside the black holes, lightning rolled. A crackling series of strikes. The sight was dazzling. What is this? Su Ning was confused. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After hearing the commotion, 9 small ascendants immediately rose into the air. They stood horizontally in front of the black holes. More ascendants have ascended. Kunlun Fairy said. Who could it be? Before we ascended, we had already used divine thought to investigate the Kainkun world, and there were no more cultivators in the Saint Realm. Why then, the great Xia Emperor said. Perhaps some beings used secret treasures to conceal their chi, intending to reap the benefits. They used us to scout ahead so they could gain advantages later. Li Qingshuan said. Everyone nodded. Crackling. Black lightning continuously flashed, densely covering the area around the black holes. It was like a pipe was leaking electricity. Su Ning watched intently, finding it astonishing. It was his first time seeing ascendants ascend. Was this a spatial passage? Rumble. The black holes and lightning continued for 4 or 5 minutes. A light shone from within a black hole. It was like a small light bulb flickering inside the black hole. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon 3 figures slid down from the black holes. At the same time, the black holes abruptly closed, leaving behind only the 3 cultivators who had just ascended. When they saw the true forms of the 3, the 9 great saints' expressions all changed to surprise. It's you. These 3 were not human, but 3 dark, strange beasts. The 3 fallen creatures who ascended later were not human race. Their appearance was unexpected. Even the 9 great saints found it unbelievable. You hid yourselves so well. Kunlun Fairy's beautiful eyes flickered as she coldly glanced at the 3 fallen creatures. The fallen creature that had just ascended also cautiously huddled together after noticing the 9 great saints. 9 great saints, you actually aren't dead yet, one of them said. The 3 fallen creatures were blackened creatures. They were the Black Killen, Dark Demonic Dragon, and Black Phoenix. These 3 were the infamous fallen creatures. To break the Tao rules, they committed numerous crimes in the Kainkun world. For example, they established fallen forbidden zones and regularly initiated dark turbulences to harvest the life chi and blood of living beings in order to achieve an undying and imperishable state. Every fallen creature was a nightmare for cultivators in the Kainkun world and a great enemy of the saints. These despicable fellows often ambushed cultivators who had just become saints and hadn't yet stabilized their footing in the saint realm, absorbing saint chi and blood to replenish themselves. Fallen creatures were the public enemy of the cultivation world. The entire world wished to destroy them. It was just a pity that their cultivation was too heaven-defying, and they often acted in groups of 3 to 5. A single saint encountering them could only suffer defeat, so cultivators generally felt both fear and hatred when mentioning them. Finally, after the righteous path flourished in the Kainkun world, they could no longer tolerate it. They decisively purged the fallen forbidden zones. That battle was extremely tragic. The righteous path in the fallen forbidden zones lost an unknown number of experts. As a result, the fallen forbidden zones never recovered. The fallen saints were also completely eradicated. Kunlun Fairy and the others had thought that the fallen creatures were all dead, so seeing these three ascend simultaneously was naturally a surprise. HMPH, very good. Since you have ascended to this place, then die here. Kunlun Fairy's brief surprise quickly gave way to her cold and stunning demeanor. She was very domineering and exceptionally beautiful. As the only female among the 9 great saints, one could imagine how heaven-defying she was. After cultivating for so long in the immortal realm, she was no longer the same as before. In the past, Kunlun Fairy might have had trouble facing fallen creatures alone, but now she could easily handle them. By you, or by all of you. The Black Killen's body was enormous, well about the size of an adult's fist. In the Zio Rengyu world, this was already considered a huge creature. Facing the 9 great saints, even though there were only 3 fallen creatures, they showed no fear. Their method of improving their cultivation was against the Tao, but it had to be said that it was indeed effective. Their individual combat power was indeed stronger than that of ordinary saints. The Black Killen, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix, the 3 fallen creatures, were incredibly arrogant. Even though they had just ascended, and even though they were outnumbered, they remained unafraid. In their view, the 9 great saints hadn't ascended long either, so how strong could they have become? HMPH. Looking at the 3 unsophisticated fallen creatures, Li Qingshuan and the others felt as if they were looking at 3 country bumpkins who had just entered the city. Were they still living in the past? Did they still think it was the era when fallen creatures were a step stronger than saints? Brother, what era is it now? Are you still living in the past? Dream on. You have a grudge. Su Ning asked with interest, seeing that they were about to fight. From beginning to end, he had been looking down at the little people's quarrel from above. The 3 great fallen creatures hadn't noticed this colossal being looking down on everyone from the sky. Now hearing a sound like rumbling thunder, they couldn't help but look up. What kind of monster is this? Human race. Giant. The 3 fallen creatures were terrified and couldn't help but become wary, huddling close together. The 9 great saints also paused upon hearing Su Ning's words. That's right, the past grievances were in the Kainkun world, but now everyone was in the immortal realm, on the immortal senior's territory. How to deal with the 3 fallen creatures still depended on his old man's wishes. They had no right to decide the fate of the 3 fallen creatures. There are some grudges, Li Qingshuan said. But those are all things of the past. Whether these 3 beasts live or die depends on the immortal senior's wishes. We dare not overstep our bounds to decide, nor should we. Please forgive us, senior. 9 great saints had been momentarily anxious and felt that they really shouldn't make decisions for Su Ning. They all apologized and pleaded guilty. Actually, Su Ning didn't care about these details at all. He was just curious. He was purely like a creator watching a play. The 3 fallen creatures saw the 9 great saints' servile, slave-like attitude when facing the giant in the sky and immediately paled. At the same time, the disdain in their eyes was unconcealed. They looked down on the 9 great saints completely. Haha, the Black Killen laughed arrogantly. Originally, I thought that even if you were great enemies of my race, we would respect you, because your spirit deserved a high regard. But now I know you are all a bunch of spineless cowards. What saints, what human race powerhouses. I never expected you to willingly become slaves to an immortal realm creature. I misjudged you. You are not worthy of being compared to me. The Black Killen and the others completely looked down on the 9 great saints. They had an expression that said, "We would rather die in battle than grovel like you." They were even more condescending. They felt even more superior. As the glory of the human race, you actually willingly become servants. But the Black Dragon mocked. Li Qingshuan and Kunlun Fairy and the others were not angry. It was true that they did this willingly, and besides, Su Ning had never demanded them to be servants. If it weren't for his extra care, they would have died long ago. Let alone that he didn't demand it, even if he did, what if they did it? It was not shameful to be a servant to an immortal. Ignorant, the great Xia Emperor coldly retorted. If it weren't for the immortal senior not wanting you to die, do you think you could still bark here? Kunlun Fairy's phoenix brows showed disdain. Perhaps because their cultivation rank far exceeded the comprehension of the three fallen creatures, they couldn't see through it, and surprisingly didn't feel any pressure. The three of them only thought that the 9 great saints were still as they were back then. Immortals Senior, I really can't stand them anymore. Please give the order, let me beat them to death. The Abyss Demon Lord had the gene for battle in his bones. The Abyss Demon Lord was a demon, but different from fallen creatures. He cultivated the demonic path, which was both righteous and evil, acting according to his own heart. Fallen creatures were purely brutal harvesters of living beings. There's no need for that, actually. It's not easy for 3 animals to ascend. Keeping them is quite fun. This one looks like a dog, can be kept as a dog. That one looks like a bird, can be kept as a bird. That one can be kept as a snake. It's actually quite interesting. In the God and Demon Paradise, biodiversity was also very important. This was Su Ning's true thought. Actually, he really liked dragons, phoenixes, killins, and the like. Perhaps people of the Huaxia race all had a divine beast complex. The last time he cleared the vegetable garden and saw such bones, he regretted not being able to raise one. Now that he had the chance, he definitely wanted to fulfill his wish. Haha, indeed. The immortal Senior is right. Keeping them as pets is quite interesting too. But these pets aren't obedient. Oh. Hearing Su Ning's words, the 9 great saints immediately beamed with joy. Keeping fallen creatures as pets. In the Kainkun world, who would dare to have such a thought? Who could do it? Fallen creatures. Pets. Upon hearing this, the 9 great saints' originally suppressed hearts suddenly opened up. But the 3 fallen creatures were furious. They glared at Su Ning. Damn it, how dare you insult my fallen race like this? I will make you pay the price. Even if you are an immortal, we will kill you. 9 lowly Kainkun world failures, watch closely how we kill immortals. We are not like you, such trash. As the top combat power of the Kainkun world, you have no backbone at all. These 3 little people were very irritable. Clearly, they wanted to stage a scene of immortal slaying. Seeing the fallen creature's arrogant posture, the 9 great saints all stood with their arms crossed, planning to watch the show. The 3 fallen creatures stood side by side. They flew through the sky, looking down on the world, as if they were the center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were arrogant and unyielding, with an indomitable spirit. They looked down on the 9 great saints, and even on the creatures of the immortal realm. It was no wonder this combination of dragon, phoenix, and killin, these 3 fallen creatures, were infamous in the lower realm. Even a saint encountering them would be annihilated. They faintly possessed an invincible demeanor. They had the capital to be arrogant. Upon arriving in the immortal realm, they still maintained an invincible mindset. Even if the opponent was an immortal realm creature, they still wished to slay them. Even though we come from the Kainkun world, and even though we have to contend with the rules of the immortal realm with one hand, we are still invincible in the world. You are welcome to try. So what if they are immortal realm creatures? Slaying immortals is my wish. The 3 fallen creatures stared directly into Su Ning's eyes, their battle intent surging. It was about to materialize. Senior, I can't watch this anymore. How about I deal with them for you, the Abyss Demon Lord said. The 3 fallen creatures glanced back at the 9 saints. They found them smiling, looking at the 3 of them like 3 clowns. This was unacceptable to them. We are so powerful, what kind of look is that? Are you seeking death? They didn't understand what made them so arrogant and fearless. Haha, no need. These 3 little things seem quite powerful in your world. I also want to see how their combat power compares to insects, Su Ning said, shrugging indifferently. Su Ning was speaking the truth. In his impression, the combat power of ascendants was similar to that of insects. This was already an overestimation. When the 9 great saints first ascended, they couldn't even defeat insects. However, these words, when heard by the 3 fallen creatures, were a great humiliation. They had looked down upon the mortal world for so long, who, when mentioning their supreme existence, didn't have an expression like looking up at the ceiling. You actually compare us to insects. HMPH, just a battle of words. The Black Killin, as the leader of the 3 beasts, was displeased. Don't waste words with him, just annihilate him. Let him know that fallen creatures cannot be insulted. insult them, and suffer 10,000 eons of torment. The dragon, Phoenix, and Killen were enraged. They immediately unleashed their divine ability, charging towards Su Ning. With the force of thunder and the power to destroy heaven and earth. They believed that such an ability would make even an immortal change color. The three fallen creatures were like three small light bulbs emitting black light. They crashed into Su Ning. Indeed, it's marvelous. Su Ning did find it interesting. However, it wasn't an interest in the attack power of the fallen creatures, but rather in the fact that something could actually emit black light. Su Ning had seen light bulbs of many colors, such as red, yellow, white, green, purple, etc., but this was the first time he had seen something emitting black light. By the way, does black light count as light? Su Ning thought of a philosophical question. But before he could ponder it further, the three fallen creatures rushed to his hand. Tapu tapu tapu. He snapped his fingers 3 times. The black light shields on the three fallen creatures were instantly shattered, and the bodies of the three fallen creatures were sent crashing to the ground. Su Ning's current strength was not that of an ordinary person. Even a mere flick of his finger possessed considerable power. This was the result of him controlling his strength. Otherwise, the three fallen creatures would have been annihilated long ago. The dragon, Phoenix, and Killen, the three fallen creatures, fell. They landed heavily. The hard ground caused their bodies to be severely injured again. Lying on the ground. Coffee. PFFT. Coincidentally, the three fallen creatures simultaneously spat out a mouthful of black blood. 3 pairs of eyes stared in horror at the giant being in the sky. They claimed to be invincible. Their fallen light, capable of instantly killing saints and slaying gods and Buddhas, was actually broken with a flick of a finger. Their indestructible fallen divine body was directly severely injured. This giant immortal. Who exactly was he? He was too terrifying. Is this an immortal? Without using any rules or spells, purely with his physical body, a flick of his finger almost annihilated them. The three fallen creatures, whether it was the black Killen, the dragon, or the phoenix, their hearts were filled with endless shock waves. Are immortals so abnormal? The 9 saints who had been watching intently were also looking at them playfully, as if watching a joke. The black Killen finally understood why they had been so relaxed from beginning to end. These people already knew the outcome. They're not much stronger than insects. The force I used just now was a bit too much. I almost killed them, even though I was very restrained and used the least amount of force, Su Ning muttered to himself. But his words were still heard by the gods and demons present. The 3 fallen creatures were so angry they wanted to vomit blood and curse. But they knew that what Su Ning said might be the truth. It wasn't that the other party insulted them, but that they themselves were too weak. If Senior Immortal wanted them to die, they would have died long ago. Kunlun Fairy's face, like ice, was unruffled. We could even annihilate them without Senior Immortal having to act. Upon hearing this, the Black Killen and the other 2 beasts would not agree. We can't defeat the terrifying Immortal, but we can't defeat you. We are recognized as the cultivation world's ceiling in the Kainkun world, similar to reaching immortal ascension in the mortal world. What are you pretending about here? We are indeed not as good as immortal realm creatures, but to deal with you weakling saints. 1 hand is enough, the Black Killen said. He had no hands. Kunlun Immortal Arts, Kunlun Fairy no longer remained silent. The Kunlun Immortal Arts were unleashed. Boom! What? The 3 fallen creatures doubted their lives, because they found that Kunlun Fairy's cultivation realm had already surpassed their comprehension. With a loud bang, the 3 fallen creatures were blasted away. They had no ability to resist at all. Cough, cough. They stabilized their bodies again. The 3 fallen creatures were already in a sorry state. They had wounds of varying degrees on their bodies. Kunlun Fairy had actually grown to this extent. The immortal realm was indeed extraordinary. The situation was critical now. They had to find an opportunity to escape. Oicham PH. Since you useless saints can achieve this, give us time. We can also catch up to you and surpass you. He glanced at the 9 great saints, then at Su Ning. Even him, this giant immortal, we can annihilate, as long as we are given the final time to grow. The Black Killen had already listed Su Ning and the 9 great saints as irreconcilable enemies in his heart. 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river. One day we will return all the humiliation you have given us today. The black Killen gave the dragon and Phoenix a look. Years of tacit understanding between the three beasts allowed them to quickly understand the meaning in each other's eyes. This place is not suitable for a long stay. Run and seek revenge later. After the three fallen creatures finished their harsh words, they used their extreme speed to flee into the distance without looking back. Su Neng, hearing this, why did it sound like he himself had become the great villain? Even 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river, came out. The 9 great saints shrugged. Still 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river. You don't understand the situation, do you? In the immortal realm, without the protection of Senior Immortal, you might not even survive for 3 hours. 3 idiots. That place is a forbidden zone. No one can survive there except immortal realm creatures. After the 3 beasts fled, they were prepared to face the endless pursuit of the 9 great saints and an immortal realm dominator, but they found that Su Ning didn't move, nor did the 9 great saints. They just watched them flee with interest, their eyes full of mockery. Still daring to mock, when my cultivation is complete, I will definitely. Thump, thump. The 3 fallen creatures hadn't even finished their thoughts of revenge when they found themselves weak all over, plummeting straight to the ground. Accompanying this was a feeling of suffocation. This was the rhythm of falling. The 3 fallen creatures were horrified. Are they going to die? But what was going on? The 3 fallen creatures had just ascended to the immortal realm and naturally did not know the rules of the immortal realm. 1. Do not leave the range of the world tree, otherwise you will be erased by the immortal realm's law. 2. Do not provoke the giant, because he can erase chaotic demon with a single finger, and he can also erase ascendants with a single finger. 3. You must get along well with the giant. Without the giant's protection, you will be killed by a suddenly appearing chaotic demon. 4. You still need to obtain the giant's protection. Without the giant's feeding, you will starve to death in the immortal realm. 5. This is the giant's territory. He can decide whether you can live here. 6. Take more time to observe the fallen ascendants around you and see their outcomes, and you will know that this world is probably more dangerous than you imagine. In short, don't run around. Don't offend people randomly. The most important point is to get along well with the giant senior. These are the immortal realm survival laws summarized by the 9 great saints. And those 3 fallen creatures seem to have made every possible mistake. It was simply like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. You can be proud, but you cannot lack intelligence. Watching the 3 fallen creatures, who had plagued the Kainkun world for countless eons and made countless cultivators, and even Saint Realm powerhouses change their expressions at the mention of them, hitting walls everywhere, the 9 great saints were all joyful. They felt a sense of relief in their hearts, and a sense of superiority. Because they ascended before the 3 fallen creatures. Previously, the 9 of them were also at a loss, knowing nothing about the immortal realm, and almost stumbled through it in the dark. Now seeing others as ignorant as they once were, they naturally felt a sense of superiority. It was that feeling, when you didn't have an umbrella in the rain, and now you see others also getting drenched. Having been drenched, you also want to tear apart others' umbrellas. Immortal, what kind of demonic art did you use? Dare you, let us go. That's right, you're just relying on being an immortal realm creature. If we were given the same identity and the same time, you would not be our opponent. If you have the guts, let us go. 1,000 years. We only need 1,000 years to slay you. The 3 fallen creatures lay weakly on the ground, as if some very sticky substance on the ground had glued them down, making them unable to get up at all. Even in this state, they still used provocation. They could only use language to charm. The stronger a person is, the more they will be affected by provocation. But Su Ning smiled very sincerely. You are right, if you were given the same conditions and the same environment as me, you would definitely be more outstanding than me. Su Ning did not deny it, because he felt in his heart that he was just an ordinary person. An ordinary young man from an ordinary family. His grades in school were only slightly above average, not top tier. The university he got into was an unknown second-tier institution, and after leaving school, he was just an ordinary corporate drone. In this world, he believed there were many people more outstanding than him. And these ascendants, despite appearing weak in front of him, were definitely the protagonists among protagonists in the Kainkun world. Whether in heart nature, ability, intelligence, or various other aspects, they were unmatched. They were the absolute protagonists of an era, suppressing their contemporaries for countless years. Such individuals, any one of them, would be enough to write a satisfying novel. Not to mention the three fallen creatures, whose origins seemed even more mysterious, to the point where even the 9 great saints were somewhat wary of them. Under the same conditions, if Su Ning had transmigrated into the Kainkun world without any cheats, he would have been nothing special. This was not Su Ning underestimating himself, but the actual situation was simply like this. People do not take off just because they transmigrate. No matter which world you are in, you remain the same as you were. Of course, Su Ning was not belittling himself, underestimating himself, or giving up on himself. He liked himself. Who said that if you are ordinary, you cannot like yourself? Who said you must like only outstanding things, and not be allowed to like ordinary things? It was just Su Ning's calm, relaxed, and pressure-free answer. But it made the 3 fallen creatures freeze. They looked at Su Ning in disbelief. What kind of move is this? We said you were not as good as us, and you admitted it. And admitted it so generously. No, no, no. Your reaction shouldn't be like this. It should be furious, angry, displeased, unwilling, disbelieving. Then you should utter a line like, "What kind of insignificant beings dare to compare themselves to me? You are just a bunch of insects. Since you are not convinced, then I will let you go, give you time to catch up, and let me see if you can catch up to me, and also let you see the gap between you and me. I will wait for your revenge. Then release the 3 of us. The 3 of us would endure humiliation. Cultivate secretly for 1,000 years, and if we could win, we would return to seek revenge and show off. If we really couldn't win, we'd pretend nothing happened. From now on, we would avoid this person. In any case, we could escape today. But this person, why isn't he playing by the rules? We said you weren't as good as us, and you actually admitted it. So what do we do next? Damn it. Insidious. Shameless. As expected of an immortal realm creature, very cunning. He knew our plan and directly broke it with, "I am simply not as good as you." He's really not giving us any way out. The 3 fallen creatures were disheartened. This was the rhythm of doom. This immortal realm dominator truly didn't play by the rules and was very skilled at manipulating human hearts. They certainly didn't genuinely believe Su Ning was inferior to them. If he were inferior to them, could he flick them away with one finger? If he were inferior to them, could he occupy a territory in the immortal realm and become a dominator himself? If he were inferior to them, could he be so calm and composed? My life is over. Black Killen's heart ached. He felt he was going to die here. Poppy, Poppy, Poppy. Leaving the range covered by the little tree's ability, they grew weaker and weaker. They were about to die. This was the first time they felt themselves so close to death. This was truly going to die, not a joke. Su Ning certainly wouldn't let them die. He threw them back into the range covered by the little tree. Whoosh! Hoo-hoo-hoo! The suffocating feeling disappeared with it. The 3 fallen creatures recovered some of their state. They breathed deeply. Resurrection. The feeling of being alive is truly wonderful. Su Ning looked down at the god and demon little people village from above. They shouldn't die, right? It would be a pity if they died. Reporting Immortals Senior, they won't die, Li Qingshuan replied. But to recover, it won't happen overnight. HMPH, hypocritical, don't think you can imprison us. Do you think we are these 9 subservient humans? Our fallen creature's race has backbone. We will never become slaves to immortals. Black Killen could breathe freely, and his condition improved a bit. Right. Never think you can make us submit. Fallen creatures, never slaves. Black Dragon and Black Phoenix also roared. Idiotic. Ridiculous. Laughable. The 9 great saints couldn't help but mock when they heard these words. Do these 3 fallen creatures not understand the situation at all? Were the 3 of them always this stupid? I used to be so wary of such foolish things. How embarrassing. You'd best keep that backbone. Kunlun Fairy's icy face showed a rare, gentle smile. Guts. We fallen creatures are famous for being unyielding, for having guts. The 3 fallen creatures believed they could completely hold their ground when it came to guts. As for imprisoning you, hehe. Do you think the Immortal Senior truly threw you back here to imprison you? Immortal realm is full of dangers. It's simply not suitable for ascendants to survive. We cannot leave the range of the Chaos World tree, or we would perish instantly. You can see for yourselves by looking at the seniors around you. A saint explained. Of course, the fallen creatures definitely wouldn't listen to such an explanation. They all thought it was a lie. Su Ning looked at the little people in God and Demon Paradise. These three fallen creatures seem very proud and difficult to tame. Immortals Senior, don't worry. No matter how much guts they have, a few missed meals and they'll know what's what, the Abyss Demon Lord said. He had some experience in taming beasts. You think a few missed meals will make us submit? You underestimate fallen creatures too much, the Black Killen scoffed. We are immortal and indestructible, having already reached the realm of bigu, abstinence from grains. You compare us to inferior creatures that need to eat. It felt insulted. The fallen creatures were very stubborn. Seeing their unyielding attitude, Su Ning had a headache. To figure out how to tame pets, Su Ning specifically searched online for advice. Question: how can I quickly tame a pet? First floor reply: beat it. Second floor reply: starve it. Third floor reply: starve it and beat it. Fourth floor reply: if it doesn't listen, beat it. If it doesn't follow commands, starve it. Fifth floor reply: are there any female pets? Can I check their bodies? Sixth floor speechless reply: that kid on the fifth floor, I've been watching you for a long time. I used to think you were human, but I didn't expect you to not even be human. Seventh floor reply: right, that kid on the fifth floor definitely has issues. Every time the landlord posts, he asks if there are any females. Now he's not even letting animals off the hook. Eighth floor reply: 6. Su Ning shrugged, ignoring the online bickering. A bunch of idiots. Then let them starve. Feeding and effort depend on the object. With the arrogant attitude of these fallen creatures, if he still shamelessly offered them benefits, what would be the difference between that and being treated as a spare tire or a simp when pursuing a girl, already irrevocably committed? Su Ning didn't want to be a simp. Then let them starve for now, Su Ning nodded. Humph, starve us all you want. If I submit, I'll follow you, the Black Killen said. Su Ning didn't want a small animal following him. What would that make him? Also a little beast. After a whole day of commotion, it was time for dinner. Su Ning was too lazy to pay attention to the fallen creatures' curses. He started cooking. He had recently come into a fortune. His financial situation was comfortable. So there was no shortage of food at home, especially high-protein supplements like beef, chicken breast, eggs, and shrimp. He sliced 3 catties of beef and cooked it, added 5 eggs, 10 shrimp, and various vegetables like lettuce, cabbage, and tomatoes. He made several dishes. Recently, with his cultivation increasing, Su Ning's appetite had greatly improved. After finishing, he carried the food into the vegetable garden and ate with the 9 great saints. He liked eating with the little people. Eating alone was indeed a bit boring. Seeing Su Ning approach with the food, the 9 great saints, who had long been waiting impatiently, immediately stepped forward. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for your generous gift. Don't be so polite, eat. Su Ning waved his hand, telling them not to focus too much on formalities. Eating was more important. Yes, the 10 of them began to feast. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 3 fallen creatures were already so hungry their bellies were touching their backs. They really hadn't expected that after entering Immortal Realm, their bigu ability would disappear. And there was nothing to eat around them. It was pure torment. Seeing the food in front of Su Ning and the 9 great saints, the mouth-watering color, aroma, and taste. It was captivating. Gulp. The Black Killen swallowed its saliva. Its stomach rumbled. This made its old face flush. Well, because it was already black, it was impossible to tell if it was blushing or not. But it was quite embarrassed. Cough. Fellow Taoists, they are trying to shake our Tao heart. We must not fall for it, the Black Killen coughed dryly. That's what it said. But the longing in its eyes was intense. It wished it could leap onto the plate and devour all that food. That's for sure. We are dignified fallen creatures. How could we be swayed by a mere trifling? Slurp. The black dragon's drool was almost a waterfall at the corner of its mouth. Still being stubborn. How could it be because of a mere bit of food that our Tao heart would be shaken? But then again, that food seems very nourishing. It's a great tonic. Look, the 9 great saints are glowing as they eat. 3 pairs of eyes looked on longingly. If their will hadn't been firm, they would have pounced already. Su Ning caught sight of the 3 fallen creatures, reactions out of the corner of his eye, and chuckled inwardly. And they're talking about willpower. Endow heart. Don't you see, your drool won't stop. Endure it, let's see how long you can endure. Su Ning smiled inwardly. He found it amusing, so he slowed down his eating speed a bit more. Watch how I tame you. Today was the slowest meal he had ever eaten. Chewing slowly and savoring every bite. For the 3 fallen creatures, it was a great ordeal, a great torment. The 9 great saints couldn't eat much. They were full after only a few bites. It was simply too nourishing. Any more and they would explode. All the food eventually went into Su Ning's stomach. Are you done eating? Su Ning asked. Replying to Senior, we are done. Are you full? Su Ning asked. We are full. Good, then I'll put things away, Su Ning smiled. He cleaned up the utensils, leaving nothing behind. Out of the corner of his eye, as he took the utensils and turned back, the 3 fallen creatures were looking on eagerly, like 3 little gluttonous cats. They looked truly pitiful. If you want to eat, you can just say so, Su Ning said gently, smiling at the black Killen and the others. The 3 fallen creatures came back to their senses and immediately turned dark. Humph, we will absolutely not eat a single thing from you, even if we starve to death. Right. Oh. In truth, their hearts had already wavered a little. However, the dignity of a strong being made them unwilling to admit it. Haha, Su Ning chuckled, good guts. Su Ning truly didn't look back this time, turning and walking away. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. He walked onto the field ridge and poured all the remaining crumbs into the field as fertilizer. This made the 3 fallen creatures' hearts ache. What a waste of heavenly treasures. Such a waste of heavenly treasures. They were heartbroken. Those crumbs weren't enough to get stuck in Su Ning's teeth, but for the little people, they would definitely be enough to fill their stomachs, and perhaps even allow them to advance in realm. The 3 fallen creatures had realized that everything in immortal realm was a treasure. Otherwise, the 9 great saints couldn't have improved so quickly. After eating 1 meal from Su Ning, the 3 fallen creatures sensed that the 9 great saints' chi had grown much stronger, and the oppressive feeling had increased. Su Ning was not in a hurry to tame them. There's an old saying, haste makes waste. It's okay, slowly, he had all the time in the world. After dinner, Su Ning began to cultivate, sitting cross-legged on the field ridge. After 2 cycles, night fell. Time to sleep. Early the next morning, he brought fragrant food into God and Demon Paradise again. And the 3 fallen creatures had been hungry for another night, their digestive systems starting to revolt. For breakfast, I brought out a boiled egg and pure milk. Let's see how you deal with this. When Su Ning carried breakfast to the field, he found the 3 fallen creatures lying by the barrier, looking dispirited. Their condition was extremely poor. Injured and having been hungry for so long, they were already on the verge of collapse. They barely had the strength to stand up. They realized they could no longer traverse the world as before, and the dream they once harbored of flattening the immortal domain and suppressing the immortal realm's giants also shattered. In this world, they found themselves much weaker than they imagined. They could only reside in the outermost part of the life tree, unworthy of entering the inner ring area. Last night they were attacked by an unknown great terror creature, which was actually just a small lizard, and all 3 nearly perished. Fortunately, the 9 great saints intervened and drove away that terrifying chaotic demon, otherwise they would have long been immortal realm revenant. At this moment they finally realized, the immortal realm is terrifying. There are countless beings more powerful than ascendants. In this world they were like ants. Even 1 great terror-level chaotic demon could make them gasp for breath, let alone that heaven-high immortal realm giant. To think, yesterday they actually overestimated themselves by challenging that giant, and even threatened to slay an immortal. Black Killen, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix, the 3 fallen creatures, immediately felt like clowns. No wonder Su Ning's words were so blunt. He wasn't being blunt, nor was he slandering or intentionally insulting, he was merely stating facts. It was just that the 3 fallen creatures were too sensitive. They felt their self-esteem was wounded. After a night of being pummeled, they increasingly realized that in this world, without the giant's protection, they truly couldn't survive. Even if they weren't hunted by chaotic demons, they would starve to death. The immortal realm is too difficult to survive in. No wonder the 9 great saints would attach themselves to the giant. If they insisted on going their own way, would the surrounding ascendant skeletons be the fate of the Kainkun world's ascendants? The 3 fallen creatures, actually, they were already scared. They were stubborn. But stubbornness also needed to be reasonable, with brains. Stubbornness without brains was foolish, and could even land them in jail. Su Ning approached with breakfast. He naturally didn't know about the psychological changes of the 3 fallen creatures. He just assumed these 3 strange beasts were still holding out, not having come to their senses. He didn't even glance at the 3 fallen creatures, walking straight towards the 9 great saints. "Everyone come and eat breakfast," Su Ning called out. The 3 fallen creatures shouldn't give in so easily, right? They were fallen creatures, famous for their stubbornness. It's impossible they would have come to their senses in just one night. That would be too out of character for fallen creatures. Su Ning thought so. He had no idea that the 3 fallen creatures had actually already submitted and were thinking of excuses to pledge allegiance to him. "Thank you, Immortal. Fellow Taoists, it's time to eat. Not having eaten all night, I am indeed a bit hungry. Come, come, everyone eat." The 9 great saints gathered in groups, chatting and laughing, coming out of their immortal cave. Laughter and joy filled the air along the way. They chatted cheerfully. The atmosphere was lively. "Today's breakfast is chicken eggs. The chicken was given to me by someone as a token of gratitude. It's said that the chicken that lays these eggs was raised by him for 2.5 years. Now it's given to me to lay eggs for consumption. They are very nutritious and vastly different from ordinary eggs. Everyone please have a good taste." Su Ning deliberately raised his voice. He said it intentionally for the fallen creatures to hear. "Then this is truly a good thing," Li Qingxuan said with a smile. "Actually, I'm very curious. Since the chaotic demons in this world are all so massive and powerful, how does the combat power of this chicken compare to the chaos demon spider that hunted us before?" "The chicken's combat power is 100 times that of that spider." Su Ning thought for a moment. It should be more than that. 100 spiders couldn't kill one chicken. At this point, the little people were even more shocked. A chicken that 100 chaos demon spiders couldn't kill. That chaos demon spider had caused a huge psychological shadow for the little people. In their minds, the chaos demon spider was already very powerful. And a chaos chicken even more powerful than a chaos demon spider, unimaginable. Such a powerful chaotic demon, yet it's just poultry raised by the immortal realm giants. Laying eggs for immortals to use. That's too heaven-defying. The immortal realm truly extraordinary. Little people's bright, watery eyes showed even greater awe and worship towards Su Ning. To possess such strength within this immortal realm, he was definitely a major figure, perhaps even a dominator. And the reason Su Ning indulged in nature was related to his calm nature. They didn't believe that someone who indulged in nature couldn't be a big shot. It was just a lifestyle choice made by the strong. A preferred lifestyle. And the reason Su Ning could choose this lifestyle was because he was powerful enough. Only by being powerful enough could one choose the lifestyle they preferred. The little people thought so. The 3 fallen creatures, who had been secretly observing, actually had an impression of Su Ning similar to that of the 9 great saints. This massive immortal was definitely a giant. A giant who dominated a region. Su Ning naturally didn't know about the little people's worshipful thoughts. He was just an ordinary person. However, according to what the little people said, it wasn't wrong. Su Ning indeed dominated a region. What? Dominating his rural home and the surrounding land. Very reasonable. A beautiful oval white-boiled egg was placed on the plate, crystal clear and fragrant. It was much larger than the little people. All 9 of them couldn't finish one. "Don't waste this milk either, everyone. This is milk produced by an even more terrifying ox demon monster, and it's very nourishing," Su Ning said. He explained it in terms the little people could understand. The little people's eyes shone even brighter. With his introduction, this ordinary breakfast in their world became an almost heaven-defying tonic. Munch, gulp, The 9 great saints eagerly gnawed on the egg whites and gulped down the pure white milk. After gnawing for a long time, only a small portion of the egg had caved in, revealing the golden, glistening yolk inside. On the other side, the 3 fallen creatures' stomachs rebelled. They rumbled incessantly, but they couldn't bring themselves to beg Su Ning. They could only watch with longing, their mouths watering as Su Ning and the others feasted. So fragrant. If only I could have one meal. Chickens and phoenixes share the same origin. If I could consume some immortal realm egg tonics, I would definitely be able to complete my evolution. I want to eat so badly. These were the thoughts of the 3 fallen creatures. If looks could eat, the food on the plate would have long been devoured by them, right? Su Ning watched them with amusement. The 3 fallen creatures' hearts trembled and they made up their minds. Make us surrender as long as you say one word, give us a way out, we'll admit defeat, we'll soften up. Just one word, just say it, give us some face. Just a greeting and we'll follow you. The 3 fallen creatures had already decided that as long as Su Ning said one word now, they would immediately change their minds and follow him. But Su Ning didn't say anything. He just watched them with a smile. Su Ning thought to himself, these 3 fallen creatures must be very strong-willed. I can't easily tell them to surrender again. I'll let them stew for a while and then we'll see. I must proceed gradually, step by step. Let them go hungry for another meal and see what happens. There's no rush anyway. If the 3 fallen creatures could hear Su Ning's thoughts, they would surely cry. We're not that strong-willed, it's all an act. Just say one word telling us to surrender and we will surrender. We're very easy to talk to, really, just say one word. If you don't believe me, try it. Su Ning didn't know what the 3 fallen creatures were thinking. He thought the 3 fallen creatures were too proud and wouldn't give in so easily. How could he know that these 3 were already submissive? They had eaten and drunk well, with a little bit of leftovers. Su Ning glanced at the 3 fallen creatures. Joyful expressions immediately appeared in the eyes of the 3 fallen creatures. It's coming, it's coming. It's finally here. As long as you say a word, we will definitely follow you. Please just say one word. They eagerly awaited Su Ning to speak. At the same time, they felt their chance had come. But Su Ning just glanced at them. Sigh, I originally wanted to invite you all to eat together, but given your heart nature, you surely wouldn't look down on it. Inviting you to eat would also feel like an insult to you. Never mind, I won't be self-indulgent. He sighed lightly, then continued, I hope the 3 of you figure things out soon. In this world, if you can't eat your fill, you really will starve to death. After speaking, Su Ning left with his meal tray. The 3 fallen creatures were dumbfounded. They still thought their chance had come. As long as Su Ning gave them an opening, they would pretend to refuse and then submit, leading to a happy ending for all. But Su Ning actually said that given their heart nature, they would surely look down on it, and inviting them to eat would be an insult to them. This was flattery to the point of harm, raising them too high. It made it difficult for them to speak softly. It blocked them off. The 3 fallen creatures were almost crying out loud. You haven't even asked, how do you know we don't dare to speak? How do you think it's impossible for us to agree? Why do you say it's an insult to us again? We don't think that's an insult. Can you please insult us? It's really 1 meal missed and we're starving. It's been 2 or 3 meals now. The 3 fallen creatures couldn't bring themselves to humble themselves. Su Ning didn't know their psychological activities. He also didn't care what the 3 fallen creatures were thinking. He actually just found the 3 fallen creatures interesting to look at. Raising them might be quite aesthetically pleasing. It wasn't absolutely necessary to make the 3 fallen creatures submit. If they truly preferred death over submission, then Su Ning also had no choice. In this world, besides death caused by him, suicide from a desire to die, there was no cure. He threw the remaining food scraps to the chickens in the cage. After washing the dishes, Su Ning walked to the field, sat cross-legged on a large stone in the middle of the field, and began to cultivate facing the morning sun. This cultivation technique doesn't have a name yet, does it? Su Ning always forgot the name of this cultivation technique because it had no name. It was created by the 9 great saints only after they entered the immortal realm. Su Ning wanted to name it, and he had, but he always couldn't remember it, and after a while, he would forget what name he had given it. Never mind, too lazy to bother. It's just a cultivation technique anyway. Maybe I'll call it nameless heavenly technique from now on. Su Ning circulated his cultivation technique, facing the morning sun. Now the speed at which he circulated his cultivation technique was getting faster and faster. It no longer even took 3 hours. He could complete 2 qi circulations in one morning. With each qi circulation, his body would undergo a qualitative change. Blood and bones. A complete transformation. Oh, I seem to have discovered. When he circulated to the second qi circulation, as Su Ning pushed that internal energy, he discovered some abnormal elements in his body. Things similar to inert substances. They were not active at all within the meridians and qi and blood. Like sticky Play-Doh, inert substances were spread throughout his entire body. When internal energy passed through these inert substances, it would be stuck, like a tiger trapped in mud, moving slowly. Is this the culprit hindering my super-fast circulation speed? Su Ning thought. Every time he passed through these areas, it took a long time to break through. If I scrape away these inert substances, wouldn't I be able to increase my speed? Su Ning's eyes lit up. If he could increase the cultivation technique's circulation speed, it would also increase the speed at which he became stronger. Su Ning himself hadn't noticed that, unconsciously, he had evolved from passively cultivating by rote to becoming a cultivator who could think for himself. This was a significant breakthrough. It showed that as his cultivation path progressed further, he could also summarize his own experiences. He became a true cultivator. But how can I remove these inert substances? Su Ning pondered. Practice makes perfect. He couldn't figure it out. He lacked experience. Then he would try with practical actions. Su Ning closed his eyes. He circulated the qi within his body. This time, he did not circulate the qi along the previous routes. Instead, he moved it towards the inert substances. Qi was a part of his body, just like his hands and feet. He could feel some internal states of his body through qi. Of course, currently, Su Ning still couldn't achieve internal vision. He could only have some sensations. The qi sank into the inert substances within the bloodline. He used qi to envelop the inert substances, attempting to dislodge them. The inert substances were like maggots clinging to bone, tightly attached to the body, as if they were a part of the body. Difficult to dislodge. So difficult to dislodge, I can't even push them a little, as solid as a rock. Su Ning sighed. But he did not give up. If they were easy to remove, they would have been washed away long ago when the qi was circulated. How could they still exist? He increased the use of qi. If he couldn't dislodge the whole, then he would start from the root. Su Ning found the contact point where the inert substances attached to the body. They were very firmly attached. Su Ning used qi to cut and separate them. Still as hard as metal and stone, the little force of qi applied to them was like a spring breeze, seemingly ineffective. Su Ning worked hard for most of the day, but not a single bit of inert substance was separated. Are these things impossible to remove? Born with them, coexisting with the cultivator. I'll ask the 9 great saints during lunch. Su Ning exerted his full effort, to no avail. Just as he was about to give up, he found that the inert substance was actually separated by the qi he was fully exerting. Separated from the body. Whoosh! A small, not much piece. Oh, it succeeded. Su Ning was pleasantly surprised. He quickly concentrated, using qi to move that inert substance through the meridians to the intestines. He wanted to expel it from the body through the function of the large intestine. This process was very complex. The human body itself was very complex. The time required was also not short. 1 hour. For such a tiny bit of inert substance, he spent a full hour to transport it to the processing point. And Su Ning was already very tired, sweating profusely. However, to his pleasant surprise, after removing that bit of inert substance, when he circulated qi to that spot again, it was unobstructed. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He felt his body had become more agile. If he were to circulate his cultivation technique now, the time would definitely be reduced. Just removing a tiny bit of inert substance put me in this state. What would it be like if all of it were removed? Would I only need 1 minute to complete a qi circulation of the cultivation technique in the future? And my body's agility, would it be as fast as lightning? Su Ning was excited. This was a huge discovery. This unexpected joy surprised him. It seemed there was a new path to improve his cultivation. He felt his body, and indeed, it was more flexible. His strength had also improved. He was very satisfied. He did not continue to cultivate, looking at the sky. It's time for lunch. I wonder what the three fallen creatures have decided. Forget it, I won't think about them. Let nature take its course. The main meal was exquisite. Beef brisket with tomatoes, shrimp and pork heart soup, rice, cabbage. It was very rich, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Just smelling it made one feel refreshed and joyful. Su Ning and the 9 great saints shared it with delight, their mouths greasy from the food. Their appearance truly made one unable to resist. Su Ning still ignored the 3 fallen creatures. These 3 were powerful beings with stable heart nature. How could they surrender so easily? The 3 fallen creatures' faces grew even uglier. It wasn't because Su Ning and the others angered them, but because they were truly too hungry. And they were in the lower realm. Eating or not eating didn't matter. They had already reached the realm of abstaining from food, and they hadn't eaten for an unknown number of years. But upon reaching the immortal realm, their consumption was enormous. Even just breathing resulted in significant consumption. They needed to eat. This was something they hadn't expected. Their physical bodies were not large to begin with, storing little energy, and having gone without food for over a day, even humans couldn't endure it, let alone 3 fist-sized exotic beasts. To put it bluntly, very hungry, very miserable. They could only weakly lie sprawled at the edge of the barrier, watching Su Ning and the others feast. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. What made them even more speechless was, these 10 people were eating fine. But you actually described how delicious it was, how good the texture was. What did that mean? It made the 3 fallen creatures even hungrier. So delicious. This beef must be from a terrifying creature in the immortal realm. Just a bit makes my chi and blood swell. I'm about to break through. This is a great tonic. You can't eat this in the lower realm. It's too delicious, divine pill level. To be able to eat such good things, I'm truly blessed. Oh. The aroma was intoxicating. It made the gluttonous worms in their stomachs erupt. The words were definitely said deliberately for the 3 fallen creatures to hear. The 3 fallen creatures' inner thoughts. We also want to eat, we also want to surrender. But what the giant said before blocked our path to surrender. We really couldn't bring ourselves to lose face. Sigh, what to do? How could Su Ning know this? Seeing the 3 fallen creatures proudly and unmoving, sprawled there. It was as if they disdained speaking to him and the others. They were too lazy to even lift their gaze. Extremely disdainful. What was this if not stubbornness? Sigh, indeed, fallen creatures are fallen creatures. Their heart nature is tenacious. Su Ning thought to himself, these fallen creatures probably wouldn't surrender. So he didn't try to persuade them further. Look at them, how cold and arrogant. Preferring death over surrender. Look at them, how heaven-defying their character is. As expected of fallen creatures. Actually, the fallen creatures were too miserably hungry, too lazy to even lift their heads. After eating, Su Ning tidied up the dishes. The leftovers were naturally taken with him. Under the eager gaze of the 3 fallen creatures, he took them away. They really wanted to ask for some food. They truly couldn't hold on any longer. But in the end, they still didn't say it. Embarrassed, ashamed. It wasn't until Su Ning disappeared from sight. Only then did they regret it immensely. How much is face worth? Can face be eaten? So much regret. If I were given another chance, I would definitely ask for some food. Sigh. The 3 fallen creatures were filled with remorse. Maybe there's still a chance. When the giant comes back, we'll directly express our intentions. After he puts away the dishes, he'll have to come back and take a look, right? They looked forward to it. This time, no more hesitation, no more indecision. However, after Su Ning put away the dishes, he truly didn't come back. He didn't even take a nap, directly entering cultivation. After he discovered the benefits of clearing inert substances, he didn't rush to cultivate, but instead used his chi to continuously strip away the inert substances in his physical body. Su Ning believed that this would definitely be of great help to his future. During lunch, he had also asked the 9 great saints about the situation inside his physical body. However, the 9 great saints seemed to have never encountered such a situation either. And Su Ning's physique was special, so they couldn't explain it clearly. But they still advised that if stripping inert substances could improve your physical body, then strip them. Whether it's cultivation or emotional self-control, only one truly understands oneself best. Do whatever is beneficial to yourself. This is also a form of cultivation. Su Ning was actually feeling his way across the river. Throughout the afternoon, Su Ning only completed one heavenly circulation. The rest of the time was spent stripping the inert substances from his physical body. Unlike the morning, his stripping speed was super fast, and his experience increased significantly. He could clear a small section in half an hour. For the countless inert tissues within his physical body, clearing a small section in half an hour seemed like a drop in the ocean. Su Ning, however, didn't think so. Once these things were cleared, they would be permanently gone and wouldn't grow back. Step by step, slowly, he would eventually be able to clear them completely. At worst, he would spend a few years clearing this trash. Or he would use as long as he lived to clear them. Su Ning had plenty of time. In the critical locations, there are 300 to 400 points of inert substances. To clear them completely, it would probably take 10 days to half a month. But if these critical areas are cleared, my cultivation speed will greatly increase. This is a virtuous cycle. Su Ning thought to himself. These were inert substances along the path of his cultivation technique. Clearing them was now urgent. Other non-essential areas could be dealt with slowly, but these areas needed to be cleared quickly. In one afternoon, he cleared 15 points. And he felt even lighter with greater strength. The speed of running his cultivation technique also greatly improved. Now it only took about 2 hours to complete one heavenly circulation. Indeed, finding the right approach was the best shortcut to cultivation. Let's see what happens when all the inert substances along the cultivation technique path are cleared. Su Ning looked forward to it. At dinner time, Su Ning still cooked as usual. He was in a good mood today, so he stewed a whole chicken. A whole chicken, not cut into pieces. Chicken soup. The chicken could be eaten. He added various tonics to the chicken soup, such as ginseng. When the dishes were brought to God and Demon Paradise, the 3 fallen creatures completely broke down. They were truly about to starve to death. Giant, Immortal Senior, we surrender. We are willing to submit. Please grant us some food. We are about to starve to death. We truly surrender. The 3 fallen creatures' eyes were red. Seeing Su Ning arrive, it was like 3 puppies seeing their owner who had been away for a long time, and the moment the door opened, the scene of 3 puppies rushing towards Su Ning. From the edge of the barrier, they scurried pat 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 to Su Ning's feet. No longer playing hard to get, no longer weighing pros and cons, no longer engaging in a battle of wits. They just wanted a bite to eat. They didn't even have the strength to fly. They could only use the last of their physical body's strength to run on the ground. Seeing the frantic state of these 3 fallen creatures, Su Ning was bewildered. His first reaction was disbelief. What are you doing? Weren't the 3 fallen creatures supposed to be unyielding in character? Weren't they supposed to prefer death over surrender? What was going on? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. I don't believe they would surrender so quickly. I originally planned to starve them for another day before considering whether to subdue them. Oh, I understand. You're testing me. You want to make fun of me. After I believe you, you'll laugh at me for falling into your trap, saying I'm so foolish for falling for your little tricks, and asking what kind of thing I am, too ridiculous, etc. Su Ning had an expression that said, I've seen through you. Stop messing around. Fallen creatures aren't that easy to surrender. The 3 fallen creatures. No, we didn't think that way. We are sincerely surrendering. Dignified fallen creatures, forming their own forbidden zone, struck fear into countless beings, stirring up dark unrest in the lower realm and harvesting the lives of myriad races. A single glance sent shivers down the spines of countless cultivators. At the end of the immortal path, who stands supreme? I, a fallen creature, fight in the midst. What is dominance? Even when facing the world's condemnation, even when cultivators across the land bravely charged forward like a tide to completely pacify the fallen forbidden zone. The three great fallen creatures, Black Killen, Black Phoenix, and Black Dragon, still managed to deceive the heavenly Tao and survive. This is the embodiment of blood and chaos. This is the manifestation of coldness and violence. They watched the ages with indifference, overlooking the world like gods. In short, they were incredibly formidable. Such formidable creatures, Su Ning didn't believe they would compromise for a mere meal. It had only been a little over a day since they last ate. If you starved for 10 days or half a month and then compromised, I'd still think the time was a bit short. Are your fallen creatures that weak? Su Ning didn't believe it. But the three fallen creatures truly wanted to cry. Starving for a day is nothing. Try starving for a little over a day and see. Besides, do you understand what it means for a wise person to adapt to circumstances? Do you understand what it means that the longer you live, the more you fear death? If we weren't afraid of death, could we have survived in such a wretched state for so long? No, Senior Immortal, please don't mock us anymore. We truly weren't lying to you. We swear by the heavenly Tao. If we speak against our hearts, may we be struck by 5 bolts of lightning and die a terrible death. The Black Killen and the other 3 fallen creatures truly couldn't hold on any longer. They were even willing to make such vicious vows. Swearing by the heavenly Tao is a very serious matter for cultivators. If one truly violates it, they will be annihilated by heaven and earth. Su Ning, of course, didn't know any of this. He still didn't believe them. Cunning, I didn't expect you to lie as if it were the truth, Su Ning said. I was almost deceived by you. Your acting is not bad, but I'm not so easily fooled. Su Ning still didn't believe them. Fallen creatures, they were symbols of treachery and cunning. If you believed them and thought whatever they said was true, you'd be led in circles. These were all master schemers with deep cunning. Don't let their pitiful appearance fool you. What kind of fallen creature would have such an expression? Old monsters who had lived for so long, actually feigning pity. Tell me, isn't it contradictory? Tell me, do you dare to believe it? Boss, we are truly sincere. Please just believe us. We're really about to starve to death. As long as you give us something to eat, we will absolutely surrender. I admit we offended you before. We know we were wrong. Please don't make things difficult for us anymore. The 3 fallen creatures had said all they could. They felt they had never been so humble. In the Kaienkan world, who dared to make them so humble? Everyone else was humble before them. It had been so many years, they had forgotten what humility looked like, forgotten how to beg. Naturally, their begging didn't seem genuine. Playing with me. Su Ning kicked them away and walked past them as if they were nothing, heading towards the 9 great saints. The 3 beast combinations still wanted to pester him. Stop or be annihilated. Li Qingshuan and Kunlun Fairy and others flew to Su Ning's side, their extreme Dao Saint swords shining brightly, pointing at the 3 fallen creatures. Seeing this, the 3 great fallen creatures dared not say anything more, nor dared to pester him further. As time passed, they already knew that the 9 great saints were no longer their former selves. If they continued to pester, they might truly be annihilated. Senior Immortal, the Black Killen's grief was greater than death itself. He cried out with tears in his eyes. Su Ning ignored them. The 3 great fallen creatures regretted it immensely. You tell me, why did you act so tough back then? Why did you say things like you'd rather die than surrender, even though it was unnecessary? What was wrong with them? They deeply regretted being so unyielding back then. If they hadn't spoken so resolutely, things probably wouldn't be like this now. No one to blame. Only themselves for being too ignorant and painting themselves into a corner. Young and foolish. Cough, cough. Although only a little over a day had passed, the Black Killen truly wished he could go back to yesterday and slap himself twice. Why did you have to be so cheap? Why did you have to run your mouth? Now it's good, Senior Immortal really thinks we're tough, and even if we soften, he won't believe us. With longing eyes, they could only watch Su Ning and the others eat heartily, even saying how delicious it was while eating, explaining the wonderfulness of the food. It was simply torture. They couldn't even manage to not listen. The Black Killen and the others could guarantee that this was the most difficult period they had ever endured. Every day felt like a year. Finally, Su Ning finished eating. He wiped his mouth. Do you want to eat? If you do, then don't be stubborn, surrender early, and you'll have good things to eat. If you don't surrender, you'll just have to keep starving. Su Ning coaxed them like a demon. The three great fallen creatures. Do you think we don't want to? We've already surrendered, but you don't believe us. What can we do? Looking at the resolute expressions of the three fallen creatures, not a word was spoken. Su Ning felt that there was no hope today either. So he could only helplessly clean up the plates and then leave, continuing to use the evening time to clear the inert substances from his body. The next day. Today was a good day. The sky was clear for thousands of miles. The morning sky was brilliant. The sun slowly climbed up from the eastern mountains. Warm golden glow emanated from the golden crow, dispelling the darkness and coldness in the mountains and fields. It spread over the mountains and fields, eventually enveloping the entire world. Su Ning, as usual, carried his breakfast to the god and demon paradise. Whoosh! This time he had just entered the range of the little tree. The three fallen creatures, looking dejected, ran over and clung to Su Ning's leg, regardless of anything else. Immortal, we surrender. We truly surrender. Please don't torment us anymore. We're scared. If you don't give us food, we'll really starve to death. Please bestow food. We are willing to pay any price. We sincerely submit. We just need food and lodging. As long as we get something to eat, we're willing to do anything. They refused to let go. Su Ning, the 9 great saints. This was the first time the 9 great saints had seen fallen creatures behave like this. Back in the Kainkun world, they were incredibly arrogant and domineering. Seeing them cling like pets, the 9 great saints even thought they had seen wrong. Are these really fallen creatures? How different from what they remembered. They actually clung to his leg and wouldn't let go. What new scheme are you pulling? Let go, Su Ning said. No, we won't let go. Either Senior Immortal accepts our surrender today, or you kill us. Anyway, it's all death, might as well die by your hand, the Black Killen said. They truly couldn't last until noon. Too hungry. The life chi in their bodies was draining. If they didn't replenish their energy, they would truly die. There's really no trickery. If Senior Immortal doesn't believe us, you can check our bodies. We're really about to die. Under the threat of death, the Black Dragon also disregarded dignity and face. Why did they ascend? They had great ambitions in their hearts. They certainly didn't want to fall just like that. If you don't believe us, Senior Immortal can directly refine our essence blood and control our destiny. Su Ning was surprised. This was too easy to give in, wasn't it? They had only been hungry for less than 2 days. He didn't know what refining essence blood was, but seeing the 9 great saints nod, Su Ning knew it was settled. Su Ning, where was your rebellious attitude from the past 2 days? You even said fallen creatures would never be slaves, unless food and lodging were provided. That was reckless. Su Ning truly didn't expect the fallen creatures to surrender so easily. Just 2 days ago, they were incredibly arrogant. Now they're acting so humble. It makes one want to complain. All right then, I believe you, Su Ning said. As for controlling you with your bloodline, there's no need. It's too troublesome. If you play any tricks, I can eliminate you at any time. Anyway, you can't leave this place. Thank you. Thank you, Immortal Senior. We absolutely wouldn't dare to play tricks. The 3 fallen creatures were excited to hear Su Ning's words. They could finally get something to eat. It wasn't easy. With the 3 fallen creatures surrendering, they were now considered part of the group. They could receive food bestowed by Su Ning. Of course, due to their status, they couldn't eat at the table immediately. They had to wait until Su Ning and the 9 great saints finished eating. This was a warning. It was to let them know that surrendering didn't necessarily mean they could be on equal footing with the 9 great saints. To eat at the table with everyone, they needed to work hard. Furthermore, it was also a punishment for the previous impolite behavior of the 3 fallen creatures. The 3 fallen creatures watched Su Ning and the others eat with longing eyes. They were very anxious. Saliva kept secreting from their mouths. But they could only obediently wait by the side, waiting for Su Ning and the others to finish eating. They didn't consider if this was an insult to them. Now they had no time to think about such things. They only wanted to eat. They hoped Su Ning and the others would finish quickly. During the meal, Su Ning would also occasionally glance over with his peripheral vision. Seeing the three fallen creatures waiting obediently, he knew that these three fallen creatures were probably tamed. This also counted as accomplishing a minor task. Have you eaten well? After a difficult wait, Su Ning and the others finally ate their fill. The 9 great saints nodded. Su Ning turned around. You 3 can eat now. Thank you, Immortals Senior. Upon hearing the command, the Black Killen, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix, the 3 fallen creatures, expressed their endless gratitude and quickly ran to the food, eating large mouthfuls. They disregarded their image. It was just an ordinary egg. Yet it made the 3 fallen creatures feel as if they were eating the most delicious thing in the world. With one bite, their eyes lit up. It's so delicious. Is this the food of the immortal realm? One egg was enough for them to have a full meal. The Black Killen was enormous, about the size of an adult's fist. For them, an egg placed before them was actually not small. The 3 fallen creatures had huge appetites. However, the 3 of them definitely couldn't finish one egg. The energy contained within the egg, however, brought continuous surprises to the 3 fallen creatures. This is the Tao of an immortal realm creature. I seem to have eaten some law of an immortal beast's bloodline. It can stimulate the power of the primordial divine beast within us. Heavens, what kind of divine beast's egg is this? The egg had a great effect on the 3 fallen creatures. It was even more effective than for the 9 great saints, because they were originally beasts. The Black Killen took a bite of the egg white, and the egg white transformed into energy, surging throughout its body. Its decaying life force received a continuous replenishment. Instantly, it recovered its vitality. All its fatigue also disappeared. Waiting for such a long time finally had its reward. The scales on its body became even darker and shinier, like black gems glowing. The Black Killen's body was so beautiful. I'm evolving. The Black Killen actually felt like it was evolving. The yolk has even more energy. The Black Phoenix received even greater benefits, even greater than the Black Dragon and Black Killen. Because an egg is inherently a bird among beasts, it could be said that its origin was the same as hers. After eating half an egg, it actually directly rose a small rank. This left everyone stunned. Su Ning also found it miraculous. It seems that having the same origin can provide unexpected benefits. Black Dragon and Black Killen did not directly raise a small rank like the Phoenix, but they also received great benefits. They ate too much, they were stuffed. The 3 of them reluctantly left. Their eyes occasionally looked towards the unfinished egg. For them, this was a spirit pill. Knowing the benefits of the egg, the slight grievance in the hearts of the 3 fallen creatures completely vanished. Originally, when they surrendered to Su Ning, they still felt a bit unconvinced, a bit of humiliation and burden. But once the egg was given, they completely lost that feeling. They received great benefits. If such benefits were exchanged, let alone surrendering, even offering themselves would be fine. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for your generous gift. We are endlessly grateful. After the 3 fallen creatures finished eating, they respectfully bowed. They were truly submitting. No wonder the 9 great saints were willing to follow you. If only we had known your food was so amazing. We would have followed you much earlier. The 3 great fallen creatures felt they had wasted 2 days for nothing, truly being foolish. If they had made good use of those 2 days, they might be even stronger now. Well, have you finished eating? Su Ning didn't pay attention to their grateful expressions. He waited for them to finish eating. If you're done, then I'll put it away. Immortal Senior has worked hard, the Black Killen said. Su Ning, by the way, since you're willing to follow me, we're family now. You can find a place to live near the little tree. There aren't that many rules here. You can cultivate as you wish and live your lives however you want. I won't interfere. As for food, don't worry, there will definitely be enough from now on. As for houses, I'm afraid you'll have to build them yourselves, Su Ning said. Immortal Senior, don't worry, we're already prepared for that, the Black Killen and the others smiled. Roar! A roar! 3 gems on their bodies sparkled. Soon, a large mountain suddenly emerged from the gem on the Black Killen's body. The mountain was enormous, with a total of 9 peaks, covering an area of about 2x2. The highest peak was about 1 to 1.5 meters tall. Su Ning watched, dumbfounded. It even came with a mountain, automatically. Immortal, you jest, this is Undying Mountain, our Dao field in the lower realm. We usually live on it, the Black Kiln said. Undying Mountain had a total of 9 peaks, with golden phoenix trees everywhere between them, and a lake in the middle of the mountain. This Undying Mountain was towering into the clouds in the lower realm, so vast that it spanned countless miles. I didn't expect its area to automatically shrink when it reached the immortal realm, but it's still enough for us to live in, the Black Kiln said. It had a dedicated immortal cave on the 9 peaks, while the Black Dragon lived in the lake, and the Black Phoenix lived on the phoenix tree. Su Ning carefully observed the mountain, which resembled a miniature landscape, marveling at it. Undying Mountain looked very Xuanhuan and mysterious. It was like seeing an immortal mountain, immortal cave from a Xuanhuan drama. Clouds and mist lingered, with various auspicious chi swirling around. I didn't expect this to be Undying Mountain. Legend has it that Undying Mountain can move, with the great Tao covering its law, making it impossible for saints to find its traces, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Today, I've finally seen it. The 9 great saints facing Undying Mountain, this forbidden zone of life, couldn't help but sigh. This was once a terrifying forbidden zone in the Kainkun world. They had never seen it. Yet they could now see its full appearance in the immortal realm. If fellow Taoists are interested in cultivating, you can also move to Undying Mountain. We are all family, so there's no need to be polite, the Black Kiln generously invited. Absolutely not necessary. The 9 great saints shrugged, uninterested in this. Seeing them pull out their family treasures, the 9 great saints somewhat regretted not moving their own immortal caves over. Otherwise, they would also have a very good living environment. But who knew the immortal realm would be like this? That's too bad, the Black Kiln thought proudly. The mountain is nice, but what I'm more interested in is the magic treasure you used to store the mountain. It's like a spatial ring, right? If I had something like that, buying groceries would be much simpler, Su Ning said. However, upon hearing Su Ning's words, the proud expressions of the 3 fallen creatures instantly froze. Seeing their expressions, the 9 great saints' eyes lit up, and they quickly echoed, Immortal Senior, they have accumulated treasures for countless ages, so they must have many good things. That's right, that's right. In the Kainkun world, it's widely known that the fallen creatures have the most treasures. If Immortal Senior is interested, they would surely be willing to contribute them and give them to you. The 9 great saints chimed in. Their faces showed triumph. Let's see you 3 show off now. Now how will you clean up this mess? The 9 great saints gloated. The 3 great fallen creatures wore bitter expressions. The space gem on them was one of the greatest treasures of the Kainkun world. A space gem of this level could hold the entire Undying Mountain, so one could imagine how heaven-defying it was. You all seem quite troubled, but Su Ning actually doesn't like taking what others cherish. If you truly can't bear to part with it, then don't give it, the Kunlun fairy said. They didn't want to give it. But Su Ning sincerely wanted it, so wouldn't it be inappropriate if they didn't give it? That's true, a gentleman doesn't take what others love, Su Ning shrugged. He left with his plate. The 3 fallen creatures hesitated. But Su Ning had already walked far away. In fact, they were very uneasy inside. They were afraid Su Ning would retaliate. But this space gem was too important. It was even more important than a sacred artifact. They had once used the power of the entire fallen creatures race to refine this item for countless years before finally succeeding. It was considered a symbol of their race. Idiots. I originally thought fallen creatures were all exceptionally intelligent, but I didn't expect them to be a bunch of idiots, sigh. I overestimated you before. With your mindset, if you hadn't cultivated a combat power stronger than the Saint Realm through evil and deviant Tao, you would have ceased to exist long ago. After all, you're not human race. The 9 great saints looked down on the fallen creatures. It was a genuine look of disdain, not just angry words. Feeling the 9 contemptuous gazes, the 3 great fallen creatures immediately became enraged. You're just 9 human race saints. What right do you have to look down on us? If you hadn't ascended a step earlier, do you think you could have surpassed us? The Black Kiln roared. It's not us saying it, but if you had ascended first, it's estimated that the Immortal Senior wouldn't even bother with you. You would either be annihilated by chaotic demons or starve to death or crash into a forbidden land and perish, with your Tao vanishing. Slap, the Kunlun fairy was more direct. She slapped them. The three fallen creatures stumbled. It's just a pity, being first means being first. Your resentment is useless. You are latecomers, so I will teach you the rules of being human race. From now on when we speak, you'd best listen obediently, otherwise suppression. From now on dare to disrespect us, suppression. Dare to speak wildly to us, suppression. The Kunlun fairy looked down on the three great fallen creatures. The black Killen and the others glared fiercely at the Kunlun fairy, their eyes malevolent. They were unconvinced. Slap. But what they got in return was the Kunlun fairy's frantic suppression. She wasn't Su Ning. She didn't have such a Buddhist temperament. Moreover, the Kunlun fairy had no good feelings for fallen creatures to begin with, so her attacks were certainly not light. If Senior Su Ning hadn't said not to kill you, do you think you'd be alive now? And you still dare to look at me with disrespectful eyes, you're practically seeking death. The Kunlun fairy stepped on the black Killen with one foot, the black dragon with the other, and squeezed the black phoenix's neck with one hand. She was too domineering, too strong. She suppressed them just as she said she would. In this world, it was still the law of the jungle. Su Ning was the strongest, and the rest naturally spoke with their strength. Coincidentally, the Kunlun fairy was no bleeding heart. She was capable of killing people and seizing treasures. She said, hand over all the magic treasures on you, otherwise you'll regret it. The Kunlun fairy was not so easy to talk to. What right do you have? Senior Immortal didn't rob us. What right do you have to rob us? The black Killen was unconvinced. HMPH, the Kunlun fairy sneered. She said, just because I am stronger than you. Senior Immortal didn't rob you. There's no rule that says I can't rob you. I won't give. Puff, puff. Black Killen had just uttered 3 words when the Kunlun fairy stomped down hard with her foot, empowered by the Kunlun immortal arts. Several ribs in its abdomen were broken, and its body was caved in. It was a terrible sight. The Kunlun fairy's methods were not gentle. The first female saint of all ages was not famous for nothing. She was not a benevolent person. To reach the saint realm, whose hands weren't stained with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You dare to use torture. I'm going to report you to Senior Immortal. The black Killen threatened. I forgot to tell you, living in the immortal realm is actually very free. I don't want to kill you unless absolutely necessary, but if I really did kill you with Senior Immortal's personality, he wouldn't do anything to me, the Kunlun fairy said disdainfully. The black Killen's face was extremely grim. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to help? The Kunlun fairy called out to the other saints. Coming. Li Qingshuan, the Abyss Demon Lord, Emperor Qing, the Great Xia Emperor, and others rushed over, giving the 3 fallen creatures a brutal beating. They forced them to hand over all their magic treasures before finally relenting. The fallen creatures never expected these 9 human race saints to be so domineering, like bandits. Space gems, spirit pills, magic treasures, secret manuals, and so on, everything useful and useless was plundered. Old rascals. The 3 fallen creatures had no recourse. They couldn't win. These 9 humans' cultivation was too powerful, so powerful that they couldn't even look up to them. The key was that these 9 humans were not good people, they were particularly ruthless. If they didn't hand over their treasures, they would truly kill them. The kind that didn't care about life or deaths. In the end, the 3 beast combinations' accumulated treasures of countless years were all plundered clean. HMPH, don't complain, we're saving your lives, Li Qingshuan said leisurely after taking the treasures. Black Killen, I'd believe a ghost before I believe you. You rob our things and say you're saving us. Is that how you save people? They clearly didn't believe him. I told you your IQ wasn't enough, and you still don't believe me. Do you think we're keeping these things for ourselves? No, they're all for Senior Immortal. Li Qingshuan said to the 3 fallen creatures, who had been beaten beyond recognition. You think you're very smart, but I want to ask, since you live here, have you paid rent to Senior Immortal? In other words, this is Senior Immortal's territory. Even if Senior Immortal doesn't care, but you really don't pay rent. Don't give benefits. Does he just provide food and lodging? What benefits can you give him? You can't give him anything, which means he also doesn't have to be responsible for you. If he's in a good mood, he'll give you a bite to eat. If he's in a bad mood, crushing you with a single finger is perfectly reasonable. Senior Immortal took a fancy to your space gem, and you didn't offer it with both hands, grateful that you were finally useful to Senior Immortal, yet you were still reluctant and even refused. Li Qingshuan said, "You are truly something." Senior Immortal rarely takes a fancy to things from our Kainkun world. Only when you have a bond of interest with him will he keep you in mind and look at you differently. Otherwise, why would he support you? What benefits can you give him? Adults are all about interests. Good intentions can only maintain a temporary relationship. Only a bond of interest can lead to long-term cooperation. Li Qingshuan looked meaningfully at the three fallen creatures. I don't know if you've lived for so long, whether it's all gone to the dogs, not understanding any human etiquette. Hearing Li Qingshuan say this, the three fallen creatures suddenly realized. At the same time, they were filled with regret. They should have given benefits to Senior Immortal just now. Sighing. What were they being stingy about? At the same time, they thought, no wonder they all say humans are cunning. Li Qingshuan and the others could actually think of these things. It's shocking. Immortal Senior, this is our offering to you. When Su Ning returned from cultivating, everyone was eating. Li Qingshuan, Kunlun Fairy, and others handed over all the treasures they had plundered from the fallen creatures to Su Ning. This is. Su Ning was stunned. He looked at the smiling faces of the 9 little people, then back at the bruised faces of the 3 great fallen creatures. He instantly understood what had happened. Immortal Senior, please don't be so polite. These are all our offerings to you. You 9 robbed them, didn't you? Su Ning didn't accept. He could see the 9 great saints' painstaking efforts. If he wanted something, they would snatch it and offer it to him. However, Su Ning didn't like this coercive method. Although he had lost his relatives since childhood, he hadn't received much malice from this world, so he wasn't psychologically warped, nor did he have much darkness within him. After losing his parents, his uncle's family took good care of him, just like real relatives, and the village didn't mock him like in novels. Instead, they were quite fond of him and looked after him. At school, teachers and classmates were very friendly, especially his 10-year relationship with Suye. Although they eventually broke up because they weren't suitable, that girl indeed filled many emotional voids for him, coupled with the friendliness of his mother-in-law's family. All of this allowed Su Ning to maintain a very normal heart and be a very normal person. For someone who grew up alone, possessing such a naive personality was truly rare. Many people with backgrounds similar to Su Ning either went astray, wasted their lives, or developed twisted personalities and became corrupted. Therefore, it was quite unexpected and difficult for Su Ning to maintain such emotions. Thank you very much for thinking of me, but there's no need to do this. It makes us seem very overbearing, Su Ning refused. Perhaps in your cultivation world, the strong are respected, and you can just take whatever you want, but I don't like it, at least for now. I don't like this rule of the strong preying on the weak. Although this idea might seem naive, or be called a saintly mother. But Su Ning just didn't like it. If he didn't like it, he didn't like it. In everything, it all comes down to what I like. If he didn't like it, then he didn't like it. Immortal Senior. Kunlun Fairy looked at Su Ning, unsure how to comment. It's fine to be a good person, and you can choose not to be a good person, but you cannot mock others for being good people, and even more so, you cannot stop others from being good people. Of course, this was just Kunlun Fairy's thought. Su Ning never thought he was a very good person. In fact, he didn't think he was a good person at all. In everything, he only sought a clear conscience. He only considered whether he liked it or not. As for what he liked and disliked, it was related to the education he had received over the years. Give them back. Su Ning took all the treasures plundered by the 9 great saints and threw them in front of the 3 great fallen creatures. The 9 great saints naturally had no objections. If Su Ning didn't like it, then he didn't like it. Their perception of Su Ning was refreshed once again. This immortal senior was not only powerful in cultivation, possessing numerous territories and treasures, but also a good person. This was very good. It provided a lot of assurance for their survival here. Given the immortal senior's character, he certainly wouldn't casually kill them. It's just. Li Qingshuan and Great Xia Emperor looked at each other. They felt Su Ning was too honest. He was easily taken advantage of. They saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Immortal Senior, there's something we're not sure if we should ask. In their hearts, they really wanted to enlighten Su Ning, to make Su Ning a bit more selfish. Sometimes cultivating was about selfishness, about contending with others, and contending with heaven and earth. What? Su Ning saw their cautious demeanor and felt they were too careful. There was no need to be so cautious. That is. Immortal Senior, is it because of your personality that you often suffer losses in your world? From my many years of experience, people who are too honest and too kind are very easily taken advantage of. And often they don't do well. We don't think kindness is bad, we just think it's unfair to kindness. So sometimes, Immortal Senior can actually be appropriately selfish. Abyss Demon Lord said, "Yes, as far as I know, in some cultivation academies, teachers teach everyone to be kind, to help the weak, to care for the world, to treat others well, and so on. But outside the academy, Jianghu will educate all students with real-world situations that they must be cunning and ruthless to succeed. The academy's teachings are the most naive, and although I don't know if this situation exists in Immortal Senior's world, I think, no matter what, you still need to be a little selfish to succeed. Sometimes being cunning can also uphold justice." These words made Su Ning pause. He felt somewhat dazed. Yes, isn't this world also like this? On one hand, schools teach people to be kind, to hate evil, and how to treat others well, but outside of school, that set of teachings simply doesn't work. It's as if that education is an ineffective education, which is truly ironic. It would be better to teach people to be treacherous from the beginning. It turns out that every world has this situation. Of course, Su Ning is different now than before. He only seeks a clear conscience, but that doesn't mean he's foolish. From his game with Manager Wang, it's clear that seeking a clear conscience and being foolish are two different things. Su Ning would not choose to suffer in silence. However, his basic situation in the past was indeed guessed by the 9 great saints. He really had been a corporate drone due to his personality. He couldn't do illegal things, and he couldn't bring himself to do things like swindling. Alas, the saying wealth comes to the ruthless, love traps the soft-hearted. Perhaps that's why many people don't get rich. Su Ning felt his personality wasn't suited for getting rich. But what about it? In life, not every choice is correct. Sometimes fate gives you 2 answers, and both might be wrong. Sometimes you don't necessarily need to choose the correct answer. Choosing the answer you like is also a correct answer. This is just an insight. College entrance exam takers, please ignore automatically, thank you. So Su Ning didn't think there was anything wrong with his choice. But I like it. As long as I like it, I can choose any answer, do anything I can do. Only when thoughts are clear can life be clear. Su Ning replied calmly. He had walked through the gates of hell and had already seen through many things. Hearing Su Ning's words, the 9 great saints were all stunned. As if struck by lightning. They didn't reply for a long time, silently savoring the words. This sentence was very meaningful. They pondered it. Their expressions varied. I like it. Clear thoughts. I only do what I like. I understand. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for your guidance. Some knots in their hearts were actually untangled. Before, we were too fixated on gains and losses, too fixated on small profits, ignoring what we liked. They all thought Immortal Senior was overly kind, but in reality, he was overly insightful. Cultivating is about having clear thoughts. We thought too much. Immortal Senior truly has insight. We are impressed. Li Qingshuan cupped his hands and exclaimed with emotion. 9 great saints had intended to enlighten Su Ning, but unexpectedly, they were enlightened by Su Ning instead. Although the 9 great saints have lived for many years and understood many ways of dealing with the world, sometimes the simplest and most ordinary words can be truly impactful. The phrase "return to simplicity" is very easy to say, but if one has traveled far on the path of cultivation, truly achieving return to simplicity becomes incredibly difficult. Let alone old monsters who have lived for many years, even mortals who have lived for only a few decades, once they hold high positions or possess power or wealth or status, it becomes very difficult for them to return to simplicity and maintain their original intentions. Many people lose their original goals and dreams. Even if they remember, they just can't go back. Though I wish to buy osmanthus and drink wine together, it's ultimately not like the youthful wanderings. Even if they go back, they are no longer their former selves. They can't find it anymore. Therefore, the phrase "return to simplicity" is easy, but achieving it is extremely difficult. Seeing Su Ning's demeanor, the 9 great saints could feel his sincerity. He didn't seem to be lying. It came from his heart. That's why they appeared to be enlightened. Some words are only effective when spoken by certain people. If these words had come from a cultivator in the Kainkun world, they might have scoffed, because subconsciously they believed that among all in the Kainkun world, they, the ascendants, were the most formidable. You, a person of low status, actually want to educate us. Would we listen? But when Su Ning spoke them, it was different. In their hearts, Su Ning was a truly distinguished senior. An immortal. They were completely convinced by Su Ning, so they would seriously ponder and accept his words. Sometimes achieving clarity of thought only requires a single sentence. A sentence from a noble person. Even 1,000 hardships can be resolved. On the other side, the three great fallen creatures were bewildered when they saw the treasures Su Ning threw back. Actually, for a fleeting moment, they thought Su Ning was playing hard to get, pretending not to want them and not to force others, while secretly instructing the 9 great saints to forcefully seize them to gain a good reputation. But now Su Ning's demeanor clearly showed that he truly meant what he said. If he said he wouldn't force others, he wouldn't. Humans still have such kindness. Immortals still have such good people. This giant, he must have suffered a lot in real life. Not selfish at all, how can this be? The fallen creature's thoughts had always been somewhat dark. However, they were truly sincerely giving the items to Su Ning now. After hearing the 9 great saints' analysis, they felt it made perfect sense. They needed to build a good relationship with Su Ning and establish a bond of mutual benefit to survive peacefully. If one day Su Ning no longer wanted to keep them, there would be no old affection left. Immortal Senior, we've thought it through. These things should have been given to you in the first place. Please accept them. The Black Killen said. Are they forcing you to say this? Don't worry, as long as I speak, they won't force you or seize your resources again. You can take them back. Su Ning, I'm not a bandit, Su Ning said. No, not at all, they didn't force us. We are willing, the Black Killen quickly said. Afraid Su Ning wouldn't believe him. We thought for a long time, what are these few things compared to the place Immortal Senior gave us to live and the food and drink he provided, the Black Killen said. Please accept them. We are giving them to you sincerely. Consider it our rent. We can't always trouble you without you getting any benefit, can we? The Black Killen said. Su Ning was puzzled. One moment they were afraid he'd seize them, the next they were afraid he wouldn't accept them. These fallen creatures were truly fickle. No needs, you keep them. I don't necessarily need these things, nor can I not live without them, Su Ning said. Immortal Senior doesn't lack such small trinkets. Alas, were our brains offline earlier or something. To actually think that Immortal Senior coveted our treasures. He was only interested. The fallen creatures were filled with regret. Why were we so stingy? It was truly penny wise and pound foolish. Immortal Senior, please accept them. These are our contributions to you. If you don't accept them, we won't be able to rest easy. The 3 fallen creatures resorted to their old trick again. Clinging to Su Ning's leg, refusing to let go. Su Ning. Sometimes it's just that strange. When you desperately pursue something, you always push it further away and can never catch it. But if you lose interest and stop pursuing it, it will automatically stick to you like chewing gum, impossible to shake off. Such is life. Who knows what the fallen creatures said to the 9 great saints, but they had a change of heart and insisted on giving all their good things to Su Ning. Su Ning was actually only interested in the space gem. He didn't care much about the others. Under the persistent persuasion of the 3 great fallen creatures, Su Ning reluctantly chose a few items. This whole charade. Su Ning felt a bit awkward. It seemed he had made himself appear hypocritical. He had clearly said he didn't want them, but in the end, he got them. But let it be. The space gem was indeed very interesting. There were only 3, connecting to the same space. Under the guidance of the 3 great fallen creatures, Su Ning quickly learned how to use it. With his current realm, he had also entered the threshold of the cultivation world. He was qualified to use magic treasure. Su Ning opened the space gem. He found that it was actually just a 4x4 cubic space. It was said that when it was in the Kainkun world, this thing was enormous, but when it reached the immortal realm, its area shrunk. It was only about 3x3. However, when it came into Su Ning's hands, the space actually reached 4x4, an entire circle larger. Could it be that the area varies depending on the user? Su Ning wondered. Perhaps so. He closed the storage space. For several consecutive days, Su Ning devoted himself to cultivation and the removal of inert substances from his body. As for the space gem, it was of no use to him now, and he soon cast the matter aside. Because apart from storing some groceries, it seemed, it really didn't have any other practical use. It could only be temporarily put away to gather dust. His speed in clearing inert substances became faster and faster. To his pleasant surprise, as the content of inert substances in his body decreased, his realm actually increased automatically. In less than a week, he reached Qi refining stage layer 2. So the presence of inert substances hindered the increase of my cultivation realm. Su Ning suddenly realized. It took him 10 days to completely clear all the inert substances. And on the 10th day, Su Ning discovered that his realm had actually reached Qi refining 3rd layer. This was a huge surprise. Previously, Su Ning had worked tirelessly, operating his cultivation technique, cultivating for so long to only reach Qi refining stage layer 1, which led him to believe he was a good-for-nothing. Now he finally understood that he was a normal person, and the reason for his slow progress was entirely due to the inert substances hindering his development. Qi refining 3rd layer, I wonder what realm my strength has reached. It feels like a casual swing has thousands of pounds of force. Su Ning thought. Moreover, the space of the space gem has also increased to an area of 10x10 due to the increase in my realm. Su Ning felt that all his physical attributes were increasing, his speed, agility, and so on were incomparable to before. Now he truly looked like a cultivator. I wonder how the cancer cells in my body are now. Logically speaking, the inert substances he cleared should have been the petrification disease virus. Go to the hospital again. Su Ning thought to himself that he actually didn't care about his petrification disease because he was very healthy. The illness on his body had no effect on him. He was just curious. After putting on his still decent clothes, Su Ning prepared to go to the city hospital again. Ding, ding, ding. Just then his phone rang. Manager Wang's. What else did he want? Su Ning's sword-like brows slightly raised, and a hint of confusion appeared in his bright black eyes. He didn't want to answer. But thinking of the considerable profits this guy had brought him not long ago, Su Ning still answered. Hello, this is Su Ning, what's up? Su Ning's chiseled jaw was cool and emotionless. Perhaps he hadn't noticed that after his cultivation increased to Qi refining 3rd layer, besides his body becoming well-proportioned and his muscles looking like art when he took off his clothes, his height had also increased significantly. He used to be about 1.73 meters, but now he looked around 1.78 meters, and because of his excellent proportions, he even looked no less than 1.8 meters, probably around 1.81 meters with shoes on. The most important thing was that he had become more handsome. His facial skin was delicate and firm. The enlarged pores, dullness, and acne that had appeared on his face due to frequent late nights were all gone, replaced by a healthy paleness, and his features were even more striking, with a pair of bright, clear eyes and thick, dark hair. Even without makeup, he looked like he had walked out of a comic book or movie. This was only a change in his external appearance. The change in his temperament after cultivating was the most significant. There was always a sense of detached elegance, a kind of aloofness that didn't belong to the mortal world, a feeling of being isolated from the world. His speech had become a bit colder, a bit more unique. To sum it up in one sentence, incredibly handsome. Ningji, that I've encountered some problems here and need your help. I wonder if you have time. Manager Wang said cautiously. After the last confrontation with Su Ning, he had completely fallen into a lower position. His speech became hesitant and subservient. No choice who told him he needed help from others. A sunny smile appeared on Su Ning's face. The blend of coolness and sunshine gave him a unique charm. Help, you say? No problem, who said we're friends. As long as I can help, I definitely will, but the price, Su Ning said. No problem as long as Ningji can help. As for the price, same old rules. Manager Wang said cheerfully. Straightforward, truly a good friend, so what's your problem? Money is all that matters. It's like this, we have a project proposal here concerning Longxian Group. Manager Wang's main problem was that their company had a collaboration with Longxian Group, but the project proposal had been delayed indefinitely. Two companies had collaborated before, but those proposals were all handled by Su Ning, so they passed easily. Now that Su Ning had resigned, the proposals submitted by the company were repeatedly rejected by the other side, which is why Manager Wang thought of Su Ning. Longxian Group is a colossal company. Su Ning recalled that the reason his former company had a chance to go public was actually by connecting with Longxian Group and establishing a stable cooperative relationship. This project proposal should be quite important to Manager Wang. That's no problem. I remember I was in charge of this proposal before I resigned. I thought you guys had already resolved it. Su Ning said. No problem, that's good. No problem, that's good. I knew Ningji would have a solution. How about this? You write the proposal first, and if it passes, I'll transfer the payment to you, still 100 times the market price. Manager Wang's voice on the other end of the phone was very happy. You'll pay after it passes. Su Ning was clearly dissatisfied. No matter whether it passes or not, it's something I painstakingly wrote, you have to pay. I'm selling you a proposal, I'm not taking an exam for you. Su Ning said. But hearing this, Manager Wang hesitated. He had to pay whether it passed or not. This was a huge risk. If it passed, that would be fine, but if it didn't, the money would be wasted. If Manager Wang thinks it's inappropriate, you can certainly refuse. Su Ning shrugged indifferently. He wasn't desperate to earn that money. As he said, he was selling a commodity, just like you ordered a commodity from me, and I painstakingly made it for you, but then you said you didn't like it and wouldn't pay. What would my labor cost be then? Besides, I didn't force you. Su Ning felt no guilt about exploiting his former company. This, Manager Wang thought for a long time. Su Ning was not in a hurry and just waited. All right, I'll do as you say. Manager Wang gritted his teeth and said. Su Ning had been responsible for this proposal the longest, and he was also the one who had done the most projects for Longxian Group. He should know their preferences. But Ningji, you have to guarantee that you absolutely won't be perfunctory. You must take this project seriously. This project is truly very important to me. Manager Wang was gambling. He had no other choice, otherwise he wouldn't have come to Su Ning. That's natural, don't you trust my character? Su Ning said easily. I trust it, I naturally trust your character. Manager Wang said. Putting everything else aside, he did recognize Su Ning's character. They all said honest people were easy to bully and had good character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bullied Su Ning for so long back then. Same old rules. Su Ning asked. Same old rules. Manager Wang said. Then I'm hanging up, I'll start writing once you transfer the money. Su Ning said. He hung up the phone. Ding, Alipay received 350,000 yuan. Manager Wang was quite quick. They used to drag their feet on paying salaries, but now they transfer hundreds of thousands like it's nothing. That broken company isn't broke after all. Su Ning said. Then he opened his computer. He sent the project proposal he had worked on at the company to Manager Wang. Su Ning had been working on this project until the very last moment before he resigned. It was actually already finished, he just resigned later. He hadn't had time to delete these things after resigning. He didn't expect these old things could still bring him income. At the same time, Su Ning also sighed. If he were still working at his former company, once this proposal was submitted, it would have nothing to do with him. Now that he had left, he didn't expect a casual proposal to be worth so much. Indeed, Capital's exploitation of employees is quite unreasonable. It's done already. Manager Wang was a bit surprised. Actually, it was done when I was still at the company. I just didn't get a chance to submit it. Su Ning didn't hide anything. Manager Wang. He was speechless. He actually spent money to buy a proposal that originally belonged to his own company. And he spent 350,000. This, who understands this feeling, my family. It's truly heartbreaking. Any problems? If not, then let's leave it at that. Su Ning said. Naturally, no problem. Manager Wang casually browsed Su Ning's proposal. From his perspective, this was an excellent proposal. Seeing such an excellent proposal, he couldn't help but sigh. If only Su Ning were still with their company. It was just a pity that this person was no longer part of the company. How could he have been so foolish back then to let go of such a talent? To bully such a talent? May I be so bold as to ask, Ningji, have you found a job? If not, come back to our company, I'll offer you a high salary. Manager Wang asked. A base salary of 1 million a year, with corresponding commissions for projects and a year-end bonus. No need, I think our current cooperative relationship is quite good. Su Ning immediately refused. Are you kidding? Go back to that hellish company and be bled dry by them. Go back to the same old life. Don't make me laugh, why would I? My life is free and easy now, it's great. If there's nothing else, I'm going to log off. Su Ning finished speaking, put his phone directly into his pocket, and walked towards the city center. City Center Hospital. The old doctor looked at Su Ning's examination report and once again fell into deep thought. You, this. It wasn't the first time he had shown such a ghost-seeing expression. Su Ning was accustomed to it. Is there a problem? There's a big problem. The old doctor lost his composure. The wrinkles on his face, like old tree bark, deepened, and his cloudy yellow eyes glowed. Even his decades-old reading glasses couldn't block it. His mottled hand pointed at the examination report. A comparison of the two sets of data. Your previous illness was very serious. Logically speaking, you should be on your last leg, but you are very healthy, excessively healthy, which puzzles me. The old doctor didn't know how to express his feelings. What about this time? This time you are even healthier, the old doctor said. Su Ning, what kind of talk is this? Is it wrong for me to be excessively healthy? Isn't this a good thing? Su Ning retorted. Of course this is a good thing, but I found that you are too healthy. Even the diseased cells in your body are gone, but the accompanying abnormal functions are still there. Logically speaking, these abnormal functions, after losing balance, should also cause harm to your body, but they haven't, so I am very curious, the old doctor said. Su Ning, you find it strange that I am very healthy, which is also amazing. It's good to be free of illness. Su Ning nodded, knowing the condition of his body. At least for now, the cancer cells in his body were resolved. Although he had known this day would come, when it did, he still felt a little emotional. The first time he learned he had a terminal illness, his whole life instantly turned gray, plummeting to the bottom. That kind of despair, even now, makes him feel lingering fear. Even knowing that he might solve this problem after cultivating as an immortal, this illness had always been a thorn in his heart. Now knowing there was no problem, a heavy weight was lifted from his heart. In a short period, Su Ning felt as if he had lived two lives. Perhaps, as the old man said, only by experiencing life and death can one understand the meaning of life. If there's nothing else, I won't bother you with your patience, I'll be leaving. Su Ning planned to take his leave. Hey little brother, don't rush. I have something to discuss with you. The changes in your body might be of great help to us in breaking through the petrification disease. Are you interested in contributing a sacred force to the great medical cause? The old doctor quickly asked. Sorry, not interested. Su Ning spread his hands. He knew why his body had become this way. He didn't plan to reveal the secret of cultivation yet. If it was exposed too early, given the greedy nature of some people, his outcome would not be too good. There are many people in this world who are rich, powerful, and dying. If those desperate people are truly pushed to the brink, it's normal for them to resort to extreme measures. Furthermore, although he currently possessed the cultivation of chi refining third layer, which greatly enhanced his physical fitness. But facing modern technology, he still had no chance of winning. I'm afraid I'll have to come to this hospital less often in the future. Su Ning looked at the old doctor and said. Fortunately, the old doctor did not pester him too much. He just said it was a pity and made no other movements. As an old doctor with many years of clinical experience, he had seen many strange things, so naturally, he wouldn't cling to Su Ning. This wasn't writing a novel, nor was it acting in a movie. Did the old doctor discover an anomaly, go wild, target the protagonist, contact some wealthy person or powerful second-generation heir, to force Su Ning to contribute his body for their research, and then Su Ning would beat the small ones and then the old ones, endlessly showing off, finally ascending to the peak of the world, then writing down his experiences, compiling them into a 20-million-word novel and publishing it. How could that be? The old doctor was just an ordinary doctor. He didn't have that many connections, and besides, his usual work already kept him overwhelmed. Where would he find the time to do all this? His greatest dream was not to contribute to the medical cause of humanity, but rather to get off work early and go home to hug his grandson. This is human nature. Reality is not a novel, nor is it a movie. Next. Su Ning took his leave, and the old doctor called the next patient in line to prepare for treatment. Just as Su Ning was about to push the door open and leave, he saw two elderly people enter. Both were probably around 60 to 70 years old. Perhaps due to exhaustion, they looked older than average, with white hair. At first glance, one might think they were 80 or 90. The most important thing was that these two people, Su Ning, seemed a little familiar with them. I seem to have seen them somewhere. Su Ning looked a few more times but still couldn't recall. After the two elderly people entered for their consultation and he stepped out, Su Ning slapped his thigh and remembered. Ah, I remember. They are Jiang Xiaotao's mother. No wonder they looked so familiar. Su Ning recalled these two elderly people with whom he had little interaction, to be precise, only one encounter. Jiang Xiaotao was his university classmate. A delicate, thin, very sunny, very beautiful girl who liked to wear a single ponytail, with bright eyes and two small dimples when she smiled. Moreover, she was especially cheerful and loved to smile. Su Ning still vividly remembered her dimpled smile. This girl, well. Cough. All right. The reason Su Ning was so excited. Because once this girl had a crush on him, and it was like that for 4 years, day in and day out. In Su Ning's memory, that girl who loved to smile and had dimples always secretly observed him. When he played soccer, she watched from afar. When he studied, she watched from the back seat. That kind of gaze was full of love. Su Ning had always known about this person and her feelings, but unfortunately at that time he was with Su Yi, so he could only pretend not to know, and Jiang Xiaotao, from beginning to end, never seemed to break through this unspoken relationship. They never had any private time together during their 4 years of university, and after graduation, they never saw each other again. Alas, things have changed. Su Ning sighed. The reason he remembered the two elderly people was that, by chance, they had gone to the school to find Jiang Xiaotao, and the family of 3 had eaten together, which Su Ning happened to see. Su Ning greeted them openly and ate a meal in the cafeteria, and that was it. He didn't expect to see them again until today. Su Ning wanted to say hello before leaving. After all, they were acquaintances. Your wife's illness is petrification disease, and it's already in its advanced stages. She doesn't have much time left, alas. I can't do anything for the remaining time, just do whatever you want to do. This is too coincidental, isn't it? Su Ning didn't expect Jiang Xiaotao's mother to have the same illness as him. Krako. Not long after, the ward door opened, and out walked 2 elderly people whose hearts were as dead as ashes. Su Ning saw that desperate look in their eyes, just like his own back then, utterly lifeless. I'm sorry, old woman, I can't accompany you anymore. The old doctor didn't care about his own illness, but rather worried about the old woman beside him. He guiltily stroked the old woman's head. It's okay, the old woman tried to hold back her tears, but they still fell uncontrollably. She wasn't worried about the loneliness of losing her husband, but rather about his health. These 2 elderly people were heartbreaking. Alas, terminal illness indeed makes one despair. Su Ning shook his head helplessly. He understood this failing. After composing himself, he stepped forward, speaking in as light a tone as possible. Hello, uncle and aunt, do you still remember me? You are. The 2 elderly people had clearly long forgotten him. I am Jiang Xiaotao's classmate. We ate together in university. Su Ning said. The 2 elderly people immediately recalled this matter. In university, they had only eaten with one person. Even if they temporarily forgot Su Ning's appearance, they could still remember this event. So it's you. Long time no see. By the way, you came to this hospital to see a doctor too. The old doctor was particularly happy to see Su Ning. Indeed, just a small illness. Su Ning said. It's rare to meet. It's almost mealtime, and the hospital cafeteria should be open. How about we eat together and have a good chat? The old doctor suggested. Sure. Su Ning did not refuse. Su Ning had a good impression of these 2 elderly people. The first time he interacted with them in university, Su Ning felt they were a pair of simple, good-hearted elderly people. Meeting Jiang Xiaotao's mother, Su Ning felt a surge of emotion. Some people turn around, and when they meet again, they don't know how many years have passed, while for others, a single turn means a lifetime. To this day, there are many junior high and high school classmates. After graduation, they never saw each other again, even though they all lived in the same small town. That final day was an ordinary summer day. At first, everyone just said goodbye casually, walking out of the classroom as usual, thinking it was no different from any other day. In truth, the moment they walked out of that classroom, the gears of fate had already begun to turn. ensuring that some people would never see others again. Zhang Xiaotao and Su Ning never saw each other again after graduation. Nor did they contact each other. While with Su Yi, Su Ning deliberately maintained distance from all other females, especially relationships with some particular emotional undertones, which Su Ning avoided even more. This is also why, after the breakup, Su Ning found his world to be very small, so small that he didn't even have a single female friend, so small that from beginning to end, only Su Yi had ever been involved in his life. This was the greatest loyalty Su Ning gave to Su Yi, and also the greatest sincerity he showed to that innocent relationship. Of course, the current Su Ning would not pay attention to these things anymore. It was indeed very painful right after the breakup, but now, there might still be some ripples, but more than that, there is a sense of relief. Perhaps dying and being reborn made his heart calmer. He ate with Zhang Xiaodao's mother in the hospital cafeteria. The food in the hospital cafeteria isn't luxurious, but it's definitely nutritious and healthy, low in oil and salt, which is even better than some large restaurants outside. Crucially, the price wasn't expensive either. During this time, Su Ning did not inquire about Zhang Xiaotao's father's condition. He already knew everything. Su Ning mostly chatted and laughed with the two elders, taking great care of them. Perhaps they hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. The worry on the two elders' faces lessened somewhat, and they were willing to smile. Su Ning was like a sunny young man, especially with his evolved, handsome face that made people instinctively feel good about him. Even the little nurses he encountered couldn't help but sneak extra glances. Those who didn't know might have thought a big star had come out. Su Ning chatted casually with the two elders and even massaged Jiang Xiaotao's father. When leaving, Su Ning departed openly, reminding the two elders to rest well and take care of themselves. The two elders never imagined that Su Ning, while massaging Jiang Xiaotao's father, had cleared most of the inert substances from his body. He secretly cured his illness. Su Ning did not boast or seek credit for it. After finishing, he didn't let anyone notice and simply slipped away. Some things he just did them if he wanted to, not for showing off or to shock people. He didn't even need anyone's gratitude. Doing it this way was simply because he was willing. Looking at Su Ning's openly departing back, Jiang Xiaotao's mother fell into a daze. Oh, is this the person our daughter always held in her heart? Jiang Xiaotao's mother was lost in thought. I used to wonder why that child Jiang Xiaotao would be so infatuated with someone she had a crush on. It turns out he's so good. If it were me, I'd be infatuated too. Jiang Xiaotao's mother was clearly completely won over by Su Ning. This was a standard good son-in-law. You say, if our little Peach were here, would she? Oh, the two sighed. Su Ning naturally could not hear the conversation between the two elders. After doing those things, Su Ning didn't dwell on them at all. For him, it was merely a small effort. Having reached Qi refining third layer, his control over spiritual Qi had reached an astonishing level. Cleaning a common person's diseased body impurities was very easy and quick. He strolled around the city, preparing to buy a car. It was quite inconvenient to spend so much effort whenever he went to the county town or the countryside. Buying a car would be good. Currently, he had hundreds of thousands in his pocket, which was enough for a house, let alone a car, in this small county town. If he had had so much money before, he would have been very happy. But now, whether it was because Su Ning had experienced life and death and viewed many things lightly, or because of cultivation, he no longer had such an obsession with money. The same went for cars and houses. A car just needed to be able to get around. As for a house, a small bungalow in the countryside was quite good. The county house he once dreamed of buying, he wouldn't even want to live in for free now. He bought a 5-star light van SUV at the car city. It was sturdy and durable. It was only tens of thousands. The paperwork would take some time. Su Ning took the opportunity to revisit the city. He attended primary and junior high school in the countryside and high school in this small county town. There were many memories here for him. Seeing many people passing by wearing school uniforms identical to those in his memory, Su Ning would also feel a moment of trance. It was like a dream back to high school. But looking closely at their pure faces, he felt a much greater distance. He was no longer a young man. Walking into some little tree groves, Su Ning inevitably recalled scenes of himself with Su Ye. He smiled faintly, reviewing his own story like an outsider, unperturbed. Why do I keep feeling like someone is following me? This feeling in Su Ning was very strong. Since leaving the hospital, he had constantly felt like someone was tracking him, but when he looked back, there was nothing. His current agility was terrifying. He could sense if someone was following him immediately. Perhaps it's a misconception. Checking the time, Su Ning realized it was late, and the sky was already dim. He prepared to return to the car city to drive. Su Ning turned his head, and a familiar figure stood bathed in the last rays of the setting sun. A slender, delicate figure, with a single ponytail, 2 small dimples, and a simple denim outfit. She gazed at Su Ning with melancholy. Jiang Xiaoto. Su Ning was startled. Unbelievably, it really was Jiang Xiaoto. Jiang Xiaoto also froze. She stared blankly at Su Ning. Their eyes met. Jiang Xiaoto pointed at Su Ning, then at herself. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital taking care of your parents? Su Ning asked. Jiang Xiaoto was still in disbelief. Are you talking to me? She looked at Su Ning with her mouth agape, and when she confirmed that Su Ning was talking to her, her big eyes sparkled brightly. Su Ning rolled his eyes at Jiang Xiaoto and said impatiently, Nonsense, if I'm not talking to you, am I talking to a ghost? Jiang Xiaoto. Why aren't you with your parents? Su Ning asked again. Their unexpected meeting made Su Ning a little flustered. After all, this was the girl who had once had such feelings for him. And actually, Su Ning also had a very good impression of her. If it weren't for Su Yi, perhaps there would have been many more stories. Oh, I wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank you in person. Jiang Xiaoto nodded, relieved, though her eyes were still dazed and showed disbelief. She still answered Su Ning's question. Thank you for saving my father. Jiang Xiaoto said sincerely. It was just a small effort, nothing to mention, no need for thanks. Su Ning waved his hand. For you, it's a small matter, but for us, it's a life-saving matter, and we are endlessly grateful. Jiang Xiaoto was grateful, and naturally wouldn't take Su Ning's words lightly just because he said no need to thank him. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Of course, besides wanting to thank you in person, you also have a scent about you. That makes me feel very comfortable. I couldn't help but follow you, Jiang Xiaoto said. Su Ning. Now it was Su Ning's turn to be embarrassed. He hadn't expected the once introverted Jiang Xiaoto to speak so directly now. Su Ning couldn't handle it and tried to change the subject, but as he carefully examined Jiang Xiaoto's body, he suddenly discovered a serious problem. Su Ning's brows furrowed tightly. He stared at Jiang Xiaoto's body. He scrutinized her from head to toe. What's wrong? It was Jiang Xiaoto's first time being stared at like that by Su Ning. Her small, palm-sized face flushed slightly, and her eyes beneath long lashes dropped. She looked like a shy young lady. After all these years, her unusual feelings for Su Ning hadn't disappeared. Jiang Xiaoto couldn't meet Su Ning's gaze. Your body, it's transparent. Su Ning could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them, certain he hadn't seen wrong. Jiang Xiaoto's body was slightly transparent. He could see the scenery behind her. It wasn't severely transparent, but this situation was too bizarre. Jiang Xiaoto nervously lowered her head. No, your body isn't just transparent. I can't even detect your heartbeat, and your body has no temperature. No, your body simply doesn't exist. The more Su Ning observed, the more he came to a truth that made his jaw drop. I'm sorry, I won't harm you. Don't be afraid, I really won't harm you. If you're scared, I can leave right away. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pitiful distress. She truly didn't want to scare Su Ning. So you really are. Su Ning paused, not finishing his sentence. As he spoke, the last hint of sunset faded, and the sky completely darkened, and Jiang Xiaoto's body solidified a bit. Su Ning wasn't scared. With his current strength, he could easily swat Jiang Xiaoto away with one slap. She was even weaker than an ordinary person. Su Ning found it more interesting. He hadn't expected there to be things in this world that science couldn't explain. There was a car accident at the last class reunion. Jiang Xiaoto explained. A car accident. Su Ning again scrutinized Jiang Xiaoto from head to toe. Indeed, she was wearing the exact same clothes she had worn at the class reunion. Su Ning had deleted the class group chat after graduation and hadn't attended any class reunions, always feeling they were meaningless and that it was more reliable to earn more money. However, he still had contact information for some classmates, and he had seen photos of the last class reunion on some of their social media feeds. The last class reunion was 2 or 3 years ago, wasn't it? Su Ning sighed, never expecting that Jiang Xiaotao had already, 3 years ago. Alas, life is unpredictable. 3 years ago, after the graduation party, everyone dispersed. Jiang Xiaotao took a taxi home and was run over by a large truck on the way. After the car accident, she didn't know how she got home. She was in a daze for a long time, and when she finally became lucid, it was several months later. She spent most of her time by her parents' side. Unlike before, it seemed no one in this world could see her. Except for Su Ning. That's right, I should have thought of it earlier. Su Ning slapped his forehead. The fact that I saved your parents is something no one would know, yet you do, which means you're not a normal person to begin with. After leaving the hospital, I always felt someone following me. If that feeling wasn't wrong, it must have been you. Su Ning realized. The reason he could see Jiang Xiaotao was definitely due to his cultivation. What are your plans next, or is there anything you want to do? Su Ning asked. The only thing I can't let go of are my parents. Jiang Xiaotao felt desolate in her heart. I know it's a lot of trouble for you, but Su, could you please help me with something? She quickly explained. I know you don't owe me anything, and you can choose not to help, but I really have no other way. She was helpless. We're classmates, no need to be so polite. Su Ning didn't find it troublesome at all. Just tell me what you need help with. They were classmates. What's more, Su Ning had a good impression of Jiang Xiaotao. Could you please help me withdraw the money I saved and give it to my parents? That's all I can do for them. Just that. No problem. Su Ning readily agreed. It's just helping to withdraw money. I'll pick up my car from the 4S dealership, then I'll go withdraw it for you. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Xiaotao didn't know what else to say besides these words. No need to thank me. Su Ning waved his hand, we're classmates. Jiang Xiaotao and Su Ning went to the 4S dealership together to pick up the car. The 4S dealership had already completed all the procedures. Su Ning just needed to drive the car out. All the way, Jiang Xiaotao followed Su Ning. Of course, besides Su Ning, it seemed no one else on the road could see Jiang Xiaotao's special existence. Following Jiang Xiaotao's instructions, Su Ning found an old bank card. He entered the password into the ATM and withdrew all 30,000 plus yuan from the card. Usually such a card couldn't be deposited or withdrawn at a counter, but it could be withdrawn at an ATM. The process went smoothly. After withdrawing the money, Su Ning drove his 5-star light van towards Jiang Xiaotao's home. The moonlight was beautiful. Except for Jiang Xiaotao's increasingly pale face in the back seat and her thick, dark long hair. Honestly, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, it was quite frightening. If Su's psychological resilience hadn't been good, and with the added bonus of his cultivation, this sight alone would definitely have caused someone to have a heart attack. I'm sorry, at night, especially after deep night, my complexion becomes a bit strange. I can't control it. Jiang Xiaotao shyly lowered her head. She was afraid Su Ning would be disgusted. This shy look made her even more eerie. It's fine. I think you're still quite beautiful, very good. Su Ning said with a smile. He was giving a forced compliment, so to speak. But Jiang Xiaotao was very happy. Really? Is it really not scary? Jiang Xiaotao's eyes lit up, and she asked again. The first time she saw herself like this in a mirror, she was scared. She hadn't expected Su Ning to think it was acceptable. She was quite happy inside. Really? Su Ning said. As a well-mannered, good young person in society, he would never discriminate against someone because of their terrifying appearance. After all, she was also a girl. You can't just tell her she's terrifying to her face, can you? That's great, as long as I didn't scare you. Jiang Xiaotao was genuinely happy. She laughed with a gaw-gaw sound. Her smile, combined with her expression, showed she was indeed happy, but this visual style. It was really very. Let's put it this way, any screenshot could directly be used as a horror movie cover. Only Su Ning could handle it, anyone else would definitely be scared stiff. The two chatted and laughed. The scene was very incongruous. It was fortunate that no one could see this bizarre sight, otherwise their scalps would definitely tingle. They drove around. They turned into an old residential area in the city. Suning followed the instructions and parked the car in front of a walk-up apartment building. The ground was uneven and covered in sewage. Suning got out of the car, carefully avoiding the potholes under the streetlights. As for Jiang Xiaotao beside him, she naturally ignored these potholes. My home is on the 4th floor, Jiang Xiaotao said. Okay. Suning nodded. He carried a black plastic bag and climbed to the 4th floor. The height of the 4th floor was no problem at all for Su's current physical strength. Thank you. Jiang Xiaotao spoke again. Besides saying thank you, she had nothing else to say. She was immensely grateful, but didn't know how to repay him. But Suning didn't take it to heart. No worries, it's a small matter. This is an old, dilapidated urban area with a long history and no elevators. The hygiene wasn't too bad, but the entire building exuded an old, musty smell. The stairs were still concrete, worn smooth by countless footsteps, and the handrails were rusty, stainless steel pipes that had been handled so much they were polished and rusted. On the walls there were cobwebs, old dust, and various small advertisements covering older ones. Like unclogging pipes, locksmith services, advertisements for male hospitals, and various flashy, obviously scam-related mango-colored advertisements, etc. It must be a scam, otherwise, where would you find a 188-centimeter tall student girl? Impossible. It's also possible she was a student 30 years ago, and now. Unspeakable. I'm getting off topic. Back to the main subject. Most of these old, dilapidated houses in the city are only inhabited by the elderly or by outsiders who are struggling financially. Otherwise, no one would want to live in such an old and broken house. Climbing to the 4th floor in one breath wasn't difficult. Jiang Xiaotao's house had a large iron gate, handmade by a street master, painted green. Due to its age and lack of new paint, the green paint was peeling, and the gate's rust was starting to show. Dong dong dong. Suning knocked on the iron gate. He didn't dislike this place. Instead, he felt a bit nostalgic. He had lived in similar places when he was struggling in big cities. Who is it? After knocking for a while, an old voice came from inside the door. The voice lacked much enthusiasm. It sounded like someone worn out by too much pressure from life, physically and mentally exhausted. It was Jiang Xiaotao's mother. It's me, Mother Jiang. We met at the hospital today. I am Jiang Xiaotao's classmate, Suning, Suning said. A familiar voice entered the house, and the owner of that weary voice seemed to gain a bit of vitality. Creak. First, the sound of a chain unlocking and a wooden door opening. Then, with a clang, the sound of the iron gate being pushed open. Seeing Suning, Jiang Xiaotao's mother's face showed some joy. Suning, is it really you? Quick, come in and sit. Auntie will pour you some tea. Jiang Xiaotao's mother greeted him warmly, and her melancholic face brightened with a bit of sunshine. In recent years, with her daughter's death and her husband's terminal illness, almost no one visited them. Sometimes they wouldn't see a living soul for a year or so. They never thought of asking anyone for help, nor did they want to burden anyone, but people still feared being entangled with them. Jiang Xiaotao's parents were helpless about this. Of course, they wouldn't blame anyone. In this world, who doesn't have their own difficulties? Everyone has problems, and they could understand the thoughts of those people. Auntie, this is some fruit and drinks I bought on my way here. It's not much, please don't mind, Suning said, understanding the basic etiquette of visiting. On the way, he casually bought a few bags of fruit, like bananas, apples, and oranges, and also some milk and eggs from a small shop. Since you're here, why bring gifts? Jiang Xiaotao's mother said with a smile. Auntie couldn't be happier, how could I dislike it? Come in and sit. Jiang Xiaotao's mother took Suning's gifts while pulling him into the house. Generally, gifts like fruit and milk are not refused, and they will be accepted at the door as a courtesy. Entering the house, Suning was somewhat surprised. He had expected that the continuous misfortunes and difficult living conditions of Jiang Xiaotao's parents would leave their home in disarray, but it was not so. The house was very clean and elegantly arranged. It was like a wealthy city dweller's study in the 1990s, or the home of a professor or teacher. The room was filled with many bookshelves, on which were many yellowed books, and there was also a desk. On the desk, there was even a vase with a bouquet of pure white wildflowers in it. Refined. These flowers were not precious, found everywhere on the roadside, and the vase was very ordinary, probably costing no more than 10 yuan. The living room, the kitchen, the balcony, all were very clean. On the balcony, there were also various flowers in small pots, mostly succulents. A cozy little nest. In the old, dilapidated city center, to find such a place was like a paradise. The items in the room, including calligraphy and paintings, and many decorations, were not extravagant, they were very ordinary. But to maintain such a positive attitude towards life even in despair, this made Su Ning admire them. Mother Jiang carried the items into the kitchen, saying as she walked, "Old man, Su Ning is here. You entertain him. I'll go to the kitchen to wash some fruit for you two and brew a pot of tea. You two can have a good chat." Su Ning. Father Jiang was writing diligently at his desk. Come, how do you think my writing is?" Father Jiang held a brush pen, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses, looking like a great master of calligraphy. He used to be a high school teacher. He enjoyed reading and studying, and then there was calligraphy. Su Ning stepped forward. On the desk was clearly written, preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. The calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, with winding and undulating strokes, like a dragon and phoenix dancing. But the brushstrokes were hidden and restrained, round and natural, like the humility of a great master. In fact, it was so. Su Ning took one look and immediately liked it. It felt more comfortable than many works by calligraphy masters and calligraphy association masters he had seen. This writing was just like Father Jiang. Profound within, yet humble and polite. Though he had suffered a great misfortune, he remained at ease and true to himself. Positive and uplifting. His calligraphy was different from Wang Zizai's, and he had no intention of imitating Wang Zizai. He simply wrote as he pleased, whatever felt comfortable, however he wanted to write. The writing reflects the person. Su Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "This writing is too good." Oh. Father Jiang heard the praise and his mood brightened, his eyes full of smiles. Su Ning also understands calligraphy. "No, I don't," Su Ning said frankly. "I had some exposure to calligraphy appreciation in college, but I only learned the basics, let alone understanding it. I haven't even reached the entry level." Sincere. Father Jiang nodded. He really liked Su Ning's attitude. He carefully observed Su Ning for a few moments and couldn't help but like him, thinking, "This person is very good, very much to my liking." No wonder that girl Jiang Xiaotao was so devoted to him. "Then how do you see that the writing is good?" Father Jiang asked. He just asked casually. Uncle Jiang's brushwork is robust, and the fundamental strokes are already perfected, with no room for further improvement. And the first essential quality of a calligrapher is to thoroughly master the basic strokes before talking about innovation. Some people who haven't even perfected the basic strokes presumptuously talk about innovation. What they innovate is nothing but ugly writing. Only by innovating while having mastered the basic strokes can one be considered a great master. And in fact, innovation isn't just innovation. Throughout history, how many have truly formed their own school? Emperor Huizong of Song's slender gold script, Ouyang Zun's regular script, and Zhang Su, the representative figure of cursive script in the Tang dynasty, who was known as one of the three excellences alongside Li Bai. Which one didn't innovate and form their own style only after their fundamental skills had reached their peak? And throughout history, how many have truly served as benchmarks? Su Ning paused. Those who have left their names in history are but a handful. Many people consider their self-proclaimed styles of calligraphy not to be true calligraphy, but ugly writing. They want to gain attention with eccentric scripts. With all due respect, Uncle Jiang's calligraphy has not yet reached the level of standing alongside Wang Zizai or Emperor Huizong of Song, but your calligraphy is also superior to many so-called masters. Your writing is like you. Su Ning continued, "You possess profound inner qualities, yet you hide your sharp edge. This is your true nature, humility. The brushstrokes are robust, and every connected character is meticulous. This shows your respect for calligraphy, diligence. The overall structure of the calligraphy is melancholic, yet it is continuous, indicating that despite suffering a great misfortune, you remain optimistic and strive for a bright future. This is hope." With every word Su Ning spoke, Father Jiang's eyes lit up a little more. In this world, oh no, throughout the entire history of China, there are very few calligraphers who have established their own distinct styles. And to take a step back, those who can truly infuse their emotions into their calligraphy and express them are also not many. Therefore, this is a fine piece of work. Even looking across the entire world, I wouldn't dare say it's unique, but it is definitely an outstanding piece. Su Ning had also seen Father Jiang's other calligraphy works. There were quite a few hanging in the room, and they were indeed very well written. However, compared to the piece on the desk at this moment, they fell quite short. It's very possible that this is Father Jiang's best work. Even if he tried to write it again, he might not be able to reproduce it. It's like how Wang Zizhai wrote the first draft of the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion back then. At the time, he just wanted to casually record it and then transcribe it properly the next day. After sobering up the next day, no matter how he tried, he could never write such good calligraphy again, and even his calligraphy works throughout his life never reached that height. Good. Father Jiang said good 3 times in a row. His eyes shone. He was indeed most satisfied with this piece. Upon returning home earlier, he felt an unprecedented warmth, and his body no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. There was a sense of renewed vitality. So he picked up his brush and wrote spontaneously, and unexpectedly created his most satisfying work. He thought no one would understand this emotion, but Su Ning saw it at a glance. A kindred spirit. Su Ning, you still say you don't know calligraphy. Your insight is far greater than many calligraphers I know. To be honest, you are the first person to speak directly to my heart. Father Jiang was delighted. If you weren't Jiang Xiaotao's classmate, I'd want to be sworn brothers with you, despite the age difference. The implication, I want to become sworn brothers with you, but unfortunately, you're my daughter's classmate. Su Ning, this. Actually, there's no need. I just said it casually. Perhaps I unintentionally guessed Uncle Jiang's thoughts. I don't have such high calligraphy appreciation skills. Jiang Xiaotao with her terrifying face floating in the air. Speechless. But seeing Father Jiang so happy, she also felt happy. Father, it had been a long time since he had been so genuinely happy. Su Ning, thank you. Su Ning. Jiang Xiaotao whispered. Su Ning shrugged, you're welcome. Father Jiang. What? What does your welcome mean? It's nothing. Your welcome was definitely not said to Father Jiang, but to Jiang Xiaotao. Seeing that he had said something inexplicable, Su Ning felt awkward and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Uncle Jiang, how are you feeling? Are you well? I'm very well. Ever since I met you at the hospital today, perhaps my mood has improved greatly, and now I feel better physically too. You really are my lucky star, Father Jiang said. You flatter me. Su Ning smiled. What are you two talking about? So happy. Come quickly and have some tea and fruit. Mother Jiang came out of the kitchen, busy. She was smiling as she carried the fruit and tea. Su Ning, come, let's have tea together. Father Jiang gestured for him to come. Okay. Su Ning and Father Jiang left the study area and went to the living room to drink tea. Though called a study, it was actually connected to the living room. One side was for reading, the other for eating. Ordinary homes usually have this layout. There isn't a separate room for a study. The 3 of them had a pleasant conversation. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang often sighed, wishing that if Jiang Xiaotao were still alive, and if Su Ning could become their son-in-law, how wonderful that would be. This person was likable. No wonder even after he broke up with Suyi's parents still liked him. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were very hospitable, and after tea, they took Su Ning on a tour of their home. In Jiang Xiaotao's room, Su Ning was touched to see that this girl had actually cherished every little memory they shared. Photos and some things he had used, some small gifts he had given her, many of which he himself had forgotten, yet she had carefully placed them in her room. Mother Jiang even teased that if Jiang Xiaotao hadn't died, perhaps they could have become a family. Su Ning hadn't expected Jiang Xiaotao's feelings for him to be so deep. Su Ning was surprised, listening to Mother Jiang talk about Jiang Xiaotao, sometimes even calling Su Ning's name in her dreams and so on. He nodded with a smile, while Jiang Xiaotao, floating in the air, her terrifying face now flushed a deep red. They say a maiden's blushing face is worth 1,000 confessions. But Jiang Xiaotao's blushing face was quite terrifying. Even more terrifying than before. If someone were to accidentally see her appearance suddenly, they would probably be scared to death from a heart attack instantly. After chatting about family matters, Su Ning brought up the main reason Jiang Xiaotou asked him to come. Uncle, Auntie, this is the money that Jiang Xiaotou entrusted to me before. I hadn't heard from you two, so I couldn't return the money. Meeting you today, I can finally return it. I'm really sorry for holding onto it for so long. What are you doing? Father Jiang and Mother Jiang quickly stopped him. Su Ning, you don't need to give us money. Don't think we don't know. If she had lent you money, how could you have kept it for so long? With your character, you would have returned it long ago. You're just taking pity on us old folks, deliberately giving us money and claiming it's what you owe us, aren't you? You don't need to do this. You're still young. Money is still useful to you. In the future, when you marry a girl, won't you need a house and a car? Yes, keep this money. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang refused to accept it no matter what. This really is Jiang Xiaotou's money. She asked me to give it to you too. Please accept it. I won't feel at ease if you don't, Su Ning said. Don't lie to us. Xiaotou is gone. Did she turn into a ghost and tell you to give us money? They looked disbelieving. Su Ning, you two old folks just casually said it, and you actually hit the truth. The three of them pushed and pulled for a long time, but in the end, Su Ning still left the money. The old couple were grateful and looked more and more favorably upon Su Ning. Su Ning, thank you for your help. We won't say anything more. We don't have anything else to give in return, so you liked the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion I wrote earlier. If you don't mind, shall I give it to you? Su Ning nodded. If Uncle Jiang is willing to part with it, I would be extremely grateful. Thank you, Su Ning. I really don't know how I can ever repay you. Leaving Jiang family, Jiang Xiaotou's most frequent words were thank you. Why do you keep saying thank you? It was just a small favor, nothing to worry about. We're classmates after all. Couldn't I just help you deliver some money? Is this small favor something I can't help with? You're too polite. Say thank you less often in the future, Su Ning said, chatting with Jiang Xiaotou as he drove home. I didn't think I'd be much help to you. No, I know. Besides my 30,000 yuan, you added another 20,000 to the wallet. I saw it all, Jiang Xiaotou said. I really don't know how to thank you, Jiang Xiaotou said. We're classmates. If I saw you in trouble and could do nothing, that's one thing. But since I saw it, I'll do my best to help if I can, Su Ning said. Besides, that 20,000 wasn't a gift. Your father also gave me a calligraphy piece, so consider it me buying it from him. My dad's calligraphy piece isn't worth 20,000 yuan, Jiang Xiaotou said. She felt that Su Ning had helped her, and taking the painting was just to avoid embarrassing her parents. I don't know if that calligraphy piece is worth 20,000 in the market, but I truly like it. To me, its value is far greater than 20,000. Although Su Ning said this, Jiang Xiaotou had already made up her mind that if she ever had the chance to repay him in this life, she would do so properly, no matter what. Su Ning was clearly comforting her. She secretly vowed. Back home, after parking his beloved car. It was already midnight. Having a car was indeed convenient and greatly improved his quality of life. After learning he was sick and resigning from his company, he had never stayed up this late again. Jiang Xiaotou followed him because as a cultivator, he naturally possessed spirituality, which allowed Jiang Xiaotou, in her ghost state, to maintain her soul intact. 3 years. Jiang Xiaotou had persisted for 3 years, which meant she was extraordinary. If it were anyone else, their soul would have likely dissipated long ago. A normal person's soul state can only survive for up to 7 days. Her ability to exist for so long was already a miracle. Su Ning wasn't in a hurry to sleep. His first priority was to check on the little people. Under the dark nights, the little tree emitted strands of light spreading outwards. Like an umbrella, it cast its light all around. Jiang Xiaotou was puzzled. It was so late and Su Ning wasn't sleeping. Why was he heading to the vegetable patch? It wasn't until she saw this scene that her terrifying little face was filled with astonishment. What kind of tree is this? It glows. You can actually see it glowing. Su Ning said. The light emitted by the little tree was not actually light, but spiritual qi. Ordinary people couldn't see it. Only cultivators could see it. It's always been glowing, hasn't it? Jiang Zioatao said. Su Ning nodded, remaining silent, and pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was because Jiang Zioatao was a special existence. Huh, what is that? Little people, there are so many little people. They can actually move and glow. Oh my god, they're not alive, are they? They are fighting a group of ants. Round the little tree, the 9 great saints and the 3 fallen creatures were battling a group of ants. Vivid battle scene made Jiang Zioatao shocked, terrifying little face even more astonished, as if it was about to split open. I'm not seeing things, am I? They really are little people. Wow, that's so cool. There's even a dragon, a killen, and a phoenix. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 little people. These 9 little people can even fly. What are those in that person's hand? Are they swords? So many swords, like the sword Immortals in TV dramas. Jiang Zioatao seemed to have discovered a new continent, exclaiming in surprise. She hadn't seen much of the world. Su Ning rubbed his forehead. Is it really necessary to be like this? Although I was also surprised the first time I saw them, it wasn't this exaggerated, was it? Okay, never mind. What can you do when she's a girl? Jiang Zioatao is a girl, right? What's wrong with a little girl being surprised when she sees something amazing? And that little woman, she's so beautiful, like a little immortal. Special effects around her are so beautiful. Jiang Zioatao floated around the little tree, watching the battle of the people on the ground, her only white pupils constantly glowing. If it were under normal circumstances, she would definitely be very cute. Now, well, she's still cute, right? If you like horror aesthetics, then she is cute. When will Senior Immortal finally return? We can't hold on much longer. These ant monsters are too terrifying, and there are too many of them. Even if we can kill them, the endless stream of ant monsters, we are powerless. This beast tide is too terrifying. It's the most terrifying beast tide I've ever seen in my life. What kind of hellhole is Immortal Realm anyway? The little people were exhausted. They were nearing their breaking point. After ascension to Immortal, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and they were already able to kill Immortal Realm creatures like ants. Even if they still couldn't achieve a one-shot kill, being able to kill them at all was a huge improvement. It's all because of that idiot fallen black killen, insisting on snatching the ant colony's prey. Now look what happened. It attracted the attention of the ant army, and they're attacking us instead. Such a massive group of exotic beasts, even the chaos spider probably wouldn't be their match. Fortunately, there are many of us, so we can look out for each other. Otherwise, we would have fallen long ago, St. Kunlun said. But if this continues, we will still die. Li Qingshuan shook his head helplessly. We can only pray that Senior Immortal returns to his residence quickly now. The great Xia Holy Emperor, holding the mysterious yellow holy sword, was surrounded by golden dragon Qi, a symbol of the Son of Heaven. True dragon Qi. With a single sword strike, the mysterious yellow holy sword Qi sword, constantly expanding, around the divine sword, golden dragon shadows coiled. He slashed at a charging worker ant. Thump! A huge impact struck the worker ant's head. Clang! The ant lowered its head and its body swayed. It wasn't killed. The ant's flesh was quite hard. Its body was covered in a thick cuticle, like armor, fully armed to the teeth. If the ants weren't so timid or possessed intelligence, the ascendants might not be able to defeat them. That worker ant actually didn't suffer much damage, but after this blow, it was startled and, ignoring the impact, turned and ran. It ran blindly. Beast, where do you think you're going? The great Xia Holy Emperor's eyebrows furrowed, and he chased after it, flying with the human emperor's sword in hand. He slashed at the ant's head with a sword. Dingo! Mysterious yellow shockwaves spread out. Kill! With another strike, the human emperor's sword plunged into the ant's neck. The ant thrashed wildly in pain, causing the great Xia Holy Emperor, who held the human emperor's sword, to sway along with it, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Beast, die! The great Xia Holy Emperor pulled his long sword sharply. The ant's head fell off with a thud. It rolled a few times on the ground. At the same time, the ant's brain nerves disconnected from its body, and its body stopped moving instantly, as if the power had been cut off. The great Xia Holy Emperor fell from the ant's body, rolled a few times on the ground, then flipped up, holding the human emperor's sword, glowing with golden light, and let out a long roar to the sky. Roar. The Tao of the human emperor, invincible. He had improved. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Qingshuan flew with his flying sword. He held a long sword in his hand. His robes fluttered like a sword immortal. He was targeted by a big-headed ant. Actually, upon closer observation, the ant world also has ranks. The lowest status belongs to worker ants. These ants are born to serve as tools. All they do is eat and work, carrying things. Above worker ants are big-headed ants. Do these ants belong to the general rank? Generally, when a large prey is encountered, if the ant army cannot carry it, or if it gets stuck by an obstacle, big-headed ants will appear to break down the prey into smaller pieces before carrying it. Above worker ants, there should also be soldier ants. These ants specialize in combat, mainly hunting prey and protecting the ant nest from threats from other ants and various creatures. It is unknown whether soldier ants or big-headed ants have a higher social status, but in terms of combat power alone, big-headed ants should be the strongest. Above them are the ants that mate with the queen ant, and then the queen ant herself. However, neither of these two has good combat power, especially the queen ant, who is merely a reproductive tool. Back to the main topic. Li Qingshuan was currently facing what should be the strongest combat power among ants. These ants were extremely bloodthirsty, with battle genes in their bones, and generally would not retreat. Sword out. Li Qingshuan chose to meet force with force. With a flick of his sword finger, 10,000 swords flew out. Da-da-da. They shot onto the big-headed ant's body. The big-headed ant's defense was much stronger than that of ordinary ants, not even on the same rank. Those flying swords struck the ant. Crunch, 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 they all disintegrated. Li Qingshuan's sword-like eyebrows slightly raised. Qingshuan's sword Dao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gigantic sword appeared behind his head. It emitted an ancient and grand, primordial and vast aura. Ancient sword Dao runes covered the giant sword. Open for me. Li Qingshuan pointed his sword at the big-headed ant. The great sword slashed across the sky, fiercely striking the big-headed ant's head. Clang! The big-headed ant was shaken and lowered its head. But that was all. Bite. Unlike worker ants, the big-headed ant didn't flee in panic after being attacked. Instead, it counterattacked. It grabbed the giant sword with its two pincers, holding it firmly, and bit the giant sword with its large mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The giant sword was actually bitten to pieces by the big-headed ant in just 2 or 3 bites. And as the big-headed ant bit through the great sword, its legs churned beneath it, charging directly towards Li Qingshuan. The big-headed ant's biting force was incredibly strong. It could even bite through human skin. It was a creature specialized in dismembering prey. Li Qingshuan couldn't defeat it and suffered. The big-headed ant seized the opportunity. Thump thump. On the other side, Kunlun Fairy had just killed a worker ant, and seeing Li Qingshuan in danger, her expression changed. Fellow Taoist Qingshuan, quickly withdraw from the battlefield. She wanted to use Kunlun immortal arts to interfere with the big-headed ant, but unfortunately, the distance was too great, and there wasn't enough time. The other ascendants, seeing this, broke away from their opponents one after another, wanting to provide support, but it was still not enough. Their battle was also very fierce. They couldn't spare a clone. As for the 3 fallen creatures, they were even worse off. Their cultivation was the lowest, and they could barely protect themselves. The big-headed ant's leg caught Li Qingshuan's thigh. It pressed him to the ground. Its huge head, like a pair of pliers, was its biggest tool for dismembering prey. It was about to bite through Li Qingshuan's body. This place was different from the lower realm. In the lower realm, let alone having his body severed in 2, even if he was pulverized, he could rebirth from a drop of blood. But in this world, if he died, he died. He was far from reaching the level of rebirth from a severed limb. My life is over. Just now, I shouldn't have risked myself to clash head-on with the Ant King. However, what does it matter? To be able to die in immortal realms, it's not a wasted life, haha. He was quite open-minded. Crack! A giant finger descended from the sky. Like a pillar of heaven. It pressed down on the big-headed ant's body. The big-headed ant, which had been so arrogant, dominating the battlefield like an invincible monster, had its body instantly crushed. It's its senior immortal. He's back. The little people were overjoyed. Clap, clap, clap. Su Ning clapped his hands a few times in the ant army, and countless ants died, crushed into pieces. However, the unintelligent ants still weren't dispersed. After thinking for a moment, he rescued the little people. You all wait a moment, I'll be right back. He told the little people to temporarily fly in the air. He then ran back to his room. He grabbed a can of insecticide, intending to disperse the ant colony. No, insecticide is highly toxic. If I use this to disperse the ant colony, those little people will probably kick the bucket tomorrow too. Su Ning put down the insecticide. He picked up a flamethrower. This was a tool he usually used to singe pigskin. He went out. He returned to the little tree. The little people saw Su Ning return, holding a small spray can. What is this? Whoosh. He lit it. Su Ning lit the flamethrower with a lighter and sprayed wildly at the ant colony on the ground. Roar! As the raging flames swept across, ants were burned to death in droves. In the blink of an eye, countless ants were burned to death. Holy cow! The little people watched, dumbfounded and terrified. What a terrifying magical artifact. The flames it sprays, the temperature is too high. Even from far away, we can feel the destructive power of those flames. If this thing were in the lower realm, it would probably be a world-destroying magical artifact. No matter how powerful the cultivator, they would be burned to death. Immortals Senior is terrifying indeed. 9 great saints and the 3 great fallen creatures immediately showed looks of horror. They exchanged glances. Done. In a moment, the ant army was dispersed by Su Ning using the flamethrower. A burnt smell permeated the air. Su Ning effortlessly defeated the ant army, which astonished the little people, but they were already numb to Su Ning's power. In their eyes, Su Ning was invincible. Perhaps throughout the entire immortal realm, among his peers, he was also an invincible existence. Previously, when Su Ning said he was just ordinary in the immortal realm, everyone thought he was being humble. Next time you encounter a large ant army, you don't actually need to deal with them. Just ascend into the air to avoid them, and they will naturally disperse after a while, Su Ning thought for a moment. Actually, you can also just eliminate the scouting ants directly. That way, they won't go back to call for reinforcements, and there won't be an ant colony gathering. The little people landed. They glared fiercely at the 3 fallen creatures. If it weren't for the black Killin wanting to snatch someone else's prey, how would everyone have fallen into such a dangerous situation? Thank you, Immortal Senior, for saving us. The little people bowed in unison. We also know these things, and we've already tried our best not to provoke immortal realm creatures. If it weren't for those 3 fallen creatures stirring up trouble and insisting on snatching other people's prey, we wouldn't have come to this. Kunlun Fairy said, Immortal Senior, I was wrong, I am guilty. Please have mercy, Immortal Senior. The black Killin lowered its head. It also understood that this time, it was responsible for the grave mistake. We almost died because of it. Can you just say you were wrong and move on? Li Qingshuan said. If Senior Immortal hadn't appeared in time, we would have already perished. They shouldn't be lightly pardoned. The 9 great saints already had a strong dislike for the 3 fallen creatures, and now they wanted to put them to death even more. The fallen creatures had committed countless crimes in the lower realm. Countless cultivators wanted to personally kill them. Hey Lei, don't go too far. You made a mistake, but you were stubborn and insisted on fighting the Ant King alone. Can you blame us for almost dying? The fallen black dragon said. You can't defeat him, so you're pushing all the blame on us. Your abacus beads are practically bouncing off my face, the black phoenix said. You made a mistake and still want to argue. What? You're not convinced. If you're not convinced, let's fight. Li Qingshuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the 3 fallen creatures. HMPH. You just ascended a few days before us. What are you being arrogant about? If we had ascended together, you wouldn't even be fit to carry my shoes. The fallen black dragon gnashed his teeth, like a tiger fallen into a plain, bullied by dogs. Both sides were on the verge of conflict. I just ascended before you. Who told you to be slow? You dragged your feet. Now you're weaker than me, which means you're weaker than me. I'm just going to suppress you, Li Qingshuan said. Regardless of how it happened, I am stronger than you now. Let you be arrogant for now. Give me 10 years. Oh no. Give me 1 year, and if you can still see my back, I'll admit defeat, the fallen black dragon said. Hell is hell. In the lower realm, you might have been 1 realm higher than me, but that was just from abusing methods that don't conform to the human race's Tao of cultivation. It doesn't mean your talent is superior. In the same environment, your talent might not be stronger than mine. Li Qingshuan paused. You're also lucky that you didn't meet me during the era of Tao proving. If I had been in the same era as you, you wouldn't even have had the chance to prove your Tao. I would have killed you to prove mine. Arrogant, the fallen phoenix roared. Since I was born and started my training, I've walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, killing all the prodigies of my time until they dared not show their faces. If you were in the same era as me, you'd only be fit to be my blood sacrifice. You should be the one failing lucky. Descendants were all prodigies of their era. The peak of an era. They had killed countless geniuses and stepped over the blood and bones of countless astonishingly talented individuals. They all refused to yield to each other. They all believed themselves to be the strongest. In the same environment, with the same expectations, they were invincible and no one else mattered. This was the arrogance in the hearts of the little people. With me, invincible. One step behind, always behind. You are destined to never surpass me in this lifetime. Li Qingshuan shrugged. No matter how much you say, I am stronger than you now and I can suppress you. HMPH. Don't be too smug. One day I will suppress you. The fallen black dragon declared. Wow, 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 how amazing, how incredible. As they argued fiercely, a female voice suddenly broke through the noise. The female voice was surprised, as if she had seen a new species. Not only can they fly and their fights are so spectacular, better than any movie special effects, but now, they can even argue, putting on a show of grudges and affections. So amazing, these little people. The 3 great fallen creatures and the 9 great saints looked up at the sky. Good heavens! I've seen a ghost. The 12 tiny beings were so scared their scalps tingled. They almost fell from the void realm. Under the night sky there was a giant, split face, a terrifying head, looking down at them. That face filled the sky, and under the moonlight, it was so chilling. White eyeballs shaking people's souls. What an eerie aura. It's the most terrifying and bizarre creature I've ever seen. My bloodline is trembling, it's an instinctive shiver. The 12 small faces stared at the sky in terror, as if that face could take their lives at any moment. They were so afraid. In the lower realms, I also occasionally encountered so-called eerie saints, and I once fought with underworld ghost cultivators, participating in the pacification of various eerie forbidden lands. I originally thought those eerie saints were already suffocating. But compared to this eerie creature, the eerie saints of the lower realm are completely insignificant, Li Qingshuan murmured to himself. They were all frightened by Jiang Xiaoto. I'm really sorry I scared you. I didn't mean to. Jiang Xiaoto grinned. She felt she had tried her best to show a kind and friendly expression. But the little people below, seeing that expression, retreated several steps. Sister, please don't smile. We're scared. It's really chilling. Jiang Xiaoto became even more terrifying because of her smile. That face was indescribable, but appearing before people, especially accompanied by the knight, someone with a weak mentality, would probably be scared to death. Senior Immortal. The Abyss Demon Lord of the Abyss Demon Domain could barely speak. These saints had lived for countless years in the lower realm. They had seen countless grand spectacles. It was hard for anything to make them lose control of their emotions. But upon entering the upper realm, everything they saw shocked them. Jiang Xiaoto had a unique aura of death. Getting close could corrode the vitality of the little people. This was also a point of their apprehension and fear. Especially the Abyss Demon Lord, he actually had some connection with the original source of strangeness, and Jiang Xiaoto's eerie aura perfectly suppressed him. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have already been forced to kneel by the bloodline power. But he definitely couldn't hold on for much longer. So he could only with difficulty ask Su Ning for help. Xiaoto, don't tease them anymore. Stay away from them. They're very weak, and if you get too close, you'll scare them to death. Su Ning shrugged, shaking his head helplessly. Okay, got it. Jiang Xiaoto raised her head and moved a little further away from the little tree. This greatly reduced the pressure on the ascendants. I'm sorry, I was just too curious earlier, Jiang Xiaoto said, feeling very embarrassed. She blinked her eyes cutely at Su Ning. Senior Immortal. May I ask, is that eerie creature yours? The Abyss Demon Lord asked. Oh, the friend. Su Ning paused. She'll be staying here for quite a while. The 9 great saints. The 3 great fallen creatures. Living with a terrifying, eerie creature. Just imagine seeing a terrifying and horrifying ghost face every night when you look up. They felt a chill down their spines. You've been fighting for so long, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare something for you to eat, Su Ning said. Thank you, Senior Immortal. The black dragon expressed his gratitude. The others, hearing that there was food, also had their anxious emotions soothed. They had been hungry for most of the day and had fought the ant army for so long, they had little strength left. Su Ning went to the kitchen to cook. It was already midnight. He didn't cook too much, just a few pieces of meat. Do you want something to eat? He asked Zhang Xiaotou, who was floating beside him. I want to, but I'm a ghost, how can I eat? Zhang Xiaotou spread her hands helplessly. It's been so long since I've eaten anything. I really miss malatang braised pork hot pot, skewers, mapo tofu, fish-flavored shredded pork. Zhang Xiaotou kept listing the dishes in his ear. Stop. Su Ning immediately called out to stop her. You'd better not list anymore. My cooking skills are limited, and you're making me hungry. Looking at the noodles in my kitchen now, they suddenly seem tasteless. Zhang Xiaotou. I didn't mean to. She looked dejected. It's a pity. I'm in a soul state, and most of the time I can't interact with reality. Even if I can sometimes, my strength is pitifully small. Otherwise, I could cook for you and let you taste my cooking. Speaking of cooking, Zhang Xiaotou's white eyeballs emitted a glimmer of light. I'm not bragging, my cooking is really good. You'll definitely like it once you try it. There will be a chance. Su Ning looked at Zhang Xiaotou, thought of something, and said seriously. But my soul state is almost going to disappear. If I hadn't met you. Fortunately, being by your side, especially near that little tree, I feel a little comfortable. One person and one ghost chatted late at night in the dim kitchen. Due to the soul's magnetic field, the lights in the room flickered because of Zhang Xiaotou. Her figure was indistinct. If a normal person saw this scene, they would surely be scared half to death. But Su Ning acted as if nothing was wrong. Firstly, he knew Zhang Xiaotou and knew she wouldn't harm him. Secondly, even if Zhang Xiaotou really wanted to harm him, he could smash her with one punch. This was the sense of security brought by his overwhelming power. Thirdly, he had already walked around the gates of hell, and he could face death calmly. He was actually immune to horror-style visuals. He cooked a bowl of noodles. Su Ning poured the noodle soup with meat slices into the bowl. It was ordinary. After finishing, he heard the sound of someone sucking saliva next to him. Gulp, followed by a swallow. He turned his head to look. Zhang Xiaotou was staring eagerly at Su Ning's bowl. It looked so fragrant, so delicious. I really want to eat it. Zhang Xiaotou's craving was stirred. If only I could have a bite. Her face darkened. Her mood was low. Seeing a ghost show such an expression, Su Ning shook his head speechlessly. Oh's you girl. Zhang Xiaotou was always such a lovable character. Even though her current appearance wasn't cute and was even scary, her personality was indeed no different from when she was in college. They say ghosts can only eat things burned by people. How about I burn some for you? No thanks, that's all a lie. After I died, my parents burned a lot of things for me, and I watched them waste things, but they never actually reached me, Zhang Xiaotou said. Then what do you consume to sustain yourself? Don't you starve to death? Su Ning was very curious, what do ghosts eat? I don't starve to death. It seems I don't need to eat at all. I can only rely on consuming my own body's energy to live, with output but no input, Zhang Xiaotou said. However, after meeting you, I seem to be able to replenish energy from you, though it's very weak. But my body does feel a bit more saturated. And when I'm near that little tree, my soul body can absorb the little tree's radiance, and it can also nourish my soul. So I guess I might need to eat too, but what I eat is different from what normal people eat. Su Ning sized up Zhang Xiaotou, an innate soul body that can evolve. Zhang Xiaotou is not simple. It's just that Earth doesn't have spiritual qi. Otherwise, with her physique, she would definitely have a bright future in the cultivation world, right? If this girl cultivated well, she might have unexpected gains in the future. The noodles are ready, let's go. Suning carried the noodles out of the kitchen. He came to the little tray. Dinner's ready. He used a plate to portion out some meat, noodles, and vegetables, and ate with the little people. The little people were Su Ning's dining companions. He enjoyed eating with them. Watching Su Ning and the little people wolf down their food together, it was a joyful scene. Jiang Xiaotou felt a bit envious. She also wanted to feast with everyone. But she was a soul body, so she could only watch longingly. Su Ning took all this in. After dinner, "Oh right, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Su Ning drank the last of the soup from his bowl and tidied up the plates, bowls, and chopsticks. "Senior Immortal, please speak freely." The little people were full and satisfied. For an eerie soul body like hers, are there any cultivation techniques or methods that can accelerate the growth of the soul body? That is to say, are there any cultivation methods that belong to the cultivation of eerie creatures? Su Ning asked. The 9 great saints exchanged glances. The 3 fallen creatures hesitated to speak. No. Su Ning was slightly disappointed. Everyone's gaze fell on Li Qingxuan, who sighed and said, yes. Senior Immortal, there are indeed such cultivation techniques in the lower realm, but they are considered forbidden arts, and almost no one has mastered them. And no one is allowed to cultivate such forbidden arts. Su Ning was puzzled. Why? Because, for a long time in the lower realm, it was an era dominated by undead creatures. At that time, eerie creatures ran rampant, almost destroying the entire world, creating a world with only eerie creatures. That era was called the Eerie Era, and also the Underworld Era. Kunlun Fairy slowly began to explain. That's right, that era was extremely dark. Living beings were like livestock in the eyes of the eerie creatures. They were bloodthirsty, and the human race and various monster creatures of the entire Kainkun world were almost wiped out. Later, various races united and engaged in a great decisive battle with the eerie creatures. That battle was too tragic. It almost exhausted all life from the myriad races. In the end, only through the sacrifice of countless ancestors were the eerie saints of the 4 great forbidden zones defeated, and the Lord of Strangeness was defeated. Humanity slowly recovered. The little people explained the lower realm's plight. Later, to prevent the resurgence of eerie creatures, besides completely eradicating the eerie race, their cultivation laws were also completely destroyed, and related cultivation techniques were listed as forbidden arts. If anyone secretly cultivated them, they would surely be attacked by the entire world, Li Qingxuan said. That era was too dark, even darker than when the fallen creatures ran rampant and sacrificed the world. Everyone would rather face the fallen forbidden zones than see the eerie resurgence again. Mentioning this, their eyes were filled with apprehension, and even some fear. It seemed that the calamity of strangeness in the lower realm was still fresh in their memories. No wonder they were so terrified when they first saw Jiang Xiaotou. It turned out that eerie creatures had brought such a disaster to the lower realm. Senior Immortal. There's something I don't know if I should say, but if eeriness truly revives, it will bring no benefit to the real world and may even push the entire world into an abyss of no return. So, Li Qingxuan looked at Jiang Xiaotou, then at Su Ning. I'm worried it might cause irreversible chaos. He didn't dare to look into Jiang Xiaotou's eyes. Talking bad about someone in front of them was asking for a beating. If Su Ning hadn't been standing by, the little people wouldn't have dared to say such things. Of course, how to choose still depends on the immortal. She is my friend. Su Ning nodded after hearing the little people explain the stakes. He paused, then continued, and I don't have many friends. She is one of my few friends. Upon hearing this, how could everyone not understand Su Ning's choice? Su Ning didn't have many friends, losing one meant one less. And perhaps this world is different from the lower realm. Su Ning had also carefully analyzed it, setting aside emotions. This world actually had no spiritual chi as support. For the weird clan to revive, it was basically impossible. Even Jiang Xiaotou, with her king of the unusual physique, needed to be near a cultivator like him to survive. Without him, Jiang Xiaotou would still die. In other words, as long as he didn't have a problem, then the chaos of the weird clan wouldn't happen. If he wanted them to live, they could live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. In this world, he was the only immortal. It was naturally good if no trouble arose. If trouble truly arose in the future, he would personally resolve it. Since the immortal has made his choice, we will not persuade him further, Li Qingshuan said. What great chaos could be caused? Haven't you noticed the aura around the immortal? He is unique. Those of the Weird Clan are terrifying to others, but to him they are insignificant. He can even punch them one by one. That's true. Even if the entire history of the Weird Clan were here now, what then? It wouldn't withstand a single punch from the immortal. We seem to have worried for nothing. Others fear the Weird Clan, but the immortal does not need to fear them. Although Su Ning didn't think Jiang Ziata would harm the world, this still served as a reminder to him. He would guard against the so-called revival of the Weird Clan. Then the cultivation technique of the Weird Clan, Su Ning asked. You don't know either. Or was it destroyed by the lower realm? The lower realm did explicitly forbid cultivating forbidden techniques of the Weird Clan, and we haven't cultivated them, but we have occasionally seen some, Li Qingshuan and the others said. Looking at the expressions of the others, they had all come into contact with it. As the top figures in the lower realm, the rules were set by them. Not allowing contact was also aimed at others. The Abyss Demon Lord and the fallen creatures have some connection with the Weird Clan. They should know more, Li Qingshuan said. If the immortal needs it, he can ask them. The Abyss Demon Lord's body stiffened, his face drastically changed. Li Qingshuan, don't slander me. Who has a connection with the Weird Clan? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak nonsense. He vehemently denied it. Yes, don't talk nonsense. We have no relation to the Weird Clan. The fallen creatures also hastily distanced themselves. Kunlun Fairy disdainfully glanced at the Abyss Demon Lord and the three fallen creatures. You can deceive the common people of the lower realm, but can you deceive us? At our realm, we can already perceive the origin of all Tao. Do you think a few casual words will let you get away with it? I can smell the strange stench emanating from your bodies from a great distance. It's just that you haven't cultivated the Weird Clan's cultivation technique, so I bothered to ignore you. Kunlun Fairy, what is your intention in wronging us like this? The Abyss Demon Lord, when discussing this issue, uncharacteristically stood on the same front as the fallen creatures. Yes, show us the evidence. The Black Dragon said. All right, stop pretending. You've already ascended to the immortal realm, and this isn't the lower realm. I don't know what you're afraid of. What's wrong with frankly admitting it? Li Qingshuan said. The immortal is watching. The three fallen creatures and the Abyss Demon Lord remained silent for a long time. Abyss Demon Lord, immortal, we do have some connection with the Weird Clan. The ancestors of the Abyss Clan and the fallen creatures were once subordinates of the Weird Clan, and they were also infected, so we cultivate the power of darkness. However, we are indeed not of the Weird Clan. Su Ning saw their terrified expressions and knew that the Weird Clan's reputation in the lower realm was extremely notorious. HMPH, I told you that you and the Weird Clan were not clan. Was I wrong? The Great Xia Holy Emperor said. The Abyss Demon Lord ignored the Great Xia Holy Emperor. In our flesh and blood, there are indeed strange runes engraved, but we have never used the power of the Weird Clan, nor have we ever cultivated those cultivation techniques. The status of the Weird Clan in the lower realm. They were beings that everyone wanted to beat down. No one wanted to be associated with them. Otherwise, with the arrogant nature of the fallen creatures and the unruly character of the Abyss Demon Lord, they wouldn't deny it so vehemently. Weird Clan. Are they really that terrifying? Su Ning glanced at Jiang Ziaotao, making her feel flustered. Give it to me, Su Ning didn't say more. Nor did he make Jiang Ziaotao promise anything, or demand that Jiang Ziaotao do anything in particular. He just said faintly, give it to me. Okay. The Abyss Demon Lord and the three fallen creatures, Dragon, Phoenix, and Killen, readily agreed. Jiang Ziaotao's eyes were filled with gratitude. She had heard everything clearly. How much danger Su Ning was risking by doing this. But this person still chose to help her. Jiang Ziaotao's eyes reddened. But they said it would bring danger to the world. I'll handle everything, don't worry. Go. Su Ning motioned for Jiang Ziaotao to lower her head to the ground. But Jiang Ziaotao still hesitated. How things develop in the future depends on you, not others. Have a little confidence in yourself, and besides, don't you still have me? I believe in you, Jiang Ziaotao said. She lowered her head. She secretly swore to curb the so-called Weird Clan and help Su Ning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Abyss Demon Lord and the three fallen creatures circulated their full cultivation, shooting out 4 black lights, surging towards Zhang Xiaotao's glabella. Release. Their bodies emitted a chilling, strange light. Flesh and blood, bones. Emitted strange runes. Something seemed to be reviving. Those runes transformed into streams of knowledge, transferring into the Weird Clan's cultivation technique. Strings of strange symbols entered Zhang Xiaotao's body, turning into runes and merging with her soul. Zhang Xiaotao's soul became extremely terrifying, extremely chilling due to the blessing of these runes. Even Su Ning felt a chill down his spine. Zhang Xiaotao closed her eyes, feeling the power of the Weird Clan. In her body, it was as if a great terror was reviving. Su Ning frowned. He resisted the urge to punch and explode the Weird Clan. Zhang Xiaotao was too unsettling. Immortal, we once researched that the Weird Clan in the lower realm did not completely perish. They will revive, and the method of rebirth is the special cultivation technique of the Weird Clan. Among their descendants, as long as someone cultivates their cultivation technique, they can possess a corpse and revive. That's why people are not allowed to touch the Weird Clan's cultivation methods. Then Su Ning worried whether Zhang Xiaotao would have an accident. She probably won't, she's much stronger than those of the Weird Clan. If she were in the lower realm, she would be the king of the unusual. Moreover, I see her cultivating the Weird Clan's method, which might actually benefit the Immortal in the future. If she becomes the king of the unusual and is also part of the Immortal's forces, that's equivalent to the Immortal possessing the power of the entire Weird Clan. If there are any unforeseen circumstances in the future, the Immortal will be able to stand out and become a unique existence in the world. Su Ning breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He didn't want to dominate the world or anything. As long as he didn't cause trouble, it was fine. Whoosh! When the 4 dark creatures finished transmitting the cultivation technique and the Weird Clan bloodline, a strange light emanated from Zhang Xiaotao's body. This light was different from sunlight, different from lamplight, different from any light in this world. It seemed to come from underground. The light of hell. It could illuminate one's soul, making one's heart tremble. Whoosh! Zhang Xiaotao opened her eyes, 2 dead white, chilling lights shot out from her eyes. Her temperament had changed. She became cold and aloof. Su Ning gazed at her. His chi-refining 3rd layer realm was enough for him to handle everything. Let alone ghosts in a soul state, even the strongest humans in this world, he could kill with 1 punch. He had long surpassed the realm of normal people. He was in the superhuman sequence. Swish! Zhang Xiaotao's face turned ugly, and her body trembled painfully. What's wrong? Su Ning asked. I feel something has entered my body. We can feel that those things are useful to me, but I can't absorb them, and they also want to take over my body. Zhang Xiaotao felt uncomfortable all over, as if countless ants were crawling on her. It's so uncomfortable. She frowned. Su Ning observed carefully. You don't have spiritual chi, so you can't absorb the origin power of the Weird Clan. Let me help you. Su Ning injected spiritual chi into Zhang Xiaotao's body. Boom! In an instant. Zhang Xiaotao's soul was like a long-parched land receiving sweet rain. Spiritual chi nourished her, allowing her to fuse with those Weird Clan origin powers. Comfortable. Exhilarating. Not long after, she merged with those origins of the unusual and also accepted the cultivation technique transmitted by the fallen creatures. After completing these, Zhang Xiaotao's body solidified a bit. How do you feel now? Su Ning asked. I feel much better now, Zhang Xiaotao said. But I feel like there are countless little people in my body trying to get out. Could it be that unusual creatures can really be reborn through the disciples of the unusual sect in later generations? Su Ning murmured to himself. Does that thing pose a threat to you? No, they're very weak. I can destroy them at any time, but I feel so sorry for them. They all seem to have died, and my body is like a huge graveyard burying them, Zhang Xiaotao said with a sad expression. I can feel their emotions, very desolate emotions, very unwilling. She was unconsciously infected by that desolate aura and already showed a sad expression. You can erase them, Su Ning said. No, can I not kill them? I feel so sorry for them. Zhang Xiaotao said. Why do you feel sorry for them? Zhang Xiaotao said in confusion, I don't know. I'm afraid they might threaten you, Su Ning said. They can't threaten me, Zhang Xiaotao said. Su Ning was silent. After a long while, as you wish. Really? That's great, thank you, Su Ning, Zhang Xiaotao said happily. Cultivate with peace of mind. Maybe there will be a day when you can revive, and even if you can't, you won't perish at any time or be powerless, Su Ning instructed. Okay, I will cultivate well and then repay you. You don't need to repay me. If you cause trouble in the future, it would be great if you don't expose me, Su Ning shrugged. He turned to Li Qingshuan and asked, what's her situation? If I'm not mistaken, she is the king of the unusual soul-body talent. Various talents will summon terrifying, unusual creatures. Countless unusual creatures will want to use her body to be reborn, Li Qingshuan said. Huh, isn't that very dangerous? Su Ning said. Senior, you don't have to worry. Actually, things aren't that bad. I just saw that because she is a creature of the immortal realm, those unusual creatures can't possess her body at all. The difference between the unusual creatures and her is like the difference between us and Senior. That's good, Su Ning's hanging heart finally settled. Moreover, because she absorbed the unusual bloodline, it is equivalent to absorbing the souls, cultivation insights, and experiences of countless unusual seniors. When she grows up in the future, she will reach an astonishing realm. And with her around, Senior will gain a powerful assistant in the future. Assistant? She's not my subordinate, she's my friend, Su Ning shrugged. Huh, not your subordinate. But you just injected origin spiritual power into her, which is equivalent to forming some kind of contract. Her future achievements will be constrained by you. In a sense, whether you admit it or not, she and you are now in a subordinate relationship, Li Qingshuan said. Su Ning rolled his eyes. This. He accidentally took a classmate as a subordinate. And a ghost classmate, a girl. How exciting would that be if it got out? Senior, I thought you did it on purpose. Actually, this is not a bad thing. In this way, no matter what realm she reaches, she will ultimately be constrained by you, which means, even if she causes an unusual revival in the future, you will still be the king of kings of the unusual. You can also dominate the development of the unusual faction. Their life and death are at your will. Su Ning, this is getting out of hand. More and more outrageous. Controlling the king of the unusual is equivalent to controlling the unusual lineage. If Senior wants to expand his territory, he will definitely have enough foundation. Expand territory? Meaning I should rebel. Su Ning rubbed his forehead. Big brother, what are you even talking about? Besides, I'm not interested in dominator the world. His original intention was not to control Zhang Xiaotao either. Su Ning apologized to Zhang Xiaotao. I'm very sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. It's okay, a subordinate relationship is a subordinate relationship. I'm willing. Zhang Xiaotao didn't feel anything wrong with it. Anyway, I'm just looking for an opportunity to repay you. Isn't this the right time? Su Ning. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He wasn't familiar with cultivating immortals either. He also didn't expect such an absurd incident to occur. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaotao was a ghost and not protected by law. Otherwise, he would be guilty of human trafficking and privately taking contract slaves, which is completely illegal. Don't worry, you'll be free in the future. I won't interfere with you, Su Ning said. It's okay, it's fine if you interfere. Zhang Xiaotao smiled like a horror story collection, a perfect horror female character. Even though Su Ning had been immune to that face before, her increased cultivation now made her face even more terrifying. If it's a subordinate relationship, does that mean I can't leave you in the future? Su Ning didn't know how to answer. It's getting late, go back and rest. Although I don't know if ghosts need rest, you should also go and properly reflect on today's gains and losses. Okay, Zhang Xiaotao said. After Su Ning washed up, he returned to his room. He fell asleep immediately. The next day, he was woken up by a clanging sound from the kitchen. What's that sound? Did a mouse get into the house? Su Ning got up. He went to the kitchen to take a look. On the kitchen stove, a pot of vegetables was stir-frying by itself. It was stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. The green peppers and shredded pork were coated in sauce and tumbling, and the aroma was so enticing that Su Ning's stomach rumbled and his mouth involuntarily watered. He hadn't seen such delicious food in a long time. On the table, there were also several side dishes. A 3 fresh soup made with cabbage, tofu, tomatoes, and enoki mushrooms, as well as scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of smashed cucumbers. And rice. Fragrant and all freshly made. No, something seemed off. The pot on the stove. Stir-frying by itself. Su Ning quickly turned around to look. It really was the pot on the stove stir-frying by itself. The stir-frying spoon was hovering and flipping the vegetables, and the pot was rocking on its own. My pot grew up and can stir-fry by itself now. Of course not, look closely. It was Jiang Ziaotao, whose body was slightly transparent, holding the ladle. He woke up too fast. Almost thought he was hallucinating. Su Ning, are you up? Jiang Ziaotao greeted him. Hurry up and wash up and come eat. Today I'll let you taste my cooking. You made all of these? Su Ning asked in disbelief. Yes, is it okay? Jiang Ziaotao smiled. It's a pity you don't have all the ingredients here, otherwise I could make even more delicious food. From now on, you don't have to worry about cooking and making meals. Leave it all to me. You go do important things, and I'll be your snail girl. Brothers, who understands this? Having a ghost at home who can also cook for you, what kind of experience is that? Su Ning was a bit dazed for a moment. There's such an operation. That's too embarrassing, Su Ning wanted to refuse, but then he thought about his own cooking skills and decided against it. It's okay, just consider it rent for me staying here. It was only natural. Today, Su Ning finally didn't have to cook himself and got a cheap meal. No, yesterday you couldn't touch real-life objects, so how can you touch them now? Last night, with nothing much to do, I cultivated the strange cultivation technique, and then I found that as I cultivated, my body solidified a bit, allowing me to interact with the outside environment, Jiang Ziaotao said. My strength is very small. At most, I can only do very light work. Su Ning. He carefully scrutinized Jiang Ziaotao from head to toe. Her soul body was much stronger than yesterday. In the words of the cultivation world, this girl's cultivation genius was too strong, wasn't it? Previously, when he cultivated, he made no progress for a long time, but this girl actually started so quickly. And she even found time to make him breakfast. How long did you cultivate? Su Ning asked. Jiang Ziabai was stirring the dishes in the pot while talking. I haven't timed it precisely. Maybe I cultivated for about 4 or 5 hours. Or 2 or 3 hours. What about the rest of the time? The rest of the time I was too sleepy, so I slept, Jiang Ziaotao replied. I don't know why, but after cultivating, I feel sleepy. Carelessly. This was a significant blow to Su Ning's self-confidence, as he had always considered himself an ordinary person. Indeed, effort is worthless in the face of genius. Of course, he had a good mindset. Su Ning did not consider himself some peerless genius, the kind that is unique in the world. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been ordinary. His academic genius or other aspects were only average, some areas were slightly better. Like strength. But relying solely on brute force, it seemed many things couldn't be done. Su Ning clearly understood his position and recognized his abilities. Therefore, when he saw someone more excellent than himself, he did not find it difficult to accept. You are a cultivation genius. Not bad. Su Ning nodded, smiling. Much more impressive than me. No way, only when you are amazing can I improve. The reason I cultivated so quickly is actually because you injected chi into me. Last night, when I cultivated beside you, I found it was faster than cultivating elsewhere. In the midst of it all, there's a special chi on you that makes me feel comfortable. Besides, if you hadn't appeared and brought me here, I probably would have completely vanished before long. You are my savior. You are more amazing than me. Jiang Ziaotao was very lively. After her soul body stopped dissipating, she was in a very cheerful mood. When she spoke, she was also incessant. She was very much like her optimistic and cheerful self during university. Time seemed to have left no trace on this little girl. And yes, Jiang Ziaotao's life was actually quite happy. Aside from her accidental death and her father's illness, she had a very happy original family. This could be seen from his previous visit to her home. Under the care of Father Jiang and Mother Jiang, how could Jiang Ziaotao not be happy? Su Ning, actually, you are truly the most amazing, do you know? Jiang Ziaotao continued to speak. You are just too humble. Sometimes you don't even know how amazing you are. When I first saw you in university, do you know where it was? Jiang Ziaotao asked. Wasn't it at school? Su Ning replied. Of course not. You might have forgotten, but in the alley at the train station, I was cornered by a few little people. Many people passed by at the time and they all ignored it, but only you stepped forward, Zhang Xiaotao recalled, as if returning to that time. I even thought your small frame would be at a disadvantage, and I told you to run at the time, but I didn't expect you to come up and with 2 punches, send 3 hoodlums scurrying away, covering their heads. At that moment, I thought you were so amazing. You know, sometimes being brave, being able to actively do righteous things, is already very remarkable. It surpasses 99% of people. Su Ning frowned, trying to recall, but he couldn't remember anything about it. Is that so? I did that. You wouldn't be talking nonsense, would you? I don't even remember. I told you that you forgot. Lass, you must have done too many things like this, so it's second nature to you, and you didn't take it to heart, Zhang Xiaotao said. However, I will remember it for a lifetime. Some people easily forget the kindness they receive from others, but they remember their own good deeds for a very, very long time. These types of people are collectively known as grateful people. Actually, you don't even realize that in many areas you are truly excellent, truly excellent. For example, in basketball games or football in sports, you're very skilled, except for table tennis. You don't know how many people were stunned by your basketball dunks. When we were in school, many girls secretly liked you. At that time, you were solely focused on Suyi, not indulging in romantic affairs. While everyone felt helpless, they could only sigh that you were truly a good man. Zhang Xiaotao added a touch of teasing. Su Ning rubbed his forehead. Being praised so overtly to his face was indeed a bit awkward. You truly captivated a group of new girls in college. One time in class, wasn't there an assignment to write prose or poetry? The love poem you wrote to Su Yi amazed many people. That poem, My Dearest Heart, was even included on the campus website and is still there to this day. You're not only skilled in martial arts, but also in literature. You're simply well-rounded in both. Zhang Xiaotao's words brought Su Ning's thoughts back to his university days. After graduation, very few people talked to him about his university days, as if that past was just a dream. You're just overpraising me, Su Ning shrugged. He naturally wouldn't believe that he was truly that incredible. Perhaps Zhang Xiaotao had put a filter on him. You are good in every way, sometimes you're just too humble. All right, let's not talk about this. The food is ready, we can eat. Zhang Xiaotao brought the prepared dishes to the table. It was very lavish. This shouldn't be eaten for breakfast, it would be more suitable for lunch. Thank you, Su Ning said. He carried the food to find the little people. He was accustomed to eating with the little people. Eating alone would be very boring. Having a few more dining companions made eating enjoyable. Oh, he took a bite. Is it okay? Does it suit your taste? It was too delicious. Compared to his own mediocre cooking, this was simply Michelin level. Su Ning's eyes lit up. Delicious. Really? That's great. Zhang Xiaotao was happy. Being recognized, especially after working hard to make a table full of dishes, and being praised for how delicious it was, also made her very happy. What she couldn't stand the most was someone who did nothing, sat down at the table after she had painstakingly prepared a feast, and then picked and chose, saying this wasn't tasty and that wasn't tasty. Who understood that feeling? She had experienced it. It was very frustrating. I was still afraid you wouldn't be used to it, Zhang Xiaotao said. It's truly delicious, much better than what I make, Su Ning said. If you praise me so overtly, then I'll simply accept it with composure and be naturally happy, then, Zhang Xiaotao said. She had loved studying gourmet food since she was a child. Sincere praise. Su Ning's praise was not merely polite. Zhang Xiaotao's cooking skills were indeed excellent. All along, Su Ning had eaten simply to fill his stomach, especially after starting work. He even more so believed that eating was just a step to sustain life, never thinking that eating could be such a wonderful, such an enjoyable process. Perhaps life still has many possibilities and many surprises. He felt that he had overlooked too many beautiful things in life before. Working for the sake of working was not worthwhile. It should be working to better enjoy life. That is what is worthwhile. After breakfast, Su Ning chatted with the little people for a bit, then sat down to cultivate as usual. Zhang Xiaotao also learned in a proper manner. Several hours passed. Su Ning didn't gain much. As for Zhang Xiaotao, she didn't gain much either. My cultivation seems to have reached a bottleneck. The speed of my growth is very slow. After reaching Lianqi Stage 3, the cultivation technique he mastered seemed unable to support him in further cultivation. Do I need to seek new changes to progress? Su Ning pondered. How to break through? He had no clue for a while. He stopped cultivating and prepared to eat. Jiang Zayada also stopped in a proper manner. Because she was a ghost, cultivating during the day didn't have much effect. Midnight cultivation yielded the best progress. Finally finished practicing, I'll go cook, Jiang Zayada said excitedly. How about I do it, you rest? Su Ning felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't always let Jiang Zayada cook for him. What would that make him? You rest, I'll do it. I already said I'd take care of the housework, Jiang Zayada said. You have to give me a chance to repay you for saving my life and for the kindness of paying your rent. She paused. Besides your cooking, to be honest, it's hard to describe. I tasted it when I was in college. Su Ning. All right then, thanked you for your hard work. Su Ning really wasn't good at cooking. He let Jiang Zayada go cook, while he went to accompany the little people by the little tree. To Su Ning's surprise, the fallen creatures had actually broken through in just a few days. The Black Dragon, Black Killen, and Black Phoenix were now clamoring to challenge the 9 great saints. Well, they certainly didn't dare to challenge the Kunlun Fairy and Li Qingxuan. They aimed their aggression at the other few. As for the Abyss Demon Lord, he was of the same lineage but different sect as them, having some origins, so they didn't target him either. Su Ning stroked his chin. I originally thought the 3 fallen creatures broke through due to talent issues, but I didn't expect the Abyss Demon Lord to also advance further, now on par with the Kunlun Fairy and Li Qingxuan. Even if there's a gap, it's not much. Is it because Jiang Zayada siphoned off their strange bloodline yesterday, allowing them to release their origin power without restraint? Su Ning observed carefully. No. It's not just because their strange bloodline was siphoned off, liberating them. It's also because, as Jiang Zayada grew stronger, they also received feedback. That means the faster Jiang Zayada improves, the faster these 4 will improve in the future. Great Xia Emperor. The Black Killen clamored. You've been a coward for so long, do you dare to fight me today? I chemph with you. What's there to fear? The Great Xia Emperor's golden armor glowed, and the human emperor sword hummed. The human emperor, blessed by luck, made him appear exceedingly noble. The Great Xia Holy Emperor also gained something, and at this moment, he needed something to sacrifice his sword to. Good. Seeing the Great Xia Holy Emperor accept the challenge, the Black Killen's eyes surged with battle intent. If you lose, you'll give up your seat at the table with the immortal and obediently crawl into a corner and wait for us to finish eating before you can sit down. If you lose, I want 3 drops of your heart's blood to sacrifice my sword, the Great Xia Holy Emperor said. Come on, today this venerable one will avenge your sneak attack on my son back then, the Black Killen roared. I was in the same era as your son. It was only right for me to step on his bones to attain the Tao. I, on the other hand, want to avenge the sneak attack when I was attaining the Tao, the one that tried to stop me and cause my death. The Black Killen clan and the Great Xia Imperial clan had a generational feud. An unending one. Great Xia Holy Emperor's era of attaining the Tao was incredibly brilliant, suppressing the prodigies of the fallen immortal clan of that era, whether it was the Black Dragon lineage or the Black Phoenix lineage. All were suppressed by the young Great Xia, and many prodigies were roasted and eaten by this fellow. The fallen immortal clan hated him to the core. When he was young, the Great Xia Holy Emperor was also a ruthless individual, representing the human race and achieving glorious military feats among all races, allowing the human race, who had been reduced to blood food for fallen creatures, to finally lift their heads. He was an important symbol in the lower realm, an idol for many young human race cultivators. The Great Xia Holy Emperor's cultivation was not top tier among the saints, but the things he did left many people dumbfounded. Such as roasting the Phoenix Maiden, trading black tiger bones and tiger skins, and even sashimi of black dragon, bathing in Killen blood just to undergo a complete transformation. He was simply too ruthless. These achievements made the fallen race gnash their teeth in hatred. If it weren't for human race powerhouses like Li Qingxuan and the Kunlun Fairy protecting the Great Xia Holy Emperor from behind, preventing the older generation of fallen creatures from attacking him, the Black Killen and others would have torn the Great Xia Holy Emperor to shreds long ago. The Great Xia Holy Emperor was the public enemy of the fallen creatures. His life was legendary. If it were to be written into a novel on its own, it would be an inspiring and thrilling story. He was on the level of a protagonist in a thrilling novel. It is said that in the lower realm, someone actually wrote a War Emperor chronicle based on him, which was highly praised by the world. The great Xia Holy Emperor and the fallen creatures had an irreconcilable feud. If you dare, then die. The Black Killen's gaze was sharp, its beast eyes filled with indifference, as if it wanted to devour the great Xia Holy Emperor. It's been a long time since I've eaten Killen meat, I'm still a bit nostalgic. The great Xia Holy Emperor shrugged. How dare you? I will tear you to shreds. Mentioning this topic made the Black Killen recall that unpleasant period of history. It was unclear whether the great Xia Holy Emperor was too astonishing, or the fallen creatures of that era were too weak, allowing the great Xia Holy Emperor to show off. The fallen creatures regarded that period of history as a disgrace. Flustered, the great Xia Holy Emperor smiled. I really like your flustered state. I think I've seen this somewhere. What? I truly miss it, the youthful days when I fought 10 fallen prodigies alone and eventually attained the Tao as the human emperor. Why don't you three come at me together? I don't mind. Su Ning touched his nose. Goodness, he originally thought the great Xia Holy Emperor was very honest and didn't talk much. He didn't expect him to be a master of showing off. Appearances can be deceiving. Arrogant. I alone can kill you, die. The Black Killen could no longer bear it and launched an attack. Reverse scale 7 steps. You're truly desperate, coming out with your Killen clan's supreme immortal technique, reverse scale 7 steps. The great Xia Holy Emperor sneered. Human Emperor armor, human Emperor sword. It's been a long time since I've fought the fallen creatures to the death. Today we'll have a good fight. His words were sharp, constantly taunting the Black Killen. But his hands dared not relax even a bit. Clang, clang, clang. The human Emperor armor and human Emperor sword hummed. Extremely excited. Supreme sword Emperor art. The great Xia Holy Emperor took a step forward and brandished his long sword. Roar! 9 heavens golden dragons rushed out from his long sword. They bared their fangs and claws, crashing towards the Black Killen. His cultivation was much stronger than before. Now the 9 golden dragons actually seemed to subtly materialize. These 9 dragons are sword chi refined from your fallen creature dragon clan. The great Xia Holy Emperor said mischievously. Reverse scale 7 steps, first step. Treading the heavens. The Black Killen glared furiously, moving through the air, stepping into the void realm. With one step, countless black runes appeared beneath its feet, spreading out with a magnificent aura. If it were in the lower realm, this step of his would probably cause mountains to shake and the earth to tremble and the void realm to shatter. He attacked with a killing move. These two opponents with deep-seated blood feuds finally engaged in a decisive battle at this moment. Su Ning watched with interest. He wasn't a judge, he wasn't in the mood to pass judgment, he just viewed everything as an interesting story. He couldn't be bothered with the grudges of the lower realm. This was a transcendent role. Bang tilde. The Black Killen stepped through the void realm, the dark law being trampled under his feet. Runes were densely packed, like law steps. Roar. Thump. 9 golden dragon patterns charged forward. They arrived in an instant. The Black Killen's 4 hooves stomped simultaneously, landing on the foreheads of the 9 dragons. Clang! Both sides were in a stalemate. Crag, crag, crags. In just a moment, Black Killen's reverse scale, 7 steps, shattered the 9 golden dragons into pieces. Collapse. The 9 golden dragons shattered in response. The reverse scale 7 steps was known as the technique that could shatter all the myriad Tao in the heavens with one's feet. They exploded into golden specks. Is this the great Xia Holy Emperor's strongest attack? The so-called Supreme Sword Emperor art of the human Emperor's Tao. The Black Killen's face showed a human-like smugness, nothing more than this. Human Emperor Sword. Rumble. The great Xia Holy Emperor did not speak, responding with his sword. Golden light bloomed around him, and his entire being was bathed in golden radiance. A unique brilliance erupted from his physical body. 5-colored light flowed from his internal organs to the human Emperor armor and the human Emperor sword. A vast and terrifying aura erupted. This aura surprised even Su Ning. The other little people observing the battle, Li Qingshuan and Kunlun Fairy, frowned, their eyes wide with shock. Their gazes were filled with horror. The Black Kilin, Black Phoenix, and Black Dragon felt a chill in their hearts. Human Emperor Dao, the aura of the human emperor, you hid your strength. This is your true trump card, possessing the power of faith, using the faith of the human race to traverse the myriad Dao of the heavens. The observing Black Dragon suddenly thought of something. No wonder you were so amazingly talented in that era, suppressing the fallen ancient clan, making the young members of the ancient clan unable to raise their heads. We all underestimated you. He absorbed the essence of the entire human race. He represented the Tao of the human race, the emperor of the human race. When such karma is added to a person, that person can no longer be called a person, but rather the belief of billions of people. Perhaps everyone underestimated the great Xia Holy Emperor. He should not be called the great Xia Holy Emperor, but rather the Holy Emperor of the human race. Rumble. The long sword in the great Xia Holy Emperor's hand transformed into 9. Although not numerous, they were ancient and unadorned. Yet they always possessed a majestic chi, making one's heart palpitate. Taste the sword of the human race. Sword 1, Early Spring. Whoosh! One of the swords seemed to sense something, and it shot towards the Black Kilin. Reverse scale 7 steps. Trampling the heavens. Dingo! Bang! The ancient great sword pierced at the Black Kilin's feet. The Black Kilin's body was sent flying backward. The might of that sword, though lacking world-destroying fluctuations, had a miraculous effect. Whoosh! The Black Kilin flew backward very quickly, but before he even landed, he suddenly charged towards the great Xia Holy Emperor with a strange spinning speed, equally fast. The Black Kilin was arrogant and would not allow himself to be suppressed. Reverse scale 7 steps, second step, trampling the earth. Crags. Under his feet, it was as if the footholds of all the myriad worlds were about to shatter. Countless dark laws swirled around the Black Kilin's feet, stomping towards the great Xia Holy Emperor's face. Sword 2, Early Summer. Seeing the world-destroying aura, the great Xia Holy Emperor's face remained calm and composed. He unleashed Sword 2. The second golden runic human emperor sword pierced towards the Black Kilin. Bang! The Black Kilin was frustrated again, but this time he was clearly prepared and did not fly out as awkwardly as the first time, but he still retreated a full 9 steps. Reverse scale 7 steps, third step, trampling the human race. Rumble. The incoming human emperor sword received a huge impact. However, it did not collapse. Sword 3, Late Autumn. Whoosh! The third sword was thrust out. Rumble. The Black Kilin could not hold on this time, and along with his reverse scale 7 steps, he was sent flying. Fourth sword, Deep Winter. This time, before the Black Kilin could make a move, the great Xia Holy Emperor struck first. A long sword descended from the sky, shooting towards the Black Kilin in a parabolic arc. Bang! The Black Kilin landed, severely suppressed, as if a body-fixing spell had been cast. Under the cover of the golden great sword, he was unable to move. Damn it, the Black Kilin felt completely humiliated. He kicked his forelegs against the ground, trying to get up. The high and mighty Kilin race would not allow themselves to be suppressed, especially by the human race, who were like ants. He was extremely unwilling. He struggled continuously. Reverse scale 7 steps, fourth step, trampling the gods. The Black Kilin used the fourth step of the reverse scale 7 steps, not to shatter the enemy, but just to get up. However, his body, under the golden great sword, seemed to be held down by an invisible hand, prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. Damn it, the Black Kilin felt very ashamed. The reverse scale 7 steps had always performed well no matter who it faced, even against Li Qingshuan and Kunlun Fairy. At the same realm, it would definitely not be unable to unleash subsequent Dao arts. But facing the great Xia Holy Emperor, he was suppressed before he could even use all his abilities. So the so-called fallen ancient clan, the old ancestor of the Kilin, is nothing more than this. No different from the Kilin, I used to sacrifice swords and fill my belly when I was young. The great Xia Holy Emperor looked down from above, disdainfully at the Black Kilin, and said lightly. The Black Kilin was furious. He struggled even more fiercely. Stop your futile struggles, your heart blood, this emperor will take it. Dragon patterns appeared in the great Xia Holy Emperor's eyes. This was not dragon bloodline, nor was it a symbol of the Son of Heaven. It was simply the Dao patterns of the dragon that the great Xia Holy Emperor had naturally developed from killing too many ancient clan members when he was young. It seems it's going to end. the great Xia Holy Emperor said. He still had strength to spare, but the later techniques would not need to be used. 4 swords combined destroy. Early spring, early summer, late autumn, deep winter. The 4 swords combined into one. They condensed into a single sword. 4 Dao gathered. A longer, larger sword descended from the sky. Rumble. The great sword fell. You. The Black Killen's eyes were wide with terror, staring at the descending giant sword. He was powerless. He could only watch helplessly. Puff, puff, puff. After a burst of golden light, the Black Killen, who had been so arrogant just now, was bleeding all over, lying on the ground, unable to move. The golden sword behind the great Xia Holy Emperor's head glowed as he looked down at the Black Killen, who was like a dead dog. Fallen ancient clan, this emperor is destined to be your bane. In ancient times, I could rise among the myriad fallen races and devour the saint race, and now I can also defeat the old ancestor of the ancient saint race. He landed and with a single sword stroke, forcibly extracted 3 drops of heart blood from the Black Killen's forehead. He looked back, looking towards the Black Dragon and the Black Phoenix. Do you dare to fight me? The great Xia Holy Emperor was very arrogant. At this moment, the arrogant and domineering Black Dragon and Black Phoenix only had ugly expressions and did not respond. The great Xia Holy Emperor's performance exceeded their expectations. They had always thought that among the 9 great saints, the great Xia Holy Emperor might be the weakest. They never expected this guy to be so cunning. He actually hid his strength. 3 drops of heart blood, who knew how many days it would take to recover. Although the Black Dragon and Black Phoenix really wanted to teach the great Xia Holy Emperor a lesson, they also did not want to take risks. They could only remain silent. What? The great Xia Holy Emperor's Tao, the reincarnation of the 4 seasons. It's the Tao of reincarnation. Li Qingshuan commented. Not only does he have the Tao of 4 seasons reincarnation, but also the human emperor's faith. Perhaps we all underestimated him. Kunlun Fairy also said solemnly. He only used 4 swords to defeat the Black Killen. I wonder what his next 5 swords will be. Li Qingshuan's eyes were burning. He was a sword cultivator by nature, and seeing the great Xia Holy Emperor, who was equally excellent in the Tao of Sword, he couldn't help but feel excited. However, today was not the time to spar with the great Xia Holy Emperor. What? Before this seat traversed the world with the Tao of the human emperor, never suffering a defeat, the power of the human emperor, the power of reincarnation, cultivated by this seat to the extreme. After ascension, I have always wanted to know if my sword can slay immortals, the great Xia Holy Emperor said. He defeated the Black Killen, challenged the Black Dragon and Black Phoenix, silencing them. Now the great Xia Holy Emperor's confidence was overflowing. Immortals Senior, I now feel terrifyingly strong. I wish to slay immortals. May I ask for guidance? The great Xia Holy Emperor actually challenged Su Ning. This scene surprised the other ascendants. Challenge me. Su Ning, who had been standing in the sky watching the show, found it amusing. The great Xia Holy Emperor's Tao of the human emperor gave him many insights and significant gains. He didn't expect him to actually challenge himself. I admit you've indeed improved very quickly. All right, I accept your challenge. Su Ning stroked his chin, also wanting to play a bit. Good, then let me see if the sword of humanity can slay immortals. The great Xia Holy Emperor was full of vigor. Facing Su Ning, he dared not show any contempt. The human emperor sword and human emperor armor glowed continuously. Tapu. However, before it even began, Su Ning flicked his index finger and sent the vigorous great Xia Holy Emperor flying. Like swatting a fly. Thump, thump, thump. The great Xia Holy Emperor's body flew backward, rolling many times on the ground before stabilizing. The gap was not just ordinary large. The great Xia Holy Emperor was brought back to reality with a single flick. You've indeed gotten stronger, able to withstand my flick of a finger. Su Ning sincerely praised the great Xia Holy Emperor's progress. Although he hadn't used much strength, the great Xia Holy Emperor was indeed stronger than before. However, these words sounded so unpleasant in the great Xia Holy Emperor's ears. I'm so powerful. You actually said not bad that I can withstand your flick of a finger. All right. Although the words were unpleasant, they were truly praise. May I ask among the ascendants present, who can be like me, taking a flick from an immortal and still walk away unharmed? I'm heaven-defying, all right. The great Xia Holy Emperor did not feel it was humiliation, but rather a kind of honor. His sword of humanity had not had time to be used, nor had the latter half of reincarnation been unleashed. Yet the great Xia Holy Emperor did not feel unwilling. He knew that even if he had used them, he would still have been flicked away. It made no difference whether he used them or not. Thank you, Immortal, for your guidance. The great Xia Human Emperor is thoroughly convinced. The great Xia Holy Emperor was not disheartened, nor did he wallow in self-pity. He sheathed his longsword and turned away gracefully. Very uninhibited. Oh, you all continue, don't mind me. Su Ning ended the great Xia Holy Emperor's challenge and said to the little people below, "There is progress only with competition. I think mutual sparring is quite good." One of his daily pleasures was watching the little people's daily lives, their struggles, and so on. It was like following a TV series. Very entertaining. The little people below nodded after hearing him. Ignoring Su Ning, who was as tall as the sky, Black Dragon said to Azure Emperor, one of the 9 great saints, "Tengshi Azure Emperor, you've always prided yourself on being comparable to the Dragon Clan, even nobler than the Dragon Clan today. I'll give you a chance to prove it. Do you dare to fight? I couldn't ask for more. I've long wanted to slay a dragon to prove my Tao." Azure Emperor's true form was a Tengshi, also a type of divine beast, but unlike the fallen ancient clan, he belonged to the new generation of supremes. He had always wanted to prove that he was no weaker than the most powerful ancient race, the Dragon Clan. "If I win, I will take your heart blood to refine and strengthen my origin bloodline. If you win, I will also give you 3 drops of my heart blood for your evolution." How about it? Why the need for more words? Fight. The great battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out. Unlike the one-sided battles of Black Killen and the great Xia Holy Emperor, the strength of these two was evenly matched. Tangxi initially fought in human form, but by the end, he revealed his true form for the kill. 2 long creatures fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground, they coiled back into the sky. The battle was exceptionally fierce. For a time, it was probably difficult to determine the winner. On the other side, Black Phoenix and Golden Crow Great Emperor exchanged only a glance, without many words, and then tacitly they simultaneously erupted into a great battle. Divine Beast race has existed for a long time, and Golden Crow Great Emperor has also lived for a very long time, existing since the beginning of heaven and earth. Speaking of which, he belonged to the same era as the fallen ancient clan. This fellow was also cunning. He avoided many great calamities and witnessed many great eras. He experienced the era of the strange, the era of the wilderness, the era of many saints where myriad races stood strong, the first great calamity era, the divine court era, and then the era of dark races and the current human race era. Golden Crow was like a living history book. In every era he could perfectly integrate and never fall into calamity. Between him and Black Phoenix, there was also a blood feud. When Phoenix was about to ascend to immortality, she was ambushed by Golden Crow, who sought to seize her Tao fruit. Fortunately, the Phoenix race had the ability of Nirvana rebirth, otherwise she would have perished that time. Afterward, Black Phoenix had been searching for the mastermind behind the ambush. She didn't know how many eras she had investigated, until she accidentally learned it was done by the Golden Crow Great Emperor whom she trusted. Phoenix was furious. Belonging to the same sky race, they had initially trusted the Golden Crow race so much, and you did this to me. From then on, the Golden Crow race and the Phoenix race were sworn enemies. Golden Crow Great Emperor and Black Phoenix were also irreconcilable. It's great, Joe. Phoenix and Golden Crow revealed their true forms, battling in the sky. Golden Crow's world-destroying true fire clashed with Phoenix's rebirth from fire. The two were also evenly matched. Su Ning watched with great interest. Listening to these past histories of the lower realm was even more enjoyable than reading a novel. This was something he could truly say. He was like a super-dimensional being, looking down upon the sentient beings of the lower realm, experiencing suffering and joy. Not participating, not judging, and certainly not upholding justice. Black Dragon and Tengxi Azure Emperor. Black Phoenix and Golden Crow Great Emperor. Both sides fought back and forth, inextricably linked. Ultimately, Black Dragon and Black Phoenix emerged victorious. It was a hard-won victory. The difference was not significant. Azure Emperor and Golden Crow Great Emperor ascended first, their cultivation and strength far surpassing the fallen ancient clan. Last night, Zhang Xiaodao absorbed the strange origin from the fallen ancient clan, granting them opportunity. With no more strange bloodline suppression, their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Only then did they have the ability to contend with the 9 great saints. 1 defeat, 2 victories. The fallen ancient clan could be said to have regained a little face. Today's conflict also came to an end. They had originally wanted to spar again. Until Jiang Xiaotao finished cooking and Su Ning announced that dinner was ready, the fallen ancient clan and the 9 great saints simultaneously forgot their grudges and happily accepted the feeding. Su Ning, can one meal resolve all disputes? Whether it was generational enmity, irreconcilable differences, or the result of personal rivalry. In the face of food, all grudges and non-grudges were minor matters. This meal was different from before. Black Dragon and Black Phoenix took the places of Golden Crow, Great Emperor, and Azure Emperor, allowed to sit at the table to eat. Golden Crow, Azure Emperor, Black Killin could only huddle in the corner. Black Dragon and Black Phoenix were in high spirits. The victory achieved at great cost finally bore fruit. They felt triumphant. Sitting at the table to eat was simply too wonderful. While Golden Crow, Great Emperor, and Azure Emperor looked dejected and felt extremely humiliated. That position was originally theirs. 30 years of prosperity east of the river, 30 years west, HMPH, you just enjoy it. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me sooner or later. Azure Emperor swore with a gloomy face, looking in Black Dragon's direction. Black Phoenix, I will be irreconcilable with you. Just wait, I will reclaim my seat. Golden Crow, Great Emperor healed his wounds, determined to cultivate even harder in the future. And Black Killin. Then me, what about me? Who am I? What am I doing? What is my goal? He looked at Black Dragon and Black Phoenix, feeling envious, but as allies, he certainly couldn't make them his targets. As for the Great Xia, Holy Emperor, to be honest, he felt that guy was too abnormal. It was better not to make him an opponent. As for Li Qingshuan and Kunlun Fairy, these two were among the top existences of the 9 great saints. They also couldn't be opponents. The only ones left were Zumi Buddha, Wen Dao Old Man, and Deep Sea Divine Beast Ghana King. Zumi Buddha and Wen Dao Old Man were unfathomable. After much deliberation, only Deep Sea Divine Beast Ghana King remained. Black Killin seemed to have found his life's direction, and like Golden Crow and Azure Emperor, his eyes burned brightly as he said to Ghana King, 30 years of prosperity east of the river, 30 years west, Ghana King, I am irreconcilable with you, and one day I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Ghana King, upon hearing all this, was bewildered and speechless. What the hell, what does this have to do with me? What do I owe you? Did I provoke you? You're talking about 30 years of prosperity east of the river and 30 years west. What did I take from you that you want to reclaim what's yours? Are you sick? You don't pick the soft persimmons like this, do you? What about your dignity as a fallen ancient clan member and your dignity as a king? That's it. Do you have any face left? What grudge or grievance do I have with you? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Ghana King was extremely speechless. You think I'm easy to bully? Black Killin, if you want to challenge me, I'm ready anytime. Ghana King said coldly. He felt he was being looked down upon. Who among those present isn't a prodigy of an era? You pick me to fight. Do you think I'm the weakest? Where is my face? Haha, Ghana King, he clearly thinks you're weak. As a saint who ascended together, you're being underestimated like this. It seems you need to cultivate harder. Great Xia, Holy Emperor said. Black Killins, you only dare to pick on Ghana King. If you have the guts, come seek revenge on me. I'm always ready. HMPH, Black Killin ignored Great Xia, Holy Emperor's taunts and didn't respond at all. After dinner, they all cultivated diligently. After this incident, they worked even harder. One wrong move and they could become someone else's pawn. They were all prodigies, and being underestimated was not a pleasant feeling. Su Ning finished eating. He picked up his phone and searched online for small castles and houses. To prevent the little people from having their home stolen by other animals while he was out, he decided to buy some safer buildings for the ascendants. They could hide inside when in danger. Chicken coops, dog kennels. No, they're ascendants after all. Putting them in chicken coops and dog kennels wouldn't be good. Su Ning browsed through pet store cages, safe houses, and the like. Isn't there anything sturdier? He looked around, but everything was overly flashy. There were also custom-made artistic houses, but those were too expensive, and Su Ning couldn't afford them. I can only contact a merchant and ask if they can weld an iron frame out of steel. Su Ning negotiated with the merchant. These days, as long as you have money, anything can be done. Su was not a rich man. However, he had some spare change recently. He couldn't afford art pieces, but he could afford practical items. According to Su Ning's request, a merchant specializing in pet cages took the order. Following Su Ning's specifications, they would weld a stainless steel iron cage, trying to make it aesthetically pleasing, but the main focus was on sturdiness. The merchant talked a big game. As for the final result, Su Ning didn't know. Only on the day of delivery would the answer be revealed. After doing all this, Su Ning continued to cultivate. The results were minimal. He cultivated for 1 or 2 hours. Su Ning stopped cultivating. He needed to go to the street to buy some daily necessities. Bringing Jiang Xiaotou and driving the newly bought 5-star light van, they set off. The weather was beautiful. On a bright and sunny day, Su Ning drove the van slowly along a country road. Lush trees lined both sides of the road, neatly arranged like green guards, shielding people from the sun. Dappled tree shadows and the rustling leaves, stirred by the gentle breeze, seemed to play a natural concert. So beautiful, so comfortable. Jiang Xiaotou, floating in the passenger seat, was in a joyful mood, her face full of enjoyment as she reached out to embrace the gentle breeze. The sky was clear and boundless, with a few pure white clouds drifting in the azure expanse, light as cotton candy. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating everything on the ground, giving a warm and bright feeling. In the distance, rolling mountains stood majestically against the sunlight, like a magnificent ink painting. The van continued along the small road, occasionally passing through golden rice fields where the wind rustled the grains. Farmers diligently toiled in the fields, their figures appearing and disappearing in the sunlight. A small stream gurgled by the roadside, its clear water rippling like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the surrounding scenery. Fish swam joyfully in the water, adding a touch of vitality to the tranquil scene. The scenery of the country road was picturesque, captivating people and allowing them to experience the beauty and serenity of nature. It's been so long since I've experienced such beautiful scenery. Jiang Xiaotou looked entranced. Su Ning, looking at her profile, suddenly realized she was very beautiful. She exuded a girlish aura. Just like in college, no change. Su Ning, thank you, Jiang Xiaotou thanked him again. After meeting Su Ning, the most common words she spoke were thank you. It was daytime now, and Jiang Xiaotou in her daytime state didn't have the terrifying face she had at night. This was her normal face. Before, I was in soul form, so I couldn't feel my surroundings. Even if I could see them, I couldn't feel them. Now I can feel them, the warm sunlight, the cool breeze. You gave all of this to me, thank you, Jiang Xiaotou's eyes welled up. However, she couldn't shed tears. Because she was in soul form, and in soul form there were no tears. No need to say so many thank yous. Su Ning replied. Sometimes many things in this world depend on opportunity. You met me, which means this is what you deserve. Su Ning replied. There are many hardships in this world that I cannot see, and perhaps many people like you whom I cannot reach. You just happened to meet me, and I just happened to meet you. This can only mean it's all fated. Su Ning said. Oh. They arrived at the market. They parked the car by the roadside. Actually, a rural market couldn't be simply called a vegetable market. It was a hodgepodge. The rural market was bustling, filled with a strong sense of life. Vegetable stalls were piled high with fresh vegetables, colorful and dazzling. Vendors loudly hawked their goods, bargaining with customers, creating a lively atmosphere. The special cold noodle snack stall was especially crowded, with bowls of translucent cold noodles, garnished with various seasonings, making mouths water. Small restaurants were also full of diners, and the fragrant aroma filled the air, making people stop to savor it. Crowds surged through the market, people carrying vegetable baskets or holding snacks, their faces beaming with satisfied smiles. Children played and chased each other through the crowd, adding a touch of vitality. The entire market was filled with laughter and joy, allowing people to experience the simplicity and beauty of rural life. When Jiang Xiaotou arrived here, she couldn't contain herself. She looked here and there, everything was so curious and new. Running everywhere, looking everywhere. It was as if a prisoner who had been locked up for many years was finally released and was free. She really liked this lively atmosphere. It made her feel like she was alive again. Su Ning followed behind the hopping Jiang Xiaotou. He wasn't in a hurry to buy groceries. After all, there was plenty of time. The atmosphere of a rural market, with its essence of life, was different from that of a city. Real and slow-paced. All the vegetables and fruits were fresh, some not very good-looking, but definitely local specialties. Su Ning, what is this? Jiang Xiaotou curiously asked about some novel items. This is a special vegetable from our area. It can be used for cold dishes or stir-fried with meat. As soon as Su Ning finished speaking, a bunch of eyes around him looked at him with strange expressions. Is he crazy? Talking to himself. Su Ning sweat. I forgot only I can see Jiang Xiaotou. He felt a bit awkward. He could only smile. From others' perspectives, Su Ning was talking to himself, occasionally explaining seriously to his side, talking about the feeling of eating food. There was clearly no one beside him. Wouldn't he be considered schizophrenic? Su Ning. Super awkward. Afterward, he closed his mouth. He couldn't just talk to himself on the street, right? That would be really strange, okay. His toes could dig out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Is that a fighting chicken? Wow. Jiang Xiaotou didn't notice any of this. This was her first time experiencing this world with such a real sensation in 3 years, and she was very excited. It was also her first time seeing a real fighting chicken. Before, she had only seen them on her phone. Curious Jiang Xiaotou seemed to have discovered a new continent. She dashed over there in a flash. Su Ning shook his head helplessly and could only follow. This girl, she's curious about everything. Like a curious baby. What could he do? Let her be. Having resigned from his job, Su Ning now had plenty of time. The two arrived at the fighting chicken stall. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around, and to get a closer look, Jiang Xiaotou floated above the fighting chickens, blinking her eyes as she watched below. Inside the fighting chicken ring, a black and red fighting chicken and a white chicken were standing, their neck feathers bristling, in a standoff. The two fighting chickens had blood-red eyes and raised feathers, engaging in a thrilling battle. They gave no quarter, attacking each other with sharp claws and pointed beaks, each attack carrying a deadly threat. Dust flew in the arena, chicken feathers scattered everywhere, accompanied by clucking sounds and fierce collisions, as if two martial forest masters were engaged in a life-and-death duel. The onlookers watched the fierce battle nervously, their cheers rising and falling, cheering on their favored fighting chickens. Good. White chicken, go. Black chicken, come on. White chicken, come on, I bet 100 yuan on you. Some people waved their arms excitedly, while others held their breath, afraid of missing any exciting moment. As the battle progressed, the cheers grew louder, and the atmosphere became more heated. This fighting chicken battle was not just a contest between chickens, but also people's pursuit of courage and victory. Fighting chickens is a very bloody sport. As the battle deepened, that white chicken gradually couldn't hold on. The black and red fighting chicken seized the opportunity and bit its comb. It pecked several times in a row. White chicken, hold on, you damn well hold on. A middle-aged man, who seemed to be the white chicken's owner, shouted as he saw the white chicken about to lose. Grab, grab, grab. Unfortunately, the white chicken was beyond help. Its comb was continuously pecked. It was covered in blood, flowing from its head all the way to its eyes. Drip, drip, drop. Soon all its white feathers were stained red. Little White, come on, come on. Jiang Xiaotou in the air clenched her fists to cheer. She was also a fan of Little White. Perhaps because Little White was prettier than Little Black. Girls are all looks-oriented creatures. Glug, glug, glug. The white chicken still wanted to struggle, but the black chicken pursued its advantage. It kept pecking Little White's comb. Then it used its claws to jump up and fiercely kick Little White's belly. Little White was kicked and rolled. When it got up again, its comb was half split. Puff, puff, and glop. Little White wanted to stand up and fight again, swaying for a long time. But it still fell down. Its eyes showed a human-like unwillingness. One's won. My mighty champion Marquis won. The black chicken's owner was excited. From now on, my champion Marquis will be the #1 chicken in the entire town. A bet is a bet. Give me the money. The black chicken's owner roared. He stretched out his hand to the white chicken's owner, asking for money. The white chicken's owner was depressed, looking at the white chicken with a look of disappointment. Damn it, just a piece of trash. I wasted so many good resources feeding you, and this is what you give me. Trash, he grumbled as he handed over the money. As for the white chicken, he disdainfully picked it up from the fighting arena and threw it aside like garbage. Fighting chicken meat doesn't taste good. A losing fighting chicken is worthless. Hardly anyone would buy it. Glug glug glug. The white chicken cried out tragically, struggled a few times, and then completely collapsed on the ground. Its owner didn't care. Other people also didn't pay attention to the defeated white chicken. They were all watching the next fighting chicken match. Jiang Xiaotao silently floated next to Su Ning. Little White is so pitiful. Can you lend me some money to buy it? Just buy it, please. I'll work hard in the future and pay off this debt as soon as possible, Jiang Xiaotao said. Su Ning shrugged and sighed helplessly. It's just a chicken. How much of a favor can you owe me by buying it? Actually, Jiang Xiaotao didn't need to beg so humbly. Su Ning would have bought it anyway. Boss, how much is this chicken? Su Ning asked the middle-aged boss. The white chicken's owner, who had been very depressed, brightened up when he heard someone was interested in the chicken. Young man, you want to buy it? Although this chicken lost, it's well known that fighting chickens have strong qi and blood, so they're very nourishing for soup. This was, of course, nonsense, trying to make his white chicken seem more valuable. How much? Su Ning asked. If you really want it, 200 yuan will do. A defeated fighting chicken still costs 200 yuan. Su Ning shook his head. Look, it's almost dead. Anyway, it's going to be used for soup, so what does it matter if it's dead or not? 180, no cheaper. 80. If you sell, give it to me. If not, keep it yourself for soup. Who doesn't know that fighting chicken meat isn't tasty and the soup is fishy? Su Ning said. I'm buying it just to see if I can save it and breed it at home. 100, that's the lowest, the boss said through gritted teeth. The two haggled and finally it was settled for 100. Su Ning carried the bag and left the fighting chicken arena. The white chicken's owner finally felt a little better. That money loser finally recouped some value. This was a win-win situation. No one cheated anyone. After buying the white chicken, Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao were tired from shopping and started buying daily necessities. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, toilet paper, Su Ning made the decisions for these. As for vegetables, Jiang Xiaotao made the decisions. The two bought a lot of things, big bags and small bags. Today was fruitful. Jiang Xiaotao was happy. Girls always have a special fervor for shopping. In buying things, no matter what they buy, as long as they buy a lot, they will feel very happy. The two, oh no. To be precise, one person and one ghost arrived in front of the 5-star light van, loaded the items, and prepared to go home. Let's go back home to make delicious food. I bought a lot of vegetables today, so this time I really need to let you taste my cooking. Jiang Xiaotao raised her delicate fist. She wanted to show Su Ning her strengths. Su Ning smiled. Then thank you very much, I'm waiting to eat. He got in the car and buckled his seatbelt. Ready to go home. At this moment, a QR code was thrust in front of him. At the same time, a ruffian voice rang out, parking fee 20. Su Ning looked back. In a street corner, a group of Zhao Huamao thugs leaned against several old motorcycles, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, their eyes fiercely staring at passing vehicles. He had messy yellow hair, wore a tight vest and worn-out jeans, revealing tattoos on his arms. Whenever a vehicle stopped by the roadside, Zhao Huamao would quickly rush forward, knocking on the car window, displaying an arrogant expression and loudly demanding a parking fee. His voice revealed an overbearing social aura, as if this area was under his jurisdiction. Drivers were often intimidated by his aura and dared not say much, only obediently handing over the parking fee. After receiving the money, Zhao Huamao would whistle triumphantly and then continue to search for his next target. His behavior caused dissatisfaction among the surrounding residents, but no one dared to easily challenge his authority. Su Ning was also targeted by this group of social individuals. Parking fee. They charge parking fees here. Su Ning asked. Of course, Zhao Huamao replied impatiently. Where is your business license? I'd like to see it. Su Ning asked. I remember this parking lot isn't owned by anyone, it's public right. If I tell you to pay, just pay. Why so much nonsense? Zio Hyumao said, tapping on Su Ning's window. What? Before Su Ning could say anything else, he saw a new situation in the distance. At the same time, on the other side, at this chaotic street corner, a group of shady thugs were gathered, their task being to collect parking fees. A car slowly drove up, the driver evidently having no intention of paying the parking fee. Seeing this, a cunning glint flashed in the thugs' eyes. They quickly surrounded the car, forming an ominous human wall. The leader of the thugs, with a ferocious expression, stepped forward and blocked the car's path. Parking fee, pay up. The other thugs shouted from the side, waving their fists, attempting to intimidate the driver into compliance. The driver sat nervously in the car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his palms sweating, but his eyes revealed a hint of determination. The thugs' shouting grew louder. They pressed close to the car window, spitting and staring menacingly at the driver. However, the driver was not intimidated by their threats. He kept his lips tightly sealed and did not flinch. The situation devolved into a tense standoff, and time seemed to freeze. What you're doing is illegal. Do you believe I'll call the police? Splat. A thick glob of phlegm landed on the driver's window. The driver, seeing himself surrounded, shouted that he would call the police. The thugs scoffed upon hearing this. Call the police. Go ahead and call. Heh, we've been through police calls before. It's a minor matter. They can't really punish us much. If you have the guts, call the police. But you'd better think carefully. We've noted down your license plate number. If you're really going to play hardball, we're all minors here, protected by law. Don't regret whatever happens when we get out. The Zio Hyumao shouted. Yo. The driver could only obediently take out money to settle the matter under the thug's intimidation. HMPH. Wouldn't it have been smarter to do that earlier? Wasting my time. Zio Hyumao said discontentedly. Spit. He spat on the windshield again before finally giving up. The driver fumed inwardly, but could only leave with resentment. Bystanders watching this could only shake their heads helplessly. This group of people, lawless. They used their status as minors to wreak havoc in this area. This originally livable and beautiful town was fouled by these petty thugs, just like a rat falling into a pot of soup, making one sick. Minor protection law, originally intended to protect mentally immature young people and allow them to grow up healthy, indeed benefited many people and provided excellent protection. However, there are always some strange individuals who, relying on their age, use their identity to do outrageous things. Even if they commit murder or arson, they know they will not be punished, and it is precisely because of this that they are so arrogant and overbearing. In such a situation, even if the police are called, there won't be much effect afterward. After they are released, they might even retaliate. No one dares to gamble their life with those madmen, nor do they want to affect their families over minor matters. After all, once they become adults, everyone has family responsibilities. It's no longer the time of youth, when they were hot-blooded and fearless. What are you looking at? If you've looked enough, pay up. Zio Hyumao beside Su Ning's car said, speaking through his nose with his chin raised. Extremely arrogant. Su Ning frowned, tightening his fist on the steering wheel. Don't be impulsive. Just give it to him. It's not worth getting into a conflict here. It's not good for you. Zhang Xiaotao's voice came. Su Ning looked to the side. Zhang Xiaotao had a cold expression. These kinds of people, just leave them to me to deal with, don't worry. I particularly dislike these societal scum. I won't let them off easy. Her expression was firm. Su Ning thought for a moment, then nodded, all right. He took out his phone and scanned the QR code, paying 20 yuan. Upon receiving the payment, Zio Hyumao sneered, consider yourself smart. He actually looked down on Su Ning, who was tall and strong, but turned out to be so easy to bully. All that muscle was for nothing. Su Ning scoffed, saying nothing more. He drove off with a flourish. The little thugs had no idea what kind of existence they had provoked. How disappointing, such a beautiful town, all messed up by this trash. Oh well, if the law can't punish you, then I will. It seems the law can't control an existence like me either. Besides, they dared to bully you. Zhang Xiaotao's demeanor changed. Only Su Ning knew how terrifying this king of the unusual was. She was gentle in front of him, but in front of others. Some matters indeed require special treatment. Su Ning said, tacitly approving of Jiang Xiaotao's actions. That night. Still that small town. The night was thick, enveloping the place known as the King of the Unusual Street District. This was a name given by a group of Chunabu teenagers. Along the streets, neon lights flickered on and off, like the city's restless pulse. At the street corner, a group of thugs gathered, dressed in what they considered fashionable, ragged clothes, with expressions of disdain and provocation. The leader of this group of thugs, named Ahu, was a burly, ferocious-looking young man. He stood among the crowd, his gaze like a wolf's, scanning passers-by. Whenever someone accidentally bumped into them or looked at them for too long, Ahu would immediately step forward to provoke and even resort to physical violence. That night, Ahu and his subordinates were roaming the streets. Suddenly, they saw a young man walking alone. This young man, named Zio Ming, was wearing a clean and tidy shirt, looking out of place in this district. Ahu recognized Zio Ming's familiar figure at a glance, and a malicious amusement welled up in his heart. Ahu walked up to Zio Ming, blocking his path. He squinted at Zio Ming, a sneer playing on his lips. "Hey, classmate. Don't leave. We finally met, let's chat." Zio Ming looked timidly. I have something to do, I just came down to buy notebooks." "Hey kid, you dare to wander out in the middle of the night. Do you know whose territory this is?" Zio Ming looked at Ahu and the group of thugs behind him, feeling a bit nervous. But he tried to remain calm, answering, "I'm just passing through here." Ahu, hearing this, became even more arrogant. He grabbed Zio Ming's collar and pushed him against the wall. "Passing through? Do you think this is a place you can come and go as you please? I'm telling you, this is my territory, you have to listen to me." Zio Ming was pushed by Ahu until he could barely breathe, but he didn't want to cause trouble here. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let me go and I won't come here again." However, Ahu had no intention of letting Zio Ming go. He shoved Zio Ming to the ground, then motioned for his subordinates to surround him. They punched and kicked Zio Ming, cursing and swearing as they did so. Zio Ming curled up on the ground, covering his head with his hands, trying his best to endure the thug's beating. His heart was filled with fear and helplessness. He didn't know why he was encountering such misfortune. After a severe beating. "How hard? You bastard, weren't you so arrogant in school? Everyone likes you, right? I'll beat you to death." The two were classmates. Zio Ming was still in school, while Ahu had already dropped out and was making his way in the world, and had gone down the wrong paths. Zio Ming was beaten black and blue. Only then did the group of thugs stop, laughing and chatting about going for drinks and skewers, as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, what they didn't know was, they had already been targeted. In the shadows by the wall, a terrifying ghostly face, revealing those pure white eyeballs, stared intently at them. They ate dozens of yuan worth of skewers and drank a little alcohol. Walking lightly on the silent street, only their voices were the loudest, as if they were the kings of this world. The group chatted and laughed, full of dirty jokes. Walking towards their hideout, passers-by all kept their distance, not wanting to get close to them. This made them feel even more important, until they entered a gloomy country lane. The surrounding trees were tall, blocking all light. It was very cold. The terrifying atmosphere made some timid ones shiver. Brother who, so gloomy, will there be ghosts? Ghosts. Ghosts are made from people. Even if there are ghosts, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid if the King of the Heavens comes, let alone ghosts. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate felt a hand on his shoulder, cold, like ice. He instinctively turned his head and came face to face with Jiang Xiaodao's terrifying face. Being young, how could he have seen anything like this? His heart clenched. Ghost! A ghost! A shrill scream echoed through the gloomy lane. The subordinate only felt his heart tighten, and he fell straight down. Before he died, his face was pale, devoid of color. His eyes protruded as if he had seen something terrifying, and he bled from all 7 orifices, dying a tragic death. Jiang Xiaodao, the law can't punish you, but it turns out you're just a bunch of useless trash. I thought I was so amazing. On the gloomy forest path, a terrifying female ghost quietly appeared. Jiang Xiaodao's face was ashen, her eyes revealing indifference and killing intent. Her long hair, like tangled hemp, covered half of her face, with one side appearing as if it had been run over by a car, cracked and oozing drops of blood, and a pair of cold, dead fish eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. Her lips were painted an eerie red, as if she had just devoured fresh blood. From time to time, a chilling sneer escaped her mouth. It sounded like something from hell, making one's hair stand on end. When this group of thugs discovered her, their fear instantly exploded. Their bodies were paralyzed, and they could only watch helplessly as the female ghost gradually approached. Jiang Xiaotao's eerily long, slender fingers dissipated internal organ fragments and sticky blood. The person who had just died wasn't simply scared to death, but had their body pierced and heart crushed by her disproportionately sharp, long hand. Jiang Xiaotao approached step by step. A bizarre smile hung on her face, which did not belong to a normal person, and her sharp laughter was piercing, as if it could directly strike one's soul. Each step was accompanied by a heavy echo, as if it were the footsteps of death. The atmosphere on the forest path became unusually oppressive, with dark tree shadows swaying like countless ghosts dancing. The wind howled through the woods, emitting sharp wails, as if cheering on this terrifying feast. Jiang Xiaotao's presence filled the entire forest path with despair and fear. The crowd could not escape her clutches, as if forever trapped in this terrifying nightmare. In the dark forest, a disheveled woman, clutching fragments of a heart, stared indifferently at the group of thugs. Another corpse lay on the ground. Whoosh! Ahu's face instantly turned pale. Ghost ma ghost, it's really a ghost. Shi. They shivered, every joint in their bodies trembling. It turned out that the so-called lawless, utterly vicious madmen were not truly fearless. In the dark nights, Jiang Xiaotao's appearance shattered their self-proclaimed powerful chi field. Give me your life. I died so miserably. You return my life. Return my life. Jiang Xiaotao uttered a chilling sound, like the low growl of a vengeful spirit from hell. It made one's scalp tingle and sweat profusely. The group of thugs scattered and fled like headless flies. They didn't know where to run, only that they needed to get out of there. It was too terrifying here. Thump, thump, thump. Ahu's drunkenness was completely scared away. Tears and a significant amount of liquid involuntarily flowed from his crotch. A foul stench permeated the air. He was so scared his legs went soft, unable to run. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaotao floated over lightly, getting closer and closer. Ahu's pupils dilated, his eyes wide as copper bells. He was so terrified, every inch of his skin trembled. After all, he was still underage, and his mind was not fully mature. Watching such a terrifying monster approach, he felt immense despair. But his uncooperative feet felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move an inch. I died so miserably, it hurt so much, return my life, return my life. Jiang Xiaotao mimicked lines from a horror movie, shouting, Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'm really wrong, please give me another chance. Ahu plopped down onto the ground, his legs weak, constantly backing away. You're Xiao Li. I'm really sorry. Don't kill me. I'll turn over a new leaf. Ahu cried uncontrollably from fear. Xiao Li. Jiang Xiaotao raised an eyebrow. Who was Xiao Li? Xiao Li. I know I wronged you, I'm not human. I shouldn't have tricked you out and insulted you with my brothers. I also shouldn't have relied on my underage status to dismember you and bury you. I'm truly sorry. Ahu continued to wail, kneeling and kowtowing. Jiang Xiaotao had originally only wanted to scare this thug, but she hadn't expected him to have committed such a heinous act. Her heart turned cold and killing intent surged. At this moment, she was truly enraged. She wished she could crush this scoundrel immediately. Anything else? Jiang Xiaotao asked coldly. I'm not human. I knew you only had a disabled father at home, but I thought you were easy to bully, so I often bullied you, making you pregnant. Your father came to find me. I shouldn't have beaten him half to death, nor should I have gone to your house and smashed everything in your house. I was wrong, I'm scum. Please let me go, I'll go back and give your father money. I'll pay compensation. Ahu was scared half to death, confessing everything. I was wrong, I shouldn't have acted recklessly by relying on my underage status. Jiang Ziao's face grew colder and colder. This scumbag. He bullied a female classmate because of her pitiful background, committing every evil imaginable. She had originally thought their street extortion was bad enough, but she hadn't expected them to commit so many evil deeds behind the scenes. They deserved to die. Zioli, please spare me. We were together for a day, which is like 100 days of kindness. Although you never agreed, but facts are facts. If you let me go, I'll burn paper money for you every Kingaming festival. Slap. Oh. Jiang Ziao slapped Ahu hard across the face. She suddenly remembered a horrifying incident that had once appeared in the news. It was about a certain middle school, where a group of underage boys kidnapped a female classmate, sexually assaulted her, and caused her death. Finally, 2 of them dismembered and buried her. When the girl's disabled father found out, he went to seek justice, but was almost beaten to death by those boys. They even arrogantly shouted, "I'm underage, so what if I did it? Not only did I kill your daughter, I also killed our classmate Xiaozhai. So what if you know? The law can't punish me. Old dog, dare to provoke me, I'll make sure you never have peace." Those people would run to the disabled father's house every now and then, smashing, looting, and burning. Finally, the disabled father was forced to commit suicide by drinking pesticide. This incident caused a sensation across the entire internet at the time. The public outcry was immense, and the entire internet was advocating for the perpetrators to be punished. As the internet delved deeper, more dark history of those delinquent teenagers was uncovered, such as entering girls' restrooms to bully girls or beating classmates to disability. These were commonplace occurrences. For a time, it stirred up strong public indignation. However, later the impact became too great, and news about this aspect could no longer be published, and then later, the matter gradually faded from memory. Everyone thought they had been punished, but they didn't expect them to still be at large. It wasn't exactly at large, because the law truly couldn't touch them. Dai. Hearing all this, Jiang Ziao found it even more impossible to spare Ahu. Her long scissor-like fingers plunged into Ahu's heart, and with a violent twist, his heart exploded. You bitch, dare to kill me. You just wait, aren't you very powerful? When I become a vengeful spirit, I'll torment you brutally. Ahu threatened, seeing that there was no way back. I still remember how you screamed when you were dying. That sound, it's truly unforgettable. He regarded Jiang Ziao as a trophy from his torment. After death, become a vengeful spirit to find me. Then I'll be waiting for you. Jiang Ziao said. After Ahu's soul died, his soul floated out. At first it was confused, but upon seeing Jiang Ziao, he seemed to remember something. He looked at Jiang Ziao maliciously. You bitch, now I've also become a vengeful spirit. Let's see how I torment you. Jiang Ziao scoffed. You like torment, do you? All right, as you wish. Jiang Ziao grabbed Ahu with a large hand, holding him like a chick, then stuffed him into her belly. I'll let you taste the fear of being gnawed by 10,000 ghosts. What is this? Ahu screamed. Jiang Ziao ignored him and went straight to chase the others in all directions. Before long, chilling screams occasionally echoed through the dark forest. Jiang Ziao was harvesting lives. No one knew what had happened. Next day, when their bodies were discovered by passing villagers, the terrifying scene and the horrified faces of these people, no one knew what these people had experienced before they died to be so scared. However, no one sympathized. Instead, many people applauded. Good. These scumbags finally died. That's great. Heaven has eyes. These scumbags deserve to be torn to pieces. Knight, you're back, Su Ning asked. I'm back, Jiang Ziao replied. You're 10 minutes later than agreed, Su Ning said. I'm late, it's all those people running around, making me spend a lot of effort looking for them, Jiang Ziao said, looking displeased. If you leave me or the little tree for a long time, your origin will decline, your cultivation will regress, or you might even die. I'm worried you'll be in danger, Su Ning said. I know, but that only happens if I leave for a very long time. There's no one holding me, Jiang Ziao said, trying to sound relaxed. Still, it's better to be careful, Su Ning said. Okay, I know, Jiang Ziao smiled playfully. Thank you for caring about me. Being cared for by Su Ning. Her mood was better than if she had personally killed her enemies. Su Ning then changed the subject and asked, By the way, what happened to those people? All killed. What all killed? Su Ning was surprised. Given Jiang Xiaodao's personality, she wouldn't be so bloodthirsty. They deserved to die. Jiang Xiaodao's voice was cold. Su Ning didn't think those people deserved to live. In every place, there will be a group of people who operate on the fringes of law and morality. These people are very harmful. They seem like petty thieves with little impact, but in fact, it is precisely because of their existence that the entire city becomes a mess. Do you want to punish them? At most, they'll be held for a few days, or even just given a verbal warning. The things they do are too minor. Not enough to be severely dealt with. Yet the things they do greatly affect people's lives. They are an annoying, unremovable, and constantly present nuisance. Such people exist not only in one industry or one scenario, but seemingly in every profession and situation. Many people believe these individuals do not deserve death, but in reality, such tumors truly affect the lives of normal people. If it weren't for occasional bad luck, provoking a tough opponent, they generally could continue to exist indefinitely, affecting others' lives in what they consider the most comfortable and awesome way. Su Ning knew Jiang Xiaodao would punish Hu and his group. He just didn't expect them all to be killed. Su Ning did not blame her but merely nodded. Okay, you've worked hard on the way. Go rest. Jiang Xiaodao opened her mouth. In fact, she was quite touched. No matter what she did, Su Ning's first reaction was not doubt or blame, but affirmation. They all deserve to die, those bastards. They absolutely deserved death. Su Ning, do you know that the leader was Hu? Have you paid attention to the incident that went viral online some time ago, about the girl being bullied and her father being humiliated? Su Ning naturally knew about these things. He once thought that the protagonists of those incidents had already received their due punishment. Jiang Xiaodao explained to him that Hu and his group were precisely those abusive scumbags. After hearing this, Su Ning frowned. Good riddance. Jiang Xiaodao, you did well. Jiang Xiaodao knew Su Ning would definitely support her. Actually, they aren't completely dead yet. I kept their souls. Jiang Xiaodao paused. These scumbags, letting them die simply would be too easy for them. I imprisoned their souls, letting them suffer torment worse than death. I want them to never be able to reincarnate. Jiang Xiaodao said. You can do that too. When did you learn this? Su Ning was a bit surprised. I learned it from the strange bloodline. As Jiang Xiaodao spoke, she pulled Hu's soul out from her belly. Just like lifting a little chick. At this moment, where was the arrogance Hu had in the parking lot? His face had completely turned into that of a frightened little quail. Mercy, mercy, female ghost. Oh no, female immortal, mercy. Hu's soul was being gnawed by 10,000 ghosts. That feeling was worse than death, just like watching his own body slowly being gnawed by a group of ants, while he couldn't move, could only watch, and could only feel the pain. Too terrifying. Hu's mind collapsed. He really couldn't bear it anymore. I thought he'd be tough, but he's just a wimp. Su Ning said. Actually, such beings are almost all wimps. When something happens, they act arrogantly in front of others, but let alone enduring the pain of 10,000 ghosts gnawing at their soul. Even sometimes when they've done too many guilty deeds, they'll be terrified and uneasy just hearing a police siren, Jiang Xiaodao said disdainfully. They're just little people. It's you, so it's you. You actually raise ghosts to harm people. Hu had a good memory. The first glance at Su Ning, he recognized him as the person he had extorted in the parking lot today. You're taking revenge on me. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly, or if people find out, you'll die a miserable death, Hu yelled. Su Ning smiled, but he wasn't answering Hu's words. This thing seems to be very afraid of you, but not afraid of me. Because you are a human and a good person, good people won't make anyone afraid, Jiang Xiaodao smiled. Because I am a human and a good person, good people won't make anyone afraid. Su Ning repeated this sentence. He gave a self-deprecating smile. I don't think I'm a good person, but this sentence I strongly agree with. It's as if good people should act according to rules, be well-behaved, dare not do bad things, and interact with good people. Anyone can bully good people with behaviors outside the rules, without worrying about being attacked by good people, because good people won't harm others, especially outside the rules. The good people here don't simply refer to kind individuals. Instead, they refer to people who are well-behaved and honest. Those who follow rules are most easily controlled by those outside the rules. Continue your punishment. I feel that some things, although they shouldn't be our concern, can still be managed. What matters is a clear conscience. If we don't manage them, our thoughts won't be clear. How can we cultivate? Su Neng said. He was not someone who repaid evil with kindness. Perhaps he used to be. Now, if you repay evil with kindness, how will you repay kindness? Ahu heard Su Ning's words, and in his soul state, he looked on in disbelief, not expecting that such a gentle person could have such a vicious heart. He had thought Su Ning would let him go. Oh, by the way, I remember that in the immortal realm, there seems to be a cruel torture, a punishment for the soul state, the effect of which is to make the soul constantly shatter and reassemble, experiencing heart-wrenching pain and slow torture every moment. I'll teach you later. You can try if it works, Su Ning said. In dealing with scumbags and societal degenerates, one should not be merciful. Zhang Ziato, okay, I understand. Ahu. Just hearing the name, he knew it wasn't a good thing. No, I was wrong. Don't torture me anymore, please. Ahu was afraid and pleaded with Su Ning. This person seemed even more terrifying than the female ghost. Su Ning ignored Ahu as if he didn't exist. Wrong. No. It wasn't that he realized his mistake, but that he knew he was about to suffer endless pain, and he was afraid of being tortured, which is why he said he was wrong. If given another chance at rebirth, Ahu would still do evil. Some people's wickedness is ingrained in their very bones. Who still underestimated that gentle, seemingly harmless young man? That person was simply not human, but a demon. How did he know such methods of torture? Thinking of that gentle face, Ahu couldn't help but shiver in the time that followed. A heinous criminal case occurred in Yuncheng town. It resulted in 7 tragic deaths. The horrific scene was chilling. Their expressions before death were extremely terrified. It can be inferred that they must have encountered something very terrifying before they died. The residents of Yuncheng town were all overjoyed by the deaths of these people. They vented their anger. No one sympathized. Instead, many people set off firecrackers to celebrate. When Uncle Hat heard the identities of the deceased, he did not righteously declare that the murderer would be severely punished. Instead, with a smile he could barely suppress, he said that they deeply regretted such an incident and would definitely find the murderer. Everyone knew that the person who acted in the shadows was eliminating scourges for the people. Everyone also hoped that Uncle Hat would not find anything useful. Of course, many enthusiastic citizens kept saying that people should have reverence for rules and laws, believing that those who make mistakes should be punished. Even if you are doing a good deed, you cannot act on your own accord. You have overstepped your authority. As a citizen, you simply have no law enforcement power, so the murderer must be found and justice must be served to the perpetrator. So these kind-hearted citizens rushed to the scene to investigate, assist in the investigation, and vowed to find clues and the murderer. There were many such kind-hearted people. But anyone who has studied even a little criminal investigation knows that a crime scene cannot be casually damaged, nor can many people enter. These warm-hearted people entered the crime scene. They obviously disrupted the original ecology. This would make finding clues more difficult, or even impossible to find any clues directly. The warm-hearted people were finally severely scolded by Uncle Hat, who said they were messing around and destroying the scene. These warm-hearted people had no guilt. Instead, they accepted the criticism with a smile. Especially one middle-aged man wearing glasses. Looking closely at his words, this person was the one who was forced to pay parking fees by Ahu and his gang yesterday and was unable to fight back due to life pressure. Today, he actually came gleefully to be a volunteer to destroy the scene. Oh no. Which good citizen with a warm heart would go to destroy the scene? They must be there to help Uncle Hat collect clues. He was the most active, and with his active help, there would basically be no clues at the scene. Therefore, he was also criticized the most severely. Of course, Uncle Hat only severely criticized him symbolically, and as for follow-up actions, there were none. They also believed that those scoundrels deserved to die. All these things reached Su Ning's ears as he was browsing local news. Zhang Ziato smiled and said, actually, even if they didn't enthusiastically help, no clues would have been left at the scene. Su Ning smiled and nodded. No one would know that the one who committed this incident was not a normal person at all, or rather, not a human being. Generally speaking, if the matter ended here, it would be perfect for everyone. Everyone had a tacit understanding. As for the case, they didn't say they wouldn't investigate. It's just that the difficulty was a bit high, so they would investigate slowly. As for when it could be found out, 10 or 20 years. Or never. Who knows? But this matter was actually exposed online. A post titled "Shocking." A major criminal case occurred in a small town. 7 people died overnight, shocked the entire network. Subsequently, this case immediately caused a sensation across the entire network. 7 lives. This was huge news. Subsequently, more and more news about this news spread, overwhelming everything. A major case occurred in a small town. Uncle Hat actually connived others to destroy the scene. Their professionalism needs to be considered. Uncle Hat is inactive. Who will be responsible for those 7 lives? With such lazy Uncle Hat, do you dare to believe he can protect us? Commentator. Those are 7 lives. Please be responsible for life. Please, Uncle Hat, be serious and give an explanation to the people of the whole country. For a time, the Yuncheng Town Uncle Hat office was pushed to the forefront. The entire network was filled with curses, accusations, and many commentators openly and secretly mocked them for dereliction of duty, loose behavior, not qualified to be Uncle Hat, and so on. They were all pressuring Uncle Hat, hoping they would take the deceased seriously and give everyone a perfect answer. This pressure almost made the Yuncheng Town Uncle Hat office collapse. Netizens' concern and blame, superior leaders' stern accusations. All were pressured. They became synonymous with not doing things, being lazy. Shocking. Lazy Uncle Hat actually received banners and flowers from townspeople. Is it a show or? The cause of this matter was that the townspeople saw their own Uncle Hat office being attacked by the entire network. There were indeed many of them, but against the entire network, even if they explained and spoke well for Uncle Hat, they would be drowned by the tide of public opinion. Some people even thought this was a delay and were so scolded that they doubted life. They wanted to help but were powerless, so they could only silently support Uncle Hat in this way. But when this kind of thing was exposed online, it became a different story. Many posts said that this must be Uncle Hat putting on a show to restore his reputation. Uncle Hat of Yuncheng Town is really amazing, actually trying to use this method to gain presence and make people think they are loved by the people. I advise Uncle Hat, some things cannot change others' opinions by putting on a show. What is true, what is false is always false. Those are 7 lives. Could it be that they are so heartless? I suspect there must be something fishy. The murderer might have a background. Uncle Hat doesn't dare to move. In broad daylight, in a clear world, they actually dare to pervert justice for personal gain. Uncle Hat of Yuncheng Town is awesome. Severely punish the victims and give the murderer justice. The mocking voices became more and more numerous. Uncle Hat of Yuncheng Town was completely trapped. No matter how they explained or what statements they issued, they would be overinterpreted, leading people to believe that they were not fit to be Uncle Hat. Public opinion online was one-sided. Everyone sympathized with the victims. Those are 7 lives. I heard they were all underage. They still had a bright future. But because of an accident, they all died young. The people above are indifferent. Are they all heartless? Those are 7 families. 7 children died, and 7 families were shattered. No, not just 7 families, maybe 14. Now 2 families only have 1 child. If 7 children die, how sad must their families be? Some sympathizers even ordered takeout and sent wreaths for the 7 deceased. The whole network mourned. Seeing this situation, the superiors issued a death order. No matter what method you use, you must catch the murderer. At the Uncle Hat office, everyone was very helpless. Alas, why is this happening? Are netizens all blind? Perhaps we really just have to find out the truth. But everyone was still unwilling to clarify the muddy waters. Our oldest brother risked his future to try and muddy this matter, but in the end, he couldn't save it. With such a thing happening in Yuncheng Town, oldest brother would definitely be severely marked. Forget about his future. It would be great if he didn't fall. Oldest brother, sitting at the head, had a gloomy face. What does it matter? We'll do our best to investigate. If we can't find anything, then so be it. Everything must be done with a clear conscience. Anyway, I have a clear conscience now. As for my future, HMPH, I'm not young anymore. What future do I need? You mean not investigate? Investigate. Definitely investigate. But whether we can find anything, we've already tried our best to investigate. Oldest brother slammed the table. I don't believe that in this world, things can be so distorted. I'll bear the infamy, you just do your job. HMPH, those scoundrels, I've wanted to deal with them for a long time. If it weren't for my identity, they deserve to die. The people below looked grim. They nodded heavily, yes. Being able to follow such an oldest brother was also a kind of luck. And after Uncle Hat of Yuncheng Town decided to let things slide, a piece of news once again ignited the entire network. Shocking. Forest ranger surveillance footage allegedly captured the murderer's image. Murderer is right in front of us. Let's see what Uncle Hat of Yun City has to say now. Netizens can find the real culprit, but Uncle Hat of Yuncheng Town cannot. The reason for this, you can figure it out yourselves. This kind of inflammatory rhetoric, for a time, made many talented netizens broaden their thinking. Surveillance footage captured the murderer committing the crime. Now let's see how you protect the murderer. Indeed, a surveillance video circulated online, which was the footage of the 7 victims being harmed. Such an important clue, yet it could leak online into the hands of various netizens, while Uncle Hat, who was so close, couldn't find it. Do you believe there's no foul play involved? Someone questioned. As soon as this question was raised, it immediately sparked a heated discussion. It was simply too strange. So everyone started various deductions and speculations. Let's not beat around the bush. I'll just say this. Uncle Hat's side is definitely trying to cover something up to protect someone. That person's identity and status must be high, with power and influence. As for why they're being protected, besides money and power in this world, what else is worth Uncle Hat risking for? This statement caused a huge uproar. Countless people who didn't know the truth pointed their fingers at the Yuncheng Town Uncle Hat office. HMPH, just waiting for Yuncheng Town Uncle Hat to respond. Let's see how they clarify. How can they clarify? It's still the same old saying, protect the perpetrator, severely punish the victim. Haven't you seen enough of this kind of thing? Netizens were very agitated. A large number of netizens who didn't know the truth, as well as short video bloggers, furiously commented on Yuncheng Town, following suit, filled with righteous indignation, all believing that this town was too dark. Brothers, according to reliable sources, oldest brother of the Yuncheng Town Uncle Hat office spoke at the meeting, and there really is foul play. He actually let his subordinates go easy, even if it meant losing their careers. Oh my goodness, there are still people like this. Who exactly is he protecting, that even an oldest brother of a small town would protect him at all costs? Perhaps the power behind the perpetrator exceeds all of our imaginations. Sigh, it's hard to imagine that in today's world, such a thing could still happen. It's too terrifying. I don't know. The entire internet was discussing it. And slandering. After being fueled by some bloggers who wanted to gain traffic, this matter was completely unstoppable. Yuncheng Town was pushed to the forefront of public opinion. Even the province put pressure on oldest brother of the Yuncheng Town Uncle Hat office to give an explanation, otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Uncle Hat of Yuncheng Town was unable to explain himself. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding, hasn't the video already spread online? The killer has appeared on surveillance, how could they not be found? Yuncheng Town is just covering up. The truth was very clear. The surveillance video titled, "The Truth of the Yuncheng 7 Deaths Case," quickly spread across the entire internet. The surveillance footage was a bit blurry. It was unclear whether it was due to poor signal, but the picture at the time was not clear. It was somewhat distorted, as if it was disturbed by some magnetic field. The video quality is so bad, why can't I see clearly? Surveillance footage. At first it was very clear. 7 people walked into the forest path, chatting and laughing. Their appearance of walking together made many netizens think of youth, and many people overflowing with maternal and paternal love couldn't help but sigh. They were all still young, the 7 of them so pure and happy. They definitely had a better life ahead of them, but everything was gone. After walking for a while, the picture began to distort and deteriorate. And the killer also began to appear. The killer was a person significantly taller than the 7 teenagers. It was unclear whether it was male or female. Too blurry. When that person appeared, one teenager fell to the ground. The others scattered and fled. Only Ahu remained slumped on the ground. A burst of static. Couldn't hear what they were saying. Ahu was clearly threatened. He was so scared that he kept retreating and finally was killed. The killer is so cruel. They killed 2 people, yet they seem to have no emotional fluctuations at all. Does that person have a conscience? HMPH. I think it's Uncle Hat of Yuncheng who has no conscience. If they had thoroughly investigated, this killer would have been caught long ago, but they did nothing. Yes, and they even said they would go easy and such. It's disgusting. One can imagine how dark it is over there. Fortunately, I don't live there, otherwise, it would be impossible to live a normal life. Many people had a very bad impression of Uncle Hat of Yuncheng Town. It doesn't matter, the truth will never be buried. Even if some people want to cover it up, so what? The more they cover it up, the more they'll reveal their flaws. He can cover the sky with one hand in Yuncheng, but can he cover the whole country? I don't believe it. We will not let the truth sink into oblivion, we will bring it to light. Everyone be careful with your words, beware of cross-border enforcement. Online, righteous people began to exert their power. In the surveillance footage. After the killer killed 2 people, he left the scene, but soon, the surveillance transmitted the screams of victims in the forest, who were likely caught by the killer. What was strange was that, after the killer left the scene, the quality of the surveillance footage actually returned to normal. What's going on with this surveillance? It fails at the crucial moment. The picture was distorted when the killer appeared, and when the killer left, the quality improved. Yuncheng is so strange, even the surveillance is putting on a show. This was just a joke, mocking how dark Yuncheng truly was. It's too tragic. Hearing the screams of those victims before they died, it's truly too tragic, how desperate they must have been before they died. I hope this world can give them justice. Now that the surveillance has been found, I don't believe that with such a clue here. Yuncheng still can't find the killer. Perhaps it's not that they can't find him, but that they don't want to find him. We must believe in the power of the internet. Even if they want to go easy, we won't let them. We must force Yuncheng Town to find the killer. Yes, if they don't investigate, we'll help them investigate. Let's see what they can say, how they can still protect the perpetrator. Under a clear sky, I don't believe we still need to light lanterns in broad daylight. I don't believe there are no people with conscience in this world, someone said. Are there any big shots here? Who can restore the distorted footage to see who the killer is? This is ironclad proof, presented before netizens nationwide. Let's see how they protect him. Please wait, it's being repaired. It won't be long before it's out. Don't worry, the truth will come out. Why do I feel that the common people of Yuncheng Town are quite supportive of Uncle Hat? My current location is in Yuncheng, experiencing it firsthand, someone posted weekly. It seems that it's not dark here at all, but rather online. The location was in Yuncheng. There were also a few faint voices expressing disagreement. However, these posts were quickly cursed at, to the point where they couldn't even recognize their own mothers, and everyone said they were shills or something. Some even thought this was an attempt to whitewash Uncle Hat. Some people are just like that, as long as they firmly believe in a certain point of view, even if that point of view is wrong. They will blindly and firmly believe it, trying to prove they are right at all costs, as if only by doing so can they appear superior. Brothers, have you noticed? It seems the killer is a woman, and when she appeared, she didn't appear normally, it was as if she flew over. Why is that? Although the footage is blurry, but no matter who it is, even a national athlete, their speed couldn't be that fast. Someone noticed some clues in the blurry surveillance footage. Could it be that she was using some kind of transportation? Impossible, the forest path cannot support vehicle travel. Now that you mention it, it really is a bit strange. The speed was indeed a bit fast. Have you noticed when the killer finished off the second person and chased into the forest, it seems she wasn't running, she was flying. The last moment she disappeared from the screen, she was on top of a bush. What normal person can run on a bush over 2 meters high? Holy cow, it really is. Is this surveillance real or not? It must be fake. Maybe this surveillance was released by someone to gain traffic. Flying over roofs and scaling walls, a woman killing 7 tall, strong boys, this is highly unreasonable, unless the other side is a ghost. It's unreasonable, although the picture is blurry, it's clearly visible that at first, the killer's body was significantly taller than the victim's, not just a little taller, but half a body taller. Can someone be half a body taller? Victims weren't short either, so was it a 2.5 meter tall woman committing the crime? A 2.5 meter tall woman probably doesn't exist anywhere in the world. Unless her body was originally in the air. But how can a normal person float in the air? Things are getting stranger and stranger. Oh my god, look is this real or fake? They're really floating. Before long, the video of the murder scene, which had been wildly reposted online, was restored by a tech expert. However, this surveillance footage left countless netizens dumbfounded. In the surveillance footage, a blurry figure could be seen floating from a distance, placing a hand on the shoulder of the person walking at the very back. That person subconsciously turned around, then trembled all over and turned pale with fright. The ghost then extended its clawed hand, sharp and long, with 5 fingers like extended scissors, piercing through the person's body and into their heart. It was withdrawn again. Its fingers were stained with blood, with remnants of internal organs. The person's scream caught the attention of their companions. The companions turned around and were completely terrified by the sight. They were so scared by the female ghost that they lost their souls. They all screamed and fled in disarray. Only Ahu was too scared to move, collapsing to the ground. I died so miserably, give me back my life, give me back my life. These words were fully restored. Ahu became even more terrified upon hearing this. He soiled himself. Netizens who saw this scene gaped. Oh my god, it's really a ghost. Although the image is still blurry, we can now clearly see the perpetrator's figure. It's a female ghost. Is it real or fake? Is this the truth? Netizens had considered many possibilities. Was the perpetrator a local thug? Or the son of a wealthy businessman, or even someone from an official family? They never imagined that the perpetrator was actually a ghost. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even if it's a ghost, that ghost is too arrogant, isn't it? I suggest the experts from Longhu Mountain come out and deal with this thing. How can evil spirits run rampant in the bright Kainkun world and under the vast heavens, must be killed, just because it's a ghost? Can it just randomly harm innocent people? Damn it, that's 7 human lives and an innocent minor. Some people seeing this footage still stubbornly insisted they were right. But the next scene silenced everyone. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Are you Zio Lai? Please don't kill me. I was wrong, please give me another chance. On the ground, Ahu cried and confessed his mistakes. Netizens. Zio Li, who is Zio Li? Such a familiar name, it seems a little familiar. Where have I heard it before? Some netizens found the name Zio Li very familiar. The footage continued to play. Zio Li, I know I wronged you. I'm not human. I shouldn't have tricked you out and insulted you with my brothers. I also shouldn't have used my minor status to dismember you and bury you. I was truly wrong. The victim cried incessantly, kneeling and kowtowing. And what else? In the footage, the female ghost asked coldly. And I'm not human. I clearly knew you only had a disabled father at home, but I thought you were easy to bully, so I often bullied you, leading to your pregnancy. Your father came to find me. I shouldn't have beat him half to death, nor should I have gone to your house and smashed all your things. I was wrong. I'm a scumbag. Please let me go. I'll go back and give your father money. I'll compensate him. Ahu was scared half to death, confessing everything. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted recklessly by relying on my minor status. Wow. When the surveillance footage played to this moment, the entire internet erupted. Oh my god, relying on being a minor. They actually insulted that girl named Zio Li to death and then dismembered and buried her. What the hell? I'm shocked. The key is it was multiple perpetrators. At this moment, the tide of public opinion began to turn. Everyone suddenly realized it seemed everyone was wrong. Things were not as they had imagined. It turned out that these 7 minors, relying on their status of not being subject to legal punishment, had acted recklessly. They killed someone and forced a disabled old man to his death. They were simply devils. This is too explosive. No, I'm furious just watching it. How can there be such rotten people in this world? Zio Li is so pitiful. She just went to school. Her family was already unfortunate. She originally thought she would receive care at school, but she never expected. She never expected to walk into another hell. The rope breaks where it's thinnest. Misfortune finds the suffering. Zio Lai. Oh my god, do you still remember a criminal case involving minors 3 years ago? The victim, I think, was named Zio Lai. Is it her? That's right, it's her. In the surveillance, what that man said, wasn't it exactly what happened 3 years ago, that incident? I remember now, it was that incident. I remember that incident caused quite a stir at the time. Later, the authorities said they would deal with it strictly according to law, and because the incident was very sensitive at the time, it was banned from discussion across the entire internet. I thought the perpetrators had already been brought to justice and dealt with, but I never expected. If the surveillance footage is real, then these 7 people deserve their deaths. It wasn't a tragedy, in fact. I think they died too easily. Those scumbags truly deserve to die. As soon as the news came out, the entire internet exploded. Unexpectedly, there was another hidden story. 7 people, good riddance. They should have died long ago. I finally understand why Uncle Hat in Yuncheng Town didn't investigate. It turns out these scumbags were the ones who died. I understand why they didn't investigate. How can you investigate if the killer isn't human? The law only applies to the living. Ghosts are not within the scope of the law, so of course there's no way to investigate. Perhaps we all misunderstood Uncle Hat in Yun City. This case fulfilled everyone's regret from 3 years ago. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Those 7 people deserved it. Netizens are all hot-headed. At first, they were filled with righteous indignation. Now they are still filled with righteous indignation. However, the target is different. At first, they sympathized with the victims, but now they wish the victims' entire families would die. Don't ask why they are so irritable. If you ask, it's because netizens hate evil as much as their enemies. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotou, idle at home, naturally also noticed what was happening online. Initially misunderstood, both were quite depressed, but thinking that as long as their consciences were clear, they didn't care too much. Jiang Xiaotou saw such a situation for the first time and was a bit flustered. She was really afraid that some celestial master from Longhu Mountain would descend to eliminate demons or something. Su Ning told her to calm down, saying that as long as they remained steady, once this storm passed, no one would pay attention to them anymore. As for the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain, 9 great saints and 3 great fallen creatures who ascended from the lower realm had already said, Jiang Xiaotou is the lord of the anomalies. Anomalies, in a sense, are invincible. Anomalies cannot be killed. Unless. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so worried that the revival of anomalies would affect this world. The celestial masters of Longhu Mountain probably have no way to deal with anomalies. Back then, flattening the anomalies in the lower realm came at a huge cost, almost destroying the entire Kainkun world. It was originally thought that the surveillance footage incident would end after Jiang Xiaotou killed the people and left. However, Su Ning saw a surprising scene in the surveillance footage of the killing on the internet. And that scene also caused a shock across the entire internet. After Jiang Xiaotou killed the people, she left directly. Jiang Xiaotou thought the matter was over. But in the surveillance footage, a female ghost appeared clearly in the surveillance video. That person, Xiao Li. She looked so terrifying. Look, after she killed them, she even came back to whip and devour those corpses. It shows how much she hated them. After Jiang Xiaotou herself left, another ghost appeared in the video footage. Netizens didn't know Jiang Xiaotou had left and thought they were the same ghost. The ghost that appeared later was not strong, and its influence on the magnetic field was not significant, so after the surveillance was restored, it was relatively clear. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotou exchanged glances. They didn't expect another ghost to appear after Jiang Xiaotou left. That little thing, her resentment seems very strong, her pupils. They are filled with resentment. She has become demonic and has devoured the flesh and blood of her enemies, absorbing the chi of anomalies you left on the corpses. I'm worried she might affect the real world. I'm afraid she will become a malevolent ghost that only knows endless slaughter, indiscriminately good and evil. While everyone was happy for Xiao Li's revenge, only Su Ning saw the secret behind it. Night thick as ink, a bright moon hung high, casting down its cold light. Stars were sparse, as if they were cold observers in the night sky. 2 figures hurried through such a dark night, their forms blurred and eerie under the moonlight, like ghosts. No, it should be said, 1 person and 1 ghost, drifting and hurrying through the dark night. Their steps were light and slow, as if afraid of waking this quiet night. Stepping on the soft ground, they left hardly any traces. Especially the woman, she was clearly floating. All around was dead silence, only footsteps echoed in the stillness, accompanied by the occasional sound of wind, adding a few more chilling layers to the atmosphere. The 2 did not communicate with each other, as if immersed in their own worlds. Su Ning's eyes were sharp, like the sun, while Jiang Xiaotou had a pair of lifeless, dull eyes. Under the moonlight, their faces were obscured by shadows, making it impossible to see their true expressions. Only their body movements, like a cold wind passing by, revealed a hint of eeriness. Night deepened, and the two figures gradually merged into the darkness, like ghosts disappearing into the silent world. Can you sense where she is? Su Ning asked softly. The chi is in the southeast direction. Jiang Xiaotou closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then said. Su Ning nodded. Follow her. Xiao Li, after devouring the strange chi left by Jiang Xiaotou, underwent a transformation. Before, she couldn't interact with the real world, just like Jiang Xiaotou initially. She could see but not touch. Devouring Jiang Xiaotou's strange chi, coupled with gnawing on the flesh and blood of her enemies, transformed her into a malevolent ghost. She could now affect reality. They didn't want to get involved, but since the matter started because of them, they would resolve it. This wasn't being a holy mother. It was responsibility. What he should bear, Su Ning would not evade. What he shouldn't bear, he wouldn't force himself to take on. One person and one ghost were searching for Xiao Li's out-of-control soul. Public opinion on the internet. Some cursed the seven deceased as scourges, saying they deserved to die a terrible death. Others cursed the authorities, saying that the law might not help you when you need it, but it will certainly punish you if you do bad things. If one has to become a malevolent ghost to get justice after being harmed, then is this world truly fair? Of course, there were also various discussions on human nature, as well as doubts and calls for harsher punishments for underage, extremely vicious criminals, and so on. All sorts of discussions were happening. Su Ning and the others no longer paid attention. Those were things they couldn't control. However, discussions on this topic also ended quickly. This bizarre scene obviously did not conform to modern materialist values. All sorts of strange occurrences would surely be censored immediately. After all, after the founding of the nation, spirits were not allowed to become sentient. The strange incident caught the attention of the higher-ups. All relevant surveillance videos were taken down. The topic of discussion also became forbidden. Automatically harmonized. The authorities came out to clarify. They stated that recent online rumors about ghost sightings in Yuncheng Town were all false, and that some people, in order to gain traffic, deliberately photoshopped videos. The rumor monger had already been arrested. It was the person who first released the video. They hoped everyone would not believe or spread rumors and not use them. Using rumors to guide public opinion would eventually be punished. The Yuncheng Town case had already identified the culprits, and an explanation would be provided to everyone. Those interested should follow Uncle Hat's subsequent work in Yuncheng Town. The banning of related posts was to prevent uninformed and superstitious people from being misled. I don't know. Once the authorities released a statement, it still carried authority. It immediately provided an explanation for the increasingly bizarre incident. Uncle Hat of Yuncheng Town was diligently investigating. As for how many years it would take for results, well, you just wait. Topics of online heated discussion actually have a lifespan. After a while, no one will remember them. So that's how it is. Actually, I already felt something was off. How can there be ghosts in this world? It must have been done by people trying to gain traffic. Gaining traffic from Xiao Li 3 years ago, and then from the deaths of the 7 youths in Yun City. Son of a bitch, even trying to gain traffic from dead people, those people deserve to die a terrible death. Everyone online was cursing the rumor mongers. Of course, regarding the case of the 7 deceased youths. These 7 people were indeed the ones who harmed Xiao Li 3 years ago, and they deserved their deaths. And the public security in Yun City. According to locals, it's actually quite good. Apart from a few minor flaws, most people feel life is pretty good, with no real darkness. Of course, there were also some people who firmly believed that the surveillance footage was real, and that the ghosts were also real. However, fearing too great an impact, the authorities suppressed it. Many people were still discussing it in secret, and questioning whether the authorities were suppressing freedom of speech. These discussions were overshadowed by a new story titled, "A 50-something-year-old actor, known as the National Dad for his role in a family sitcom, committed domestic violence and had an affair with a beautiful young actress only 20 years old." After this news broke, online discussions about Uncle Hat and the ghost incident in Yuncheng Town were completely suppressed. No one was paying attention to outdated matters anymore. Marketing accounts, seeing a new trending event, swarmed to create new hot topics, and no one would pay attention to things like ghosts appearing on surveillance footage anymore. Now everyone was discussing. Shocking. I never thought. Dad Zia would be such a person. He's over 50, isn't he? And he's with a 20-year-old girl. Unimaginable. I just want to ask, what did the female lead want? The female lead is my idol, so beautiful. Thinking of that old pervert with the female lead. I feel sick. Would that old pervert perhaps eat a delicious meal while whispering in the female lead's ear, "How was my acting as a dad?" Maybe he usually made the female lead call him daddy. Just thinking about it. Damn, the entertainment industry is really messed up. It's ruining my worldview. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 days, discussions about Yun City vanished. This was also a good thing. As for whether Uncle Hat knew about the ghost incident, whether he would investigate, whether anyone would suspect. Every year there are quite a few bizarre incidents that are never exposed. They are simply filed away and gather dust. One more won't make a difference. In the dark nights, after a long journey, Su Ning and Jiang Ziato finally found the source of the strange qi. The two stood in front of a 2-story brick and tile house. The night was eerie. Cold. The house, isolated in a remote area, appeared particularly strange. It's here. I can feel a very strong, strange qi originating from me, right inside the house, Jiang Ziato said. Su Ning nodded. This was an ordinary civilian house. This brick and tile house was a typical rural concrete house. It had its own small courtyard garden. This family was some distance from the village, in a remote area. Let's go in and see. Su Ning frowned slightly. He had an ominous premonition. Inside, such a strong smell of blood. The two of them entered the courtyard. Su Ning's physical condition was extremely strong now, comparable to a peerless master in wuxia. Climbing over a wall into a courtyard was child's play. All the room doors in the courtyard were open, but no lights were on. They entered the courtyard. Su Ning's pupils dilated suddenly. He saw a corpse lying in the courtyard. The corpse died with its eyes wide open, its mouth agape, its eyes bulging like copper bells. Its expression was extremely terrified. He was scared to death. Su Ning said. Su Ning, this family of 5, they're all dead. Jiang Ziato floated into the rooms, checked around, and returned with a grim expression, saying, "We're one step too late. She's gone. A family of 5. Not a single elder or child survived. They died with their eyes wide open, their expressions extremely terrified. They must have seen something unknown and horrifying before they died. This family died a miserable death. Let's go," Su Ning said. As they left, Jiang Ziato used her magnetic field to destroy the surveillance information, erasing any trace of their presence. Jiang Ziato nodded, remaining silent. She followed him upstairs. This family was one of the families responsible for Zio Li's death and for forcing her father to die. She's here for revenge. 3 years passed and Zio Li's resentment only grew stronger. She hated. Otherwise, her killing intent wouldn't be so strong. Su Ning didn't know how to comment. From the perspective of a hooligan, calamity shouldn't extend to family. But from Zio Li's perspective, it was that they didn't manage their children well, and everyone deserved to die. Anyone in her shoes would probably repay evil with evil. He could only say that if it were him, he would do the same. Whoosh whoosh. Su Ning and Jiang Ziato traveled under the stars and moon in the dark night. Because they didn't know the exact home addresses of those hooligans, they could only rely on the strange aura Zio Li left behind to track her. Unfortunately, over the course of one night, all 4 families they tracked down were dead. They all died the same way. Died from extreme fright. She can't kill directly because her power is very weak. She can only end others' lives through intimidation, Su Ning said. Day broke. Still couldn't find her. During the day, the power of strange creatures would be greatly weakened. She would likely hide and act again at night. Let's go back first, Su Ning said. During the day, the strange aura was weakened, and Jiang Ziato couldn't detect her either. The main reason was that Zio Li was too weak. If she were stronger, she might have been able to sense her whereabouts. The so-called weakness. It was compared to Su Ning and Jiang Ziato. Compared to ordinary people, Zio Li's power could be described as a dimension-reducing strike. Passing through walls, flying. Changing body shape to intimidate living people. At first glance, these seemed like useless skills. But if utilized well, the destructive power was still quite significant. Of course, a brave heart can overcome it. They went home to rest. Until night. Then they continued their pursuit. 4 families in one night, more than 10 lives. The Yuncheng Town Uncle Hat office exploded into chaos. The key was, the surveillance footage captured the killer. But that killer was not human. This made them feel tricky. At the Yuncheng Town office, many Uncle Hats sat in the office for a meeting. Their faces were grim. What do you all think about this matter? The oldest brother asked. The surveillance footage is very clear. The killer is Xiao Lei. I know, but you can't expect me to explain to the public that those people were killed by a ghost, can you? The oldest brother had a headache. This matter was extremely difficult to handle. What did the higher-ups say? Higher-ups issued a red-headed document telling us to resolve it ourselves, not to cause panic, and not to let the casualties continue to expand. Whether we invite Longhu Mountain or summon a deity, this matter must be suppressed quickly. Everyone fell silent. Catching thieves and dealing with lawbreakers, even responding to terrorists, they had relevant training, but dealing with the strange. They had never learned it and didn't know where to start. You all come up with a plan. Boss, we've analyzed it. The targets of the strange killings are all families of former perpetrators. We'll wait tonight and see if we can persuade her to put down her butcher's knife, someone reported. As for the deceased, that's simple. How could it be a strange killing? Clearly, they forgot to turn off the gas at home, and all died of gas poisoning. You all know, so why aren't you doing it? Remember, after it's done, establish a safety propaganda team to go to the villages and popularize knowledge on how to prevent gas poisoning among the villagers. Night. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao investigated again. Someone. Tonight. Su Ning and his group weren't the only ones tracking Xiao Lei. Uncle Hat were also waiting at the scene. After Su Ning detected them, he didn't approach, he watched from afar. He only let Jiang Xiaotao hide her tracks and investigate the situation herself. Dead. Another family died. Go. The next family also all died. Xiao Li's killing methods are more skilled. She's not just scaring people. Although her strength is small, she has learned to use effective strength to set traps to deal with those brave prey who won't be scared to death, Jiang Xiaotao said. Her killing methods were extremely cruel. Only one family remains, Wang Ahu, also a local wealthy businessman, Wang Hongqing. Wang Hongqing. A wealthy businessman, legend has it that he rose through illicit industries in the past, eventually becoming the local richest man, successfully laundering his assets with over 100 million in wealth. In fact, wealthy businessmen who came from the era of material scarcity often had an unclean past, or rather, their first pot of gold wasn't clean, but they later laundered it. In the early stage of rapid economic development, as long as you had substantial capital and were willing to work hard, you could basically take off. At that time, being well-fed and clothed was already considered wealthy. Many people were starving and simply didn't have the capital to start a business. However, the tycoons involved in underground illicit industries had plenty of capital and many opportunities for trial and error. Whether it was real estate, transportation, coal mining, energy, picking any one of them would lead to success. Not to mention other high-end industries. Just in that era, an era where even opening a supermarket could make you rich, if you could do other things, it would be hard not to take off. The Wang family rose this way. Rumors in the market say that initially he had connections. He had been involved in the flower business, had money and connections. After accumulating original capital, he naturally transformed into the richest man in Yuncheng Town and even a top wealthy individual in the entire city. Don't think that being the richest man in a city sounds low. In fact, some hidden wealthy individuals control unimaginable resources, and their capital reserves are also beyond ordinary people's imagination. After Wang Hongqing laundered his money, he never touched flour again because he found that many industries were more profitable than playing with flour, and with money in safe industries, who would still engage in the precarious flour industry that one only resorts to when desperate. With money, Wang Hongbo engaged in philanthropy, becoming a famous Good Samaritan in Yuncheng Town. Of course, the older generation all knew that old Wang's hands were stained with blood, that bottomless pit in Yuncheng, who knows how many bodies were buried there. With Wang Hongqing's presence, it was also the reason why Wang Ahu, despite committing a major crime, could escape unscathed. Yuncheng Town. The Yun family. The Wang family. Wang Hongqing and Wang Hongbo, the two brothers, had gentle faces like scholars, like university professors well versed in literature. Although they were no longer young and held high status, they were very amiable and humble. Many Uncle Hat had come to their home, all to protect them. The two brothers did not put on airs. Instead, they humbly greeted the Uncle Hat. There was no trace of their arrogant and overbearing youthful selves. Thank you all for your hard work. I've ordered late-night snacks for everyone. No trouble, no trouble. Because of my affairs, so many public resources are being used. I should be the one saying it's troublesome. It's our honor and responsibility as citizens to cooperate with the office. No disturbance at all. If anything, I'm very ashamed. I've disturbed everyone's time. You all are busy. I'm going upstairs. Excuse me. Oh. Such understanding made people feel that the Wang family was a scholarly household. In the room, Wang Hongqing and Wang Hongbo's faces were grim. From benevolent to ruthless. Wang Ahu, that good-for-nothing. So much money at home, yet he insists on getting involved with shady people. I don't know what he's after. It's good that he's dead. He brought such a big crisis to the family. If he weren't dead, I'd wish I could beat him to death myself. The 60-something Wang Hongqing was still full of vigor. Oldest brother, according to the information I received, it seems the one seeking revenge is an unclean thing. Wang Hongbo looked worried. Unclean thing. HMPH, Wang Hongqing's face was cold. We brothers have waded through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When have we ever been afraid of unclean things? If she dares to come, I will definitely make her soul flying away and spirit scattering. Wang Hongqing's face was filled with killing intent. This was the cold aura that only true killers possessed. Have the Taoist masters from Longhu Mountain been settled? They have been settled. That's good, just a small ghost. Does she really think she can be heaven-defying? Come on, I want to see what abilities you have. I've killed many people, but I haven't killed a ghost yet. If she dares to come tonight, I'll try what it feels like to kill a ghost. Wang Hongqing and Wang Hongbo were filled with a malevolent aura. With such an aura, even a ghost would probably be terrified to the core. Click. Deep in the night. The power in the Wang family's villa suddenly cut off. She's here, she's here, she's here. She's here for revenge. The Wang family from top to bottom was in chaos. At the same time, Su Ning and his group also arrived outside the Wang family's villa. Finally caught up. Su Ning saw that the place was full of Uncle Hat. He stopped. Too many people, I can't get in, I'll leave it to you. He paused. If there's danger, come out immediately. Don't worry about anything else. Jiang Xiaotao smiled, her normally cute face looking terrifying, worried about me. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At night, the villa was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The wind blew softly, and the tree branches outside the window swayed, making creaking sounds. The Wang family members were in a panic. They could only hide in a corner, trembling. In the room, Wang Hongqing and Wang Hongbo held baseball bats. Their faces were solemn. Come on, let me see how capable you truly are. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed in the darkness of the corridor. Xiao Li appeared, her form flickering like a ghost. Her eyes gleamed with an eerie light, revealing endless pain and anger. Her face, and indeed her entire body, was made up of pieces, like a broken rag doll stitched together. She floated slowly through the corridor, and the portraits on the walls seemed to watch her every move. As she passed a room, the door suddenly opened, and the person inside looked at her in terror. She was too thin. So thin, like a little girl of 11 or 12. Her hair was disheveled. She looked extremely eerie. No wonder so many people were scared to death by her. No, don't come over. Screech. The vengeful female ghost let out a shrill scream, her voice echoing throughout the villa. The person was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The female ghost's figure gradually approached, her hand reaching for the person's throat. Thump. That person had never seen such a scene before, and immediately rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground, unconscious. You little beast, die for me. Wang Hongqing and Wang Hongbo, the two brothers, took the opportunity to rush out of the other room. The baseball bat slammed violently towards Xiao Li's thin body. Swish. The baseball bat went straight through her body. Screech. The female ghost let out a sharp cry. Her mouth was wide open, with a bizarre arc extending from the corners of her mouth all the way to her neck. Her mouth had been cut open. Her entire head was split in two starting from the mouth. Now stitched together, it looked so strange. Inside her mouth, 2 rows of sharp teeth were arranged like steel needles. They clacked as she opened and closed her mouth. Her 2 hands were very long, longer than her body, dragging on the ground with sharp, slender fingers like a pair of scissors. She roared at the 2 brothers, Wang Hongcheng and Wang Hongbo, as if she wanted to eat them. Even the experienced Wang Hongcheng's expression changed drastically. This little beast. So terrifying. Whoosh. The malevolent ghost, like a wolf dog, ran on all 4s, agilely killing her way over. Her 2 hands plunged towards Wang Hongbo's heart and eyes. At this moment, he felt extreme danger. It was just like when he was 17 or 18, following his elder brother to Dianan to do business, and someone pointed a gun at his head, wanting to double-cross them. Big brother. Wang Hongbo didn't know why, but he couldn't help but tremble, his body movements stiffening. Die for me. Wang Hongcheng heard his brother's words, switched his baseball bat for a Longquin sword, and exerted force, slashing at the malevolent ghost. This was ostensibly an artistic sword, with a collection certificate. With Wang Hongcheng's financial resources and connections, it was too easy for him to collect a sword as a plaything. The sword in his hand appeared to be an artistic sword, but in reality, this sword was a weapon that accompanied him for many years of battles during the early stages of his rise to wealth. The sword in my hand has countless killing intent. I don't believe you can withstand this evil chi. It is said that malevolent ghosts fear sharp blades with heavy killing intent. Wang Hongcheng was very confident in his weapon. Zwish. However, this sword had no effect on Xiao Li at all. Xiao Li's body passed through the long sword. He seemed to be like non-existent air. Wang Hongbo's newly ignited hope once again turned into despair. Puff, puff. When Xiao Li's 2 hands plunged into Wang Hongbo's body, they suddenly solidified. Even if the 2 foreign objects had no destructive power, their sudden appearance in the heart and brain would immediately destroy these 2 fragile places. Puff, puff. Wang Hongbo died on the spot. Hongbo. Wang Hongcheng gritted his teeth, hating Xiao Li to the extreme. This scene was just witnessed by Jiang Xiaotao, who had entered the villa. She was very surprised. Xiao Li, this malevolent ghost. She was born with a talent for combat, good at developing abilities. Compared to herself, even though her strength was so weak, she could utilize every possible condition of her body to achieve the best combat effect. Solidification and etherealization were the most common abilities, but in Xiao Li's hands, their destructive power was so strong. This ability alone, combined with her knack for scaring people, indeed made her destructive power extremely potent. Compared to Xiao Li, Jiang Xiaotao's combat talent was not just a little bit weaker. In terms of combat combinations and development, Xiao Li was invincible. It was like Jiang Xiaotao getting 2 pairs of 3s, which would just be 2 pairs of 3s, while Xiao Li could play them like a joker. Screech, Xiao Li suddenly rushed towards Wang Hongcheng. Wang Hongcheng didn't care about the pain of losing his brother, he thought he was doomed. Who knew this ghost was so vicious? It's over. Just then a flash of light appeared, and a mysterious figure emerged. He stood between Wang Hongcheng and the female ghost. He held a magical artifact, muttering incantations, trying to drive away the vengeful female ghost. The female ghost looked at him angrily, hesitating, and let out an even more piercing scream. The celestial master of Longhu Mountain, dressed in a golden Taoist robe. An existence below the purple Taoist robe. Xiao Li looked at the suddenly appearing Taoist priest, feeling a little flustered inside. Since childhood, she had watched television, which said that Taoist priests were the bane of ghosts. Because she didn't know if the Taoist priest had the ability to kill ghosts, Xiao Li didn't go forward. She hovered nearby. Wang Hongcheng saw that the little ghost dared not come forward and thought there was hope. A celestial master is indeed a celestial master. Well-deserved reputation. His hanging heart finally settled. With a celestial master here. What can you do, little ghost? Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, Uncle Hat, who was downstairs, finally arrived. They surrounded the 3 people in rows. Don't think they went through a lot of fighting. In fact, it all happened in an instant. Under the flashlight's beam, Xiao Li's appearance was terrifying. The terrifying atmosphere in the villa was eerie. They had seen Zio Lee on the monitor, but seeing her in reality was far more terrifying than on TV. It's great. Zio Lee was very uneasy. She didn't like being surrounded, especially by so many men. It reminded her of something bad. She started to become agitated, constantly roaring at Wang Hongqing and Uncle Hat. Young Xiaotou, who was hiding her tracks nearby, did not immediately make a move, but instead watched quietly to see if the people from Longhu Mountain truly had the ability to deal with ghosts. Little ghosts, surrender now, or this humble Taoist will make you soul flying away and spirit scattering. The celestial master of Longhu Mountain held a demon-suppressing bell in his left hand. Deng deng. In his right hand, he held a peach wood sword. His mouth contained black dog blood, and a stack of yellow talismanic incantations hung at his waist. Die. Puff puff. He spat black dog blood at Zio Lee. Black dog blood is the bane of ghosts, and as the blood mist sprayed out, he originally thought the malevolent ghost would be harmed. Who would have thought it was completely useless? The blood mist passed directly through Zio Lee's body. What was the difference from ordinary water mist? The celestial master of Longhu Mountain was somewhat disbelieving. Why was it useless? Soul-capturing bell. A bad feeling arose in his heart. He shook the bell in his hand even more violently. When he appeared just now, as the soul-capturing bell rang, he clearly saw the malevolent ghost was scared, but why was it useless now? Ghost-expelling talisman. He threw out the talisman papers from his waist, one by one floating towards Zio Lee, but the result was still the same. Those talisman papers were useless. They passed through Zio Lee's body. Peach wood sword. Puff puff. It pierced through. It also passed through. No destructive power. Giggle giggle. Zio Lee laughed eerily. It turned out that the so-called Taoist spells were completely useless against her. Whoosh whoosh. She closed in. Beast, how dare you? The celestial master of Longhu Mountain panicked. How the hell is this different from what the books taught? Black dog blood, peach wood sword, soul-capturing bell. When these things came out, shouldn't the malevolent ghost be trembling? Puff puff. The golden celestial master of Longhu Mountain died. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. Longhu Mountain, it was useless against her. You don't come any closer. Wang Hongqing's heart, which had just settled, was now in his throat. Screech. Zio Lee rushed towards Wang Hongqing. Zio Lee, stop. Uncle Hat tried to stop her. Puff puff. However, Zio Lee clearly had no intention of listening to anyone. Her body swept past. Wang Hongqing's heart stopped beating. His legendary life thus came to an end. Zwish. After killing the Wang family, she suddenly turned around and looked at Uncle Hat surrounding her. At this moment, she was already seeing red. Zio Lee hated. Screech. She hated why these Uncle Hat had to protect people like Wang Hongqing, why they couldn't protect her and her family back then. Thinking of this, a sharp scream echoed. She charged towards Uncle Hat. Fire. Tat tat tat. A hail of bullets. Zio Lee's body was unharmed. Seeing Uncle Hat open fire, Zio Lee hated even more. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Like a mad hyena running on all fours in the corridor. Towards Uncle Hat. Uncle Hat felt a chill all over. The celestial master was useless, and the hail of bullets was also useless. An unkillable, eerie being. This malevolent ghost had developed killing intent towards them. It's over. The pupils of the first Uncle Hat widened. Zio Lee was getting closer and closer. Enough, your revenge has been exacted. Why continue the slaughter? Swish, swish. In the center of Zio Lee and Uncle Hat's formation, a slender figure appeared floating in the air, reaching out towards Zio Lee. Oh no, not a human figure, but a ghost figure. A ghost figure even more terrifying than Zio Lee. The oppressive feeling was incomparable. If Zio Lee was the light of a firefly, then this one who appeared later was the brightness of the full moon. Thump. Zio Lee looked at the suddenly appearing malevolent ghost and instantly retreated 3 or 4 steps. She watched warily. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as if her innate bloodline was suppressed. King. Only one thought was in her mind, this is a king. Screech. However, in her agitated state, she didn't care about that much. Whether you are a king or not. She steadied her body and suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xiaotao. I said enough. Bang! Zhang Xiaotao merely raised her hand slightly, exerting force. Xiao Li's body was swatted away like a fly. Hiss! Uncle Hat felt their scalps tingle. This eerie being was actually countless times more terrifying than Xiao Li. She swatted Xiao Li away with a mere lift of her hand. Fortunately, this eerie being seemed to be on their side. Screech, Xiao Li was unconvinced and lunged again. Sai, I kindly advised you, but you won't listen. Slap. This time, Zhang Xiaotao used even more force. She almost shattered Xiao Li's soul body. Xiao Li was swatted away and finally terrified. The gap between her and the king in front of her was not small. If you don't listen again, I'll shatter your soul, Zhang Xiaotao said. Her combat talent was indeed not as strong as Xiao Li's, but one force can overcome 10. No matter how talented Xiao Li was, she couldn't withstand Zhang Xiaotao's overwhelming power. Whoosh! Xiao Li knew she had met a tough opponent. She no longer lingered and fled outwards. Run! Can you escape? Zhang Xiaotao smiled coldly. There's something even fiercer waiting for you outside. She, on the other hand, was now unhurried. Following behind. Until the two ghosts disappeared, Uncle Hat was still shaken. They didn't know if those two ghostly things would come back. They remained uneasy. However, the good news was, after that night, for a long time, Xiao Li never appeared again, and that female ghost also never appeared. Outside the villa, Su Ning waited quietly. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from the villa. Seeing Su Ning blocking her way, she attacked without hesitation, intending to use her most practiced method of piercing the heart and shattering the brain to kill this person. Su Ning looked at the familiar, terrifying, ghostly face and immediately knew what was coming. Boom! Spiritual chi vibrated around his body. The approaching malevolent ghost was suddenly sent flying. Cough, cough. The malevolent ghost fell from the air. Eerie true chi overflowed from her mouth. This was a sign of damage to her main body. How could it withstand the true chi of chi refining third layer in the real world? Screech! Xiao Li roared, charging at Su Ning. Like an enraged little lion. It was unclear whether it was terror or ferocity. Whoosh! She still wanted to run. Su Ning, quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed Xiao Li by the neck, just like catching a chick. Screech! Xiao Li was furious. Her sharp fingers plunged towards Su Ning. Crack! Her hand directly shattered. Behave, I don't want to kill you, Su Ning said calmly. Xiao Li was completely bewildered. What kind of prodigies are these? During this time, she had been killing gods and Buddhas, but the two perverts she met tonight. One was more perverted than the other. One slapped her away with 2 slaps. One didn't even move, and almost made her soul flying away and spirit scattering. If anyone saw this scene at this moment, they would be incredibly surprised. Terrifying, the infinitely destructive malevolent ghost Xiao Li was like a toy in Su Ning's hand. She had no ability to resist whatsoever. HMPH, I told you don't run, otherwise you'll be miserable, Zhang Xiaotao slowly and leisurely came from the villa. She looked completely nonchalant throughout. She wasn't afraid of Xiao Li escaping at all. Su Ning looked back at the villa. Let's go. All right, Zhang Xiaotao smiled. But that smile was very abnormal. Only Su Ning was used to it. Anyone else would be scared to death by that eerie smile. It was more terrifying than any scary ghost face Xiao Li could make. Xiao Li trembled involuntarily when she saw that smile. This fellow couldn't possibly eat ghosts. Too scary. Oh no. Too scary for ghosts. Oh, we finally caught this little fellow. Now we can rest easy. Zhang Xiaotao said. Tomorrow I'll make you braised pork. Okay, I was just thinking of eating some. Su Ning replied. Xiao Li. Braised pork. Shouldn't you too be proud that you caught me? Shouldn't you feel this is a great achievement? How come you seem to have done something insignificant and started chatting in front of me? And even discussing what to eat tomorrow. Is my existence that insignificant? Big brother, I'm a ferocious being who has killed many people. Can't you at least show some happiness, some sense of accomplishment? She's yours. Su Ning threw Zio Li to Jiang Ziato. Okay. Jiang Ziato caught her smoothly. What are you going to do? Zio Li finally spoke. She had a bad premonition. Nothing, you just stay in my belly and reflect. Jiang Ziato's belly suddenly grew a large, eerie mouth. Don't eat me, Zio Li screamed in terror. Protest was ineffective. She was put into Jiang Ziato's belly. Whoosh whoosh. The two left the spot. You just now deliberately let Zio Li kill the Wang family members before making your move, didn't you? Su Ning suddenly asked. Jiang Ziato's heart trembled upon hearing this. I'm sorry. I should have stopped her sooner. She thought Su Ning was blaming her. No need to be sorry, Su Ning said. Some evil, if not for an extrajudicial punisher, it would exist forever. Only by using improper means can justice be upheld, Jiang Ziato said. Zai, it's just a pity that if so-called justice requires the victim to become a malevolent ghost themselves to get redress, then that's really not good. So you had to let Zio Li get her redress before you appeared to stop her. Su Ning nodded. I don't blame you. A summer night, a gentle breeze softly caressed Su Ning's face, bringing a hint of coolness. It was like cold silken threads. The night sky was clear, stars twinkling with faint light, like brilliant jewels embedded in the vast firmament. Su Ning and Jiang Ziata walked under the clear night sky, peaceful, serene. A beautiful summer night. The air was filled with a fresh scent, making one feel refreshed and joyful. The breeze blew through the trees, their leaves rustling, as if performing a natural concert. From the distant grass, the chirping of insects rose and fell, weaving into a symphony of the summer night. Even late at night, some bustling areas were still lively. People streamed out of their homes, enjoying the cool and refreshing evening. Some strolled leisurely, feeling the caress of the breeze. Others sat on benches, gazing at the starry sky, immersed in the tranquil atmosphere. Children played and frolicked on the grass, their laughter echoing in the night sky. This beautiful summer night allowed people to forget all their worries and fatigue, making their mood exceptionally comfortable. It was like a peaceful and beautiful scroll, captivating people and letting them feel the blessings of nature. Su Ning and Jiang Ziato did not go to crowded places. What are you thinking about? Jiang Ziato noticed Su Ning's expression was calm, vacant, slightly distracted. I'm thinking those ascendants from the little people. When they meet me, I can arbitrarily dominate their fate, give them as many resources as I want, play with their lives however I want. They revere me as a god, not daring to defy my thoughts, and even if I just show a hint of life chi, they become terrified because I am a giant, an unconquerable giant. They can only be at my mercy under my rule, without any freedom to live their own lives. This is the Zio Rengyu world, Su Ning said. What do you mean? I don't understand, Jiang Ziato said. What I mean is, this world, how is it not a Zio Rengyu world? Your little people and those high and mighty individuals who hold power, status, money, and resources, they are giants in their eyes. We are merely ants, humble little people. They can crush us whenever they want. They are giants different from true giants. They don't have massive bodies, nor do they possess the power to destroy the world, but power, status, money, resources, and so on compensate for their small stature, turning them into dwarven giant monsters. Su Ning thought. He sighed softly. Alas, giants often don't have to bear the consequences when they make mistakes. Just like if I accidentally do something wrong, the ascendants in God and demon paradise can't do anything to me. Zio Li's matter, if we hadn't accidentally intervened and killed those perpetrators, and if she hadn't been lucky enough to absorb the strange chi you left behind, thereby turning into a murderous ghost, she would never have been able to seek justice for herself, and her story would eventually be forgotten by history. No one would remember that past, and no one would care, Su Ning said. Alas, this world is also a world dominated by giants. Jiang Ziato said. The two fell silent. But you are different, Jiang Ziato said. I can feel you are a giant above giants. Jiang Ziato looked at Su Ning with certainty. Even if you're not that massive now, but you will definitely become a giant above giants in the future, whether in the Zio Rengyu world or in the real world. How should I put it? You are a transcendent, transcending power, status, money, resources, and so on. You belong to a higher dimensional being, Jiang Ziato said. Su Ning fell silent. Transcendent. He touched his heart. I just got lucky. If I hadn't accidentally come into contact with the Zio Rengyu world, my heart might have stopped beating by now. You are different from them. If it were other people's personalities, if you could solve this strangeness, you definitely wouldn't choose to act secretly so quietly, Jiang Ziaotao said. When she looked into Su Ning's eyes, there was a hint of softness. So how would others act? Someone who understands the pros and cons would directly appear at the Wang family villa, demand an exorbitant protection fee from the Wang family, promise to help them solve the violent strangeness. You could gain a huge sum from the Wang family, even money that an ordinary person couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes, Jiang Ziaotao said. She smiled, a hint of playfulness in her grin. I wonder if you like reading novels. Su Ning thought for a moment. He used to read them, but later, due to being too busy with work, he hadn't read in a long time. If you've read novels and want to show off like the arrogant protagonists in them, you could swagger into the Wang family, claiming to be able to solve the strangeness. Wang family would definitely not believe you. Then you'd coldly smirk, looking at Wang Hongqing as if he were a dead man, saying they are blind. A celestial master from Longhu Mountain, unable to stand it, would mock you fiercely, saying, you, a mere greenhorn who knows where you came from, actually dare to say you can deal with strangeness. With a dignified Longhu Mountain golden-robed celestial master like me here, do we still need you? So you'd make a bet with the Longhu Mountain celestial master to see who could solve the strangeness, while everyone else disapproves of you, thinking you're just a con artist, a piece of trash. You'd smirk, waiting quietly for the strangeness to come knocking. Jiang Ziaotao floated beside Su Ning, gesticulating wildly. She spoke non-stop. Spit flying. Finally the strangeness arrives. They are all scared senseless, some even killed by the strangeness. The Longhu Mountain celestial master proudly jumps out, intending to put the strangeness to death. Everyone places their hopes on the celestial master, believing he is the savior. As a result, he can't deal with the strangeness at all. Various methods are used, but have no effect on the strangeness. Finally, the Longhu Mountain celestial master is killed by the strangeness in terror. When she reached the most exciting part, Jiang Ziaotao was almost soaring. She was getting herself excited. Wang Hongqing, seeing that the Longhu Mountain celestial master was utterly useless, turned pale, believing he was doomed. Just at this critical moment, you suddenly jump out, giving an evil, charming smile, the corner of your mouth curving into a cynical smirk, glancing at the wealthy Wang Hongqing, slowly saying, 10 billion, I'll save you. Wang Hongqing still wants to bargain. You directly say, 20 billion, facing death. Wang Hongqing grits his teeth and agrees. He doesn't expect you to be of any use, but what's truly spine-chilling is that you knock out the strangeness with one punch, making the Wang family's jaws drop. Jiang Ziaotao clenched her delicate fists, flying in the night sky. Wang family is utterly shocked by your performance. They never imagined that you, a mere ordinary-looking person, could be so incredibly awesome. Wang Hongqing is completely subdued, treating you with utmost respect and gratitude, and apologizing for his previous impoliteness. You sit on the Wang family's sofa, while Wang Hongqing, the richest man who is infinitely glorious outside, now stands before you like a misbehaving elementary school student. You think how cool it is to show off by stepping on the richest man's status. Jiang Ziaotao said, you leave gracefully with 20 billion, leaving behind endless legends. A typical urban showing-off template. Jiang Ziaotao was excited. Just tell me, isn't that awesome? Su Ning. His mouth was slightly agape, looking at Jiang Ziaotao incredulously. Good heavens, this girl, she's also an internet addict. Jiang Ziaotao, that girl, was deeply immersed in online dragon arrogance novels and couldn't extricate herself. Su Ning was so embarrassed he could die. If he really did something like that, he'd probably get goosebumps all over his body when he thought about it in the middle of the night. How could I be so brain-dead? He would absolutely not do such a thing. He would die of embarrassment. Not fun at all. Su Ning pouted. If extorting the richest man isn't fun, you can negotiate with Uncle Hat and show off in front of Uncle Hat. Jiang Ziaotao suggested again. Think about it, when everyone is helpless against the strange, when cases are in a deadlock and people keep dying, when everyone is completely panicked, you suddenly appear and negotiate with Uncle Hat, saying you can help them solve the case. Jiang Ziaotao still had many clever ideas. Then, Uncle Hat treats a dead horse as a living one, not really expecting you to solve the strange, but still gives you a chance. Clap. Jiang Ziaotao clapped her two rotten, sharp hands together. Her face was full of anticipation, her eyes full of stars. Maybe Uncle Hat will send someone to liaise with you and assist you, and this person is a woman, a police flower, with a stunningly beautiful face, curvaceous, without an ounce of excess fat and not too thin, wearing an Uncle Hat uniform, making her look absolutely delicious. Jiang Ziaotao described the police flower's appearance in her imagination. If you really can't imagine it, you can use the AI and Double to generate images. First, this female lead doesn't trust you, doesn't think you can handle the strange, even thinks you're a liar, doesn't know why the oldest brother at the office believes you, it's just crazy, and her attitude towards you is very cold. Finally, you show off your skills at the Wang family's villa and even save her life. She immediately changes her view of you, thinking you're amazing, conquered by you, and finally, after solving the Wang family's matter, the oldest brother at the office is completely convinced by you, values you greatly, treats you with great respect, and that young miss also develops a secret affection for you. You win the beauty, and live a shameless life with the young miss, occasionally even having a uniform roleplay. Jiang Xiaotao's words became more and more outrageous. You tell me, showing off in front of Uncle Hat, gaining the Dominator's recognition and admiration, isn't that awesome? You tell me, gaining the young miss's favor, uniform roleplay. Isn't that awesome? Su Neng. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. His face was full of black lines. What on earth was in that girl's head? Why did so many brain-dead plots appear? You don't understand web novels. Although this kind of plot is common now, it used to be very popular and hot, okay? Jiang Xiaotao said. Okay. I really don't understand this kind of thing. Su Ning shook his head helplessly. Regarding this type, he had no comment. Everyone has their own preferences. Honestly, with your abilities, in a novel, you wouldn't act like this. You could clearly show off big time, but you just play a minor role, quietly idling outside, waiting for the NPC to come out, grabbing them and leaving, so no one even knows what you did. The Wang family doesn't know, Uncle Hat doesn't know, no one knows. Jiang Xiaotao said. You're too laid back. With your personality, if you were the protagonist in a novel, no one would like you, okay? People won't like protagonists who don't show off. Jiang Xiaotao stated confidently. Is there a possibility, actually? I don't really want to be the protagonist, and I'm not the protagonist. I'm just one of the common people. I might not make money, I might lose my job, I might break up. I'm not omnipotent. I'm just an ordinary person. Su Neng said. Jiang Xiaoto. She chuckled. I know. So you are different from them. She changed from her earlier playful demeanor. Unreliable remarks. She said very seriously. You are different from those who easily dominate the lives of others. Even if you are a giant, you will respect other people's lives. It was just like before, when he clearly had the ability to suppress 3 fallen creatures and could have solved it by force, but still gave them a choice. I also don't worry about you becoming a giant. Regarding Su Ning's character, Jiang Xiaotao was very confident. But Su Ning didn't agree. I'm not that noble. I just said I'm just an ordinary person. Since I'm an ordinary person, I will have joys and sorrows, I will have subjective preferences. I will also get angry, and I will make mistakes. Su Ning had a very clear understanding of himself. According to what you say, everyone is an ordinary person. Jiang Xiaotao said. All right. I won't say any grand words. I just have one feeling, staying by your side is very safe. Jiang Xiaotao spoke her true feelings. The two returned home. Su Ning slept. Jiang Xiaotao cultivated. The next day, Jiang Xiaotao got up early, busy in the kitchen, making her favorite braised pork for Su Ning. Su Ning meditated and cultivated all morning. His cultivation still hadn't loosened. It remained stably at Lianqi Stage 3. He was already used to this. Su Ning had formed a habit of meditating and cultivating every morning. Even if his cultivation couldn't progress, he was happy to do so. He watched the little people's lives in front of the little tree. The little people's lives had been very regular these past few days. Besides eating, they were cultivating, day and night. The main thing was internal competition. The previous Fallen Creatures challenge made them clearly understand that if they didn't work hard, they would be eliminated. They would be surpassed. Now the little people were working like crazy. Whoosh! Sword chi surged. A fist-sized ball containing countless Dao of Sword attracted Su Ning's attention. Endless Sword Domain. Lei Kingshuan. Another breakthrough. His Dao of Sword formed a terrifying sword domain. His aura was vast and boundless. Sharp sword patterns emerged, swirling around him. He was a pure sword cultivator. God of the Tao of Sword. He actually broke through again. What kind of prodigy is that? The fallen black dragon looked at Li Qingshuan in shock. That guy's talent. It's truly heaven-defying. The other ascendants were surprised by this commotion, casting envious glances. There was a gap even between genius and genius. Li Qingshuan was the genius among geniuses, the emperor among emperors. Whoosh! Li Qingshuan finished his cultivation. Flying swords still lingered around him, as if he was the center of the Tao of Sword universe. Countless spirit swords would also submit to him. Li Qingshuan felt refreshed all over and felt that he was capable again. He stared at Su Ning with a confident look. Immortal Master. I wish to conquer immortals. Please give me an opportunity to temper myself. He wanted to attain the Tao. But then he thought, I can't beat Immortal Master, so please Immortal Master find me an opponent to temper myself. Su Ning opened his mouth. Fighting me will indeed not achieve the effect of tempering, so I will find you an opponent. Su Ning walked to the house wall to look for a small creature. He found a centipede the size of an index finger. Su Ning's eyes lit up. This is good. He grabbed the centipede and put it into a large white porcelain bowl. Centipedes are one of the 5 poisons and are very aggressive. When Su Ning reached out, it was stimulated. Its body coiled around Su Ning's hand, its mouth wide open, biting down. At the same time, it released venom. But Su Ning's physical body was extremely hard, and this attack was basically negligible. Su Ning threw the centipede and the porcelain bowl into the god and demon paradise. This centipede can be your opponent. It's quite aggressive, so you can keep fighting it. Thank you, Immortal Master, for fulfilling my wish. Li Qingshuan's eyes were like torches. He flew into the porcelain bowl, ready to battle the centipede. This battle attracted all the little people to watch, and Su Ning also squatted on the ground, watching with interest. Li Qingshuan looked quite intimidating, but he wondered how his combat power against the centipede would be. Whoosh! Li Qingshuan flew into the porcelain bowl. Draw your sword. Li Qingshuan stood in the air, his posture tall and straight, as sharp as a sword. His eyes gleamed with determination, and the immortal sword in his hand shone brightly. During this time, I upgraded 10,000 swords to blue, and although the quantity is less than before, the destructive power has increased. Let me see the results of my cultivation during this period. Longsword was sacrificed, and countless sword shadows turned blue, like scattered stars, thousands of stars, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, guarding Li Qingshuan in the center. His body was very small, but this time, his temperament was indeed different from before. Su Ning could feel it. Immortal Realm Centipede, die. Countless long swords, densely packed, filled the sky above the large porcelain bowl. It was as dazzling as a blue light bulb. The light made the centipede in the bowl uneasy. Swish, swish, swish. Its long body writhed restlessly in the porcelain bowl. Out of an instinctive fear of the unknown, the centipede had no desire to fight. Li Qingshuan's eyes lit up upon seeing this. The Immortal Realm Centipede actually fears me. Could it be that my cultivation has made him feel pressured? He was delighted. There's a chance this time. Let me have a good fight, slay this Immortal Realm Centipede, and make my name as a sword immortal known. Li Qingshuan thought the centipede was afraid of him. To think that when I ascended from the Kainkun world, even ants could manipulate me, and now, how much time has passed, and fierce creatures like centipedes already fear me. Li Qingshuan, it's truly you, Li Qingshuan. I'm so proud of you. Thud, thud, thud. A myriad of sword rain pierced the centipede's hard cuticle, but its armor-like fiery red carapace resisted the sword rain attack. The centipede didn't know what was happening. It scurried around frantically in the porcelain bowl, like a headless fly. Hello. Li Qingshuan laughed loudly upon seeing this. Immortal Realm Centipede, nothing more than this. This round I'm destined to win. Now that I can defeat a centipede, what difficulty is there in rivaling gods in the future? Yes. The other ascendants also gasped when they saw this scene. Li Qingshuan terrifyingly so. Has he already reached this point? Even immortal realm creatures are fleeing in panic under his attack, not daring to retaliate. What fast advancement speed. You beast, why don't you hurry up and die for this old man? Li Qingshuan said. Ancient sword runes appeared on his body, empowering his Tao body. Immediately, those blue light swords gained a mysterious aura. Ancient sword runes made his sword Dao exude a mysterious flavor. Ancient and profound. Dao. Thud, thud, thud. Countless long swords stabbed at the centipede. However, the long swords dissipated upon hitting its red armor. No, Li Qingxuan can't break the immortal realm centipede's defense. Kunlun Fairy asked. That centipede isn't fleeing because it's injured, but because of its panic towards the unknown. Perhaps it was greatly stimulated when the immortal senior captured it just now, and now it has no desire to fight, only wanting to escape this place quickly. Right, facing the immortal senior, what kind of chaos creature isn't afraid? If Li Qingxuan can't slay this chaos centipede in a short time, I'm afraid he's going to suffer a setback. Everyone analyzed. Fellow Taoist Qingxuan, quickly end the battle. Slay it before the centipede reacts, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. Great Xia Holy Emperor reminded. Big trouble. Li Qingxuan was in the thick of it. He couldn't make a correct judgment. He still thought he was going to win. And the centipede, after running for a long time, discovered that those light spots didn't seem to cause any harm. And after familiarizing itself with the environment, its restless heart slowly calmed down. It looked up at Li Qingxuan with the look of sizing up prey. A bloodlust of a predator gradually emerged in its eyes. Not good. Li Qingxuan only felt his scalp tingle. He had a feeling of being targeted by a great terror. Ascendants for the animals of this world have a very strong attraction. The fragrance on their bodies was like a delicious feast. The centipede, gradually calming down, slowly slid its body and moved towards Li Qingxuan. 10,000 swords out. Thuds, thuds, thud. Li Qingxuan waved his sword finger, and thousands of long swords shot towards the fire-armored centipede again. Unlike before, the centipede did not dodge or avoid this time. It met the incoming sword rain head-on. It was unclear if it was an illusion, but the centipede, which should have no intelligence, suddenly showed a look of realization, so that's how it is. Zwish! The poisonous centipede no longer dodged or fled, but charged towards Li Qingxuan to kill him. In Li Qingxuan's eyes, its figure was huge, its 100 legs flailed, emitting a foul odor. That was the smell of the poisonous centipede's venom from its mouth. If he were bitten. The centipede exuded ferocity, its large mouth, dripping with venom, charged at Li Qingxuan recklessly. Li Qingxuan gritted his teeth, fearless, and flashed his figure, charging towards the poisonous centipede like a ghost. Clang! 10,000 swords merged into one. He wielded the sword with spiritual chi and struck at the poisonous centipede. He didn't resist head-on, but dodged the centipede's attacks with ghostly speed, then struck at the centipede's weak points. Dingo! His sword Dao cultivation was displayed to its fullest, each sword strike carrying sharp sword chi, with light scattering everywhere. Countless immortal swords in his hand shone with dazzling light, streaking across the sky like meteors, striking at the poisonous centipede. Ding ding! He struck dozens of times. He still couldn't break the centipede's defense. The poisonous centipede felt threatened, and all its 100 legs moved at once, trying to block Li Qingxuan's attacks. However, Li Qingxuan's swordplay was like a tempest, impenetrable. Under Li Qingxuan's attack, the poisonous centipede gradually became agitated, and also gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle. As Li Qingxuan swung his sword momentum was like a torrent, completely engulfing the poisonous centipede. The poisonous centipede let out a hiss, and its massive body suddenly rotated 180 degrees and bit at Li Qingxuan. But Li Qingxuan had nowhere to dodge at this moment. He was about to be finished. Ancient sword runes, immortal slaying sword. He erupted with what little cultivation he had, thrusting a sword, clashing head-on with the biting fire-armored centipede. Clang! Li Qingxuan plunged his sword into the centipede's mouth. The centipede actually struggled in pain for a moment. Seeing this, Li Qingxuan trembled all over. Excited. Did I hurt it? That's great. Well done. Fellow Taoist Qingxuan, you hurt him. You are the first descendant among us who can hurt a chaos creature. Based on this alone, Li Qingxuan had enough to be proud of. But that was all. The poisonous centipede only paused for a moment, its venom in its mouth corroding Li Qingxuan's ancient sword runes. Its body moved forward again, and the huge impact shattered Li Qingxuan's long sword. It's over. Li Qingxuan felt the breath of death. Thud. At this critical moment of survival, Su Ning naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. He extended his finger and flicked, and the centipede was sent flying. Li Qingshuan was saved. Zwish! The centipede was ferocious and still wanted to charge forward. Su Ning extended his index finger and pressed it down, not allowing the centipede to move randomly. The centipede's massive body twisted continuously, biting Su Ning's finger, trying to break free. In the eyes of the little people, that force stirred up gusts of hurricane, and every swing could snap their bodies. In such violent power, the immortal senior actually held it down with just one finger. Unfathomable. His cultivation. Li Qingshuan stood beside the poisonous centipede, panting, but his eyes were filled with the joy of victory. His immortal sword shimmered, as if cheering for his victory. He hadn't won, but being able to fight until now, he felt it was already a huge victory. Not losing is winning. Nothing wrong with that, right? I was fighting a creature from the immortal realm. And I fought for so long without falling into a disadvantage. What? In the end, I only survived because the immortal stepped in. Don't mind those details. Just tell me, did I make the chaos centipede fly all over the place at the beginning? Did I fight back and forth with it? I didn't cause any damage to the centipede. Is that the point? The point is, I made him run all over the place. Who else can achieve such a record? So, I won's nothing wrong with that, right? Li Qingshuan thought to himself. He felt that being able to contend with the centipede for so long was already a great victory and a significant improvement. Everything takes time. Li Qingshuan believed that if he was given decades, centuries, or even thousands of years, he could easily master this martial art. As cultivators, they might not have much else, but they have an abundance of time. In the lower realm, he had also experienced countless years. Old monsters like them are very patient. Of course, whether he could live that long in this world, only heaven knew. Fellow Taoist Qingshuan is awesome. A role model for our generation of cultivators. I didn't expect you to have grown to the point where you can fight chaos creatures. It's admirable. As Li Qingshuan entered the cultivator circle, the surrounding ascendants all showed expressions of respect. Defying and attacking immortals. Such a record is incredible. Thank you all, fellow Taoists, for your kind words. I, Li, still have a long way to go. Furthermore, our purpose here is not to be evenly matched with chaos creatures, but to be stronger than them. My record is not worth mentioning. Su Ning, good heavens. This guy is clearly very happy. Yet he's pretending to be humble. Could it be that fighting a centipede for a while is a very impressive feat? I don't understand. However, the little people have been suppressed in various ways since entering the upper realm, and their confidence is almost gone. Now that Li Qingshuan can make the centipede fly around, it greatly boosts their confidence. It can be considered a decent achievement. This centipede is stronger than any immortal realm creature we've seen before. Don't look at it like an ant in front of the immortal. This thing must be a supreme ruler in this world. Yes, looking at its violent demeanor, it must have been a long-time overlord. Otherwise, it wouldn't have developed such an overbearing personality. It even dared to attack the immortal, which shows how proud and unyielding this beast is. The little people analyzed among themselves. Su Ning. Listening to them chat can sometimes be quite speechless. Su Ning would not expose them. He was afraid of crushing their confidence. A sneaky-looking chicken was foraging around. Seeing the centipede pinned down by Su Ning's finger, its eyes immediately lit up. It happily ran over. It wasn't afraid of people at all. Its previous owner was very good to it, always feeding it good things from his hand. This chicken had formed a habit. Peck. The white chicken suddenly ran out and pecked away the centipede pinned down by Su Ning's finger. Su Ning subconsciously let go. He saw the white chicken holding the centipede. The fire-armored centipede, whose defenses Li Qingshuan couldn't break no matter how he attacked, was now held by the white chicken. Its body kept wriggling and struggling. It was clear the centipede was terrified. Its twisting body was almost a blur. The white chicken didn't care about any of that. It put it on the ground, held it down with its huge claws, and then, starting from the head like eating noodles. Slurp. It swallowed the centipede into its mouth. Hiss. The little people all gasped in unison. They looked at each other. They could all see the horror in each other's eyes. Their scalps tingled. What kind of monster was this? A chicken or an immortal realm phoenix? That incredibly powerful centipede could only become the white chicken's food. What kind of demons and monsters were there in the immortal realm? As the swallowed centipede entered the white chicken's neck, one could clearly see the centipede struggling in its throat. But the white chicken didn't care at all, looking perfectly at ease. Gulp! It swallowed the frantically wriggling centipede into its stomach. The ascendants. Degrees delta degrees. All were dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Oh my god. What the hell just swallowed it whole like that? Aren't you afraid of it getting stuck in your throat? That's too fierce. An immortal realms. Phoenix. Ignoring the fire-armored centipede's defense and venom, swallowing it whole. Perverted. Is this a phoenix? Why do I feel like it's a chicken? Whether it's a chicken or not, I feel an unparalleled bloodline suppression on it. It seems to be of the same origin as me. If I could devour its bloodline, then... A strange glint appeared in the fallen phoenix's dark eyes. The ascendants were stunned. Just now they were praising the centipede's strength, saying it must be a supreme overlord, but it turned out to be just someone's food. The white chicken was a fighting chicken Su Ning and Zhang Xiaodao rescued from the street 2 days ago while shopping. After 2 days of recovery, it could run and jump on its own. Don't be silly, you want to devour the white chicken's bloodline. Can you even beat the centipede? Didn't you see that the incredibly powerful centipede is just its food? Besides, even if you could devour it, can your physique withstand it? I think you will most likely explode and die. Li Qingshuan exclaimed. This white chicken. So powerful. If a white chicken is this terrifying, then what kind of existence would a phoenix in this world be? Unbelievable. They only knew that the white chicken was extremely strong. And have you noticed, this white phoenix is actually severely injured. It's covered in wounds, its comb almost fell off and had to be reattached. These wounds are still fresh. What does that mean? It was defeated by another terrifying creature in its last great battle, almost perishing. If such a powerful white chicken can be defeated, what kind of existence would have defeated it? Terrifying beyond measure. I dare not imagine. The immortal realm is terrifying beyond measure. Su Ning, aren't these just very common things in life? Why are they always so startled? Never mind. I'm used to it. Fellow Taoist Qingshuan, if you were to face this immortal realm white chicken, how confident would you be? 1%. Li Qingshuan said. I would die and it would be 1% full. Perhaps not even 1% full. Everyone. Currently they are unable to contend with existences of this level. The immortal realm is truly bizarre, incredibly fantastical. We have opened the door to a new world, full of dangers and opportunities. No matter how dangerous it is here, it's better than living a mediocre life in the lower realm. Let's not belittle ourselves. Aren't we constantly getting stronger now? I believe that one day, we will also be able to establish ourselves in this world. Although the little ascendants were horrified by the terror of this world, their Tao heart remained firm. This was aspiration and hope. Su Ning nodded. Those who could ascend were all individuals with tenacious heart nature. How could their Tao heart be easily affected? Stop in their tracks, dare not advance. These were all old monsters. Cultivation should be like this. Whoosh! As Su Ning was musing, he noticed Chicken Bro beside him suddenly accelerate sharply, rushing towards the ascendants. It looked excited, mouth agape. Su Ning was horrified and quickly stopped it. No, you can't eat them. They are immortals, not bugs. You can't eat them. The ascendants, huh? Slap. Grab. Su Ning's eyes were quick, and he grabbed the white chicken by the neck. He lifted it up. Clug clug. The white chicken flapped its wings, its 2 claws kicking wildly, stirring up gusts of wind. This white chicken was too cunning. Just a moment ago, it was eating centipedes, and in the blink of an eye, it had set its sights on the little people. If Su Ning hadn't acted quickly, Li Qingshuan would already be in the white chicken's digestive tract. Just now, the white chicken's beak was even about to peck Li Qingshuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little people on the ground were blown helter-skelter by the hurricane generated by the white chicken's flapping wings. For ordinary people, the wind raised there had no effect, but for the little people, it was a devastating disaster. It was similar to ordinary people facing a level 10 tornado. The little people were blown into the sky. Ghana King was caught off guard and was even blown directly into a little tree, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He was not lightly injured. The others were fine, but their condition wasn't much better. It was like several ants being blown and dancing wildly in the air. Grab! Seeing this, Suning quickly grabbed the white chicken by the wing root with one hand, and the hurricane stopped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was no more raging wind. The little people stabilized their bodies and flew in the air. They looked at the white chicken in horror. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. This white chicken is terrifying. Like a world-destroying fierce bird. What if I can refine its flesh and blood? Black Phoenix's eyes grew even hotter. After refining the white chicken, could at least reach the white chicken's realm or even be stronger than the white chicken. Then wouldn't I be able to walk sideways in this world? Black Phoenix was excited. Such a fierce bird must be a top-tier terrifying existence, even in the immortal realm. One must know that even the chaos fire-armored centipede was merely its blood food. Are you all right? Su Ning asked with concern. We are fine, thank you, immortal elder, for your concern. Everyone cupped their hands. It's good that you're fine. You rest first. I'll lock up the chicken so it doesn't pose a threat to you, Su Ning said. Hiss. This kind of fierce bird, is it just immortal elder's pet? They thought immortal elder was terrifying, but they didn't expect him to be this terrifying. Where exactly are his trump cards? He is unfathomable. Of course, Su Ning didn't know the little people's fantasies. He firmly grabbed the restless Kunji. Then he threw it into the chicken coop and instructed Jiang Xiaodao to watch over it and not let it run around. Thud, thud, thud. Oh. Under the white chicken's violent struggles, the wound on its red comb split open. Su Ning didn't even notice, and 3 drops of chicken blood fell to the ground. They kicked up a cloud of dust. The ascendants all stared at those 3 drops of chicken blood. Their eyes revealed greed. Black Phoenix's eyes turned even redder. Swish! Su Ning's figure disappeared, and it was the first to strike. These 3 drops of phoenix blood belong to me, Black Phoenix. No one is allowed to snatch them, otherwise it will be an endless enmity with me. Black Phoenix let out a fierce phoenix cry, flying next to the chicken blood, its eyes glowing, wanting to collect this treasure into its spatial artifact. Just as it was about to succeed, 10,000 swords unite. Rumble! Li Kengshuan made his move. He directly performed 10,000 swords, returning to the origin. 10,000 blue Dao swords merged into one. Rumble! It pierced in front of Black Phoenix, blasting it away. You say it's yours and it's yours. Li Kengshuan spoke indifferently. Did I agree? Did all the fellow Taoists present agree? Puff, puff. Black Phoenix stabilized its figure, looking at Li Kengshuan with cold eyes. Li Kengshuan, don't bully others too much. Black Phoenix said coldly. Since ancient times, treasures have belonged to the capable. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. This thing, immortal elder, didn't say he bestowed it upon you, so how can you say it's yours? Li Kengshuan said lightly. You, Black Phoenix, was choked and speechless. This was a fact. Fellow Taoist Kengshuan, can you give this old dragon some face? This phoenix blood shares the same origin as my second brother. Please yield it to my second brother. The fallen black dragon slowly moved its body, standing with Black Phoenix. Whoosh! Black Kilin also followed. On Li Kengshuan's side, Kunlun Fairy, Great Xia Holy Emperor, Wen Dao Old Man, also stood together. 9 against 3. What if we say no? The Great Xia Holy Emperor crossed his arms. Then a battle is unavoidable, the Black Dragon said. 9 against 3, the advantage is on our side. Kunlun Fairy said. At our realm, numerical advantage is no longer useful. What matters is the strength of the Dao source. Even if there are many of you, you may not be able to subdue the 3 of us. The fallen Black Dragon said. Then let's try. How will we know if we can subdue them without trying? The Great Xia Holy Emperor said. The fallen Black Dragon shook its head. Rumble. Without much more talk, the three fallen creatures charged towards the 9 great saints. The 9 great saints understood each other and charged forward together. Rumble. Kunlun Immortal Arts. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. True dragon art. Roar. The black dragon roared, facing Li Qingshuan. Ancestral Dragon Codex. Li Qingshuan, you claim to be the #1 sword immortal in the world. Then let this lord see if your sword immortal title is worthy of its name. Black flames erupted from the black dragon's body. Its entire body ignited. Puff, puff. It opened its mouth and spat, black flames spraying towards Li Qingshuan and the others. Be careful, this is ancestral dragon true flame. It is indestructible. Not a few saints have died under the ancestral dragon true flame. Li Qingshuan said. HMPH, you do have some knowledge, the black dragon said. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless flying swords flew towards the ancestral dragon flame. Rumble. Upon contact, a huge explosion occurred. It was an evenly matched fight. Li Qingshuan's brow furrowed. I didn't expect you to have reached this stage. You hit it quite well. The same to you, the black dragon said faintly. Supreme Cauldron. Wen Dao old man stepped on the supreme cauldron and slapped the cauldron with one palm. Clang, clang, clang. The supreme cauldron was filled with white Dao patterns and smashed towards the black dragon. Wen Dao old man's supreme cauldron, legend says it can melt all Dao. I'll give it a try, the black dragon finished speaking. Roar. It roared towards the supreme cauldron. Dragon roars. Waves of sound waves went towards the supreme cauldron. The Dao patterns on the cauldron were shattered inch by inch. This dragon roar was very terrifying. Amitabha. Om Hum Oz. The 7-word true incantation of Buddhism. Those 7 true words materialized into physical characters. These were Dao characters. Bang, Hum. The 7-word true incantation transformed into giant golden Buddha characters, smashing towards the black dragon. Each character as if a great Buddha. Buddhist 7-word true incantation. Not bad, the black dragon said. Dragonfly. The black dragon's scales glowed all over its body, and it actually used its physical body strength to collide with the 9-word true incantation. Bang, bang, bangs. 7 in a row, and it actually shattered them. Taoist 9-word true incantation. Lin Bing Du Ji Jai Zhen Lai Kaian Sing. Wen Dao old man's eyes narrowed, and the 9-word true incantation flew out. Clang, clang, clang. They continuously smashed down. The giant dragon's body was actually as if struck by meteorites, one after another, smashing down. With each word that smashed down, its body was pushed down a bit. It was actually smashed to the ground in the end, unable to get up. 10,000 swords unite. Li Qingshuan gave it no chance, pointing sharply. 10,000 swords unite. Piercing towards the black dragon. Rumble. The black dragon's body was embedded in the ground, unable to rise. Roar. The black dragon roared unwillingly, but unfortunately, it was powerless. Damn it, if you hadn't ascended earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. Li Qingshuan and the others had ascended for a period longer than them. Their strength was overwhelming. This is not the lower realm. It seems numerical advantage really is an advantage here, Li Qingshuan chuckled. It was useless for the black dragon to be unwilling. The opponents were numerous and not weak, and Li Qingshuan was leading them. The black dragon could only suffer a bitter defeat. On the other side, Black Phoenix and Black Killen were also defeated. Black Phoenix's strength was not weak, but her opponent was the Kunlun Fairy. There were also the Azure Emperor and Ghana King. Black Killen was even more miserable. He couldn't even defeat the Great Xia Holy Emperor in a one-on-one fight, so facing 3, he had no chance of winning at all. The Great Xia Holy Emperor, the Abyss Demon Lord, the Golden Crow Great Emperor. Any one of them could suppress him. The 3 fallen creatures lost. What more do you have to say? OGMPH. The 3 beasts were unconvinced. But there was nothing they could do. In the lower realm, when had they ever been so humiliated? Any one of the 3 of them could suppress Li Qingshuan and the others. But now, a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 drops of chicken blood were suspended and taken by Li Qingxuan and the others. Black Phoenix could only watch helplessly. It seems you're fated to be without this immortal phoenix blood. Li Qingxuan and the other 9 divided the 3 drops of blood into 9 portions and put them into their storage. The cultivation world was just that cruel. Resources were all snatched. It was useless if it was compatible with you. If they were mortal enemies and the other party could snatch it, even if it was useless to them, even if they used it to soak their feet, they wouldn't give it to you. In the lower realm, the fallen ancient clan's reputation was already very bad. Only slightly better than the strange creatures. The 9 great saints and the fallen ancient clan also had a grudge. Naturally, they were unwilling to hand over the chicken blood. The 9 great saints divided the chicken blood. They didn't even look at the 3 fallen creatures. They each returned to their residences to refine the treasure. Black Phoenix could only watch longingly. Second brother, we tried our best. Alas, don't be too stubborn. A gentleman's revenge, 10 years is not too late. That's right, second brother, in the lower realm we could always suppress them, and we can in the immortal realm too. As long as we are given time, we will definitely suppress them in the future. Remember this grudge, and we will repay it all in the future. The 3 fallen creatures gathered together, glaring at the 9 great saints. Big brother's third brother, I'm unwilling. Black Phoenix still didn't want to give up on such a resource. She could feel that by obtaining that chicken blood, she could complete her evolution. HMPH, if all of our fallen ancient clan had ascended, our numbers wouldn't be worse than theirs. It's just a pity that the 3 of us came first to scout the way, and we don't know when they will come up, Black Phoenix said. However, she immediately shook her head again. But even if all of us ascended, we've fallen too far behind. Our numbers might keep up, but our cultivation wouldn't. If only we had known, we shouldn't have let the 9 great saints scout the way. If we had been brave enough to come up, then we would be the ones acting arrogant and showing off now. Alas, circumstances are stronger than people. Don't do anything foolish. The Black Dragon advised. No, I want to fight with my life. Black Phoenix was very stubborn. Second brother, what are you going to do? Black Killen had an ominous premonition. Why don't we ask the immortal elder? Let him bestow us with immortal blood. I think the immortal elder is very easy to talk to and should not refuse, Black Killen said. That's right, second brother, don't do anything foolish, the Black Dragon said. The immortal elder already has a grudge against the 3 of us. Asking him would be lowering ourselves. If anything happens in the future, we would be in the wrong. Besides, the pride of our fallen ancient clan has always been to not ask for help. Black Phoenix said, Second brother. Big brother, third brother, my mind is made up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She plunged into the dangerous forbidden land. That is, outside the range of the little tree. There was also a drop of chicken blood. It extended all the way from here to the distance. However, they couldn't possibly get to the farther places. Second brother. Second brother. The Black Dragon and Black Killen were extremely anxious. Whoosh. Black Phoenix plunged into the forbidden land. Her body flapped a few times, as if her strength was instantly drained, and her body fell straight down. Puff, puff. She desperately flapped her wings, flying outwards. The farther she flew, the weaker she became. She started to feel dizzy and lightheaded. Big brother, third brother, help me, Black Phoenix said. Boom, boom. The Black Dragon and Black Killen sent out 2 streams of spiritual chi to replenish Black Phoenix's stamina. That spiritual chi, upon entering the forbidden land, was greatly weakened. By the time it reached Black Phoenix's body, less than a tenth remained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feeling her body's strength replenished, the dizzy and lightheaded Phoenix finally cleared up a little. She continued forward. But the further she went, the harder it became. Thump. Finally, she didn't even have the strength to fly and fell to the ground. Crawl. Even if she had to crawl, she would crawl to the immortal blood. That drop of immortal blood, she was determined to get it. Phoenix's perseverance was very strong. Relying on the negligible spiritual chi, she actually managed to endure all the way to the chicken blood. The crimson fresh blood was so enchanting, so mysterious. The energy it contained was so surging. Her eyes turned red, staring intently at the chicken blood. Haha, immortal blood, it's mine, it's mine. Just wait, 9 great saints, the shame of today will be repaid tenfold in the future. Black Phoenix roared. She was almost going mad. Whoosh! She used her last bit of strength to put the chicken blood into her inner universe. Then, thump! She fainted. She was too reckless. Too strong-willed. Second brother. Second brother. The Black Dragon and Black Killen were extremely anxious. But they could only watch anxiously from outside the Forbidden Land. They paced, not daring to enter. The spiritual chi they sent out completely lost contact with Black Phoenix. Watching Black Phoenix collapse unconscious, they were incredibly worried. What should we do? What should we do? Oh, what's wrong? Su Ning, who had put the white chicken into the coop, returned. Looking at the anxious Black Dragon and Black Killen, he asked in confusion. Seeing Su Ning return, the Black Dragon and Black Killen seemed to have seen a savior. Immortal Elder, quick, save him. Save my second brother. Save my second brother. Oh, second brother. Su Ning knew who they were talking about in an instant. Black Phoenix, what happened to her? She entered the Forbidden Land and is now unconscious, right there. The Black Dragon pointed to Black Phoenix's area. Su Ning looked closely. He found Black Phoenix lying about a meter outside the Forbidden Land. Why did she run here for no reason? Su Ning didn't have time to say more. He carefully picked up Black Phoenix and put her back into the area covered by the little tree. Back within the World Tree's range, Black Phoenix's originally pale and lifeless body gradually regained its color. Thank you, Immortal Elder, for saving her life. The Black Dragon and Black Killens thanked him. It's good that she's okay. Su Ning also breathed a sigh of relief. These ascendants really gave him no peace of mind. He had only left for a moment, and one of them had already jumped ship. If he had arrived a little slower, wouldn't this creature have died? Next times you are not allowed to run out again. I can save you once, but I might not be able to save you a second time. If I can't make it in time, what would you do? Su Ning asked. They didn't value their lives. Understood, Immortal Elder, we will never make such a mistake again. Black Killen said. Su Ning nodded. Looking around. It's still too dangerous. What if they are attacked by fierce beasts when I'm not around? They would most likely be done for, Su Ning thought. Not only do I need to get them sturdy houses, but I also need to build a wall to protect them. The iron houses he ordered online could resist attacks from small animals and insects, but if large animals like wild dogs or wild boars came crashing in, who knew if the little people would be killed? I need to find time to protect this area. There are also very cruel struggles between cultivators and cultivators. In the lower realm, a single magic treasure can cause a bloody storm, and even a senior's insights into the immortal realm's laws can cause powerhouses of the Saint realm to emerge, just to obtain more ascension information and plan for their own ascension, let alone the immortal blood of a phoenix from the immortal realm. It's precious blood that can genuinely improve one's cultivation. Who wouldn't be envious? There are also differences within the Saint realm. The strong prey on the weak. Even after ascension, competition still exists. The strong are respected. It's not as if competition among cultivators would suddenly disappear just because they ascended, right? It's not as if they would treat each other with respect and be polite and deferential just because they ascended. 9 great saints are right. If the fallen ancient clan had ascended first and gained the advantage, they would also suppress the latecomers, perhaps even more cruelly. In the immortal realm, not killing people is already very good. Let them make wedding clothes for their enemies. No fool would do that. Besides, that immortal blood was originally ownerless. Whoever has the greatest ability claims it. Black Phoenix obtained the immortal blood and quietly refined it. He truly desired revenge. The 9 great saints were also refining their immortal blood, continuously pursuing the immortal Tao. Boom, boom, boom. Immortal blood distributed to the 9 great saints was only 1/3 of a drop each, but that 1/3 of immortal blood energy was already enough to cause them to undergo a transformation. The saints, seated cross-legged in their Tao field, radiated blood-red light. Blood mist permeated the area. Under their refinement, the chicken blood actually produced faint wisps and strands of golden light runes. Were those immortal realm Tao runes? Or White Phoenix's bloodline legacy? Enveloped in blood mist, the bodies of the 9 great saints became increasingly mysterious. Profound beyond compare. The saints closed their eyes and concentrated, muttering incantations and performing profound cultivation techniques. Their bodies emitted dazzling light, echoing the light of the immortal blood. As the cultivation technique progressed, the phoenix immortal blood was gradually refined, transforming into a brilliant pillar of blood-red light that shot straight into the little tree's canopy. Within the light pillar, a faint ethereal image of a white chicken could be seen, spreading its wings and soaring, radiating auspicious chi. Terrifying majesty lingered with that drop of blood. It left one with lingering fear. The saints bathed in this aura, their minds becoming incredibly clear, as if merging with heaven and earth. Their thoughts transcended space and time, comprehending the mysteries of this world and the white chicken's inner universe. That unique Tao, exclusive to the immortal realm. Violent and powerful. They couldn't fully grasp it, but comprehending even one or two laws had already caused earth-shattering changes in their bodies. In this wondrous realm, the saints' bodies gradually transformed. Their skin became crystal clear, radiating a holy light. Their aura also grew increasingly powerful, as if they had transcended the shackles of the mundane world. Rumble. The blood-red light transformed into golden light. Each person was resplendent with golden light, like a great sun, making it impossible to look directly at them. They were the center of all things in the universe. The chi and blood in their bodies continuously changed. Transforming. They possessed a trace of immortal Kai. Ultimately, they completed their transformation and became higher-level existences. Their eyes were filled with wisdom and compassion, as if they had already comprehended the true meaning of all things in the world. Their bodies were incredibly powerful, and their inner universe was filled with vast and boundless Tao immortal chi. At this moment, the entire world cheered for their achievements, and they gained even greater power. The 9 great saints were like gods. Incredibly brilliant. They unconsciously floated in the air, overlooking the vast expanse of small stones beneath the little tree. Those small stones and mounds of earth looked like thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. A wave of heroic pride swelled in their chests. The feeling of overlooking the world. Looking at the forbidden zone, they even felt as if they could roam freely and punch through the immortal realm. It was just a feeling. Fellow Taoists, your progress is astonishing. Congratulations, congratulations. The same to you, the same to you. I wonder what level fellow Taoist Li Qingshuan has reached. Just now, when refining the immortal blood, I sensed a captivating immortal Tao aura from fellow Taoist Li Qingshuan. It was suffocating. Li Qingshuan chuckled and waved his hand. It's nothing worth mentioning. Even though he said that, the upward curve of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Could it be that you've already reached Kuei's immortal? Just by chance, Li Qingshuan waved his hand. Above the saint realm is the Wentao realm. Wentao, inquiring about the Tao of the immortal realm. Understanding the Tao of the immortal realm. It is divided into 9 layers. Above Wentao is the immortal hidden realm. Immortal hidden. Recognizing the treasure trove of the immortal realm. Recognizing and fusing with the Tao of the immortal realm. Can also be called the immortal hidden realm. After immortal hidden, it is the quasi-immortal realm. Fusing with the immortal Tao, becoming an immortal realm being. This process is the quasi-immortal realm. And after quasi-immortal, it is immortal, which means truly becoming an immortal realm being, similar to creatures in this world, for example, ants and such. However, wanting to become an immortal realm creature is definitely extremely difficult. This is like ascending dimensions, elevating one's existence by one dimension. Wentao immortal hidden, quasi-immortal, immortal. These are the 4 great realms after ascension. They weren't always divided this way. Rather, after the 9 great saints ascended, they organized these realms based on their insights, pursuing the Tao of the immortal realm. These realms were created based on their understanding. There were some realms they hadn't yet reached, so they could only speculate. But no matter what, it established a standard of strength. Fellow Taoist, have you truly reached the quasi-immortal realm? Golden Crow Great Emperor asked, his face full of envy. What's there to say? Li Qingshuan said nonchalantly. He arrogantly clasped his hands behind his back. His expression clearly said, that's right, I'm a quasi-immortal, and I'm just that awesome. Seeing this, Golden Crow Great Emperor, Abyss Demon Lord, and Ghana King, among others, all showed envious expressions. Kunlun Fairy, Great Zia Holy Emperor, fellow Taoists, I presume you too have also reached this realm. Li Qingshuan smiled and asked. Just now I felt the aura of the two of you, like an abyss or a sea mixed with a strong, true immortal aura. Kunlun Fairy smiled faintly, her graceful figure swaying for a moment. It came naturally. Great Zia Holy Emperor, it's all right. The two did not hide it and admitted it generously. Among the 9 great saints, 3 had already entered the quasi-immortal realm. The other 9 great saints could only be envious. Among them, the strong ones had already reached half-step quasi-immortal, while the weaker ones were still in the 7th or 8th layer of immortal hidden. The difference in cultivation was not small. One must know that they had ascended together. It can only be said, there are also differences among geniuses, and there are also differences within the saint realm. Of course, their gains this time were also enormous. Even the weakest Ghana king ascended 2 realms. Let alone in the immortal realm, even in the lower realm, when cultivation reaches the late stage, taking even a small step forward is extremely difficult, possibly requiring thousands or tens of thousands of years, and some cultivators may never advance in their entire lives. Now even the weakest Ghana king has continuously climbed 2 realms, so one can imagine how great their progress was. Their progress is actually so rapid. That's the immortal blood of a phoenix from the immortal realm after all. It's normal to make rapid progress after refining it. On the other side, Black Dragon and Black Killen watched the 9 great saints transform, their eyes filled with jealousy, envy, and hatred. I hope second brother can soar to the sky. They looked at Black Phoenix, who was still sitting cross-legged and refining the phoenix immortal blood, and a hopeful thought arose in their hearts. They hoped that Black Phoenix could also reach the quasi-immortal realm, so that the 3 of them wouldn't be so passive. Msu Ning himself probably never expected that by getting a few drops of immortal blood from his little white chicken bro, he would cause such a huge commotion. You see what a mess this has become. Within the mysterious and ancient undying mountain Dao field, a phoenix, entirely black as ink with feathers shimmering with an unusual light, rested quietly. The Black Phoenix possessed unparalleled power and majesty. It seemed to be the dominator of this land, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. Not far outside the Dao field stood a magnificent wudong mountain. The mountain was covered with tall and sturdy wudong trees, which, despite the passage of time, remained lush and vibrant. Each wudong tree was like a giant green canopy, adding endless vitality and vigor to the entire mountain range. The Black Phoenix often chose one of these wudong trees as its resting place. In a dark wudong dense forest, the Black Phoenix quietly stayed within a phoenix nest. The Black Phoenix's feathers shimmered with mysterious light, and its eyes revealed determination and longing. The Black Phoenix opened its mouth, and a brilliant light shot out directly into the sky. It was a drop of immortal blood, exuding endless spiritual chi, as if it were the most precious treasure between heaven and earth. White chicken immortal blood. The Black Phoenix wrapped the immortal blood with its wings, then closed its eyes and began to refine this drop of immortal blood. Its body exuded a powerful aura, and the surrounding air grew several degrees colder. The Black Dragon and Black Killen watched from Undying Mountain, guarding the Black Phoenix, protecting its Dao. Time passed minute by minute, and the Black Phoenix's aura grew stronger and stronger, its body gradually enveloped by a layer of golden light. Within that golden light, Dao patterns, like long rivers of chaos, emerged, and within the golden light, immortal phoenix shadows lingered. There were immortal phoenixes soaring into the sky, phoenixes rebirthed from fire and vermilion birds, 5-colored birds, and so on. Each one was extremely powerful. Were these symbols of the immortal realm phoenix bloodline? Recording the immortal phoenix's Dao of the immortal realm. The bloodline of the Black Phoenix and the White Chicken were extremely compatible, immersed in the immortal blood shrouded in blood chi, at times resplendent, at times majestic, at times domineering, at times filled with immortal kai. Profound beyond measure. The Black Phoenix was comprehending the Dao. The content it comprehended was even more than what Li Qingshuan and the others understood. Due to being of the same origin, the Black Phoenix evolved relatively quickly. After an unknown period of time, light bloomed. An invisible majesty spread in all directions. Screech! The phoenix let out a long cry. Finally it opened its eyes, which sparkled with the light of wisdom. The Black Phoenix successfully refined the immortal blood, comprehended the true meaning of the Dao, and completed its advancement. Second brother, you succeeded. A powerful aura emanated from him. Black Phoenix spread its wings and soared high, rushing into the clouds, its figure leaving a beautiful trail in the sky, as if announcing to the world that its new journey had begun. stood gracefully on a branch, overlooking the earth below, its eyes revealing an extraordinary and ethereal temperament. Whenever a breeze blew, its feathers swayed with the wind, emitting clear and melodious sounds, as beautiful as celestial music. I succeeded. The Black Phoenix was excited. It looked towards the 9 great saints' Tao field, filled with hostility. Half-step quasi-immortal realm. From now on, I'd like to see who still dares to look down on this emperor, the Black Phoenix said. Half-step quasi-immortal realm. Wentao immortal hidden, quasi-immortal immortal. When the Black Phoenix first ascended, it had already reached the second layer of the Wentao realm. In such a short time, it had actually reached the half-step quasi-immortal realm. This speed was terrifying. The 9 great saints were also making progress, everyone was improving, but his speed was clearly faster. Aside from talent, the 3 fallen ancient clan vicious beasts had also gained many opportunities. For example, not long ago, Jiang Ziyato absorbed the strange power within their bloodline, allowing all their suppressed talents to be released, causing their realm to rapidly improve, with only a thin line separating them from the immortal hidden realm. Now, the Black Phoenix had independently refined a drop of immortal blood, and this drop of immortal blood was very compatible with him, giving birth to traces of the immortal Tao within his bloodline. Therefore, his cultivation exploded once again, reaching the half-step quasi-immortal realm. 9 deaths, 1 life, everything was worth it, the Black Phoenix said. He felt that he had suffered so much, going to great lengths to break into the forbidden zone to collect immortal blood, almost perishing. For this alone, he deserved such a reward. Second brother has actually reached the quasi-immortal realm, then among the ascendants in the immortal realm, apart from Li Qingshuan, Kunlun Fairy, and Great Xia Holy Emperor, who can firmly suppress you, everyone else is not a problem. From now on, I'd like to see who still dares to bully us, the 3 fallen vicious beasts, the Black Killen said excitedly. As if he had found a backer. Yes, congratulations, second brother, on your breakthrough. You've gone ahead and it's good for you to protect our Tao, the Black Dragon nodded. Big brother, with your talent, catching up to us is only a matter of time. Third brother's talent is actually not bad either, it's just his heart nature is a bit weaker, but as long as he's given the opportunity, he can also soar into the sky. What we lack most now is time. Give us the last bit of time. What are the 9 great saints, even that immortal elder? The Black Phoenix was in high spirits, originally wanting to say even that immortal elder was not enough to look at. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. That immortal elder was indeed very impressive. Not to mention him, even his little people were lords of strangeness. It would be very difficult to surpass him. Cough cough, second brother, be careful with your words. The Black Dragon thought of Su Ning, also with a wary expression. That guy, if you provokes him, you'll really go hungry. Let's just boast, don't joke about that person. In short, the 9 great saints are nothing, as long as we have time. Right, the 9 great saints are nothing. Oh. The 3 fallen ancient clan were in high spirits, envisioning their future. Oh. Dinner is served. Su Ning held a tray, laden with various dishes. He came to eat with the little ascendants. The aroma permeated the air, making mouths water. Upon hearing the words dinner is served, whether it was the 9 great saints who were striding through the void realm, radiating immortal chi and exuding an air of carefree elegance, or the 3 fallen vicious beasts who were in high spirits, fantasizing about defeating the 9 great saints and firmly suppressing them, their eyes lit up. Every day at this time was their happiest moment. Coming. 9 great saints and the 3 vicious beasts instantly shed their profound expressions, instead looking like gluttons who had never seen the world and had been hungry for days, flying rapidly towards Su Ning. Some were flying with swords, some were striding through the void realm, and some were stepping on auspicious clouds. Like the Black Phoenix, Black Dragon, and Black Killen, they just flew directly over. Just now, you seemed very interested in blood. You fought back and forth just for a drop of blood, so I specially prepared maoxuang, and it's cold, I wonder if you like it. Su Ning held the dishes. One of the bowls was maoxuang. He naturally knew about the disputes between the 9 great saints and the 3 vicious beasts, but he generally didn't participate. As long as no one died, he couldn't be bothered to manage some competitions. He just treated it as entertainment. If there were no struggles in God and Demon Paradise, how boring would it be for them to live in this confined space? Su Ning would also find it boring. This is immortal blood. Such a big bowl. It's enough for me to eat for a very, very long time. If I refine it all, then I would immediately achieve immortal ascension. 9 great saints and the 3 vicious beasts all showed extremely astonished expressions in their eyes. Dumbfounded. Their scalps tingled. Good heavens, just now, we were constantly fighting for a drop of immortal blood, and the Black Phoenix even broke into the Forbidden Zone just for a drop of blood now. You brought out a big bowl. This. Holy cow. If we had known, why would we have fought for anything? Su Ning looked at the dumbfounded little people, who remained silent, and continued, Don't worry, eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, there's another big basin over there. Su Ning was very generous. This morning his granduncle went to the market and saw that it was cheap, so he bought 2 basins, couldn't finish them himself, and sent one to Su Ning. Besides the blood, there were other dishes. Su Ning didn't care about the little people's eating and drinking problems at all. Their appetites were very small. Su could still afford to raise them. Ascendants. A big basin. Hug. Question. Hug. Shock. Am I speechless? Too extravagant. This. 9 great saints and 3 vicious beasts looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Senior Immortal, is this really for us to eat? They couldn't believe it. Of course, eat as much as you can. It's all you can eat. Su Ning generously spread his hands. I'll add more if it's not enough. The Ascendants, what is going on, you say? Senior Immortal, you must have expended a lot of spiritual energy to obtain this true blood, right? Someone asked. That's right, so much immortal blood. Who knows how many immortal birds and Yao beasts had to be hunted to refine it? Senior Immortal often went out a few days ago. Could it be? It was all to train in the trial forest and slay demons. Senior Immortal, you are so thoughtful. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. They believed that the map of this world was the same as the Kainkun world. Beyond the human world, there was an endless primeval forest. Various demons lived in the primeval forest, and various treasures were hidden there, perhaps even buried relics of unknown ancient civilizations. Cultivators in the Kainkun world, in order to become stronger, would go to the demon forest to train, hunt Yao beasts, or gather medicinal herbs. Sometimes, ancient ruins would appear in the demon forest, and the major forces would even cooperate to explore them. The Ascendants subconsciously believed that this world was like their own, and to obtain cultivation resources, they all needed to hunt. With so much immortal blood, Senior Immortal has brought it out to share with us. This kindness, we are unworthy of receiving it. Li Qingshuan said. Mortal realm creatures are incredibly powerful, yet Senior Immortal risked danger to hunt demons and provide true blood for everyone. It was simply too great. Su Ning saw the move in their expressions. He looked embarrassed, very apologetic. How could I hunt demons? There are plenty at the market. These were all bought by my uncle at the market, okay. Even if I really had the ability to hunt demons, I wouldn't dare to act rashly, because many wild animals are nationally protected. A minor offense could mean 3 years, a serious one could mean life imprisonment. Someone was sentenced to 10 years for taking a bird's egg. That guy can't be touched. More precious than us humans. It's not that serious, just eat, so it doesn't go bad. Su Ning said. Thump. Black Phoenix ignored everything else, being the first to pounce and snatch food. His entire face plunged into the blood bowl. His eyes turned blood red, losing his mind. His heart surged with turbulent waves. Opportunity, it's all opportunity. After devouring this true blood, won't I complete another evolution? Even take flight. Just think, not long ago, he almost died in the Forbidden Zone for a single drop of White Phoenix immortal blood. Now with such a large bowl in front of him, not eating would be a loss. After refining this immortal blood, it wouldn't be impossible to slaughter gods and attain the Tao in the future. Black Phoenix, you're truly a dog, not polite at all. Seeing this, the other saints also disregarded everything and rushed to devour the immortal blood. Mainly fresh blood has high nutritional value. No, for the Ascendants, fresh blood means the Tao marks haven't been destroyed, and after refining, the growth speed is faster. They gain more rules and Tao. 9 great saints and 3 fallen creatures refused to give way, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and a fierce struggle for consumption began. It was all resources for evolution, whatever they could eat was theirs. With so many benefits laid out, even they lost their minds. With the previous benefits as a boost, they now devoured even more desperately. 9 great saints and 3 fallen creatures pounced on the immortal blood like hungry wolves, opening their mouths wide, wishing they could swallow it all in one gulp. Each of them used all their might, either snatching food with their hands or casting spells, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Among them was Golden Crow Great Emperor, his body emitting a golden light like a shining star. He grabbed the immortal blood in his hand, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it. Normally, they would slowly refine it, but now, simple and crude devouring was enough. The fallen creatures next to him, however, refused to show weakness. They bared their sharp fangs, fiercely pouncing on the immortal blood, gulping it down. On the other side, the black Killen fallen creature opened its bloody maw and swallowed the immortal blood directly into its belly. The other creatures also rushed towards the immortal blood, engaging in a fierce battle of consumption. Needless to say, they all understood the benefits of immortal blood. To obtain resources without experiencing a major battle, taking less was a loss, eating more was a gain. Seeing such a chaotic scene, Su Ning opened his mouth wide. He looked at the ground in astonishment. Do they really like drinking raw blood so much? Aren't they afraid of bacterial infections or parasitic diseases? Is cold-tossed Mao Zuweng that delicious? Su Ning cautiously tried, picking up a small piece and taking a bite. Jiang Xiaoatao made it cold-tossed. It was topped with a sauce made from cilantro, green onions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, millet peppers, sesame oil, and sesame oil. It looked good. It really has a unique flavor. Su Ning's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. This was his first time eating it this way. Quite interesting. Tasted like the cold noodles and cold dishes sold in the Yunnan Guizhou Sichuan Chongqing region. It also resembled savory tofu pudding, but the difference was that the cold dish made from congealed fresh blood was incredibly smooth and tender, melting in the mouth. The texture was excellent. Sometimes before he could even taste it, it had already slid down his throat and into his stomach. His mouth was filled with the lingering aroma of green onions, ginger, and garlic. If one got used to it, this would be a delicacy. Not bad. If one wasn't used to it, its bloody smell was a bit strong. The scene of consumption was hard to describe. When eating it, he didn't feel much himself, but those around him found it quite frightening. Their mouths were full of scarlet fresh blood, as if they had just gnawed on something alive, like vampires crawling out of hell. Su Ning felt quite resistant to such barbaric eating habits. Although it was interesting and novel, he didn't dare to eat too much. He just watched the little people scramble for it. After a fierce devouring, the 9 great saints and 3 fallen creatures ravenously swallowed all the immortal blood they could eat, completely disregarding their image. However, because they had no restraint and ate too much, their bellies began to swell, as if they were about to explode. Too much, I'm about to burst. I didn't expect this immortal blood to be no different from Phoenix True Blood, both containing a large amount of immortal Dao rules. They clutched their bellies, their faces showing pain, but their eyes still shone with satisfaction. Being able to refine it was a great opportunity, but if they couldn't, it would be deadly. I must refine it quickly, otherwise there will be big problems. Having eaten too much, the energy in their bellies surged. Then it flowed throughout their bodies. Their entire bodies glowed with a bloody light, and countless Dao marks flickered within the light. If you like it, eat more. I have plenty more over there. Su Ning, like a kind old grandmother, gently advised. Eat as much as you want. He hadn't expected these little people to be so fond of fresh blood. If he had known earlier, he would have gotten them a few basins and let them eat their fill. The Ascendants. They're about to burst. What the hell else can they eat? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without a word, they quickly flew back to their Dao fields to refine the chi and blood there. Boom! Some were bleeding all over, like blood people. Some sat in meditation, fighting against the energy within their bodies. Some guided, trying to control the immortal Dao power. They were in immense pain. It's over, greed knows no bounds. Ate too much. The Ascendants are about to explode into bloody mist. They suddenly felt some regret. They shouldn't have eaten so much. It's too much. I originally thought the chi and blood from this bloody delicacy would be weaker than that of the White Phoenix, but I didn't expect them to be almost the same. It felt great eating it, but now I'm so full I feel like I'm about to explode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Ascendants had no time to worry. They focused all their efforts on refining it. Their blood chi surged, illuminating the area. 12 streaks of red light were like blood-red suns. They cried out in pain. The power of the immortal realm, which they had painstakingly pursued, was now so abundant that they couldn't refine it all. This was a kind of happiness. A painful happiness. Su Ning watched the little people from the side. He really couldn't have imagined that this stuff would be so incredibly nourishing. It nourished the little people to the heavens. Oh. He didn't dare to leave for even half a step. He stayed by their side after eating. Boom! 2 or 3 hours later. Rumble. Someone woke up first. Ghana King. He was actually the first to wake up. Hoo, Ghana King gasped for air. You're awake. How do you feel? Su Ning asked. Ghana King felt lingering fear. Replying to Senior Immortal, I have failed your trust, only managing to save my life. He replied helplessly. He couldn't absorb most of the energy from the bloody delicacy and could only force it out of his body. Fortunately, Ghana King had once stumbled upon an ancient text that recorded how to expel excess power from the body. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger today. It was all because of his greed. He ate too much. However, it wasn't their fault. No one could refuse the temptation of advancement from the benefits they had previously received. Does that mean you wasted so much of it? Su Ning asked. You gained nothing. Not entirely nothing. Junior has absorbed all that could be absorbed. Currently, I've only advanced 1 level, which is the limit of what we can absorb. Ghana King said. What about them? Su Ning pointed to the other little people. Ghana King's face flushed. Their talent is higher than mine, and their strength is greater than mine. They should have absorbed more than me, so they haven't finished yet. So you're the weakest? Su Ning asked. Ghana King. That's too much of a blow. However, he truly was the weakest. You could say that. He didn't want to admit it, but the facts were right before him. Soon, the others slowly awoke. Demon Emperor Teng Snake, Golden Crow Great Emperor. Then came Wen Dao Old Man, the Buddha. And then the Black Kilin, Black Dragon, Black Phoenix. Next was Kunlun Fairy, Li Qingshuan. Finally, it was actually the Great Xia Holy Emperor. The Great Xia Holy Emperor, relying on the human emperor's faith, actually managed to absorb all the energy by sheer force. He was simply too fierce. Waking up early or late doesn't represent the absolute level of strength, but it did, to some extent, roughly rank the ascendants. Congratulations to you all. I imagine you have all gained considerable benefits, Su Ning said to the little ascendants. The benefits the ascendants received were immense. Even the weakest, Ghana King, gained a minor realm increase. The others would only gain more, not less. Thank you for your Senior Immortal's grace. We have received profound blessings, Li Qingshuan said, cupping his hands. These people not only absorbed the energy they could, but they also had to give up what they couldn't. Just 1 bowl of blood made you progress so quickly. If I gave you more immortal blood, wouldn't your cultivation increase rapidly? Su Ning said. Li Qingshuan, however, shook his head. We've reached our limit. Our bodies have developed immunity. Immortal blood won't have much effect on us, or even if it does, it won't be much, not like this time. That's truly a pity, Su Ning said. Although it's a pity, the path of cultivation isn't about being as fast as possible, but rather as stable. The more stable, the better, the Great Xia Holy Emperor said. Indeed, Su Ning nodded. These little people are quite easy to raise. Senior Immortal, could you provide us with an immortal realm opponent? Not too strong at most, like the fire-armored centipede I fought last time would be fine, Li Qingshuan said. We are on the verge of a breakthrough and need an opponent to hone our cultivation. Please grant our request, Senior Immortal. All right, I'll go see what I can find to be your opponents. Su Ning said, then prepared to leave, to find opponents for the little people. Senior Immortal, no need for anything too strong, just something casual will do, Li Qingshuan repeatedly urged. Please don't give me a big rooster, that would be the end of us. Su Ning circled the house and found no centipedes. Helpless, he could only turn his attention to other small animals. He caught a cricket and a praying mantis. He returned to the little tree. I could only catch these 2 things. Their strength isn't high, so you'll have to make do with them, Su Ning said, spreading his hand. A cricket and a praying mantis lay in his palm. Su Ning brought 2 bowls and placed the cricket and mantis inside. The cricket here should be weaker than the mantis there. You can choose your opponents freely. The ascendants examined the opponents in the bowls. Let me try the power of an immortal realm mantis. The Great Xia Holy Emperor was the first to draw his treasured sword and fly into the porcelain bowl. His opponent was a green mantis. The mantis had just been caught by Su Ning and was in an unfamiliar environment. The mantis moved uneasily, ready to flee at any moment. But when it saw the little ascendants, the immortal realm mantis's eyes lit up. Like it had seen prey. It no longer hid. Mantises in the immortal realm had always been synonymous with ferocity. No matter how small, they were still carnivorous animals. They were also famously love-struck, for the sake of being affectionate with female mantises. For their children, during the act of mating, the male would be directly eaten by the female mantis as nourishment for her and the offspring. And he would remain still, choosing to be eaten. One can imagine how ferocious this personality is. They don't even fear death themselves, much less the death of others. Mantises are very fierce. They even dare to fight snakes. So when it saw the great Xia Holy Emperor, it instead calmed down. It quickly pounced on the great Xia Emperor. A great battle was about to erupt. Rumble. Sword of 4 seasons. Spring. Oh. One of the giant swords behind his head struck towards the mantis. Clang. The sword light struck the mantis's full body, but the mantis was unharmed, and the sword light shattered instead. The mantis and the great Xia Holy Emperor plunged into a fierce battle. The great Xia Holy Emperor's body shimmered with various sword arts and holy light, striking the mantis one after another, his eyes filled with majesty and determination. The Holy Emperor wielded his sword, each attack carrying sharp sword chi and sacred light. However, the mantis, with its agile movements and sharp claws, easily shattered these powerful sword arts and holy light. The great Xia Holy Emperor constantly changed his moves, the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter cycling through his attacks, eventually even combining the 4 swords into one. But the mantis always accurately found weaknesses and launched counterattacks. As time passed, the great Xia Holy Emperor began to feel fatigued, while the mantis remained full of energy. Because of the great Xia Holy Emperor's agile flying technique, the mantis was actually unable to defeat him for a while. However, the great Xia Holy Emperor also gained no advantage. Fellow Taoist Kingxuan, Kunlun Fairy, it's your turn, I cannot defeat it. Eventually, the great Xia Holy Emperor realized he couldn't defeat the mantis, so he chose to retreat, leaving behind a messy battlefield. The mantis stood victorious on the porcelain bowl, fanning its wings towards the sky, its figure appearing incredibly tall in the sunlight. I'll go, Kunlun Fairy then stepped forward to attack the mantis. Oh. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Green Emperor and the cricket were also in a great battle. Su Ning watched the little people constantly fighting in the 2 porcelain bowls, finding it very interesting. Sometimes it wasn't just interesting, he could also gain insights into the Tao of martial arts from it. He felt many emotions and gained much. It seems I need to create a fighting arena-like model specifically for them to battle in. That would be even more interesting. Su Ning thought to himself. The fights were so spectacular, with all sorts of special effects flying everywhere. Su Ning sat quietly in the corner, his eyes fixed on the battlefield of the little people before him. On the porcelain bowl battlefield, the little people and insects engaged in fierce combat, every movement filled with power and skill. Su Ning's gaze followed the little people's every move. He saw their attacks and defenses, and felt their cultivation technique and combat skills. During this observation, he began to understand that the essence of martial arts does not lie in the magnitude of strength, but in self-control and insight into the enemy. His ultimate martial arts were not achieved overnight, but required long periods of honing and accumulation. Just like the little people constantly fighting on the battlefield, accumulating experience, they could gradually improve their strength. Su Ning also realized that the meaning of martial arts is not just about defeating enemies, but also about self-transcendence and inner growth. Through the cultivation of martial arts, one can cultivate willpower, resilience, and wisdom, enabling a person to remain calm and steadfast when facing difficulties and challenges. As his understanding of martial arts deepened, Su Ning's heart also became calmer and more confident. He knew that he still had a long way to go on the path of martial arts, but he had found the direction forward. He would take the battles of the little people as inspiration, constantly pursuing excellence and exploring higher realms of martial arts. This is wonderful. If this were made into a short video, it would definitely go viral. Jiang Xiaotao said from beside him. Also, they actually ate raw chicken blood. Although it's nourishing, there are many bacteria and viruses. Can they resist those viruses? Will they get sick? Su Ning. They definitely won't. Right. The little people's cultivate had reached a peak. This was a qualitative change. From barely surviving against small insects to now, being able to advance and retreat with ease, this was already a great improvement. The key was that with the combined strength of 9 of them, they could actually repel a peerless grade great demon like a cricket, which filled them with hope for the future. The future is promising. If they can repel a cricket great demon today, won't they be able to achieve immortal ascension and slay gods tomorrow? Won't they be able to suppress a region and traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Repelling a cricket. It actually became an incredible feat. And a cricket could actually be called a great demon. Su Ning always felt this title was quite, if he said it out loud, it would be quite embarrassing, but the little people indeed called crickets great demons. At this moment, the little people were full of heroic spirit, wanting to compete with the heavens. Each of them was high-spirited, as if they could immediately blast through the immortal realm. Then, as expected, an unexpected event occurred. The little people were sick again, and again, and again. The next day, when Su Ning woke up and went to check on the little people as usual, he found them all pale, struggling to even turn over, as if they were about to die, like small white fish already belly up. The strong ones were wailing in pain, some gritted their teeth and endured, while the weak ones were pale and bruised, unable to speak. "What's wrong?" Su Ning asked anxiously. "Poisoned. Poisoned. Apparently, they're sick, a viral infection," Zhang Xiaotao said from the side. "Viral interference. I told you, eating raw blood, something was bound to happen." "Su Ning, how do you know what sickness they have?" Su Ning asked. "Floating around in the hospital for so many years, you're bound to learn something," Zhang Xiaotao said. Su Ning nodded, went home to get antiviral medicine, amoxicillin capsules. He peeled open the capsule, revealing the white powder inside. Then he soaked a tiny bit in warm water, discarding the rest. Immortal Elder Li Qingxuan felt ashamed, as he always had to rely on Su Ning for help. "No need to say more, take the medicine," Su Ning said. "Thank you." After they took the medicine, they felt a little better. However, the little people did not immediately recover to their lively state. Instead, they all looked as if they had been completely drained. It will probably take some time to fully recover. Looking at the miserable state of the little people, who were just recovering from a serious illness, Su Ning sighed with emotion. This story tells us that it's better to eat less raw food. Cooked food is a bit safer. To everyone in front of the screen, don't you dare learn this blindly, and if something happens later, then say it was taught by some idiotic author, and ask him for compensation, doghead. Well, these past few days. While the little people were recovering, Su Ning was not idle. He used his uncle's small tricycle to haul many bricks and built a wall around his vegetable garden. This way the space was larger, and the presence of the little tree was not out of place. Just building a wall. Su Ning, of course, knew how to do it, it just wasn't as professional as a bricklayer. Of course, Su Ning didn't compare himself to them. His speed was very fast, he worked day and night. It was considered physical exercise, and he wasn't tired at all. Zhang Xiaotao also came to help. During this time, Xiao Li was also released. She no longer had her former brutality and rebelliousness. Zhang Xiaotao put her in her stomach, confining her with A Hu and others, giving her daily opportunities for revenge, varied revenge, which made her increasingly grateful to Zhang Xiaotao. Finally, due to good behavior, she was released. Xiao Li also helped with cooking and doing whatever she could. This scene, especially at night. If anyone saw the scene of ghosts building a wall in Su Ning's vegetable patch, they would probably be scared straight into a mental hospital on the spot. It took a lot of time to fence off the vegetable garden. Now there's no need to worry about large beasts rushing into the vegetable garden and harming the little people. During this time, Su Ning also bought a fighting arena model and an iron box safe house online. The fighting arena model was for the little people to fight in. With the fighting arena model, Su Ning's viewing of the little people's battles had a greater visual effect. This was a kind of enjoyment. Not just enjoyment, Su Ning could also learn some martial arts knowledge from their battles and from the battles of insects. This point was the most important. This place, known as the battlefield of Immortals, became one of the most famous landmarks of the god and demon paradise. Whether it was battles between ascendants, or battles between ascendants and immortal realm creatures, they all took place inside. When they had conflicts, the most frequently mentioned phrase was, "If you have the guts, come to the battlefield of Immortals for a decisive battle of life and death." Su Ning watched their lives, like watching a live-action Xianxia drama, enjoying it tirelessly every day. In order to provide the little people with better opponents, Su Ning specially built a small breeding base. Inside were creatures Su Ning had caught, from small ones like crickets and spiders, to large ones like praying mantises, centipedes, toads, and even snakes. For the little people, their biggest opponents currently could only be crickets and the like. As for the later toads, snakes, they were colossal, insurmountable enemies. Not to mention even larger creatures like rabbits, chickens, ducks. Even dogs, cats, wild boars. If these creatures were placed in front of them, they wouldn't even have the courage to face them. And then there are creatures like tigers, leopards, lions, elephants. I'm afraid those would be world-destroying level. Of course, Su Ning currently couldn't get these either. The fighting arena is the battleground for the little people. The iron box safe house, even black bears couldn't bite through it. When they encounter large creatures, they can hide inside to ensure their safety. Small animals like insects. Su Ning originally thought of using some nets to surround the little tree to prevent insects from entering. Later he thought no need. Now the little people cannot be easily killed. They have a certain ability to protect themselves. Since that's the case, he can't let them be hothouse flowers, can he? Sometimes they still need a bit of tempering. After doing all this, Su Ning finally completed a major project. The little people could also be considered to have completely settled down. Su Ning moved a small stool to watch the little people fight, or watered the vegetables in the garden. The seeds Su Ning had sown before had grown quite a bit, filling the vegetable garden lush and green. Looking vibrant. Planting flowers, growing vegetables, drinking tea, watching the little people fight. Occasionally enjoying a meal, meticulously prepared by Jiang Xiaotao. Xiao Li handled the cleaning. This kind of life was simply enjoyable. It was almost like being a local emperor. Life was leisurely and content. Extremely satisfying. If I had known that farming at home was so comfortable, why did I even bother working that damn job before? Su Ning thought. He was very satisfied with his life now. What? If there was a regret, it could only be that his cultivate had been stuck at chi refining third layer for a long time. Even though he had diligently cultivated during this period, his progress remained slow. It could even be said to be stagnant. This cultivation technique seems to have reached its end. Could it be that I'm destined to stay at this realm for life? Chi refining third layer in real life was already considered a superhuman. In a wuxia world, it was already a legendary master, the best in the world. But Su Ning was not satisfied with this. As he understood more about cultivate, he realized that his stagnation wasn't due to his lack of talent, but because this cultivation technique had reached its limit. Now, if I want to go further, perhaps, I can only change to another cultivation technique, take another path. But where can I find other cultivation techniques? Su Ning fell into a dilemma. With no clue, he could only watch the little people fight, partly to pass the time, and partly to see if he could gain any insights. With his chi refining realm, he knew nothing about the path of cultivation. It was basically impossible for someone at his realm to come up with any enlightenment. Bored out of his mind, Su Ning had no choice but to play on his phone. As he scrolled, he saw the post where he had previously left a comment asking netizens what to do if his little people seemed sick. Su Ning didn't know what he was thinking. He casually posted a new thread. Brothers, I want to ask, I'm currently cultivating Immortals and have encountered a problem. I've reached chi refining third layer, but my cultivation techniques rank can no longer provide me with prospects for further advancement. What should I do? First floor, he's gone mad. Cultivating Immortals. I think you're cultivating a hammer immortal. Hurry up and go to sleep. You talk as if it's real. There are no cultivators in this world. Second floor, the first floor is the one who's gone mad. There are cultivators in the world. From my golden core realm, you can try changing to another cultivation technique. Third floor, golden core fellow Taoist's insight is terrifying. What he said is absolutely correct. Su Ning replied, I can't get new cultivation techniques. This cultivation technique is peerless grade. Fourth floor, after cultivating this cultivation technique, can you pass through walls and enter rooms? Can you do whatever you want? I don't eat beef. In that case, can you examine any young miss you want? Fifth floor, damn. I remember you. What the hell can you do besides talking about examining bodies? Sixth floor, I understand the fourth floor. He's been single for 30 years. Isn't he just desperate? Seventh floor, I think if you can't get a new cultivation technique, you can try to see if you can upgrade your current cultivation technique. That way you can continue to cultivate, right? Note, I am a divided soul stage mighty expert. All suggestions are premium content. 1 minute ago from the mental hospital. What? Everyone. The person on the 7th floor replied again. That, brother on the 7th floor, are there any pretty mentally ill young misses in the mental hospital? Are the nurse young misses beautiful? Reply below, get lost. You pervert, I thought I was already very perverted, but I didn't expect you to be even more perverted than me. Looking at the chat logs of these clowns, Su Ning initially found it amusing, but that divided soul stage expert from the mental hospital suddenly enlightened him. Clap. Su Ning slapped his forehead, that's right. Why didn't I think of it? Can't I just evolve the cultivation technique? Su Ning quickly replied, brother, you're so smart, why are you locked up in a mental hospital? The old man from the mental hospital replied, I came in because of mental illness, not because I'm stupid. Also, is there a possibility that the whole world is sick and I'm normal, and because I'm unique, they all think I'm sick? Su Ning, this mental patient is interesting. Ding, cough, cough, sorry, just now a patient stole my phone to go online. I'm his attending doctor. Don't believe anything he just said. Well, who would believe what a mental patient says? If you do, doesn't that mean your minds are also problematic? Haha, just kidding, I wish everyone a happy life, goodbye. Su Ning, and many other netizens. It's over just now. I thought what that old man said made a lot of sense. Does this mean I also? He turned off his phone. How do I evolve the cultivation technique I'm cultivating? Su Ning asked the little people. Li Qingshuan and Kunlun Fairy stopped their actions and listened carefully to Su Ning. Li Qingshuan said, theoretically, as long as there are enough saint-grade cultivation techniques, one can advance infinitely. Su Ning, then what are we waiting for? Pass on all the saint-grade cultivation techniques you know to me. Su Ning, you should have said so earlier. Ascendants, you didn't ask. Yes. Su Ning obtained 5 saint-grade cultivation techniques from the 9 great saints' private collections and 10 more from the 3 chaos creatures. He didn't expect these 3 fallen creatures to have such a large collection. Apart from the fallen creatures' 3 origin cultivation techniques, all other cultivation techniques were someone else's Dao. They were collected by chance. Su Ning felt the saint-grade cultivation techniques in his mind. He couldn't help but sigh. If these things were in the lower realm, they would probably cause countless massacres. Each legacy could become the treasure of a holy land, ensuring its longevity. Now, he actually had so many saint-grade cultivation techniques in his mind. Fusion. He circulated the immortal art within his body, fusing it with those saint-grade cultivation techniques. Everything came naturally, there was no need to do too much. Su Ning quickly discovered that the immortal art was absorbing the true essence of those saint-grade cultivation techniques' origins. Every cultivation technique in the lower realm was the pinnacle of a Dao. They were the origin of the great Dao's truth. After absorbing these things, he found the immortal art in his mind dazzling, incredibly resplendent. So, the immortal art was quietly undergoing an astonishing transformation in Su Ning's mind. It was like a thirsty behemoth, devouring the essence of the saint-grade cultivation techniques, constantly evolving. The immortal art's light became increasingly dazzling, and its form gradually began to change. This was an upgrade. The originally simple and soft lines became complex, opening up new operational pathways. Those pathways were rigid and powerful, as if displaying its newly acquired strength to the world. Every line shimmered with a strange glow, as brilliant as the stars in the universe. As more and more saint-grade cultivation techniques were absorbed, the immortal art's aura grew stronger. The pressure it exuded made the surrounding saint-grade cultivation techniques tremble. At this moment, the immortal art was no longer what it once was, but a terrifying existence with endless potential. The immortal art had evolved. During the immortal art's evolution, its abilities also received an unprecedented boost. Su Ning felt as if it could easily break through the void realm, manipulate time and space, and even summon powerful divine beasts to fight for him. Every time it circulated, his body carried world-destroying power, leaving people in awe. Good stuff. However, Suning knew that this was just the beginning. As the immortal art continued to evolve, its future would be filled with more possibilities. Perhaps one day it would become the most powerful force in this world, leading him to a whole new realm. And as the cultivation technique's evolution completed, Su Ning's own cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, surprisingly grew rapidly. His eyes lit up. Indeed, it wasn't my problem, but the cultivation technique's problem. Now that the immortal art has evolved, my cultivation is also skyrocketing. Su Ning was excited. It was far from over. The cultivation technique was still evolving, and Su Ning himself had not yet cultivated the new cultivation technique to its peak. As time passed, Su Ning was immersed in cultivation, unable to extricate himself. Rumble. A certain barrier in his body was broken through. This was evolution. This was the feeling of breakthrough. Like a river dam breaking, countless massive waves surged into a new territory. Those forces surged within Su Ning's body, bringing him an infinite sense of fullness. A long-lost feeling. The feeling of breakthrough. Qi refining fourth layer. Su Ning reached the Qi refining fourth layer. Boom! He got up and stretched his limbs. Crackling. The bones in his body made crackling sounds, like popping beans. It felt very comfortable. Su Ning stretched lazily. Boom! He threw a punch. A sonic boom echoed in the void realm. His speed was too fast, and his strength was too great. He felt his own strength. Su Ning found that his physical body had entered a completely new realm. His bones and muscles were greatly strengthened. My muscles seemed to have become tougher. He tried it with a kitchen knife. When it cut against his skin, it surprisingly only left a white mark. Without force, it simply can't cut in. It was like wearing an invisible, cut-resistant soft armor. Su Ning nodded, very satisfied with his physical body's strength. Boom! He punched a brick and the hard brick shattered. My bones seemed to be even harder. Harder than fine steel. He felt his bones were very hard, and it would be very difficult to fracture them normally. He just didn't know if he could withstand a lucky collision outside. Not only that, he found that the spiritual qi in his qi was increasing. Whoosh! Su Ning held his breath, concentrated, and circulated his cultivation technique, gathering qi in his palm. Zwish! Spiritual qi burst out. Ahem. Spiritual qi externalization. Su Ning was surprised. I actually reached the realm of spiritual qi externalization. Su Ning was pleasantly surprised. Go! He suddenly released the spiritual qi from his hand. Zwish! Bu tilde. Clang! Boom! The spiritual qi, like a dagger or flying knife, shot towards a nearby stone. The stone exploded like a firecracker. Qi refining fourth layer is actually so powerful. Su Ning didn't expect that he had only gone from Qi refining third layer to Qi refining fourth layer, yet it felt like evolving from an ordinary person to a superhuman state. In his current state, he could completely kill 100 of his former Qi refining third layer selves. His physical body strength greatly increased. One punch could shatter a person's bones and internal organs. The key was spiritual Qi externalization. This was the main point. It was equivalent to Su Ning himself possessing a hidden pistol. And the power of this pistol was not small. He could carry it anywhere, anytime. If he went to a battlefield, it would be unlimited ammunition. A pistol with unlimited ammunition. Cheating. Am I invincible then? Su Ning thought. Invincible my foot. Su Ning shook his head. Am I also like the little people, a frog in a well? Gaining a little ability and thinking I can walk sideways in the world. Let alone having a pistol with unlimited ammunition, even an AK-47 with unlimited ammunition, or a cannon with unlimited ammunition, that wouldn't make me invincible. Su Ning spread his hands. He still couldn't reach the realm of not eating beef. However, he already possessed super perverted self-protection abilities. Of course, even with these abilities, he never thought of going out and slaughtering. He wasn't a psychopath. When encountering problems, killing people, it's unnecessary. If there's a problem, we just call the police, right? Why do it yourself when others can help you for free and it's not illegal? People who don't call the police when something happens and choose to go it alone are all fools. How many days have I been cultivating? I'm a bit hungry. Su Ning thought, getting up to find something to eat. You have been cultivating for 3 days. And these 3 days, some things happened. 3 days. Su Ning drank water and took the bread Jiang Ziaoto handed him. What happened? There are wild beasts lurking nearby. It seems they smelled prey. I often see claw marks and traces left by wild beasts outside the wall, Jiang Ziaoto said. Su Ning nodded. This was not a big deal. With the wall's protection, those wild beasts might not be able to break in. It seemed his decision to build the wall earlier was quite correct. Also, Ghana King is gone, Jiang Ziaoto said. Oh, what gone? Su Ning's brows furrowed. For Su Ning, this was a big deal. He grabbed the bread and water cup and rushed towards the little tree, eating as he ran. Soon he arrived beside the little tree. What happened? What happened to Ghana King? Su Ning asked. Li Qingshuan cupped his hands. Ghana King has disappeared. No one knows where he went. Perhaps he died. Su Ning's face darkened. Died. He looked at the chaos creatures. The black dragon, Qilin, Phoenix, and others all trembled. We didn't kill him. Besides, he might not necessarily be dead. Perhaps he accidentally entered a void realm rift and returned to the lower realm, the black dragon immediately said. Immortal Elder, we really didn't kill him. That day when we dueled, he was perfectly fine. He mysteriously disappeared the next day. However, I found traces of a void realm rift in his Dao field. That was the aura of a rift caused by a saint in the lower realm attacking the sky, trying to break through the void realm to connect the immortal realm and the Kain-kun world, wanting to ascend here, the black dragon explained. I suspect during this process, something unknown happened, and Ghana King might have accidentally entered the rift and returned to the lower realm. Su Ning came to Ghana King's Dao field. He found that there were indeed some residual auras of an ascension channel. Could it be that he felt too bored in this world and wanted to return to the lower realm? Su Ning asked. It's almost impossible to go back. Why? Because from bottom to top is downstream. Going upstream is extremely difficult, and ascension is still fraught with challenges. But from top to bottom, that's upstream, even more terrifying. Ascendants cannot withstand the chaos chi winds and would be torn to shreds. Furthermore, the lower realm has a self-defense consciousness. If too powerful a creature descends, it will trigger a world backlash. So for ascendants to return, it's extremely difficult, almost impossible, the black dragon said. Then Ghana King, Su Ning had an ominous feeling. He absolutely couldn't have opened a channel from the immortal realm to the Kain-kun world, unless someone in the lower realm was attacking the immortal realm and just happened to break open a channel, and he just happened to be at the entrance and was pulled in by that suction force. No wonder Ghana King's cave entrance had the aura of an ascension channel. So he really went back to the lower realm. Theoretically, yes, but it's more likely that he was torn to shreds by the chi winds along the way, scattering his blood in the channel, the black dragon said. Immortal Elder, you should just grieve. Don't hold too much hope, the black dragon said. Su Ning looked at Ghana King's Dao field. After a long while, he sighed, alas, this unlucky fellow seems to have always been quite unlucky. I hope this time he can safely pass through this tribulation. Immortal Elder, there's something I don't know if I should say. Actually, Ghana King most likely perished. If he really returned to the lower realm wanting to ascend again, with his current cultivation, it would be but a flick of a finger. So the black dragon said. He just perished. Then could it be that he felt his status in the cultivation world was too low, and it was better to lord over the lower realm, being the boss comfortably, so he didn't want to come back, the Golden Crow Great Emperor said. That's right, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Perhaps he returned to the lower realm, and is now comfortably lying on his throne, receiving cultivators and powerful beings from all corners of the world who come to pay respects, while boasting about his mighty achievements in the upper realm, and belittling us and elevating himself, and so on. It's not impossible. That Ghana King fellow was already the weakest among us. Now that he's returned to the lower realm, he's definitely indulging in pleasure and doesn't want to come up here to be bullied, the Abyss Demon Lord said. No way, we all have the heart to pursue the Tao. If we were greedy for pleasure, why would we ascend? Wouldn't it be enough to just enjoy ourselves in the lower realm, the great Xia Holy Emperor said. Who knows? Whether he's dead or alive, won't we know when the next ascendance comes up? I've recently felt someone continuously attacking the immortal realm channel. And the aura of that attack is not weak. Crucially, that's the smell we, the most hated, despise. The other ascendants also felt it. They all frowned. Yes, it's that annoying smell, that annoying race. Speaking of this, the fallen creatures, who always sang a different tune, and the 9 great saints, surprisingly stood on the same front. Times have changed. If they really dare to come up, I'll skin them alive. Yes, this emperor's great sword is already thirsty. The great Zia Holy Emperor also said, having learned that Ghana King might have gone to the lower realm, or perhaps died on the way to the lower realm. Su Ning didn't press any further. Let him be, there was nothing he could do about it. As long as he wasn't killed by other ascendants' revenge, it was fine. His principle was, you can fight, you can compete, but you can't cause deaths. There are only so few ascendants. If you all kill each other, then what's the point for me? After eating, he chatted with the little people for a bit. Su Ning patrolled around his vegetable garden. Recently, I always feel a violent aura lingering nearby. Perhaps I can deal with those hidden dangers in advance, Su Ning thought. After his cultivation became strong, his 5 senses and 6 senses became increasingly keen. Su Ning could feel dangerous auras lingering on the mountains around the vegetable garden. They were fierce beasts. These fierce beasts might be wild boars or something else. If they could rush into the vegetable garden, there was no guarantee that the ascendants wouldn't be affected. To eliminate future troubles, Su Ning decided to act first. After reaching Qi refining 4th layer, those wild beasts were no match for him at all. Even if he stood there and let the wild beasts tear at him, they might not be able to harm him. He casually took a machete and went up the mountain with Jiang Xiaotou. Jiang Xiaotou was a ghost. Floating around, she was suitable to be an intelligence officer, scouting for enemy situations. 1 human and 1 ghost were not fighting side by side for the first time. There's a wild boar on the left, probably weighing 500 or 600 catties, Jiang Xiaotou flew over to report. Got it. Oh, rumble. Su Ning snuck over. He wanted to drive away the wild boar. The wild boar, of course, refused. Its violent eyes turned red, and it charged madly at Su Ning. Boom! Su Ning punched the wild boar's head. Neither dodged, they met head-on. Bang! The giant wild boar's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splattered all over the ground. This was Su Ning after becoming stronger. Spiritual qi condensed in his hand, and the destructive power was simply beyond normal human comprehension. Su Ning said to Jiang Xiaotou, "Did you record it all? I was just kindly trying to drive away this wild boar friend, but I didn't expect it to go insane and try to kill me, so I could only retaliate and smash it to death. This way, I shouldn't be breaking the law, right?" He said to Jiang Xiaotou, who was holding his phone and filming. Jiang Xiaotou rolls eyes. "So you ask me to film for you just for this? You're quite law-abiding. It's not against the law, but do you think it's reasonable for you to punch a wild boar's head open?" What? Su Ning. Damn it, I actually forgot about that. How could a normal person punch a wild boar's head open? How about we re-record? Jiang Xiaotou spread her hands, then you'll have to find another wild boar. This wild boar, at a glance, was a vicious beast, and not something you could just casually stumble upon. Trying to find another one to film would probably be difficult. Be careful, behind you. Jiang Xiaotou didn't need to remind him. Su had already felt the killing intent behind him. Roar! A low growl of a beast. Boom! Su Ning turned around and threw a punch. Bang! A 500 to 600 Jin wild boar collided head-on with his fist. Wild boar's brown, steel bristle-like fur bristled. Its face was ferocious and extremely violent. Its bloodthirsty eyes met Su Ning's, filled with the primal rage of a wild beast, as it fiercely charged at Su Ning, intending to tear him apart and devour him. Su Ning's fist carried a terrifying strong wind, thrusting forward violently, the sonic boom exploding like a bomb, shaking the surrounding void realm as sound waves spread out in all directions. His fist smashed the wild boar's head. This time it truly exploded. Like a blood-filled ball. Extremely exaggerated. Even more terrifying was that the wild boar, its entire body was actually sent flying by Su Ning's punch. It violently snapped a bowl-sized sand tree before sliding down to the roots. Fresh blood stained the unbroken lower half of the tree, and a thick smell of blood assailed them. It was very pungent. It smells stronger than the Mao Zuweng I ate 2 days ago, Su Ning commented. My punch should be comparable to an ordinary person's punch, right? Su Ning thought, then cleared his throat. A little bit stronger than an ordinary person. Ordinary people. There are many ways to insult me, no need for this. Holy crap. Jiang Xiaotao's small eyes widened, staring at Su Ning as if she had seen a ghost. You're too exaggerated. One punch blew up the wild boar's head and even sent it flying to break a tree. You're a prodigy. She had thought Su Ning was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. Name a wild boar. A 500 to 600 jin giant. It is well known that wild boar skin and bones are extremely tough and hard. Yet this hard thing was casually blown apart by Su Ning's single punch. Jiang Xiaotao scrutinized this monster up and down, as if meeting him for the first time. Su Ning's strength exceeded Jiang Xiaotao's understanding. No, even a prodigy couldn't be so abnormal. You're a humanoid nuclear bomb. Jiang Xiaotao said. It's not that exaggerated, it's just about the same as an ordinary person, at most only a little bit stronger than an ordinary person. Su Ning waved his hand. Jiang Xiaotao wanted to say something more, but Su Ning frowned. That's not right. Why are there so many wild boars today? The person and the ghost looked back. 3 equally ferocious wild boars were rushing towards them. They came like road rollers, overwhelming everything in their path. Many little trees along the way, and even some larger, more brittle trees, were actually snapped by these 3 wild boars with destructive force. Their aura was majestic, crushing everything in their path. Is this endless? Su Ning frowned. These wild boars were heading towards his vegetable garden. Although he didn't know why, if the vicious beasts charged recklessly, the 3 wild boars would certainly die, but his hard-built fence would also be knocked down. Boom! Su Ning was helpless. He didn't dodge or evade. He actively met them head-on. Roar! The wild boars roared and growled, their piercing squeals echoing through the jungle. It made people feel irritated. Seeing someone blocking their path, the 3 boars had no intention of stopping. Rumble! They pushed through the bushes, charging towards Su Ning. Bang, bang, bang. There was no resentment. 1 punch each. The heads of the 3 wild boars were blown apart, and they lay on the ground whimpering. Su didn't know martial arts. He had just casually learned a few sets of boxing and kicking online recently, including military boxing, and even the lightning 5-strike whip. Aside from looking clumsy, their power was not bad. Of course, the main reason was Su Ning's immense strength. Any casual punch could achieve an instant kill. With his kind of strength, whether it was a move or not didn't matter. Hitting the target was what was important. Whoever was under his fist would either die or be injured. 5 wild boars were instantly killed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xiaotao was already numb with shock. Looking at Su Ning, who was splattered with blood, she bluntly called him a freak. You've killed so many protected wild animals, how are you going to explain it to the country? Jiang Xiaotao asked. But it should be fine. I've filmed it all for you. The video can prove that the wild boars attacked you first, and you were just acting in self-defense, so there shouldn't be a problem. Su Ning wiped the blood from his hands and shrugged. Actually, it doesn't matter. Those pieces of evidence aren't necessary. The wild boars all died by running into a rock themselves. The country can't possibly believe that these wild boars were blown up by a single punch, can they? Aren't you insulting the country's intelligence? So I think it's more believable that the wild boars ran into a rock themselves and died. Jiang Xiaotao. She opened her mouth. That's right. In reality, who would believe that someone could blow up a wild boar with 1 punch? Even if you say you can, no one would believe it. In this era where fitness bloggers cutting bricks or doing push-ups can be questioned, you say you blew up a 500 to 600 jin wild boar with 1 punch. And sent the wild boar flying, breaking trees. Why don't you say you can fly to the sky? Not proving it is the best proof. If someone asks, just plead ignorance and it's done. Besides, the wilderness is so vast. Only a few wild boars died. It's not like 4 or 5 people died. No one will care. What a pity, this pig blood. If it were saved for the little people to eat, they would definitely be very happy. Those ascendants are all loyal fans of Mao Zuweng, but after the last virus infection, do they still dare to eat raw blood food? Roar! Just as Su Ning was thinking about how to deal with these wild boar carcasses, a roar came from behind the trees. Even though Su Ning was now at Qi refining fourth layer, the hairs on his entire body still involuntarily stood on end because of this roar. This was an instinctive reverence of the human body. In the early days of human society, there was an animal that specialized in eating humans. It had two long, knife-like teeth. Those teeth were for inserting into a person's eye sockets and prying open their skull. That animal was the saber-toothed tiger. Human reverence for tigers was etched into their bones. Hearing a tiger's roar, one instinctively felt danger. Behind the trees, there was a tiger. The tiger's roar echoed through the forest, as if the entire forest was trembling. A tiger. Su Ning frowned slightly. His voice hadn't even faded. A yellow tiger with black stripes and white fur on its belly pushed through the bushes and weeds, slowly approaching. This tiger was very large. Its body length was nearly 3 meters, and its weight was close to 500 jin. Although it seemed relatively lean and not as fat as a wild boar, the muscles hidden beneath its fur were full of power. Roar! The fierce tiger approached. It bared its fangs at Su Ning. No wonder so many wild boars were running around. It turns out this fierce tiger was hunting. Su Ning said. That explained it. The tiger smelled blood and came straight here. It looks furious. It seems it's been hungry for a long time. A tiger that's been hungry for a long time. If an ordinary person encountered it in the wild. Su Ning stood ready. Opposite him was a tiger. It was also his first time facing such a giant. Such a terrifying tiger. A beast of such immense size. Su Ning, of course, was. Rumble. The fierce tiger pounced. Su Ning, of course, instantly killed it with a single punch. One punch style, never a second punch. Of course, if it doesn't hit, it doesn't count. This tiger was quite clever. After sensing the great destructive power of his punch in midair, it actually twisted its body, narrowly dodging Su Ning's fist. And its two paws struck towards Su Ning's chest. This is a tiger that knows how to fight. Even though it dodged the fatal blow. Even though the tiger's two sharp claws raked across Su Ning's body. It couldn't affect the outcome of the battle. The tiger's paw was even larger than Su Ning's head. Two paws struck down. Yet they caused no damage to Su Ning. Not even a white mark was left. In contrast, the tiger was miserable. It dodged the fist, but hit Su Ning, and Su Ning only had his shoulder leaning against the tiger's body. But that force was like the tiger colliding with a bulldozer. Boom! With a muffled thud, the tiger's 500-plus pound body was sent flying sideways. Flop, it couldn't get up for a long time. The tiger's body ached, its earlier bloodthirsty gaze gone, replaced by fear as it looked at Su Ning. After getting up, it looked at this human like a monster. It was hard to imagine such immense power in such a small body. The tiger was severely injured. It dared not approach, only paced back and forth not far away. Growling lowly, like a little kitten that had been wronged. Don't spread this around. If people found out that I, a dignified cultivator at the Qi refining fourth layer, was actually broken through by an ordinary tiger, wouldn't I become a disgrace to the immortal realm? Su Ning said to Jiang Xiaoto. Jiang Xiaoto. Whoosh. Su Ning didn't waste words. He rushed forward, intending to finish off the tiger with one punch. Plop. Roll over. Who would have thought that this tiger, sensing the approach of mortal danger, didn't wait for Su's iron fist to land, but instead playfully rolled around like a kitten. Stopped. Su Ning's body abruptly halted. A tiger playfully rolling around. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. He was stunned. You're a tiger, not a cat. Can't you have some dignity as the king of beasts? The big cat rubbed its head against Su Ning's thigh, clearly trying to curry favor. Even wild beasts try to curry favor. Forget it. Get lost. If I see you again, you're dead. Su Ning said to the tiger. He kicked the clingy big tiger away. He didn't know if the tiger understood him. It probably didn't. Thump. The tiger was kicked and rolled a few times. It became even more fearful, but not angry. Soon it rushed back up again, looking pitifully at Su Ning. You're so big, acting cute isn't cute at all. Su Ning kicked the tiger away again. It was a national protected animal, after all, yet it was so pathetic. This time the tiger didn't dare to approach. Pitifully it paced around, as if it had suffered a great injustice. Its eyes were filled with longing, staring eagerly at the wild boar carcass Su Ning was processing. Slap. Su Ning ultimately couldn't bear it. Tear. With one hand holding the boar's hind leg and the other pressing down on its body. He pulled hard. A bloody boar leg was torn off. Throw. Su Ning threw it to the tiger. Eat this thing and then scram. Don't you dare disgrace tigers, all right. Grunting. The tiger was overjoyed. Its human-like expression was full of excitement and happiness. It leaped high. Bite. It snatched the boar leg. Landed. Its two paws held down the boar leg. Chomp chomp, it began to gnaw. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After the meat was gone, it even gnawed on the bones. The bones made a crunch, crunch sound as it gnawed them. Eerie. After eating, it paced contentedly. Its steps were much more leisurely. Gone was the initial irritability. Being an animal is good, the only goal is to eat until full, and once full it's satisfied, Su Ning sighed. Collect. He put the pork into his storage space. He had obtained the storage space from a fallen creature before. Initially the space wasn't large, but as Su Ning's cultivation broke through, it now had a space of 20 cubic meters. Storing the wild boar carcass was effortless. After tidying up the wild boar's carcass, Su Ning prepared to go home. Zwish, zwish, zwish. Unexpectedly, the tiger actually followed closely behind Su Ning. Shoo. Get lost, why are you following me? Su Ning shooed the tiger away. The tiger seemed to have a thick skin. Or rather, it was a bit silly. Su Ning called it Silly Tiger. Silly Tiger didn't understand Su Ning's meaning and continued to follow, foolishly looking at Su Ning with a naive cuteness. Hee, this big tiger seems to like you and doesn't want to live. Jiang Xiaoto floated in the air, smiling as she spoke. Why don't you just keep it? Maybe it can even be your pet someday. No need, it's so big, how much would it eat in a day? I can't afford to keep it, Su Ning shrugged. Besides, the law stipulates that privately keeping protected animals is illegal. Jiang Xiaoto. Silly Tiger kept following behind Su Ning. It was shooed away many times by Su Ning, but showed no intention of leaving. Instead, it seemed to think Su Ning was playing with it. Silly Tiger would suddenly run very far, then quickly rush back in front of Su Ning, sticking out its tongue and acting cute, looking incredibly joyful, as if it was very happy. This made Su Ning quite speechless. Upon reaching the vegetable garden, Su Ning went home. The tiger still wanted to follow. Su Ning kicked it away and put on a fierce expression, giving a stern warning. If it came in again, he would kill it. The tiger seemed to understand Su Ning's meaning. It didn't force its way inside the fence. Bang! Su Ning closed the fence gate. Silly Tiger looked forlorn, pacing around the fence. When it got tired of pacing, it lay down in the hidden woods. Su Ning saw that the tiger hadn't come in and didn't bother with it. I'll ignore it, maybe it'll leave on its own when it gets tired. Apparently, the tiger had no intention of leaving. For several days in a row, it played by itself in the jungle outside the fence, occasionally chasing butterflies, occasionally jumping into the stream by the river to catch fish, splashing water everywhere. A single tiger could entertain itself. Only occasionally did it look towards Su Ning's vegetable garden fence, a hint of disappointment on its face and incomprehension. Why wouldn't that human play with it? Still here. Many days had passed, and the tiger still hadn't left. Forget it, I'll ignore it. I don't believe it won't get hungry. If it gets hungry and I don't feed it, it'll leave on its own. Su Ning thought. One morning, Su Ning didn't see the tiger, nor did he sense its aura. Phew, that thing finally left. Su Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Did it finally succumb to hunger? And chose to leave. Su Ning didn't want to keep that thing, although keeping a tiger would indeed be cool. If the country found out, wouldn't they arrest him and make him sew clothes? It's good that it's gone, Su Ning thought. No sooner had he spoken than a strong, slender tiger agilely ran down from the mountain forest, rushing madly towards Su Ning's direction. The key was that tiger was carrying a very large prey in its mouth. Silly Tiger looked ingratiating. Carrying the prey, it ran to Su Ning, dropped the prey in front of him, and then sat half upright like a kitten, sticking out its tongue, asking for praise and reward. It seemed to be saying, Master, I've robbed something back. No, I've hunted something back. This is my trophy. It's for you. Aren't I great? Quickly praise me. When Su Ning saw Silly Tiger's expression of asking for praise and reward, he wasn't happy. Instead, he gasped in horror. Hiss. What are you so proud of, you silly tiger? Take it, quickly take it. I don't want your prey. Su Ning was thunderstruck and quickly retreated. This tiger actually hunted a deer for him. The deer was also a national protected animal. It's fine if you kill and eat it, but if I even touch it, if the country found out, wouldn't they throw me in jail to sew clothes with the bamboo skewer guy? Can I handle this deer? Su Ning was speechless. Silly Tiger sat on the ground, its massive head raised in confusion, watching Su Ning as if he were a plague god. A series of question marks floated in its mind, its eyes innocent like a large cat's, misty with tears. Tiger, why are you so afraid? Do you not like eating it? Meow. Silly Tiger gently nudged the deer's corpse on the ground with its paw. It seemed to be saying, it tastes good, you can have it, I'm not lying to you. What could Su Ning do? He certainly had to politely decline this kind offer. From that day on, Silly Tiger thought Su Ning didn't like deer. So it charged back into the mountains, bringing back prey every day. There were wild boars. There were rabbits. There were wild monkeys. However, Su Ning never took any of it. This made it very confused. Why didn't he take it? Isn't it quite tasty? Stupid humans, so hard to appreciate. After several days of interaction, Su Ning also confirmed one thing. That is, this silly tiger could be completely self-sufficient here, requiring no feeding from him at all. The idea of starving it for a few meals to make it leave was undoubtedly too naive. Sunrise and sunset. Su Ning was cultivating, sitting cross-legged on a stone in the vegetable garden. It was evening. Thousands of rays of light, leaving behind their final splendor. Cultivating in the afterglow of the sunset, it was surprisingly wonderful. Oh, there it's a tiger, there's a tiger. Suddenly Su Ning heard an unfamiliar voice, enjoying itself far off in the vegetable garden. It was a girl's voice. The sharp voice made the birds returning to the back mountain flap their wings and fly high, truly disturbing the peace. Strangers. This place was remote, almost at the end of a broken road, beyond which lay deep mountains and old forests, with many fierce beasts and venomous snakes. Even villagers rarely ventured here, unless some needed to enter the mountains to gather medicinal herbs or wild game. They would occasionally pass by. Those people would only come here at noon when the sun was high, but it was no longer noon now. The sun was setting, it was almost night. Who would come here at this time? From the sound, it was not a nearby villager. Su Ning felt suspicious, but still decided to go and check. That silly tiger had been with him for a long time and had no intention of harming people. Perhaps it was too bored, and seeing humans made it can't help but want to play with them. Su Ning was worried that those humans, not understanding the truth, might provoke the tiger and likely be attacked. A tiger is not a cat after all. Even a cat can be aggressive. He quickly rushed to the scene. He saw a huge tiger, cornering two women against a mud wall. The two women were petite, forming a stark contrast with the tiger's large body. Like two small white mice, cornered by a large cat, staring at its prey with great interest. And the two women were already pale, staring in terror at the tiger before them. Their entire bodies trembled incessantly. The slightly thinner girl was relatively calm, but the fatter girl was truly a bit out of control. Silly Tiger was only teasing these two girls, otherwise, they would probably have already perished in Yellow Springs. Seeing this, Su Ning frowned slightly. Two girls, and dressed in uniforms. Clearly government personnel, what were they doing here? Roar, go ghosts, hurry and go. Su Ning stood on the high mud embankment, feigning a roar to drive away the tiger. Silly Tiger's eyes lit up when it saw Su Ning appear. It wanted to joyfully run over for a hug, but he glared at it, sending it back. If it ran over at this time, it would definitely get a beating. The tiger also didn't want to bring trouble upon itself. So it cooperated with Su Ning's expulsion and reluctantly left. The two girls whose faces had turned pale with fright saw the tiger being driven away, and their bloodless faces finally looked a bit better. However, they were still shaken. Plop. Highly stressed, they suddenly relaxed and directly collapsed onto the ground. Sweat made them look as if they had just been pulled out of water. Huff, huff. They were saved. Su Ning averted his gaze, not looking directly at the two women, nor at their state. At this moment, the two appeared disheveled. And writing or looking carelessly would lead to being blocked. You two, what is this? Are you lost or something? Su Ning asked. And he pointed to the road out of the mountain. That way is the main road, just keep walking and you can leave here. This place is desolate, backed by a wild forest, and fierce beasts and venomous snakes often appear, making it extremely dangerous. Please, both of you, leave quickly, lest you suffer unnecessary harm. Su Ning, what the heck is wrong with me? Why did I suddenly start speaking in classical Chinese? Neither here nor there. Maybe it was influenced by two proper people and became proper too. The two female officials exchanged glances. This person speaks so strangely, a bit like an ancient person. They had just escaped danger, immersed in the joy of newfound life, completely unaware of their disheveled appearance, and didn't notice some inconsistencies. For example, how could Su Ning drive away a tiger? He clearly looked like he was only enough for half a meal for a tiger. Yet the tiger turned its head and left when it saw him. It was very unreasonable. Thank you for saving us. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, we probably would have become the tiger's food. I didn't realize it was so dangerous here. I should have just dealt with the trouble and come back tomorrow during the day. The two women chattered on. You are Su Ning, right? The thin woman asked. My name is Li Yi, and I am a staff member of the Yuncheng town office. We too came here to find you, just to inform you about preventing gas poisoning, and also preventing attacks from fierce beasts and venomous snakes, not accidentally eating poisonous mushrooms, and so on. They had come to this village today to promote and popularize gas safety, as well as prevention against snakes, insects, rodents, and beast attacks, etc. After the promotion, their task was basically over. They were about to leave when they heard that there was still one family here that hadn't been reached by the promotion. Thinking there was only one family left, it would be troublesome to come back tomorrow to promote, and they had other tasks tomorrow, so they decided to work overtime and finish it. The two, who came on a small electric scooter, didn't expect to encounter a tiger halfway. Promoting gas safety and attacks from venomous snakes and fierce beasts. Not accidentally eating poisonous mushrooms, etc. Su Ning was surprised. Yes, recently haven't there been many gas poisoning incidents in our town, and also venomous snake injuries, deaths from accidentally eating poisonous mushrooms, etc. And many people have died. The higher-ups attach great importance to this, so they had our office staff promote door-to-door. You must be careful, especially since it's very unsafe here. The slightly fatter person said. Su Ning was surprised, although he nodded 13 times. Widely publicized incidents not long ago, Xiao Li Zheng Xiao killed so many people, and in the end it was all explained as gas poisoning, and also wild animal attacks, accidental eating of poisonous mushrooms, etc. Since it's a safety promotion, why don't you come to my house for a cup of tea and we can talk slowly? Su Ning said politely. The two women shook their heads abruptly. No, it's too late. While it's still light, we need to hurry back to avoid encountering any more fierce beasts. Here's the leaflet. I see you're young and have a scholarly demeanor. I suppose you're also a scholar, so we'll give you the leaflet and you can read it yourself, Li Yi said. They didn't want to stay here any longer. All right then, this place is too remote, and it's indeed unsafe late at night, so I won't keep you, Su Ning said. You must pay attention to safety. It's best to move into the village. This place is really unsafe. Li Yi advised. I'll consider it. Su Ning smiled. Night gradually enveloped the land. Li Yi and another female official sped away on their small electric scooters. They didn't want to stay in this place at all. Too terrifying. The accelerator was almost twisted to smoke. Swish! It was almost completely dark. The two girls were still terrified by the tiger, and their entire bodies were in a state of tension. And then suddenly, as they rounded a corner, a terrifying small face suddenly crashed into them head-on. The small electric scooter was fast, and that face hit their faces. It was too sudden. Oh, ghost! Li Yi and Liu Yan's faces turned pale. They almost fainted directly, but fortunately, both had received professional training and did not faint. Whoosh! Their bodies passed through the little girl's body. Looking back, that small face stared intently at them. Buzz! Both of them felt their scalps tingle simultaneously, and Liu Yan even rolled her eyes, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Too terrifying. Swish! Fortunately, the ghostly figure quickly became transparent and disappeared. Is it an illusion? It must be, is it? The 20 people trembled. Quick, quick, hurry and go. What in the world is this place? If not tigers, then inexplicable things. Unclean. In fact, before they encountered these two monsters, they had also encountered terrifying creatures like venomous snakes. Looking at that lonely little house, the two women felt their hearts pound with fear. That person, his name is Su Ning, right? How dare he live in such a ghostly place? Isn't he afraid? Is this a place where humans live? After the two of them fled in terror, a girl timidly revealed her true face in the darkness. Oh no, I forgot when I went out for a stroll, I thought there was no one, but I didn't expect to meet two people. Those two people seemed quite scared. She made a bitter face. If those two people found out, she would get another beating when she went back. Yuncheng Town is haunted. This is something that has been frequently rumored recently. And so many people died, it wasn't due to gas poisoning, it was because of ghosts. Regarding hauntings, the authorities have always said it's a rumor, that there are no ghosts in this world. Many Uncle Hat from the office have also been issued gag orders. Those who know about this matter cannot speak out and must uniformly say it was gas poisoning or something else. Do not inform those who are unaware, just treat this matter as an accident. To prevent global panic, this is the only way. Otherwise, if public opinion is manipulated by those with ulterior motives, it will cause a huge impact on the entire society. You should know that even under the nation's vigorous promotion of materialism, there are still many superstitious people who do many unbelievable things. If there really were strange things, the whole world would fall into chaos. Li Yi and Liu Yan are new personnel and do not know the real cause of the accident. They truly believed it was a series of safety incidents, like gas leaks. They have been staunch materialists since childhood. When they heard people privately saying that Yuncheng Town was haunted, they merely smiled in response and didn't take it to heart. This is also why they dared to run around late in the evening. But today, many things exceeded their understanding. First, they were surrounded by tigers. All right, that's one thing. The tigers almost scared their 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits out of them. And the sudden, terrifying, ghostly face that appeared in their sight almost took the lives of both of them. Even if they were the staunchest materialists, both of them were thoroughly frightened today. After returning, they found their leader. They reported that they might have seen a ghost. Their leader patted them on the shoulders, comforted them, and found them a psychologist. Under the psychologist's patient guidance, they gradually believed that at that time they had hallucinations because they were so scared by the tigers that their souls were not in their bodies. There are no ghosts in this world. Was it really a hallucination? Of course, the psychologist said with a smile, giving them examples of the conditions under which hallucinations occur, how many people in the world experience hallucinations, and so on. Subconsciously, he denied their perception. Li Yi and Liu Yan were convinced. However, Li Yi always felt that things were not that simple. The man who helped them drive away the tigers was very strange. He left a deep impression on Li Yi's mind. Su Ning naturally knew nothing about this. He also didn't know that his comfortable and livable place, like a paradise, would be regarded as a place of terror. Isn't it good? It's just that there are more wild animals. There are tigers, wild boars, venomous snakes, and there are 2 ghosts living here. Besides these, and the environment being a bit gloomy, isn't it? Very much like a paradise. Those people really don't know how to appreciate it. Peak Chi Refinement Stage Layer 4, unable to advance further. A week passed. Su Ning, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This past week passed uneventfully. Except for his uncle occasionally visiting, very few people came here. That silly tiger was still as usual, wandering around the vegetable garden, entertaining itself. Su Ning gradually accepted the existence of that big fellow. And that fellow was very intelligent. It seemed to understand that Su Ning didn't want others to see it. When people were around, it would hide deep in the forest, far away. When no one was around, it would come out. Its various intelligent behaviors made it rarely receive scolding from Su Ning, and occasionally it would even get some fresh meat as a reward, which also made it understand that this human needed it to live this way. As long as it didn't anger this human, he was quite easy to talk to. Sometimes Su Ning would play with Silly Tiger, frolicking and wrestling. This was Silly Tiger's happiest moment. He would run and jump like a cat, pouncing around Su Ning, sometimes gently biting or tackling him, while Su Ning threw it around like a volleyball. It was extremely happy. Sometimes Su Ning would even make an exception and let it enter the vegetable garden. Just so happened that those little people wanted to experience the terrifying creatures of this world, wanting to know how far they still were from the true powerhouses of the immortal realm. Roar! Silly Tiger walked to the little tree and roared at Li Qingshuan and the others. A fierce tiger taller than the immortal senior, obscuring the sky. Roaring with its head down. The sound waves vibrated. They were almost roared to death on the spot. Silly Tiger was not Su Ning, it didn't know how to hold back. Li Qingshuan and the others' faces turned pale. These past few days, they thought they had become very powerful. Unexpectedly, the gap with this world was still as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. Is this tiger from hell? So terrifying. If Su Ning hadn't stopped Silly Tiger from roaring, this group of little ascendants would have been shaken to death. From that day on, little ascendants were extremely wary of that fierce tiger, even more afraid of it than they were of Su Ning. Because they could clearly feel that the fierce tiger didn't care about their lives at all. If you offend Su Ning, you might still live, but if you offend the world-destroying fierce tiger, you're truly dead. Is this fierce tiger the immortal senior's mount? To be able to tame such a fierce creature as a mount. The immortal senior even tricked us, saying he was just an ordinary person in the immortal realm, and so on. Can an ordinary person tame a world-destroying fierce tiger as a pet? Can he subdue the Lord of Strangeness to cook and clean for him? They suddenly realized clearly. Su Ning is unfathomable. All along, Su Ning had been kind and approachable to them, leading them to mistakenly believe they could converse with him as equals. In fact, in Su Ning's eyes, they were truly just ants. Or rather, less than ants. Whenever someone proposed to compete with Su Ning always cheerfully accepted the challenge. It wasn't because he was foolish, nor was he a saint. Why would he choose to forgive foreign creatures that tried to harm him? It didn't matter whether he forgave them or not. It was simply that Su Ning didn't take these little people seriously. These little people meant nothing to him. If they could truly threaten him and show hostility, Su Ning would surely kill them immediately. Su Ning, who had barely returned from the gates of hell, cherishes his life very much. Nothing is more important than life. With the fierce tiger as a guardian, Su Ning's vegetable garden is now impregnable. Silly Tiger loves to lie under the little tree and watch the little people play, or rather, it just simply likes to stay there. Sleeping there. He wondered if it was an illusion. As time went on, Su Ning clearly felt that the tiger's body had grown a size larger. Its length and height were also greater than before. And in its eyes, in addition to the lively expression of an animal, there was even a hint of wisdom. Smarter than ordinary beasts. Su Ning even wondered, could it be that constantly bathing in the spiritual chi of the little tree is gradually awakening its intelligence, giving birth to spiritual wisdom? Highly possible. Of course, this tiger still has a long way to go to truly possess human-like intelligence. Su Ning also doesn't know what it will become in the future. Let's leave everything to time. Rumble. This day, Su Ning was inspecting the lives of the little people as usual. Suddenly, the void realm around the little tree fluctuated. Then it exploded violently. A fist-sized black hole appeared. That black hole was surrounded by lightning and black mist, bottomless. They're here, new ascendants. Li Qingshuan and the others' eyes lit up, and they all flew up, standing by the black hole. The three chaos beasts were also like this. New ascendants breaking through the world barrier. This is nothing strange. Recently, the space around the little tree has been fluctuating. Creatures from the lower realm have been continuously trying to break through the immortal realm's gate, but unfortunately, none have succeeded. Today, they are finally coming. Lower realms. Ascension to the immortal realm is today. On a tranquil night, an ascendant stood on an open grassland, surrounded by silence and darkness. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and a powerful aura emanated from his entire body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and with a fierce swing of his arm forward, a dazzling light shot out from his hand, heading straight into the void realm. The void realm, like fragile glass, was instantly shattered by the light, revealing a massive gap. An immortal realm supreme will have a place for me. Within the gap, clouds swirled and light shimmered, as if it were a mysterious passage to the immortal realm. The ascendant leaped into the gap without hesitation, his figure appearing and disappearing amidst the clouds, as if he had merged into another world. As he entered, the space around the gap began to fluctuate violently, generating powerful energy whirlwinds. Within the whirlwinds, lights intertwined, forming streaks of brilliant light like a dreamlike painting. The beings on the grassland were awestruck by this magnificent sight. They gazed up at the void realm, witnessing this great moment. The Ascendant's figure gradually vanished within the light streaks, leaving behind a reverent tranquility. Finally, the void realm returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But all beings knew in their hearts that they had just witnessed an Ascendant embark on a magnificent journey to the immortal realm. At the same time, Ascendants also ascended to the upper realm from various places. This time, old monsters who had been dormant for many years no longer hid, emerging one after another, to contend for an immortal life in the immortal realm, to enjoy that boundless opportunity. This old ancestor is off, haha. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, this old ancestor has finally waited for the best ascension timing. The right time, the right place. In this life, this old ancestor will not miss out. From beneath the desert, someone rose from the ground. Today, many masterminds hidden behind the scenes finally emerged. They wanted to ascend. Why did these older generation cultivators choose to emerge at this time? They confirmed that ascension in this life was safe. Because an ascendant from the upper realm returned to the lower realm. Immortal King Gianna. Half a month ago, a piece of news shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the lower realm. An ascendant returned to the Kainkun world. That ascendant was Ghana King, who had disappeared in the upper realm. After his return, Ghana King displayed terrifying power, shocking the cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With just a thought, he was able to ascertain the locations of many Saint-tier powerhouses in this world. Many Saint-tier grand cultivators also felt that unparalleled oppressive force. It was countless times more terrifying than the Saint-tier. It was as if just a thought could cause all saints to fall. Is this Ghana King, who returned from training in the immortal cultivation realm? Terrifying to such an extent. However, Ghana King had no intention of disturbing anyone. He was very low-key, quietly returning to the Deep-Sea Gianna clan territory. Those grand cultivators who felt Ghana King's terrifying strength could no longer sit still. They visited him one after another, inquiring about the secrets of the immortal realm. They wanted to contend for an immortal life. This was the only terrifying existence who had returned alive from the immortal realm, of course. They had to seek the Tao, visit, and prostrate themselves in worship. Ghana King was also the only being in this world who understood the immortal realm best. For cultivators who aspired to leave the Kainkun world and develop in the immortal realm, who wouldn't want to seek his went? Who wouldn't want Ghana King to guide them out of their confusion? Ghana King's return caused a great earthquake in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Numerable saints and old monsters rumored to have fallen many tens of thousands of years ago astonishingly appeared in the world one after another. Ghana Saint King also didn't expect that the Kainkun world actually had so many saints. When their strength was still at the saint tier before, they had clearly scanned and found no masters. It could only be said that they were too weak at that time, and besides, other saints were not fools. They had many ways to avoid being detected by fellow cultivators. Ghana King saw these beings who had been lording over this world, swaggering everywhere, looking down on everyone, thinking themselves invincible and awesome, actually bowing their heads submissively before him. He was somewhat dazed. This was the first time he enjoyed such treatment. For a moment, he didn't react. Am I that awesome? Am I a big shot? I've become a big shot too. Ghana King was very confused. Ever since he ascended to the immortal realm, he had been at the bottom of the immortal realm. He didn't expect that, upon returning to the Kainkun world, he would actually receive such treatment. He felt somewhat in a trance, even with tears in his eyes. He still remembered Black Killen, not daring to trouble anyone else, yelled at him, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully a young man into poverty. Sooner or later, he will take back what belongs to him. It was clearly bullying him for being the weakest. How long has it been? I haven't experienced the feeling of being above others. Facing the many saint-tier powerhouses seeking guidance, Ghana King affirmed that it was definitely safe to ascend to the immortal realm at present. He even proactively opened a preaching convention in an underground Tao field. Having received this news and seeing that he could return to the lower realm, and having sought much knowledge from Ghana King regarding ascension to the immortal realm, many great powers chose to ascend in this life, which led to the beginning of countless saint-tier powerhouses shattering the void realm and rushing into the upper realm. May I ask, Senior Immortal King, is our clan's ascendant still alive? Someone asked about the situation of their elder in the immortal realm. Who is your elder? True monarch Shuangu. He had never even heard of him. I'm very sorry, your elder has already fallen in the immortal realm, becoming a withered bone, alas. He ascended at the wrong time and in the wrong place, so it can only be said, his luck was not good. Ghana King said, how is that possible? My elder was astonishingly talented, with heaven-defying cultivation, known for being able to slay immortals. How could he fall? Who killed him? True monarch Shuangu's descendant heard this news and found it hard to accept. Ghana King, hearing the words heaven-defying cultivation and known for being able to slay immortals, he inexplicably felt a bit embarrassed. He thought of some unpleasant history. Brother, which cultivator who ascended wasn't astonishingly talented? Which one didn't have heaven-defying cultivation? But do you know what kind of place the immortal realm is? Your so-called heaven-defying cultivation power, they can crush you with a flick of a finger. This venerable has no need to deceive you, believe it or not, Ghana King said. May I ask, what about my elder, Senior Linksy? Senior Linksy. Never heard of him either. He's probably one of countless withered bones. He also fell. All of you need not ask further, this venerable will answer all at once. As long as they didn't ascend at the right time and in the right place, all ascendants have fallen currently. Those known to have survived are only the 8 great saints who ascended at the same time as me, and the 3 great fallen creatures. The others have all fallen. As soon as this news came out, the entire world was in an uproar. Many cultivators didn't believe that their old ancestors had fallen. Some forces had been boasting about having ascendants, and had been looking forward to ascendants returning to this world to lead them to glory. Now all hopes were dashed. Many people couldn't accept it, nor did they believe it was true. May I ask, what kind of scene is the immortal realm like? A great saint, full of curiosity about the immortal realm, asked. Mostly forbidden zones, but there are also places for cultivation, Ghana King replied. Is the immortal realm dangerous? Are the creatures there powerful? How do they compare to the Kainkun world? Isn't that nonsense? The immortal realm is full of dangers at every step, and the creatures there. Ghana King looked at the old Saint King in front of him with pity. Any random existence can kill a saint here. Immortal King, since you can return safely from above, you must have also performed exceptionally well. Have you fought with immortal realm creatures? Ghana King proudly raised his chin, very pleased. Clearly, these words were very gratifying to him. He said, that is natural. What was the battle result? With Ghana King's current strength, he can definitely slay immortals. Killing immortal realm creatures is nothing to him. Perhaps he has already become an overlord. Ghana King stood atop the towering waves, the wind blowing his battle robe. He held his head high, chest out, his eyes revealing immense confidence and pride. He loudly boasted to the crowd about his great battle with the immortal realm creatures, his voice like thunder. As soon as we ascended, we encountered an attack from a chaos demon spider, an immortal realm creature. We combined the power of the 9 great saints, and after a series of great battles, the 9 great saints used all their trump cards. You defeated the immortal realm creature. Someone asked. That scene must have been very thrilling. Know how terrifying are immortal realm creatures. Even with the combined strength of the 9 of us, we were ultimately defeated. Ghana King said helplessly. Fortunately, by chance, we met a great figure in the immortal realm. With his help we survived, and we cultivated peacefully in the immortal realm, our cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Finally, we were able to challenge immortal realm creatures. Ghana King described. I remember when I returned to the lower realm, I once had a great battle with a terrifying immortal realm creature. That great battle, I still remember it vividly. That great terror was very formidable, but I am not to be trifled with. He described his deeds after ascension, the fierce battle scenes. The immortal realm creature released dazzling light, but he was fearless, relying on his mighty and domineering power to engage in a breathtaking duel with it. Every one of his attacks was like a thunderbolt, and the immortal realm creature crumbled before his power. This was inevitably somewhat exaggerated. Ghana King's image became incomparably grand in his narration, his might and domineering nature making everyone fall for him. He became a hero in the hearts of many, and without a doubt, his story would be passed down through the ages. It made people yearn for it. May I ask what realm the opponent who fought with Lord Immortal King was in? Chaos creature transcending the immortal level, Ghana King said. Are immortal realm creatures really that terrifying? Someone didn't believe it. Lord Immortal Senior, you have cultivated in the upper realm for so long, your cultivation must be heaven-defying. Would you perhaps give us some guidance? A saint said, wanting to probe Ghana King's true strength. Ghana King sneered disdainfully, want to see this venerable's cultivation. It's not impossible. This venerable also wants to know what kind of scene it would be when immortal realm cultivation goes against a Kainkun world saint. All of you come at me together. The immortal king is being too arrogant. A saint felt that Ghana King was too pretentious. No matter how powerful you are, how powerful can you be? Which saint present wasn't in existence that suppressed an era? Looking down on us. HMPH, Ghana King sneered. Rumble. He leaned forward, pressing his palm down into the void realm. A giant palm descended from the sky. Then it suppressed all the saints beneath it. Break. Those saints used all their might, yet they couldn't move an inch. It was then that the saints realized Ghana King's terror. They all looked at him in horror. One hand suppressing all saints through the ages, what kind of mighty power was this? Ghana King, seeing himself so powerful, and seeing all the beings in this world reveal looks of horror and reverence, felt an immense surge of satisfaction. I never thought that I, Ghana King, who was at the bottom of the upper realm, and didn't even have a chance to fight with Lord Immortal Senior, would be so strong here. He also experienced the feeling of suppressing all heavens, pressing the strongest in a world under his hand and grinding them. It was incredibly exhilarating. How is this venerable qualified to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Ghana King said. All the saints' expressions turned ugly. This great power far exceeded their understanding. Seeing these expressions, Ghana King felt incredibly comfortable in his heart. Super exhilarating. So this is what it feels like after putting on a show. And this was just the beginning of Ghana King enjoying the worship of all races. All the saints working together were actually suppressed by Ghana King with a single move. It terrified the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This powerful being who returned from the immortal realm, is he that terrifying? In front of him, saints were like ants. The countless awestruck eyes made Ghana King very much enjoy it. This kind of gaze was right. He became the sole big shot of the Kainkun world's 9 heavens and 10 earths. He traversed the universe with no one able to rival him. He could go anywhere in the world. Countless cultivators could only tremble at his feet. Ghana Immortal King, you are so powerful. What realm has your cultivation truly reached, and what exactly is the realm above saint? A saint-tier expert asked. Ghana King was so terrifying, surely he must have a place in the immortal realm's expert hierarchy. My cultivation. Half-step quasi-immortal realm, Ghana King said. Last time they consumed a large amount of chicken blood given by Su Ning, even he reached the half-step quasi-immortal realm. It was still acceptable, it was exchanged for a serious illness. Half-step quasi-immortal realm. Sounds awesome. Beyond that is quasi-immortal, and then true immortal realm. So amazing. May I ask, Your Excellency, how is the cultivation realm divided in the upper realm? After Saint is Wentao, then asking the vast immortal Tao, understanding the rules of the immortal Tao. Wentao 9 layers. After Wentao, it is immortal hidden or immortal hidden. Recognizing and fusing the Tao of the immortal realm is immortal hidden. Immortal hidden 9 layers. After immortal hidden is quasi-immortal. Fusing the immortal realm's rules and becoming a type of immortal realm creature is quasi-immortal. Cultivating immortality is also 9 layers. After quasi-immortal is immortal. No different from immortal realm creatures, this was their deduction and guess. As for whether it was accurate, it remained to be seen if it matched when the time came. And I fortunately break through to above immortal hidden great perfection, when the quasi-immortal realm was not yet full. Alas, if I were given some time, I should be able to become a quasi-immortal. Above Saint, there was actually such a realm. May I ask, Immortal King, is advancing difficult? Difficult, every minor realm is like the difference between an ordinary person and a saint, Ghana King replied. Hazel. Everyone gasped. They looked at Ghana Saint King in terror. No wonder all saint tiers were not worth mentioning under his hand. Ghana King had actually reached the half-step quasi-immortal realm. The more they knew the truth, the deeper their reverence for Ghana King became. Ghana King looked at these shocked gazes, a faint, imperceptible smile appearing on his face. It wasn't that he liked to show off. When he was at the Saint tier before, regarding showing off and enjoying such things, he had a very low opinion of it. He even felt that only insecure people liked to show off. True experts wouldn't show off, because there was no need to show off. But he had indeed not had a smooth time in the immortal realm during this period, and returning to the lower realm this time, he finally experienced the feeling of being superior, which he hadn't experienced for a long time. Ghana Immortal King is unparalleled in the world. You are so powerful, surely you must be majestic and of extraordinary status in the immortal realm, a hegemon, right? Why don't you tell us some of your hegemonic deeds in the immortal realm? Ghana King. This. You're really bringing up what shouldn't be brought up. There's no need for that, Ghana King said indifferently. Mainly, there was nothing good to talk about. Am I supposed to say that this period of my life was a history of humiliation? Not entirely. At least after the fallen ancient clan's ascension, I did have a period of glory. It's just that later, those 3 monsters had fortuitous encounters. My cultivation fell to the bottom. Ghana King was unwilling to speak. Everyone's admiration for him grew even more. Humble. Ghana King is so humble. In the immortal realm, he must have slaughtered all sides and shaken the 8 directions. He must have the aura of being able to suppress all heavens just by sitting there. And such an exciting story, he didn't even mention a single word. How humble is this person? Then, Immortal King, do you miss life in the immortal realm, and are you considering going back? Ghana King heard this question, fell into deep thought. Here he was superior, but if he went up, he would be inferior. Here he could enjoy infinite halos, all sorts of showing off and slapping faces, which was incredibly satisfying. But going up, he would occasionally be provoked by chaos creatures. It was truly stifling. To be honest, life in the lower realm was more comfortable. But, after much thought, there are still unfinished matters in the mortal world. Since I mistakenly returned through a void realm crack, I naturally must first resolve the mundane affairs of the mortal world. Even if it was uncomfortable in the upper realm, he still chose to go back. The immortal realm, I still have to go back, but not now. Ghana King said, Go, yes, go. But I have to wait until I enjoy myself. No, I have to wait until I pack my luggage. Hearing Ghana King's reply, the reverence in the saint's eyes grew even stronger. Such a powerful Ghana Immortal King also had regrets. This descent was to make up for regrets. It's just unknown whether this regret was a woman or something else. But no matter what, Ghana Immortal King was also a person of true character, worthy of worship. Rumble. The void realm was turbulent. A certain darkness hell in the Kainkun world. Here the dark earth was endless, black mist lingered, with no signs of life. The entire world had no light, completely enveloped by black mist, and within it there were also wailing ghosts, sorrowful gods and demons, as if it were the 18th layer of hell. This place was called the most terrifying place in the Kainkun world. A true forbidden land where no living creature could survive. Even saints dared not step foot. This place buried who knows how many saint-tier powerful beings. Yet Ghana King stepped into this place alone, strolling leisurely. A place that used to make one's heart palpitate just by looking at it, now he walked through it, as if entering his own backyard. He paced unhurriedly. Ghana King sighed, is this the power of transcendence? Stop right there, one more step forward, annihilate. In the darkness, a shrill voice warned. Ghana King ignored him and continued walking on his own, looking. Seeking death, a creature in the darkness roared furiously. An endless death chi swept over. This attack was extremely lethal. Saint tears would be corroded if they touched it. Bang! But Ghana King merely waved his hand, and all the death chi dissipated. The person who attacked from the shadows instantly died. Wiped out with a raised hand. You are Ghana Immortal King. A terrified voice came from the darkness. You are that peerless immortal king who returned from the immortal realm. The voice was filled with dread and fear. May I ask, Ghana Immortal King, why have you graced my darkness hell with your presence? Do you truly not remember, when this king was young, your darkness hell, relying on a powerful backer, abducted my fiancée? Ghana Immortal King said indifferently. Tremble. Upon hearing this, the existence in the darkness was clearly startled. Immortal King, is there some misunderstanding? Another voice rang out. HMPH, so what if you are a guest from the immortal realm? Is my darkness hell afraid of you? This venerable was the one who took your fiancé. This venerable doesn't believe that you alone can level my darkness hell. Even the strongest cultivator of ancient times, Yi Lingxiao, couldn't do it. What can you do? Yi Lingxiao was recognized as the strongest cultivator of all time in the Kainkun world. It's just that later he forced his way into the immortal domain and disappeared. Admitting it is enough, Ghana Immortal King said indifferently. Rumble. With a slap, the voice of that creature just now abruptly stopped. The Dao flower withered. A powerful being fell. Shuanting Yin, that idiot, brought a great crisis to our darkness hell. He was wrong, but Ghana Immortal King, you've gone too far. Gone too far. Ghana Immortal King said calmly, first there was chaos, then there was heaven. With my Gianna, there is heaven. What does that mean? The creatures of darkness hell were bewildered. Rumble. Before they could figure out what it meant, a gigantic hand descended from the sky. A series of deathly screams erupted. Naturally, you all died too. Immediately, darkness hell collapsed, and sunlight shone into the black earth that had not seen sunlight for countless years. A bunch of ugly scoundrels, Ghana King commented, then his figure vanished from the spot. Alas, this was the place I feared most back then. Even after achieving Dao, I still dared not confront it. Yet now it is easily wiped out by me. Things are not what they used to be. Rumble. Afterward, Ghana King visited many places. For example, Great Xia Dynasty, Endless Sword Domain, Abyssal Demon Valley, Wentao Mountain, Western Buddhism, Azure Emperor's Dao Field, Golden Crow Great Emperor's Fusang Ancient Star. He took away all the holy lands in these places. This action directly stunned countless cultivators. They didn't understand what he meant, and of course, they didn't dare to move. Nor was it possible to question him. When my Ghana Immortal King acts, why should I explain to others? After doing all this, Ghana Immortal King broke through the Void Realm, preparing for ascension to the Immortal Realm. I'm leaving this world, it truly is nostalgic, but how can a seeker of Dao be content with the status quo? This departure, I wonder if I can ever return. Ghana King was a little melancholic, but in the end, he resolutely took that step and entered the passage. Rumble. Upper Realm. The little tree in the Void Realm trembled, and suddenly a large hole appeared. Puff, puff. Suddenly, a flash of white light and an ascendant soared up. He was covered in lightning. As soon as he ascended, he fell to the ground. This is not a human. It's a fallen black tiger. After clearly seeing the ascendant, the little people waiting at the entrance of the hole were stunned. The fallen ancient clans Black Dragon, Black Phoenix, and Black Killen's eyes narrowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They transformed into 3 black lights and rushed down. Black Tiger, what is this? The fallen ancient clan's Black Tiger is from the same source as the 3 great fallen creatures. They are all of the fallen clan. Why are their bloodlines different, yet they can be called the same clan? And their relationship is so good. The reason is that the fallen clan was the dominator of a certain era in the Kainkun world. When the era changed, the fallen ancient clan lost its ruling position, but the ancient clan of that era still referred to each other as kin, and what they cultivated was actually the same Dao. It's like a country where people with different surnames like Zhao, Kaiyan, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang, and different ethnic groups like Han, Miao, Dong, etc., not the same clan, yet their relationship is so good and they unite against a common enemy. They are all creatures from a certain era in the Kainkun world. And why are the 9 great saints, despite being of different races, still called the 9 great saints and now in the same camp? It's the same reason. The 9 great saints became saints in the current era, equivalent to cultivating the same Dao naturally. They would be close. Black Dragon, Black Phoenix, Black Killen, it's so good to see you. You really ascended to the immortal realm and settled down, Black Tiger said, enduring his discomfort. It could be seen that Black Tiger had suffered extremely severe injuries. His body was cracked, blood seeped out from the terrifying wounds. It looked extremely horrifying. Black Tiger, don't speak, we'll heal you. Black Dragon said. Rumble. Powerful immortal Dao spiritual chi was unleashed, and the wounds on Black Tiger's body healed at a visible rate. This power, Black Tiger's face lit up with joy. Could it be that you have reached the same realm as Gianna Immortal King? When he mentioned Gianna Immortal King, a look of reverence appeared on his face. Gianna Immortal King. Reached the same realm as him, who are you insulting? The three great fallen creatures felt a bit bewildered. Gianna Immortal King, is he very strong? Whoosh whoosh. Black Tiger's injuries were stabilized. The injuries on your body don't look like they were sustained from forcibly resisting the lightning tribulation. The three great fallen creatures retracted their true chi and asked, frowning. Indeed not, Black Tiger said calmly. On the way to Ascension, I encountered. When Black Tiger mentioned this, his eyes were full of apprehension. I encountered the Weird Clan. What, the Weird Clan? Have they really risen from the ashes? Black Dragon said. They were never annihilated. These years they've been hiding at the starting point of Ascension. That's why they haven't been found. Black Tiger replied. Alas, this time ascending to the immortal realm, they all came. I don't know how to deal with them. Black Tiger's eyes showed deep worry. The Weird Clan is known as immortal and indestructible. Extremely terrifying. Many races were once enslaved by them. Myriad races of the Kainkun world have extreme psychological shadows. Even in their genetic bloodline, there is an involuntary fear of the weird ancient clan. Just like people's fear of ghosts. Even if you know they don't exist, it doesn't stop you from being afraid of ghosts. Whether they exist is one thing, whether you are afraid is another. The two cannot be confused. Black Tiger, don't panic at this moment. We are no longer what we used to be. If they dare to come up, we will have revenge for our grudges and repay our grievances. Black Killen said. Oh, bang! Before Black Killen finished speaking, inside the Ascension passage, several afterimages shot out. Bang, bang, bangs. Those afterimages were not flying, but rather seemed to have been thrown in by something. They were extremely disheveled. Among these afterimages, there were human cultivators. There were also Yao beasts, and also the fallen ancient clan, the Black King nine-headed snake lineage. The afterimages were thrown onto the ground. Whoosh whoosh. Golden Crow Great Emperor, Abyss Demon Lord, and others of the saint lineage frowned and quickly flew to help their respective lineages. And the fallen ancient clan was also like this. Black Phoenix spread her wings and flew to meet the dark ancient clan members who were thrown out. Rumble. Their cultivation was immensely powerful, and they caught the throne ascendants at the first opportunity. Ho ho. Jai jai jai. The saint-level cultivators of the Kainkun world are vulnerable. They are all a bunch of trash, yet they don't know their place and want to block this heavenly emperor's path, courting death. As they caught their own ascendants, they suddenly heard a sinister and terrifying voice from the Ascension great hole in the sky. It sounded like a demon screaming from hell. Extremely piercing. Anomalous creatures, weird clan. It really is them. Swish, swish, swish. The sound arrived before the person. Not long after, 5 clusters of black-gray, gas-shrouded anomalous creatures rushed up from the Ascension passage, standing beneath the little tree's crown. Their aura permeated, incredibly shocking. These are the Weird Clans, 5 great anomalous forefathers. Once the Weird Clan was the most terrifying existence to the myriad races. They actually didn't die. Or rather, they had already secretly revived. The 5 great anomalous forefathers are actually still in the world. They evaded the sight of the myriad races, and now that they know the immortal realm is safe, they ascended. Great Zia Holy Emperor frowned. The 5 great anomalous forefathers scanned the surrounding ascendants. Their gaze was indifferent. A bunch of ants. Anomalies descend, you all are my subjects, submit, live, resist, die. One weird ancestor said indifferently. Weird Clan is here, whether you are a true immortal or an ascendant, quickly kneel and welcome us, otherwise, we will refine all of you into weird slaves. Your souls will be eternally imprisoned, suffering endless pain. The weird ancestor looked down at the little people. Extremely arrogant and domineering. Extremely pretentious. Hearing these words, the ascendants who had just ascended felt despair. The weird ancestor is too powerful. Immortal and indestructible. What to do? Could it be that this immortal realm will also be contaminated by the anomalies? If even the immortal realm becomes an anomalous space, then where in the world would there be a pure land? The 5 great anomalous forefathers were very pretentious. Arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. as if everyone in his eyes was trash. He wanted all ascendants to be their slaves, to serve them. Otherwise, he would make all saints experience a feeling worse than death. Facing dies. Li Qingshuan Kunlun Fairy, Great Xia Holy Emperor and others smiled, stood with their hands behind their backs, and watched the weird ancestors perform. This recipe, this scene, this atmosphere. It's just right. This is the feeling. And the three great fallen creatures also looked at the five great anomalous forefathers' pretentious display with a half-smile. Watching quietly, as if watching a bunch of clowns. In reality, they felt that these anomalous creatures were indeed clowns. At the same time, they were also very embarrassed. Cough, cough, so when we just transmigrated, we also behaved like this. Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Thinking of themselves back then, they felt very awkward. So embarrassing. Presumably, the 9 great saints looked at them back, then just like they are looking at the weird ancestors now. Only 2 words could describe it. That is, idiot. Big idiot. They really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, so embarrassing, so unsightly, the past is too painful to recall. What? Seeing that the 8 great saints and the 3 great fallen creatures didn't pay them any mind and weren't afraid of them, but instead looked at them with a half-smile, like they were looking at idiots. The weird ancestor was enraged. They felt that the ascendants were insulting them. You're not afraid of me. Damn it. Courting death, not bowing to the anomalies, your sins will double on the reincarnation road. You all die for me. A weird ancestor waved his sleeve and made a move. In his imagination, a casual wave of his hand could make a saint-level cultivator directly explode on the spot. That's how heaven-defying he was. However, beneath the little tree, the weird ancestor stood proudly between heaven and earth, as if he were the dominator of this world. His figure was tall and majestic, radiating a suffocating chi. His gaze was cold and disdainful, looking down at all the ascendants who tried to resist, as if they were a group of insignificant ants. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a sneer, as if he found the efforts and pursuits of these mortals ridiculous. Under his gaze, the ascendant seemed so small and powerless. Black chi swirled,